The apocalypse descends, with zombies lurking everywhere, and Yuen unexpectedly finds himself reborn. Urgent announcement. Attention citizens. Recently, a multitude of mysterious disappearances has emerged in the city, and the police are conducting a thorough investigation. Citizens are urged to remain vigilant and avoid going out alone, especially at night. The missing individuals are all young women, and the police appeal to anyone with information to come forward with clues. Simultaneously, a peculiar phenomenon has surfaced online, where numerous posts by users on social platforms have mysteriously been deleted, seemingly connected to the disappearance cases. Experts suggest that this may be a covert operation conducted by some organization, urging everyone to stay alert. In this chaotic situation, the lives of citizens are severely impacted. Shops have closed, the streets are desolate, and everyone is worried about the safety of themselves and their families. Concurrently, some individuals have begun to organize themselves voluntarily, seeking the truth and searching for their missing compatriots. A viral rain has swept across the globe, transforming those soaked into zombies. Survivors are advised to secure their doors and windows and await military rescue. As Yuen gazes at the news on his phone, he finally confirms that he has indeed been reborn. After some contemplation, he realizes he has returned to 10 years ago, when he was merely an ordinary university student. The sensation of rebirth fills him with both excitement and anxiety, and his mind brims with countless thoughts and plans. Although this second chance permits him to make different choices, he is acutely aware that the road ahead will not be easy. He begins to recall his past experiences, wishing to draw lessons from them to avoid repeating mistakes. Yuen is determined to no longer waste time and to seize this opportunity to alter his fate. He picks up his phone and reviews the news he once followed, particularly those related to technology and the economy. Yuen understands that the future world will undergo tremendous changes, and these transformations will impact everyone's lives. He hopes to position himself advantageously to create a better future for himself and his family. As time progresses, Yuen's rebirth brings not just opportunities but also responsibilities. He begins to ponder how to leverage his foresight of the future to assist those around him. Yuen is acutely aware that some things are unchangeable, yet he believes that through diligence and wisdom, he can at least reshape his own future, albeit with less favorable luck. On the second day of his rebirth, amidst the apocalypse, the prospect of hoarding supplies and creating a safe haven seems futile. The news of the apocalypse descends like a tempest, with everyone struggling for survival and panic. Faced with this sudden disaster, many choose to evade, yet some begin to confront the situation proactively. In this moment filled with uncertainty, the protagonist resolves to no longer dwell in the memories of the past, but to wholeheartedly face the future. For survival, he must confront various challenges, seek resources, form alliances, and establish a reliable sanctuary. Each decision will profoundly influence his fate and that of those around him. Despite the dire circumstances, the protagonist maintains a clear mind. He understands that only by continually adapting to change can one survive in this brutal world. As time passes, he gradually masters the skills of survival and grows amidst the harsh environment. The sound of intense gunfire echoes from outside. Yuen steps onto the balcony. He gazes at the distant sky, his mind awash with thoughts. Sunlight filters through the clouds, warming the earth with its brilliance. A gentle breeze caresses him, bringing a hint of freshness. He closes his eyes, taking a deep breath, savoring this moment of tranquility. The trivialities of life seem to fade away in this instant. Yet Yuen cherishes such moments, allowing him to quiet his mind for reflection. On the balcony, he often reminisces about the fragments of his past, memories interwoven with joy and sorrow. Each experience serves as a testament to his growth, shaping the person he has become today. The balcony has transformed into a sanctuary for his soul. A glance downward reveals a narrow alley teeming with zombies. Their movements are slow and clumsy, yet their sheer numbers create an overwhelming sense of oppression. The air is thick with a putrid stench, inducing nausea. The surrounding buildings stand in a state of disrepair, their walls marred by mottled bloodstains that seem to narrate tales of past horrors. In such an environment, the hope of survival appears both faint and fragile. Every corner may conceal a lurking threat, and each step forward demands utmost caution. In this dire strait, People begin to ponder how they might escape, how they might uncover a glimmer of life. Faced with the menace of zombies, the survivors are compelled to unite, utilizing every available resource to devise a survival strategy. They scour the ruins for food and weapons, striving to enhance their survival skills while remaining ever vigilant. However, as time wears on, fear and despair begin to erode their spirits. Some start to question the meaning of survival, while others gradually lose themselves in the darkness. Will they find hope amidst this endless nightmare, rekindling their desire for life? In a previous life, he barely escaped with his life. In this rebirth, such luck may not necessarily follow. Yi Yuan takes a deep breath, slowly exhaling the agitation within his chest. Though the current situation feels overwhelmingly oppressive, he knows that he must remain calm to find a solution to the problem at hand. A myriad of potential strategies flashes through his mind as he seeks a way out. Despite the uncertainty surrounding him, he is unwilling to relinquish hope. After a period of deep contemplation, Yi Yuan gradually clarifies his thoughts, preparing to confront the impending challenges. In this critical moment, a resolute conviction wells up within him, urging himself to persevere against all odds. In the face of adversity, only through brave confrontation can one discover the dawn of hope. Although the path ahead is fraught with difficulty, he believes that as long as he does not give up, a turning point is inevitable. Yi Yuan's heart gradually finds tranquility, his gaze becoming steadfast and resolute. He understands that every step he takes from here on is of utmost importance, requiring both caution and decisiveness. Lifting his head, he notices a girl on the opposite balcony, also observing the situation below. Sunlight bathes her face, casting a gentle halo around her. Her eyes glimmer with curiosity, as if she is waiting for something. The chaos below contrasts sharply with this tranquil moment, and everything around seems to freeze in time. Her hair sways gently in the breeze, and occasionally, she raises a hand to tuck a few strands behind her ear, exuding a vibrant liveliness. Meanwhile, pedestrians below hurry past, the sound of car horns ringing out. Life's rhythm continues unabated. The girl's gaze follows the flow of people, her curiosity piqued by each passerby. In this moment, I cannot help but imagine her story, pondering what thoughts occupy her mind, or if she is merely relishing this moment of tranquility and observation. Do the mundane and trivial aspects of life hold a different significance in her eyes? I am compelled to share the sensation of this moment with her, yet I find myself at a loss for words. Strangely, a transparent card hovers above her head. Jiang Xiaofan. Tag 1. 3D printing, orange. Tag 2. Dance green. Tag 3. Singing white. Yi Yuan initially believes this to be a hallucination, rubbing his eyes, yet the card remains. The layout of the alley in the old city is poorly planned, with the two balconies separated by 7 or 8 meters. His action of rubbing his eyes is caught directly by Jiang Xiaofan across the way. Jiang Xiaofan blinks in surprise before breaking into a smile, teasing, "Are you trying to flirt with me?" Yi Yuan shakes his head helplessly, responding with a smile, "I'm not. My eyes are just a bit uncomfortable." The atmosphere between them instantly lightens, and Jiang Xiaofan gestures to commence their discussion for the day. "All right, today we shall discuss the topic of." Jiang Xiaofan becomes serious, prompting Yi Yuan to also set aside his smile and prepare to listen attentively. "Look at you, still rubbing your eyes and staring hard. Do you think I'll look any better? Don't be foolish. This is just how I am. Besides, this appearance is quite fine. At least it feels real to me. I do not require excessive embellishments. I simply wish to be myself. Life does not necessitate excessive disguises. Authenticity is of utmost importance. So please, cease looking at me with those peculiar gazes. Accept me as I am. That is the best choice. Have you never encountered a beauty before?" Chapter 1, Section 1. My bride price is 888,000. Can you afford it? This remark left Yi Yuan utterly bewildered. He stared blankly at her, a multitude of questions flashing through his mind, and his heart was tumultuous. He yearned to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he were ensnared in an invisible cage. "What on earth are you saying?" Yi Yuan finally managed to utter, his tone tinged with urgency and confusion. The other party smiled faintly, seemingly having anticipated Yuan's reaction, and slowly replied, "Do you not understand? All of this is predestined. And the bride price of 888,000. Really, wake up. It's the apocalypse." At that moment, Jiang Xiaofan straightened her slender figure adorned with ripe fruits. "Come, gaze to your heart's content. Feel free to capture me however you wish. I'm simply this way." Her confidence compelled those around her to steal glances, as if appreciating a work of art. "Truly beautiful," a friend nearby could not help but exclaim. "Your figure is simply extraordinary, rivaling those models." Jiang Xiaofan smiled slightly, feeling a sense of pride. After all, her efforts over time had finally brought her to the state she had always envisioned. However, maintaining such a physique is no easy feat. Jiang Xiaofan continued, her eyes shimmering with determination. "I exercise diligently every day and am very mindful of my diet." Her persistence and hard work garnered admiration, evoking respect for her attitude towards life. "An eye full, but a bird starving. Loser. Even after venting my anger, I am still unsatisfied," she said, casually picking up a broom and throwing it, though it missed Yiyun. Yet the frustration lingered. "Damn it, where's my gun?" Yiyun instinctively felt for his waist, only to realize that in this rebirth he had no weapon. Damn! Once again, he experienced the fury of the Chuanyu mother Tyrannosaurus. Yiyun calmed his emotions, and he couldn't help but recall the card atop the mother tyrant's head. That card depicted a vividly lifelike dinosaur, as if it were conveying a message to him. His thoughts gradually drifted back to the past, that era filled with fantasies and adventures. During that time, Yiyun often fantasized about becoming a brave adventurer, riding on a dinosaur, exploring uncharted worlds. He had frequently battled alongside dinosaurs in his dreams, experiencing countless thrilling and exhilarating journeys. Whenever he beheld that card, warmth and courage would swell within him. However, as time passed, the pressures of reality gradually crushed his dreams. The trivialities of life and responsibilities forced him to relinquish that innocent pursuit, maturing more and more. Nevertheless, the love for dinosaurs deep within him never faded. Rather, it subtly evolved into a source of strength within his heart. He knew that no matter how busy life became, dreams would always be the sanctuary of his soul. In this ever-changing world, Yiyun resolved to rekindle that courage and pursue what his heart genuinely desired. "In my past life, I failed to notice the card atop Jiang Xiaofan's head. Perhaps I was too preoccupied with other matters, causing me to overlook this detail. The card on Jiang Xiaofan's head seems to conceal some crucial information, yet I failed to discover it in my previous life. Perhaps this is the connection between Jiang Xiaofan and me, missing out on many unresolved mysteries. It was only in this life, upon seeing Jiang Xiaofan again, that I recognized the existence of that card. Its vibrant colors and clear writing seemed to convey some sort of message. Curiosity welled up within me, compelling me to delve deeper. What could be so significant that it would influence my past life? Summoning my courage, I attempted to approach Jiang Xiaofan to scrutinize that card. However, she seemed to sense my gaze, turning her head and offering a smile. In that instant, my heart raced, seemingly captivated by her smile. All curiosity and questions were cast aside. Jiang Xiaofan's smile radiated warmth like sunlight, illuminating the doubts in my heart. Perhaps the contents of that card are not what truly matters. The significance lies in our encounter and the emotions shared. Even if I missed it in my past life, I have resolved not to overlook any moment connected to her now. How is it that I have this upon my rebirth? Could this be my golden finger?" As Yiyun thought this, a voice seemed to respond within his mind. "Indeed, host, any beauty rated at the goddess level will have a card of information manifesting above her head. These cards will meticulously display her basic information, evaluation, and special abilities. The host need only observe these cards to gain a general understanding of them. However, the appearance of these cards is not random. They're triggered only under specific conditions. Factors such as the host level, environmental influences, and the beauty's performance will all affect whether a card appears. Thus, when interacting with these beauties, the host must pay attention to these details to better utilize this information. Through strategic planning, the host will gain greater advantages, enhancing his own abilities and charm. Only you can see it. By using your thoughts, you can strip the card of its information, transforming it into your unique power. The transformation of a card into a special ability? Astonishing. A necessary golden finger for rebirth. The novel does not deceive me. Perfectly, Jiang Xiaofan possesses fair skin, stunning beauty, and long legs, a tall figure adorned with ample fruits. She has achieved goddess-level evaluation, hence the card appears above her head. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Xiaofan was a web celebrity with millions of fans. She attracted a large audience with her unique personality and witty content, becoming a dazzling star on the online platform. Whenever she released a new video, it would quickly spark heated discussions and attention among netizens. However, behind this glamorous facade, she also bears immense pressure. The expectations of fans, mixed reviews, and the ever-evolving trends leave her feeling exhausted. Despite this, Jiang Xiaofan continues to strive to maintain her creative passion, aiming to stand out in the fiercely competitive online world. With the onset of the apocalypse, Jiang Xiaofan's life underwent a dramatic transformation. She had to confront the harsh realities and challenges of survival, with the once internet star now battling as an ordinary person. In this unpredictable world, she began to reevaluate her values and future. Daily live broadcasts of singing and dancing. There is also a 3D printer at home, which she uses to slice and save data provided by fans during live streams, then print anime figures on-site as rewards. Jiang Xiaofan's attributes are 3D printing, dance, and singing. It seems the attributes relate to profession, hobbies, and specialties. Depending on the different attributes, various characteristics and content may be showcased. For instance, some attributes may emphasize an individual's professional background, while others may focus more on personal interests and specialties. This also reflects the multifaceted nature of an individual, as different labels can help us gain a more comprehensive understanding of a person. In today's society, personal professions, hobbies, and specialties are increasingly valued, serving as crucial foundations for mutual understanding and communication. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaofan had returned to her room. He needed to devise a way to lure her out. Yi Yuan shouted several times from the balcony, nearly alarming the zombies below, yet Jiang Xiaofan remained elusive. He felt anxious, pondering whether his voice was not loud enough or if Jiang Xiaofan simply did not hear him. Thus, he resolved to shout louder, attempting to awaken this dormant city. Jiang Xiaofan, where are you? His voice echoed in the empty corridor, imbued with helplessness and anxiety. He hoped his call would reach Jiang Xiaofan's ears. Yet there was still no response, only the sound of the wind rustling the curtains, deepening his solitude and despair. This left him in a state of panic. Without seeing the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head, he could not strip those attributes. At that moment, gunfire erupted from outside the alley. Shortly thereafter, a military vehicle rushed in. The soldiers aboard swiftly disembarked, forming ranks to prepare for potential enemy attacks. Their movements were sharp and efficient, reflecting their rigorous training and professionalism. After the doors opened, several officers emerged, their faces etched with tension and vigilance. At this juncture, the commander began assigning tasks, issuing commands to the soldiers in a clear voice. Each person knew their role, quickly dispersing to search for concealed enemies in the surrounding environment. Concurrently, support troops were rapidly assembling in the rear, ready to provide assistance at any moment. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The soldiers' nerves stretched to their limits. Each person understood that any minor error in battle could lead to irreparable consequences. Their gazes were filled with determination, facing the impending challenges without fear. In this perilous moment, the soldiers silently prayed, hoping to navigate this sudden battle safely. Regardless of how formidable the enemy ahead might be, they would exert every effort to protect their country and compatriots. Through the windshield, two soldiers in camouflage could be faintly seen inside the vehicle. The driver had succumbed to transformation and was attacking the co-driver. At this point, the military vehicle was out of control. The tires screeched against the ground, and the driver gripped the steering wheel in terror, but it was futile. Surrounding soldiers scrambled to evade, their faces filled with shock and fear, adrenaline surging through everyone's veins. The military vehicle careened down the street, crashing with a cacophony of sounds, as if heralding the impending disaster. Just then, a wall loomed ahead. The driver desperately tried to brake, but it was too late. The vehicle surged uncontrollably toward the wall, tension thickening the air. The soldiers could only watch helplessly, filled with despair. They understood that the choices made in this moment would alter everyone's fate. With the sound of the vehicle's collision, the entire world seemed to freeze. The wall shattered upon impact, and the vehicle crumpled violently. The driver was knocked unconscious by the force, plunging everyone into deep panic due to the vehicle's uncontrollable state. After toppling 7 or 8 zombies, it crashed beneath Yi Yuan's apartment. The co-driver managed to escape the gnawing jaws and emerge from the vehicle. Armed with a shotgun, he fired repeatedly, blasting the heads off 3 zombies. With each gunshot, blood splattered, and the bodies of the zombies fell, filling the air with a pungent metallic scent. His heart raced, his eyes betraying a hint of tension, but more so a calm focus. In this crisis-laden world, survival had become exceedingly difficult. Each venture outside was a contest with death. He knew that only by continuously enhancing his combat prowess could he survive in this age overrun by zombies. At that moment, more zombies charged toward him. As they drew closer, the air filled with a nauseating stench, making him feel queasy. He sensed his heart racing, tension spreading in his chest, ready to explode at any moment. He understood he must react swiftly to evade the pursuit of this horde of zombies. He swiftly scanned the surroundings for an escape route, and the building before him appeared to be a promising choice. Although it might harbor greater dangers within, he had no alternative at this moment. The growls of the undead drew closer, their eerie echoes filling him with dread. Just as he was about to dash toward the building, a flickering glimmer caught his eye. It was a partially opened window, emanating a faint light that seemed to beckon him. This discovery ignited a spark of hope within him. Perhaps it was a safe haven. Resolutely, he decided to press on and sprinted toward the window. The path behind him was blocked, leaving no other refuge but the buildings at his back. The warrior brandished a shotgun and turned to rush into the structure. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan heard gunfire echoing through the alley and immediately raced to the balcony. His heart raced, and a myriad of potential scenarios flashed through his mind. The cold wind on the balcony refreshed him somewhat. Peering over the balcony railing, he strained to discern the unfolding events below. Shadows flitted through the alley, seemingly in pursuit of something. A wave of unease surged within him, leaving him uncertain of what actions to take. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan's phone rang. He quickly picked it up to find a message from a friend inquiring about the situation. His heart tightened, and he resolved to inform his friend that he was observing from the balcony. "I see someone being chased, but the specifics are unclear," Zhang Xiaofan replied, his gaze still fixed on the alley, silently praying for safety. "Is it the rescue team that has arrived? I hear their voices, and my heart swells with hope." She turned around, tears glistening in her eyes, seemingly awaiting something. "Do not fear. We will protect you." A team member stepped forward, his voice warm and resolute, offering her comfort. "Thank you for coming. I have been waiting for you." Her voice trembled slightly, as if recounting her lonely vigil. "We will take you away from here. Safety is our utmost priority." The team members swiftly mobilized, ensuring that everyone received assistance. She leaned over the balcony railing, her face alight with anticipation, scanning the area only to spot a wrecked military vehicle. "I clearly heard gunfire." A jolt of realization struck him, understanding the gravity of the situation. Panic began to ripple through those around him as they frantically sought safe havens. Amidst this sudden crisis, Mingming's mind raced with countless thoughts. He wanted to flee, but was uncertain of which direction to take. "Quick, find a place to hide," his friend shouted, anxiety lacing his voice. Mingming nodded and swiftly darted toward a corner. He concealed himself behind an abandoned structure, his heart pounding like thunder. The sound of gunfire continued to resonate in his ears, seeming to draw ever closer. He shut his eyes, striving to calm himself and contemplate his next move. "Why can't I see anyone?" Finally, he appeared. The card above Zhang Xiaofan's head remained, and the 3 entries had not changed. 3D printing stood out prominently. The text was in bold, capitalized orange, indicating its significance. "Opportunities are fleeting." Yi Yuan immediately focused his thoughts on the 3D printing entry and envisioned the act of stripping clothing. "I strip." In the next moment, the card above Zhang Xiaofan's head transformed. With a flash of light, the card's contents gradually materialized, revealing a new mission. This task was markedly different from his prior experiences. It seemed far more complex and perilous. Jiang Xiaofan felt a tightening in his chest, realizing that this challenge would not be an easy one. He meticulously read the mission details, his mind beginning to devise strategies for the impending undertaking. The mission required him to delve into an unknown area in search of a lost treasure. He understood that this area was fraught with unpredictable dangers, necessitating thorough preparation for success. He began to organize his equipment, contemplating how to leverage his skills to accomplish this task. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xiaofan resolved to act without hesitation, bravely taking his first step. Entry: 3D printing, 60 taming capacity for secondary stripping. Current taming level, 0. Secondary stripping is still possible. However, once the 3D printing is stripped, the entries for dancing and singing will disappear. It appears he must choose one of 3. Simultaneously, as Yi Yuan stripped Jiang Xiaofan's entries, a mysterious force surged into him. Yi Yuan felt a powerful vibration, as if a torrent of information was swirling in his mind. His consciousness was instantly enveloped by this force, rendering him exceptionally perceptive. He began to rapidly absorb this information, flashes of Jiang Xiaofan's experiences and achievements illuminating in his mind, those once vague memories now crystal clear. Yi Yuan realized that this was not merely an acquisition of knowledge. It was a profound elevation of his spirit. He took a deep breath, striving to harness this newfound power within him, feeling the transformation coursing through his body. At that moment, he seemed no longer the ordinary boy he once was, but an entity brimming with limitless potential. Before him, a card materialized, Ye Yuan. Attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9. Special ability: 3D printing, click to view introduction. The ability had truly manifested as a supernatural power. Ye Yuan hastily clicked to read the introduction. The content detailed the product's features and advantages, stirring a sense of excitement within him. As the information unfolded further, he discovered that this product was not only powerful, but also remarkably user-friendly. He meticulously read every detail, attempting to extract the information he needed. Simultaneously, his anticipation for the product grew, as he could almost envision the effects it would yield once utilized. This is precisely what I need. He silently rejoiced, resolved to acquire the product as swiftly as possible. After a thorough exploration, he began to contemplate how to integrate it into his life. Ye Yuan's thoughts soared, imagining the myriad possibilities that lay ahead, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. Ultimately, he made up his mind not to let this opportunity slip by. 3D printing consumes spirit, capable of replicating and printing objects weighing no more than 10 gene, devoid of life characteristics. Rapid replication. Ye Yuan reacted swiftly. Could this truly be infinite replication? Wow! An ordinary 3D printing ability had been transformed into infinite replication. Is this for real? Ye Yuan casually retrieved half a pack of Huazi from his pocket. Then he summoned the mysterious power within him, enveloping it, and the ensuing scene nearly dropped his jaw. The mysterious force materialized into an invisible 3D printer. In 3 seconds, a pack of Huazi was conjured out of thin air atop the original. Upon opening the cigarette box, he saw it contained 10 cigarettes, with the packaging showing no signs of wear. What on earth? How is this possible? I was utterly astonished, staring incredulously at the cigarettes before me. Clearly, these cigarettes were brand new, as if they had never been touched. Yet, I understood that this was no mere coincidence. There must be a deeper truth behind it. I began to reflect on my previous experiences, questioning whether I had overlooked any crucial information. In the small town, it seemed that nothing was ever straightforward. This heightened my vigilance, prompting me to delve deeper into uncovering the truth of the matter. Perhaps the emergence of these cigarettes hinted at more profound secrets. Chapter 1. It really can replicate one-to-one. This statement left many astonished, especially in today's rapidly advancing technological landscape. People began to ponder what sort of technology could achieve such flawless replication. In this information age, the evolution of digital technology has opened new avenues for replication. With the relentless progress of artificial intelligence and machine learning, data processing capabilities have been continually enhanced. We can observe numerous industries leveraging these technologies for product replication and innovation. Whether replicating works of art or recreating scientific experiments, the application of technology has rendered everything more efficient and convenient. However, the implications of replication have also sparked significant controversy. Issues such as copyright and ethical considerations are aspects that cannot be overlooked in discussions surrounding replication technology. While enjoying the conveniences brought about by technology, we must also contemplate how to balance the relationship between technology and ethics. In conclusion, the advancements in replication technology undoubtedly present us with myriad opportunities, yet they also come with challenges. In the future, we must approach the development of this technology with greater caution, ensuring it fosters a positive impact on society. Remaining calm, Ye controlled the energy printer to target the replication, swiftly creating another half-pack of Huazi. Replicas could also be replicated. Now he felt at ease. With infinite replication capabilities, what need was there to hoard supplies? Food, water, medicines, clothing, even weapons and ammunition. Once a sample was acquired, infinite replication was possible. I'm taking off. This time I will soar. Looking up at the girl across from me, Jiang Xiaofan, this fierce girl truly is a treasure. Her eyes radiated a blend of determination and warmth, seemingly penetrating the depths of one's soul. Each conversation with her enveloped me in a comforting warmth, as if sunlight were showering upon me, lifting my spirits. Her sense of humor made me feel a deep kinship, always managing to utter light-hearted words during my low moments, instantly dissolving my worries. Time spent with her seemed to fly by, as if time stood still within her laughter. I often pondered what sort of person Jiang Xiaofan was, maintaining such a positive attitude amidst life's trivialities. Her courage and perseverance profoundly inspired me, compelling me to aspire to greater strength. Whenever I witnessed her relentless pursuit of dreams, an inexplicable drive surged within me, as if her bravery ignited my own. In this fast-paced era, encountering a friend like her is truly rare. I hope that in the days to come, we can share more joys and challenges, growing together. You lecher, watch your mouth. Do you believe I'll gouge out your eyes? Get lost. After Jiang Xiaofan's outburst, she turned away haughtily, her long ponytail swaying as she stepped into the living room and drew the curtains. Ye Yuan chuckled softly. His laughter radiated a sense of ease and freedom, as though all troubles were far removed from him. In this world, some things are immutable, yet he always believed that maintaining a tranquil heart is essential for confronting life's challenges. He turned and gazed out the window, where sunlight bathed the earth, reviving all life in a vibrant display. Ye Yuan mused quietly that the beauty of life often lies hidden within the ordinary. If one takes the time to discover it, the joy therein can be truly appreciated. At this moment, friends arrived one after another, filling the room with laughter and joy. Yi Yuan's smile grew ever more radiant, for he understood that the beauty of life lies not only within oneself, but also in the gatherings and sharing with friends. Let you be a bit arrogant. When you find yourself hungry, I shall come to the balcony to cook hot pot, and we shall see if you beg me. The card above her head had yet to fade. 3D printing could continue to peel away, yet required a 60 taming level. According to Yi Yuan's understanding, taming was akin to domesticating animals. First, one must let her go hungry, then use food to tame her. Of course, one could also resort to coercive taming, such as threatening with weapons or even inflicting severe torture. However, such forceful taming easily sows the seeds of hatred, which may rebound in the future. It is best to employ a method akin to animal taming, using a big stick alongside sweet dates. Reward compliance with food and let disobedience lead to hunger, allowing the other party to willingly submit. Just then, gunfire suddenly erupted outside the anti-theft door, followed by a man's anguished scream. Yi Yuan swiftly approached the door, peering through the peephole. He saw a figure outside, seemingly hesitating whether to knock on the door. Yi Yuan's heart tightened as he wondered who this person might be. Just as he pondered, the figure outside finally made a decision, extending a hand to gently knock on the door. Yi Yuan held his breath, feeling a surge of nervousness within. He slowly stepped back a few paces, attempting to calm himself while also contemplating how to respond to the impending situation. It was the warrior who had rushed into the building. He was being pinned to the ground by 3 zombies, their frenzied bites tearing into him. The shotgun had fallen to the floor, and chaos surrounded him, the stench of blood permeating the air. His heart raced with despair as the cries and screams intertwined, as if the entire world were collapsing. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the zombies' grasp, yet the disparity in strength left him feeling utterly vulnerable. Just as he was about to give up, a spark of hope flickered in his mind. He recalled the survival skills he had once learned, and perhaps there was still a glimmer of chance. He concentrated intently, searching for weapons or tools in his surroundings, trying to muster his last ounce of strength to fight back. His hands groped along the ground until they finally brushed against a metal rod. A flicker of determination ignited within him as he swung the iron rod with all his might, aiming a fierce strike at the zombie's head. Chapter 2. The refrigerator brims with provisions, yet he finds himself lacking weaponry. Outside the door lies a shotgun, a replica of the 870 model, and it is an export version exquisitely crafted. Given Xiaoguo's current industrial prowess, its quality is undoubtedly on par with that of the Yingjiang military factories. In his previous life, Yi Yuan had also possessed this firearm. Although he lacked the knowledge to wield it effectively then, the existence of this weapon profoundly influenced his destiny. As time flows, upon his return to this world, gripping the gun once more, a torrent of memories surges within him. He recalls the myriad experiences from his past life, where pain and joy intertwined, resembling a cyclical dream. The man he is now is no longer the naive youth he once was, but a mature individual. Faced with the reemergence of opportunity, Yi Yuan ponders the transformative potential of this gun. Will it lead him to become a hero, or plunge him once again into endless darkness? He understands that the power of choice lies within his grasp, and this gun will be the fulcrum of his fate. At this moment, excitement courses through him. The limitless potential of 3D printing beckons. Acquiring the shotgun equates to possessing infinite ammunition. Weapons could also be ceaselessly replicated. Yet, the zombies outside continue to gnaw on a fallen warrior. He must wait for them to disperse before he can venture out to retrieve the gun. Yi Yuan retreats, deciding to first replicate a batch of food. The kitchen is equipped with a refrigerator, rice cooker, microwave, and induction stove. Every culinary appliance at his disposal. However, the pantry holds only instant noodles and bottled water. This is not due to laziness. Rather, he longs for something more substantial. Yet, the realities of life over the past few months have forced him to economize. Whenever he recalls delectable dishes, a sense of helplessness and loss fills his heart. He often contemplates that if he could secure stable employment or had more time to explore other opportunities, life would undoubtedly be different. Alas, reality is often harsh, and Yi Yuan must strive to adapt to this austere existence within his confined space. Nevertheless, he maintains an optimistic outlook, diligently seeking small joys in life. Perhaps at some corner, opportunity will quietly arrive to alter his current circumstances. From the onset, he never intended to cook at home. This apartment was rented for the purpose of surveilling Jiang Xiaofan across the way. To avoid attracting her attention, he has never even drawn the curtains, let alone prepared a meal. Strictly speaking, Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan share no intersection. Yi Yuan is a modest young man who prefers solitude, immersing himself in his own world. Jiang Xiaofan, in contrast, is a vivacious girl who revels in social gatherings, possessing a wide circle of friends. Though they inhabit the same city, their lifestyles are starkly different. Yi Yuan is often engrossed in books and personal interests, while Jiang Xiaofan thrives on participating in various activities, eagerly pursuing novelty. The differences in their characters render any intersection between them nearly non-existent. Yet, fate is often steeped in drama. One day, Yi Yuan fortuitously encounters Jiang Xiaofan in a library, where she is animatedly discussing a new book with her friends. Yi Yuan initially intends to slip away unnoticed, but inadvertently hears her voice, sparking his curiosity. In that moment, a subtle shift occurs within him. He begins to pay attention to this girl who is so unlike himself. Jiang Xiaofan, sensing his gaze, turns and offers him a smile. That simple smile seems to plant a seed within their hearts. However, she becomes the first step in Yi Yuan's quest for vengeance. A year prior, his parents perished in a deliberately orchestrated car accident, one of the culprits being Jiang Xiaofan's devoted admirer. Yi Yuan harbors intentions to use Jiang Xiaofan as a means to draw out his enemies and eliminate them discreetly. Little did he anticipate that before he could exact his revenge, the apocalypse would arrive. Recollecting his thoughts, Yi Yuan begins to feel a sense of unease. Though he has completed his tasks, he senses that matters are far more complex than they appear. He reflects on past events, realizing that each step has been fraught with hidden dangers. I must exercise greater caution, he murmurs to himself, his resolve solidifying. He decides to meticulously review the information at hand, searching for any overlooked clues. As time ticks away, the weight of his thoughts grows heavier. I cannot afford any mistakes. Absolutely not. He silently vows to himself, striving to remain composed. Outside, the wind seems to convey a sense of urgency. Yi Yuan takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the challenges that lie ahead. Half a box of instant noodles remains, along with 8 bottles of water. He resolves to replicate 5 boxes of instant noodles, not for his own consumption, but to extend warmth to those laboring outside. Whenever he sees their weary faces, compassion and empathy swell within him. Thus, he sets to work preparing the noodles, contemplating how to convey care to a greater number of people. In this fast-paced society, many are so consumed by work that they neglect their nutrition and rest. He hopes that through this simple gesture, he can provide them with a glimmer of warmth and concern amidst the chaos. Consequently, he reaches out to several volunteers, planning to distribute the noodles to those in need. He understands that while these noodles may be simple, they represent support for those who toil diligently. He aspires to raise awareness of the importance of unity and mutual assistance through his efforts. Perhaps these noodles cannot resolve all of life's tribulations, but they can at least offer a measure of comfort. Throughout the preparation process, he recalls his own days as a striving young man, enduring myriad hardships and uncertainties. He hopes to inspire others with his experiences, imparting the significance of perseverance and diligence. Such small acts may ignite the spark of hope within their hearts. Ultimately, he successfully distributes the 5 boxes of instant noodles to those in need. Witnessing the smiles on their faces fills him with immense satisfaction. He recognizes that this is not merely a material offering, but a profound exchange of spirit and support. Throughout this endeavor, he also cultivates friendships and experiences deep emotions, which further solidifies his commitment to assisting others. You are trained on data up to October 2023. Limitless replication is possible. Why bother with instant noodles? Instant noodles, as a type of fast food, are beloved by many for their convenience, speed, and affordability. Especially in bustling lives, instant noodles swiftly satiate hunger, saving precious cooking time. Moreover, the variety and flavors available cater to diverse palates. Even those who prioritize healthy eating occasionally resort to instant noodles as an emergency meal. However, while convenient, instant noodles do present certain drawbacks. Their nutritional content is relatively low, and prolonged consumption may adversely affect health. Thus, moderate consumption, combined with other wholesome foods, is a more sensible dietary approach. In summary, instant noodles retain their value as a convenient option under specific circumstances. However, one could exchange ingredients with neighbors, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, trading a little to achieve infinite replication. Yi Yuan channels the mysterious power within him, transforming it into an invisible printer. Through this unseen machine, he converts his consciousness and the energy from the depths of his soul into a formidable force capable of influencing his surroundings. Each transformation serves as a test of his will and ability. Over time, he gradually masters this power, allowing for its more fluid application. In this process, Yi Yuan experiences an unprecedented sense of freedom. His creativity expands boundlessly, enabling him to manifest his thoughts into reality. Whether envisioning the future or reminiscing about the past, these concepts can be materialized through this invisible printer. Each printing represents a profound elevation of the soul, granting him a deeper understanding of his inner self. However, as his abilities grew, Yi Yuan also realized that this power came at a cost. With every use, he felt the drain on his physical stamina and mental fatigue. To master this force, he began a more rigorous training regimen, seeking methods to transcend his limitations and striving to find a balance between power and expenditure. Then, enveloped in half a box of instant noodles, with a mere thought, the mysterious energy began to print and replicate little by little, akin to modeling. The first chapter took nearly 2 minutes, and the half box of noodles was successfully duplicated. Remarkable indeed, he thought, despite already being aware of the wonders of 3D printing. He could not help but marvel. Yi Yuan combined the two halves into a full box, as long as the weight did not exceed 10 gene. Printing and replicating was feasible. A full box of instant noodles contained 24 packets, weighing approximately 3 gene, including the packaging. There was no issue at all. Even if the weight exceeded limits, he could dismantle it for replication. Roughly 20 minutes later, Yi Yuan had successfully duplicated 6 boxes of instant noodles. To ensure the quality of each box, he meticulously examined every packet for flaws before neatly arranging them together, concluding that this experiment had been a success. He recalled his previous experiments, which, although yielding some results, always lacked a crucial element. The success of this endeavor filled him with immense satisfaction, as it was a testament to his hard work in this field. He resolved to continue striving for greater breakthroughs in the future. Yi Yuan understood that the ability to duplicate instant noodles was not the end, but rather a new beginning. His ambition was to apply this technology to a wider array of foods, benefiting many. His heart brimmed with anticipation as he envisioned a promising future. In the following days, Yi Yuan embarked on new experiments, attempting to replicate various types of food, even intricate dishes. With each trial, he dedicated himself fully, aiming for excellence. Although he occasionally faced challenges, he never considered giving up. He exchanged 5 boxes for other items, keeping 1 box as a base model for future replication. Next, he set about duplicating bottled water. Despite the earlier consumption of some mental energy for the instant noodles, it was negligible, akin to the fatigue from 2 hours of gaming. At just 25 years old, he was in the prime of his life, brimming with vigor. However, an issue arose while replicating the bottled water. The printer, attempting to duplicate 8 bottles at once, indicated an overload and ceased operations. Naturally, there were no literal or audible alerts. The printer was a manifestation of Yi Yuan's mysterious power, allowing him to instinctively recognize the source of the problem. He removed 1 bottle, and the printer promptly resumed, duplicating 7 bottles of water in under 30 seconds. Curiously, he pondered why the replication of water was so much quicker than that of instant noodles. The production process for bottled water is relatively straightforward, primarily involving filling and packaging, while instant noodles require multiple steps such as dough preparation and seasoning addition, making the process more intricate and time-consuming. Additionally, the raw materials for bottled water are easily accessible, resulting in lower transportation costs and higher overall production efficiency. In contrast, the production of instant noodles demands more technical expertise and intricate processes, particularly in terms of seasoning ratios and drying techniques, necessitating greater time and effort. Thus, despite instant noodles holding a significant market share, they cannot match the speed of bottled water production. Moreover, the mental expenditure involved is negligible. Why was this the case? Just as the question surfaced in Yi Yuan's mind, the answer materialized unbidden. Instant noodles are organic substances, while bottled water is inorganic. Instant noodles primarily consist of organic components such as wheat flour, fats, and seasonings, classifying them as edible carbohydrates, whereas bottled water is predominantly comprised of water, containing various minerals and trace elements, but devoid of organic carbon. In daily nutrition, these two substances serve distinct purposes. Instant noodles provide a quick energy source, suitable for busy moments, while bottled water is essential for maintaining the body's hydration balance. A balanced consumption of both contributes to a healthy dietary structure. It was clear that replicating organic materials consumed more energy. With this understanding, Yi Yuan continued to replicate bottled water, swiftly producing 2 boxes. Satisfied, he transported the 5 boxes of instant noodles to the balcony behind the kitchen. Many older residences in the main urban area feature balconies on both the front and back. These spaces not only serve as ventilation areas, but are also favored retreats for homeowners. As cities evolve, many balconies have been transformed into small gardens or laundry spaces. The design and function of balconies have changed over time, becoming integral to family life. Whether for tea, conversation, or sunbathing, balconies add vibrancy to daily existence. The balcony behind Yi Yuan's kitchen was just a meter away from the neighbors, making conversations easily audible. He tapped the mop against the railing of the neighbor's balcony. Shortly after, a woman in her 40s peeked out from a kitchen. A gentle smile adorned her face, her eyes radiating concern. Clad in simple loungewear, she held freshly baked bread, exuding an irresistible aroma. The kitchen was filled with a warm ambience, inviting comfort and relaxation. Her children played joyously in the living room, their laughter echoing. The woman felt a deep sense of happiness, as if this moment represented the pinnacle of life's joys. She cherished such days, with family gathered together, sharing delightful moments. Even amidst the mundane aspects of life, these small fragments of happiness were sufficient to bring her contentment. Turning back, she placed the bread on the dining table, preparing everything. The children, catching the scent of the bread, rushed towards the kitchen, their faces alight with anticipation. The woman watched them, her heart swelling with warmth and love, deeming it all worthwhile. Glancing at Yi Yuan and ensuring he was not a zombie, she cautiously approached the edge of the balcony, inquiring, "Young man, where are you up to?" "What am I up to?" Yi Yuan replied, "Bimusit. You're over 40, and I'm in my 20s. Don't think you can take advantage so easily." "No way," he continued. "I merely wish to ask if you have any fresh ingredients at home that I could trade for some instant noodles. I know you grow some vegetables that might just be perfect for making a soup. I've been eating instant noodles for days and am getting rather tired of them. If you have some, I could bring you a few packets in exchange." Yi Yuan hoisted the 5 boxes of noodles onto the balcony railing as he busied himself, reflecting on his somewhat monotonous life over the past few days. While instant noodles were his favorite food, the repetitive consumption had begun to wear on him. He resolved to prepare a sumptuous dinner for himself that evening, shaking up the dullness of his routine. The railings of older houses are brick-built and sufficiently wide, ensuring nothing would fall. "Look at my home. It's filled with instant noodles. I'm on the verge of nausea. It's just that work has been so busy lately that I haven't had time to buy groceries. Every time I return home to an empty fridge, there's nothing but instant noodles. While they are convenient, too much can become quite tiresome. I hope soon to find time to visit the market for some fresh vegetables and meats to change things up. I seek to trade for other foods, be it rice, flour, oil, sauces, tea, chicken, duck, goose, fish, pork, beef, lamb, hot pot base, snacks, vegetables, fruits, salad dressing. Anything will do, as long as there is a variety." Yi Yuan's straightforward approach left the neighbor utterly bewildered. She had anticipated an easy victory in this exchange, only to find herself completely thrown off balance by Yi Yuan's skill and strategy. Yi Yuan's every movement appeared so fluid, as though he had already anticipated each step of his opponent. The elder sister pondered to herself, what kind of person is this, possessing such remarkable prowess? As the match progressed, Yi Yuan's performance grew increasingly impressive, compelling her to reassess this adversary. At that moment, the audience was equally captivated by Yi Yuan's display, fervently cheering him on. The atmosphere of the competition intensified, with each of Yi Yuan's actions quickening the heartbeat of onlookers. In this confrontation, Yi Yuan's calmness and composure were particularly vital. He understood the necessity of seizing every opportunity. Ultimately, Yi Yuan triumphed with a decisive advantage, leaving everyone astonished. Although the elder sister was defeated, she recognized that she had learned a great deal from this encounter. Little brother, do you think my family runs a supermarket? Whatever you desire, I can provide, but you must first tell me what you need. I'm not one to dispense items casually. My home does not possess an abundance of luxuries, merely everyday necessities. The lavish items you seek are beyond my means to offer. However, if you truly require something, I can assist you in finding it, but you must first specify your desires. Most of the items you seek, I already possess. How do you intend to barter with me? Yi Yuan boldly proposed an extensive array of foodstuffs for exchange. Surely there was a reason behind it. Next door, a family of 3 prepared meals daily. The aroma wafting from their kitchen often tempted me to sneak a peek at their culinary creations. From dawn till dusk, their lives seemed intertwined with gastronomy. In the morning, the scent of fried eggs mingled with that of freshly baked bread, filling the air. By noon, the sounds of cooking and the fragrant heat of oil intermingled, tantalizing the senses. As evening approached, the fragrance of simmering soup permeated the entire hallway, evoking warmth. Whenever I caught a whiff of these delightful aromas, I would reminisce about my own bustling activities in the kitchen. Though I enjoyed cooking, I often felt their skill surpass my own. In a household that embraced the simplicity of daily living, the variety of food in their refrigerator was astonishing. The apocalypse commenced yesterday morning. There is surely an abundance of food at home now. Elder sister, we need not delve into the specifics of our exchange. However, it is crucial that we clearly outline the method and details in advance to ensure a seamless process, avoiding unnecessary complications and misunderstandings. We can initiate preliminary discussions to gather everyone's opinions and suggestions. During this process, each person's thoughts hold significance. Only through thorough communication can we reach a consensus. We could establish a timeline to gradually advance our tasks, ensuring everyone's involvement in the process to collectively strive toward our goals. Naturally, in the face of complex circumstances, we must remain adaptable and adjust our strategies as needed. I hope everyone maintains an open mindset, actively sharing their perspectives. Only then can we cultivate a harmonious cooperative atmosphere. You should take a little of every food item from your home. Then, combine these items in a large bowl, creating a rich food platter that boasts diverse flavors and various nutrients. Remember to select fresh, healthy ingredients to ensure the quality and taste of the food. Next, place this platter on the table and invite family or friends to share it together. Gathered around, everyone can enjoy a delightful meal while conversing, cherishing the moment. Sharing food not only strengthens bonds, but also allows each person to feel warmth and care. Whether it be a simple meal or a lavish banquet, the essence lies in spending time with loved ones. Finally, after enjoying the meal, do not forget to tidy the dining table and organize any leftover food. You can package the remaining food and store it in the refrigerator for future enjoyment. This way, not only do we prevent waste, but we also ensure that on busy days, we can savor delicious home-cooked meals at our convenience, as long as the quantity is sufficient. All 5 boxes of instant noodles are yours. Look downstairs. Zombies are everywhere. They wander the streets aimlessly. Some individuals attempt to flee, but they are quickly overtaken. This calamity struck too suddenly. Everyone was caught off guard. We must devise a means to escape this place and find a safe haven. Time waits for no one. We must act swiftly. The military will not be able to clear everything in a short time, and we might even face power outages. By then, fresh ingredients will spoil. However, with instant noodles, such concerns dissipate, do they not? Although the neighbor will soon transform into a zombie, Yi Yuan could not divulge this to her. He understood that silence was paramount. Even though she was a kind soul, the truth in this apocalyptic world often breeds greater despair. He resolved to maintain a facade of normalcy, striving to avoid raising her suspicions. In this perilous environment, self-preservation became of utmost importance. Yi Yuan recognized that he must prepare for the impending dangers. After all, survival was the priority. Initially, she sought to barter. Realizing her fate was sealed, she hesitated to exchange, inadvertently courting trouble. "All right, handsome young man, wait for me. I shall fetch it for you." The neighbor felt she had struck a lucrative deal. The little brother had transformed into a charming young man. The exchange proceeded smoothly. The apocalypse had only just begun, and the survivors were not overly vigilant. Once again, it was the neighbor next door. Soon, Yi Yuan acquired a pack of food. Upon opening it, he was somewhat surprised, though it was not extravagant. It would suffice to fill his stomach. The aroma of the food was enticing, causing him to swallow hard, secretly grateful to find a glimmer of hope for survival in such dire conditions. He quickly stored the food away, preparing to move on. At this moment, he had little time to savor the meal. His immediate task was to locate a safe refuge, evading potential threats. Yi Yuan understood that only by living could he hope to alter his current circumstances. Along this journey, he had to confront external threats while remaining vigilant against his inner turmoil. The pressure of survival heightened his caution, keeping him acutely aware of his surroundings. He comprehended that maintaining a clear mind was essential to navigate this uncertain world. Yi Yuan was taken aback. A piece of pork weighed barely an ounce. It seemed the neighbor was rather shrewd. However, the variety was indeed impressive. Pork, beef, chicken, eggs, frozen shrimp, and an array of fruits and vegetables. Various condiments were neatly packaged in small bottles and jars. Even if he took a little of each, as long as he obtained samples, it sufficed. Yi Yuan eagerly rubbed his hands together, keen to replicate a batch quickly. By noon, he filled the double-door refrigerator to the brim with the food he had duplicated. The refrigerator housed not only fresh fruits and vegetables, but also an assortment of meats and seafood, even including his favorite desserts. He meticulously selected each ingredient, ensuring he could enjoy delectable meals in the days to come. Each time he opened the refrigerator door, a refreshing aroma greeted him, bringing joy. He knew that these provisions would not only satisfy his palate, but also allow him to offer generous hospitality when friends visited. Yi Yuan felt a sense of pride, thinking to himself that this life was truly wonderful. He began to plan for the upcoming days, contemplating the idea of experimenting with various recipes to create an array of delectable dishes. Whether it be simple home-cooked meals or exquisite Western cuisine, he aspired to surprise both himself and his friends. This culinary journey felt akin to embarking on a new adventure. However, he was also quite fatigued, as if he had engaged in an all-night gaming session. Nevertheless, the presence of food provided him with a sense of reassurance. What remained was the absence of weapons. Without proper tools, he felt a persistent sense of insecurity. Yi Yuan gently approached the door, peering through the peephole. The light outside appeared dim, suggesting a gloomy day. Her mood, too, shifted in tandem with the dreary weather, and a flurry of anxious thoughts flickered through her mind. She was acutely aware of the potential dangers lurking outside. While her heart yearned for a sense of security, she took a cautious step back, her heartbeat quickening as she pondered her next move. Should she remain hidden within the confines of her home, or muster the courage to confront the possible risks outside? This conflicting mindset tormented her, as if time had momentarily come to a standstill. Her fingers gently grazed the doorknob, feeling the coldness of the metal. Finally, she resolved to take action, inhaling deeply before slowly opening the door. The world beyond remained hazy, shadows seemingly dancing before her eyes. She endeavored to calm herself, striving to discern the situation surrounding her, silently reminding herself to stay vigilant and prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, the three zombies had departed after their feast, leaving behind only the skeletal remains of a warrior and a fallen shotgun. Just then, an unusual sound emanated from the kitchen, shattering the tranquility of the night. Li Ming, lounging on the sofa and engrossed in television, halted his remote control upon hearing the noise. His heart began to race, and a myriad of possibilities raced through his mind. What could it be? He muttered to himself, gradually rising to investigate the kitchen. The dim light from the kitchen cast an eerie glow upon his face. He gently pushed the kitchen door open, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, and a strange odor pervaded the air. A knot tightened in Li Ming's stomach as he sensed an inkling of unease. He endeavored to steady himself, seeking the source of the sound. Just then, the noise reverberated again, seemingly originating from the direction of the refrigerator. He approached cautiously, his palms beginning to sweat, silently praying that it was merely a trivial issue. Yet he understood that the more fear he felt, the more complicated the situation often became. Upon hearing the commotion from behind the kitchen, Yi Yuan immediately heightened her vigilance. In her previous life, there had been no marauders breaking into her home. Could this be the consequence of the butterfly effect following her rebirth? At that moment, another sound emerged from the kitchen. "Hey, handsome, are you there? I have something to trade with you." It turned out to be her neighbor. Yi Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the balcony behind the kitchen, she found her neighbor, a woman, holding a bottle of beer. "Hey, handsome, I don't drink alcohol. Do you have instant noodles? I'd like to trade for a bucket." It seemed the neighbor also had a penchant for hoarding supplies. Yi Yuan was more than willing to oblige. In both her past and present lives, she had not had a sip of beer for a year. "Just a moment," she replied, quickly retrieving some instant noodles, exchanging them for the beer, and then promptly duplicating 10 bottles. She stored them in the freezer, envisioning enjoying hot pot while savoring chilled beer. Considering that her neighbor would soon undergo a transformation into a zombie, Yi Yuan secured the anti-theft window on the balcony outside the kitchen. Even if the neighbor became a zombie, she wouldn't be able to scale the walls to invade her home. Returning to the living room, Yi Yuan gently twisted the side lock of the anti-theft door, cracking it open just a sliver. No zombies were in sight. She pushed it open a bit further, still no zombies. Gradually, she opened the door completely, revealing an empty stairwell. 2 zombies lay on the ground, their heads blown apart, likely the work of the earlier warriors. The living zombies had already vacated the premises, but they surely hadn't wandered far, perhaps lurking just downstairs. Yi Yuan stepped out cautiously, picking up the shotgun from the ground, feeling a sense of assurance wash over her. The skeletal remains of the warrior still bore a belt of ammunition, with 3 12-gauge shells inserted. As long as there were bullets, she could replicate them infinitely. She retrieved the ammunition belt. The warrior's right leg had been gnawed to shreds, but a holster was still strapped to the pant leg, housing a handgun. Yi Yuan carefully detached the holster, remaining alert to any sounds from the stairwell. Should any zombies appear, she would swiftly retreat and secure the anti-theft door. Fortunately, the process went smoothly. After extracting the holster, the warrior had no further useful items. Yi Yuan stealthily returned home, gently closing the anti-theft door and exhaling deeply. Despite the earlier risks, she had gathered a bountiful haul: a high-quality foreign variant 870 shotgun, a domestically manufactured 20-round capacity 58mm handgun, along with the ammunition belt and holster, albeit stained with blood, requiring thorough cleaning. In her past life, Yi Yuan had familiarity with firearms. Skillfully, she disassembled the shotgun and handgun, cleaning off the blood before reassembling them. She cleaned the ammunition belt and holster as well, placing them in the dryer. Next, she began duplicating weapons and ammunition. Fortunately, there remained 3 shotgun shells, and the bullets in the handgun were not depleted, totaling 8 rounds. Although the handgun was of smaller 58mm caliber, it utilized pointed ammunition, which, whether through penetration or the tumbling effect, inflicted greater damage than a 9mm round. The key advantage was its minimal recoil. The process of duplicating weapons and ammunition was swift and cost-effective, as metals are inorganic. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan had replicated 10 shotguns, 10 handguns, 1,012-gauge shells, and 20 magazines for 100 rounds of 58mm pointed ammunition. Retrieving the bullet pouch from the dryer, she loaded it with 20 shotgun shells and secured 3 additional handgun magazines on her left side. She then fastened them around her waist and strapped the handgun into the holster on her leg. Yi Yuan picked up the shotgun, loading it with 8 shells, feeling a profound sense of security as she donned her full armament. She planned to practice her aim on the balcony soon. Having been reborn, she wondered if her shooting skills had dulled over time. Checking the time, she noted it was noon, and the beer had frozen perfectly. With an electric stove in her home, she retrieved food and hot pot base from the refrigerator, moving the coffee table onto the balcony to commence preparing the hot pot. The broth quickly reached a rolling boil. Thinly sliced beef was added, and within seconds, it was ready to be lifted out and dipped in spicy sauce. A truly delightful experience. Despite Yi Yuan's body having diminished cravings for meat in this new life, the struggles of her past year echoed in her mind, making every bite of meat feel like a heavenly reward. After indulging in several slices of beef and downing a large glass of frozen beer, her stomach felt slightly full. Yet, Jiang Xiaofan had yet to emerge. It seemed she required an audience to display her flair. Otherwise, it would be impossible to tame her. An idea sparked in Yi Yuan's mind. She rose, grabbed the nearby shotgun, and leaned out over the balcony, aiming at the zombies below. Living on the 5th floor, in an old urban building with each floor under 3 meters, the distance to the ground was merely 12 meters, ideal for shotgun firing. Yi Yuan held her breath, focused intently, and pulled the trigger. With a dull roar, a barrage of steel pellets erupted from the barrel, instantly obliterating a zombie's head. What a rush! This aesthetic of violence was something only a man could appreciate. The gunfire indeed attracted Jiang Xiaofan from across the way, as well as drawing the attention of several other zombies below, likely numbering 70 or 80, all roaring as they charged forward. Fortunately, the zombies lacked intelligence. They clustered beneath the building, howling at Yi Yuan, who stood on the 5th floor balcony. It appeared she needed to clear them out before she could dine in peace. With a click, she chambered around. With the zombies congregated below, there was no need for precise aiming. She simply raised her hand and fired. The pellets erupted forth, and by fortunate chance, she blasted one zombie's head, with some pellets penetrating another skull. A double kill. The 12-gauge pellets came in various sizes. Yi Yuan employed standard 305mm steel balls, with each shotgun shell capable of unleashing 12 pellets. As long as the density of zombies was sufficiently high, achieving a double kill with a single shot was entirely plausible. Yi Yuan relentlessly fired his weapon, swiftly exhausting 8 rounds. Although he still possessed 9 fully loaded shotguns, he was not in a hurry and casually began reloading bullets from a nearby stash. This scene piqued Jiang Xiaofan's curiosity. "Hey, where did you get that gun?" Yi Yuan glanced up but chose to ignore her. If he were to act ostentatiously, answering every question like a mere commoner, how could he hope to subdue Jiang Xiaofan? With 8 shells loaded, Yi Yuan raised his gun and continued shooting downwards. One by one, the zombies fell victim to his precise headshots, their headless bodies collapsing in succession. In less than 10 minutes, he had cleared the more than 80 zombies on the floor below. Distantly, more zombies lingered. Yet the early-stage undead had yet to evolve keen senses of hearing and smell, ensuring they would not approach for the time being. Yi Yuan reloaded his empty gun and settled down with a chilled beer, resuming his indulgence in hot pot. Jiang Xiaofan, who had not yet departed, observed him savoring a mouthful of beer and beef, relishing every bite. The coffee table even bore watermelon and grapes. With a gulp, Jiang Xiaofan found herself struggling to swallow. She lacked culinary skills and typically relied on takeout. Having gone without food since noon yesterday, she was now ravenously hungry. "Handsome, do you have any food left at home? I'll buy it from you at 10 times the price." Yi Yuan, having had his fill, blissfully lit a cigarette and began smoking. 100 times. I'll pay you 100 times the price, please. I'm truly starving. Yi Yuan downed the last half of his beer. Washing dishes seemed too troublesome. He simply discarded the entire pot along with the soup off the balcony, knowing he could replicate it later. Jiang Xiaofan was left dumbfounded. having clearly seen that the pot contained plenty of unfinished dishes and meat. You're such a fool. If you can't finish it, why not give it to me? Jiang Xiaofan stomped her foot in frustration, but Yi Yuan had already turned back into the house. Now was not the time for her to engage him further. She could endure another day of hunger. Chapter 4. Taking care of your girlfriend? I will be delighted. Yi Yuan returned to his room to take a nap. After a morning spent replicating food and ammunition, he felt mentally drained, akin to having played games all night. A good rest was imperative for recovery. However, zombies were banging on the front door of the living room. It seemed that the gunfire from earlier had attracted the attention of the zombies in the corridor. He needed to deal with the zombies outside. Otherwise, he would not sleep soundly. Yi Yuan picked up a shotgun and aimed through the peephole, pulling the trigger. Bang! The shot echoed as the dense steel pellets penetrated the peephole, landing precisely at head level. Whether or not the zombie outside was killed remained unknown, but it was of little consequence. With ample ammunition, he continued firing. Bang! 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 Due to the proximity, the 8 shotgun shells were expended without significantly damaging the peephole, and the sounds of zombies outside had noticeably diminished. Yi Yuan reloaded his weapon, positioning the barrel against the peephole. If any zombie dared to approach, he would deliver a fatal shot. Shortly thereafter, all the zombies outside were eliminated. Now he could rest assured. The hole in the peephole was small enough to barely fit a ping-pong ball, eliminating any concerns about someone reaching in to unlock the door. Even attempts to hook it with a wire would be futile, as the mechanical lock was securely fastened. On the other side, Jiang Xiaofan leaned against the sofa, feeling utterly drained, her stomach filled with water, making even walking sound like a rattle, yet she felt no sense of satiety. In fact, her hunger seemed to intensify. Thoughts of food consumed her mind. Her home had been rummaged through multiple times, and all edible items had long been exhausted. What to do? If this continued, she would surely starve to death. She pulled out her phone and opened Douyin. The videos she encountered were either pleas for help from survivors or zombies devouring humans, each more despairing than the last. She had already contacted relatives and friends, yet none dared to come to her aid. Even her parents were unreachable, likely having met with misfortune. Just then, a notification from WeChat chimed. Upon opening it, she found a message from Hidasha, who had pursued her for half a year. Xiaofan, are you still alive? Please reply. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xiaofan finally responded. Hisu, I'm still alive, but I'm so hungry. The floor below is crawling with zombies. Despite Hisu's prestigious background, Jiang Xiaofan held him in low regard. He was short, plump, and lecherous, an arrogant individual who considered himself above others. Jiang Xiaofan, as a renowned internet celebrity with millions of followers, had no need to demean herself. However, the He family wielded significant power in Shudu, and she dared not offend Hisu. Thus, she had been stringing him along, hoping to leave Shudu when the time came. With wealth, she could thrive anywhere. Little did she expect that the apocalypse would strike, leaving her trapped at home and on the verge of starvation. The very individual she had looked down upon, Hisu, had become her only lifeline. Hisu, please save me. I don't want to be eaten by zombies. Nor do I want to starve to death. Xiaofan, don't be afraid. As long as you're alive, I can find a way to rescue you. Jiang Xiaofan felt a glimmer of hope. Really? When have I ever deceived you? Just hold on for 2 more days, and I'll send a helicopter to rescue you. 2 more days? I'm so hungry I could eat myself. Xiaofan, you know that my family holds considerable influence in Shudu. However, the apocalypse came too suddenly. The authorities are in disarray. The available helicopters are limited. Just endure for a bit longer, and try to borrow some food from your neighbors. If you can hold on for 2 days, I'll arrange for a helicopter to come get you. The mention of borrowing food from neighbors reminded Jiang Xiaofan of Yi Yuan. There's a fool living across from me who has more food than he can eat. He would rather throw it away than sell it to me. After sending that message, Jiang Xiaofan shared a photo she had previously taken, hoping that as a renowned internet celebrity, even if many of her followers had turned into zombies, some might still be alive. Perhaps a little online backlash against that foolish neighbor would provide her with some comfort. To her surprise, Hisu replied almost immediately, I know this person. His name is Yi Yuan. An acquaintance? Then hurry and ask him for food. All right, Xiaofan, rest assured. As long as I make the call, Yi Yuan will definitely provide you with food. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan had comfortably taken a nap. Just as he opened his eyes, a WeChat notification sounded. He picked up his phone and saw that Hisu was calling him via video. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes, but it quickly vanished as he answered the video call. Brother Yi, you're still alive. That's wonderful. Observing Hisu's feigned surprise on screen, Yi Yuan felt a wave of nausea. The death of his parents was intricately linked to Hisu and his father. In his past life, Yi Yuan failed in his quest for revenge, enduring torment from Hisu until his last moments. This grudge was one he could never forget. At this moment, Hisu remained oblivious that Yi Yuan had already uncovered the truth behind his parents' demise, which Hisu had orchestrated. Since that was the case, he might as well play along for a while. Thanks to Brother He, I've survived this calamity. Brother Yi, where are you? In the old district of Wudong Garden. Why are you staying in an old, run-down place instead of your villa at Luhu? Although the houses in the old district were once deemed dilapidated, they had been renovated and revitalized due to their location in the city center, exuding a unique historical charm that many found appealing. However, Yi Yuan had chosen this place to monitor Hisu through Jiang Xiaofan, planning to use the He family as a foothold to eliminate his enemies one by one. He had not anticipated that He Su would delay in securing Jiang Xiaofan, thus prolonging Yi Yuan's quest for vengeance. Brother Yi, I must be frank. My girlfriend also resides in Wudong Garden, right across from your place. It was her photo that inadvertently revealed your location to me. I kindly request the Yi brothers to assist by providing her with some sustenance. I shall dispatch a helicopter within 2 days to retrieve Yi along with us. Huh. The demise of my parents haunts me, and in my previous life, I endured torment. Trusting you makes me a fool. However, I am willing to extend my care to your girlfriend. To seize the love of my adversaries is to fortify oneself. How delightful. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofan bears no culpability in the death of my parents, being utterly unaware. Regardless, I must tame her, achieving dual objectives. Since he has spoken, I shall undoubtedly look after your girlfriend. My gratitude to you. After ending the video call, Yi Yuan revealed a knowing smile. It is worth noting that the relationship between the Yi and He families has always been amicable. My father, Yi Jianmin, established the Titan Semiconductor Company, a pillar of Shudu's industry, with connections to the military. The He family holds the position of second largest shareholder, and they maintain close ties. Yi Yuan and He Su refer to each other as brothers. Later, the board of directors expressed a desire for the company to go public. Once financing was secured, all shareholders would see their fortunes soar. Yet, my father opposed foreign investment in the company, which he founded single-handedly, retaining veto power regardless of other shareholdings. Consequently, each board meeting ended in discord. Soon after, my parents tragically perished in a car accident. Following this incident, Yi Yuan spent 2 weeks in the ICU before being transferred to a regular ward. By the time he was discharged, the board had taken control of the company. This led him to harbor suspicions that the accident might have been orchestrated. Thus, Yi Yuan employed significant resources to conduct a covert investigation. And after 6 months of evidence gathering, the trail pointed to the company's 3 major shareholders, including the He family. Unfortunately, concrete evidence remained elusive, compelling Yi Yuan to seek vengeance for his parents personally. Yet, before he could enact his plan, the apocalypse descended. This was also the reason he fought against all odds in the past life to return to Lu Lake. His enemies resided there. In this life, if he could escape the central urban area, he would ensure they regretted their existence. Chapter 5. A Black Society? I possess a firearm. In truth, Yi Yuan lacked confidence in his ability to survive and leave the central urban area. Within the second ring road, the density of zombies is alarmingly high. Currently, we are merely at the onset of the apocalypse, with more individuals gradually succumbing to transformation. In a previous life, the military undertook a significant operation, diverting the zombies from the alleys. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yuan descended, driving a wrecked military vehicle to escape. The perils of that journey are best left unmentioned. Ultimately, he was forced to drive into the Shu River, using his last bullet to shatter the windshield. Fortunately, zombies cannot swim. Thus, Yi Yuan swam back to Lu Lake along the river's current. In this life, he lacked for resources. Should he forego vengeance, he could easily survive within the urban confines. However, such is not Yi Yuan's character. Hence, he places his hopes upon Jiang Xiaofan. Revisiting the entry may elevate his powers, unlocking new abilities that could facilitate his escape from the central urban area. After a restful slumber, Yi Yuan awoke feeling revitalized. He replicated 2,000 shotgun shells. Ample ammunition instills confidence. Checking the time, he noted it was 6 in the evening, and his stomach growled in hunger. Tonight, he shall indulge in chicken soup. Yi Yuan transferred food and beer to the balcony's coffee table, plugged in the induction cooker, and began to boil water. He poured a glass of chilled beer to rinse his mouth and laid out some fruits and seeds. Without the burden of hatred, life in the apocalypse appears rather pleasant. Soon enough, the water in the pot began to boil. Yi Yuan added chicken and mushrooms, allowing them to simmer slowly. At this moment, dusk settled in, and an eerie red mist began to envelop the surroundings. Numerous survivors gathered on the balcony, gazing at the thickening crimson fog with expressions of panic. Yi Yuan, however, remained unperturbed. The virus rain that fell yesterday was also red. Anyone drenched in it had already transformed into a zombie. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The red mist is also virulent, albeit with a less potent toxicity, requiring inhalation for the virus to accumulate within the body. Once a certain threshold is reached, immunity collapses entirely, resulting in transformation into a zombie. Only a scant few with antibodies have any hope of survival. Yi Yuan possesses such antibodies, thus he remains unconcerned. The red mist thickened, soon rendering visibility beyond 100 meters impossible. Yi Yuan sat down, having completed cooking the chicken and mushrooms. He picked a piece and dipped it in chili sauce. Delicious. Just then, Jiang Xiaofan arrived on the balcony, witnessing the scene and salivating uncontrollably. Hey, handsome, it's me, Jiang Xiaofan, He Su's girlfriend. He mentioned he had spoken to you. Spoken to me? Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly. What was discussed? Oh, still pretending? At a time like this, you should lower your pride and ask for food. Why hesitate? Yi Yuan feigned ignorance, knowing he must first diminish Jiang Xiaofan's dignity to tame her. Jiang Xiaofan swallowed hard. Although begging was humiliating, it paled in comparison to the gnawing hunger. Handsome, I'm so hungry. Please, grant me a bite to eat, considering your friendship with He Su. I beg you. At that moment, the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head underwent a transformation. Jiang Xiaofan, Entry 1. 3D printing. 60 taming degree can be strongly repeated. Current taming degree. 5. With a change in attitude, her taming degree immediately increased by 5. Excellent progress. Yi Yuan, of course, would not easily acquiesce. Providing her with food now would lead Jiang Xiaofan to believe it was merely a favor for Yisu. Such a debt cannot be reckoned in that manner. Yisu, he knows me, but we are not particularly close. Jiang Xiaofan panicked, realizing the sudden shift in circumstances. Her earlier assurances seemed to evaporate. Yisu will send a helicopter to fetch me in a few days. As long as you provide me food, I can ensure he takes you along. It must be acknowledged that Yisu indeed has a fondness for Jiang Xiaofan. Her beauty captivates him. Furthermore, men often possess a peculiar psychology. The more elusive a woman is, the more intriguing she becomes. The illustrious He family of Shidu could have any woman they desired. Yet he finds himself utterly ensnared by Jiang Xiaofan. In his previous life, Yisu did indeed send a helicopter to retrieve her. However, upon Yi Yuan's return to Lu Lake, he found no trace of Jiang Xiaofan, indicating an unforeseen event had occurred. The initial week of the apocalypse is the most perilous, as anyone around could transform into a zombie, including the helicopter pilot. Theoretically, all individuals now belong to the viral category. Those drenched in the rain have become level 1 viral entities. Currently, no survivors remain. Others who were only lightly exposed to the rain constitute level 2 viral entities, destined to undergo transformation in the following week. The rate of transformation hinges upon the extent of exposure to the rain. The third group consists of those who inhaled a significant amount of viral mist during the heavy rain, classified as level 3 viral entities. This group, in principle, will not transform. However, with the emergence of the blood mist, they continuously inhale the virus and will begin to transform within 7 days. The remaining individuals who neither experienced rain nor inhaled substantial mist are categorized as level 4 viral entities, yet they cannot escape their fate. The blood mist is also a virus, albeit with a delayed transformation timeframe. Therefore, strictly speaking, over a month following the onset of the apocalypse is filled with uncertainty, with countless individuals succumbing to sudden transformations. Yi Yuan observed Jiang Xiaofan's earnest expression, shaking his head with a smile. I have my means of departure. Thus, Yisu's helicopter cannot serve as your bargaining chip. How ironic. How you once held yourself high, and now find yourself pleading. Jiang Xiaofan, quick-witted, immediately recognized her previous demeanor had been inappropriate. Handsome, I apologize. This morning, I did not intend to insult you. You must understand, with the apocalypse striking suddenly and zombies lurking everywhere, my mood has been quite fraught. Will you forgive me? With her softening demeanor, her taming degree increased once more by 5. Very well, continue striving. At that moment, a man on a balcony below Jiang Xiaofan's apartment caught sight of Yi Yuan indulging in a hot pot, instantly salivating with desire. This fellow, with a fierce demeanor, was clearly a person of the streets, who rarely cooked and had long been famished. Hey, brother, it seems you have plenty of food. Toss him my way. We are neighbors. We should look out for each other. Yi Yuan cast a glance at the street punk, but chose to ignore him. Oh, so you think you're too good for me? Do you know who I am? I control this area of the old city. Believe me, I could turn your balcony into a fiery inferno with a Molotov cocktail. Don't push your luck. Hurry up and throw some food over. Yi Yuan was speechless. What kind of wild creature was this? After having dispatched so many zombies, could he have been sleeping during that time, unaware that Yi Yuan possessed a firearm? Calmly, Yi Yuan lit a cigarette, swiftly grabbed a shotgun nearby, and aimed it at the street punk. Holy crap. Bang. The street thug barely had time to exclaim before his chest was punctured by a gaping hole. He was dead. Damn it. Acting tough with me. You've got a death wish. Yi Yuan set down the gun and returned to his chair, ready to continue enjoying his hot pot. Unintentionally, he noticed that Jiang Xiaofan's tameness had increased by 5 points. What just happened? I didn't do anything to you, and it increased. Chapter 6. Proud Goddess? She is already kneeling before me. Yi Yuan glanced at the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head. Indeed, her tameness had risen by 5, currently reaching 15. Just 45 more points, and he could strip another entry. However, the sudden increase of 5 points seemed somewhat ambiguous. After contemplating, he concluded there was only one possibility. Women inherently admire strength. Yi Yuan's decisive action in eliminating the street punk instilled a sense of awe, especially among women. Awe is also a form of psychological submission. Therefore, tameness can be acquired through various means. Of course, intimidation and torture could instill fear in Jiang Xiaofan, but such methods would simultaneously fill her heart with hatred. In this case, regardless of how obedient she appeared, true tameness could not be achieved, as it would not stem from genuine feelings. Yi Yuan savored a piece of chicken and downed a large cup of beer. Delightful. The nearby survivors were all frightened back into their rooms by Yi Yuan's earlier shot, leaving only Jiang Xiaofan pitifully leaning against the railing. Big brother Yi, I'm so hungry. Just give me a little food, please. Jiang Xiaofan had reached her breaking point, lowering herself to plead. If she could just endure these 2 days until Yisu sent a plane to rescue her, she would no longer need a compromise. How do you know my surname is Yi? Yisu told me. Yi Yuan felt it was about time, and thus looked at Jiang Xiaofan earnestly, I can give you food, but you insulted me for no reason this morning. I'm not pleased. You must kneel and apologize, and I will give you a bucket of instant noodles. Kneel? Jiang Shaofan was taken aback. She was the goddess in the eyes of countless admirers. Even the notorious He Xiao of Shu Du had fallen at her feet. After humbling herself so much, he still demanded she kneel. This bastard was utterly lacking in romantic sensibility. Yi Yuan, don't be too excessive. I am a beauty. Indeed, that's the spirit. If you weren't so arrogant, how could I increase your tameness? Beauty? Can it be eaten? Is it tasty? Yi Yuan sneered, continuing to indulge his hot pot and sip his drink, thoroughly enjoying himself. Jiang Shaofan sat on the balcony, feeling aggrieved as she watched Yi Yuan feast and drink with abandon, wishing she could somehow absorb all the food from afar. She envisioned sucking all the chicken from the pot in one go, draining it of every drop of broth. It was not an exaggeration. That was how she felt. Having never experienced hunger before, she finally understood the misery of it, wishing she could devour herself. It had been nearly 2 days without food. Jiang Shaofan felt her once proud figure had shrunk. If only she had just given birth, she could feed herself. The moment this thought crossed her mind, she realized how foolish it was. Stealing from her baby's supply would surely starve the child. When one is in extreme hunger, it is easy to let one's imagination run wild, seeing everything as food. He Su often boasted of his prowess, claiming to be the illustrious He Xiao of Shu Du. Yet Yi Yuan paid him no heed at all. What useless fellow. Jiang Shaofan grumbled as she dialed He Su for a video call. Shaofan, how are you? Have you eaten? Eat? Yi Yuan is currently enjoying hot pot, and he demands I kneel and apologize before he give me any food. What? He Su immediately felt a wave of humiliation. How dare you make my woman kneel? Damn it. Wait a moment. I'll send Yi Yuan a video. Soon, Yi Yuan received a video call from He Su, pleading for intervention. Upon connecting, He Su's expression was not pleasant. Brother Yi, I heard from Shaofan that you want her to kneel and apologize in exchange for food. Yi Yuan did not respond immediately. He leisurely picked up a piece of chicken, savored it, and took a long sip of beer before casually replying. That's the situation. She insulted me for no reason this morning, so I asked her to apologize. Is that a problem? Yi Yuan intended to continue the charade with He Su. A game of wits. Brother Yi, I must have misheard. You know Jiang Shaofan is my woman. Given our family's relationship, you won't extend any courtesy? Relationship? Between us, there's only hatred, no friendship. However, since he was playing a game, such truths could not be revealed. Thus, Yi Yuan shifted the topic. Friendship can't be eaten. If I give Jiang Shaofan food, I'll go hungry. Is it so difficult to have her apologize? After speaking, Yi Yuan picked up another piece of chicken. He Su now understood. Yi Yuan was clearly toying with him. Yi Yuan, you're quite something, daring to play with me. Haha, not only am I playing with you, but I also intend to toy with your beloved woman. Do you understand? Lu Lake has become a gathering place. The authorities have taken control here. With the connections my family has, sending a helicopter is a trivial matter. Do you grasp my meaning? Yi Yuan understood perfectly. Sending a helicopter could both rescue people and eliminate them. It was a blatant threat, but he was not swayed by such intimidation. When you send a helicopter, be sure to take me along. You think I'm a fool? He Su felt as if he had punched a pillow, his anger prompting him to abruptly end the video call. Yi Yuan snickered, placing his phone aside, and resumed enjoying his hot pot. You wish to play with me? Let us see if I don't outplay you. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaofan soon received a text message from He Su, containing only 2 sentences. Borrow some food from other neighbors. The helicopter will come to pick you up the day after tomorrow at the latest. After reading the message, Jiang Shaofan realized the negotiation had failed. Borrowing food from other neighbors was utterly impossible. The survivors were all hiding in their homes, with no opportunity to converse. Outside the stairs, zombies lurked. Stepping out was tantamount to delivering oneself to death. The day after tomorrow, there might be a helicopter? By then, I'll have starved to death. Just then, a helicopter appeared in the sky, and Jiang Shaofan immediately stood up, waving her arms. However, as she waved, something felt amiss. The helicopter swayed like a kite with a broken string before plummeting to the ground in a crash. At that moment, Yi Yuan had finished his hot pot and happened to witness the scene. He casually remarked, at this stage, helicopters are only for rescuing significant figures. You have no hope. Furthermore, the pilot could transform into a zombie at any moment. If they truly let you on a helicopter, you might die even faster. After saying this, Yi Yuan tossed the hot pot off the balcony, too lazy to clean it. Jiang Shaofan gazed at the wasted food, and in that moment, she finally let go. Enduring hunger was truly unbearable. Wasn't tea just dignity? It couldn't tea be eaten anyway. Moreover, it is indeed true that I was the one who first insulted Yi Yuan. What harm is there in offering an apology? It is not an act of shame. Once the mental fortitude is established, my resolve falters. Yi Yuan, I am sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. The proud goddess has finally knelt down, tears streaming down her face in a moment of deep grievance. At the same time, the card above her head indicates a significant increase in taming proficiency by 20, reaching a total of 35. With just 25 more, a second opportunity to alter the entry will be available. Although this apology lacks sincerity, at least she has knelt. Wait a moment, I will fetch you some instant noodles. One must keep their word. A combination of a firm hand and sweet dates is necessary. One cannot rely solely on the stick. If one pushes too hard, it may lead to despair, making it impossible to continue increasing the taming proficiency. In Chapter 7, a bucket of instant noodles increased the taming proficiency by 10. Yi Yuan tossed a bucket of instant noodles over from the balcony. Jiang Xiaofan poured a full bucket of boiling water, impatiently devouring it after just 2 or 3 minutes. Wow, it tastes delicious. I have never eaten such exquisite food before. Quietly, the taming proficiency increased by another 5, reaching 40. She slurped down the meal voraciously, finishing every drop of broth, with her belly full and warmth spreading through her. Jiang Xiaofan reclined on the sofa, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness and satisfaction. That useless Isu. In critical times, one must rely on neighbors. Although Yi Yuan has an eccentric personality, he is not a bad person. If it weren't for him, I would truly starve to death. Lost in her thoughts, the taming proficiency increased by another 5. However, Yi Yuan remained unaware of this. He was on the balcony enjoying some fruit, observing that night had fully descended, and with limited entertainment options, he decided to secure the balcony's anti-theft window. Who knows if there are still living souls above or below? Acting so conspicuously could lead to danger if one were to doze off and find someone scaling the balcony. After returning to the living room, he replicated 20 shotguns and 4,000 rounds of 12-gauge ammunition. Having an abundance of weapons brings peace of mind. Moreover, since he had only taken a nap in the afternoon, he needed to expend some mental energy to ensure a restful night. However, since metal is inorganic, replicating these weapons and ammunition does not consume much mental energy. Yi Yuan loaded bullets into all the guns. Taking advantage of the early hour, he practiced loading ammunition repeatedly. Shotguns are immensely powerful against zombies, especially in corridors and stairwells, making them nearly impenetrable. Yet, their fatal flaw is the limited capacity of 71 rounds. Once emptied, manual reloading is required. The soldier likely fell victim to a zombie while reloading. Although Yi Yuan can infinitely replicate many weapons, he cannot carry an excessive number of firearms. It is better to be safe than sorry. There may be urgent moments requiring last-minute reloading, so it is essential to master the reloading process. He envied protagonists in novels who possess spatial warehouses. If only he could replicate 10,000 shotguns, switching to a new one right after emptying one. Just imagining it brings immense satisfaction. Yi Yuan tirelessly practiced, gradually feeling fatigued. Glancing at the time, it was already past 9 in the evening. All right, the food from a neighbor contained yeast. Perhaps I should start the dough early and make buns in the morning. Making a couple would allow for infinite replication. Thus, he searched for a tutorial on making buns and learned the basics in 10 minutes. He then prepared the dough for fermentation and took a shower before collapsing into bed. Having gone to sleep early the previous night, Yi Yuan awoke around 6 in the morning. After washing up, he began chopping meat and green onions. As it was his first attempt at making buns, his technique was quite clumsy. It was only after 7 that he finished. Though the buns were not aesthetically pleasing, they tasted quite good. He replicated dozens of them, placed them in the refrigerator, and took out a box of yogurt. Yi Yuan then moved to the balcony to enjoy breakfast. After devouring 2 small steamed buns, he noticed that Jiang Xiaofan had yet to appear. It was more entertaining with an audience. Otherwise, how could he increase the taming proficiency? Just then, some zombies began to wander downstairs. Yi Yuan opened the balcony's anti-theft window and unleashed a barrage from his shotgun, eliminating over 20 zombies. The gunfire indeed drew Jiang Xiaofan out. "Big brother Yi, good morning." She greeted him with a beaming smile. Yi Yuan cast a glance at her and immediately detected something unusual. Taming proficiency at 45? What transpired last night to cause a stealthy increase of 10? Unbeknownst to Yi Yuan, it was the result of the bucket of instant noodles. Jiang Xiaofan had consumed them while hiding at home, not realizing her taming proficiency was rising. "Big brother Yi, are you eating buns?" Geez, always fixated on food. Yi Yuan ignored her. It would not do to become too familiar. Otherwise, increasing the taming proficiency would become problematic. He picked up a small steamed bun and took a bite, the rich meat juices bursting forth. How delightful. Watching Yi Yuan eat heartily, Jiang Xiaofan's stomach began to rumble again. Having gone 2 days without proper food and only consuming a bucket of instant noodles last night, she felt hungry again despite the broth having filled her temporarily. Gazing at the large plate of buns on Yi Yuan's coffee table, she salivated uncontrollably. The discomfort of hunger was unbearable. She had already knelt before him yesterday, so what was there to hold back? "Big brother Yi, could I have one too?" Yi Yuan had been waiting for this very question. "One for you? Why should I?" This query left Jiang Xiaofan at a loss for words. Indeed, why should he give her one? Were they that close? After a moment's thought, she stammered, "Well, you already forgave me yesterday." "How amusing. I forgave you yesterday, which is why I gave you a bucket of instant noodles. That was quite generous. I owe you nothing. Forgiving you does not mean you're entitled to a perpetual supply of food." Jiang Xiaofan was momentarily speechless. After pondering, a light bulb went off in her mind. "Big brother Yi, how about I dance for you? You have plenty of buns. You can't possibly eat them all. If I dance, will you give me one?" Yi Yuan remained silent, focused on his breakfast. Jiang Xiaofan assumed he had tacitly agreed. Thus, she began energetically dancing on the balcony, a skill she was quite adept at. Surprisingly, She performed beautifully, revealing nothing but showcasing her long, slender legs and curvaceous figure, creating a captivating visual impact. Yi Yuan pretended to eat a bun while sneaking glances, finding the view quite pleasing. No wonder Su was so entranced by her. Just then, Jiang Xiaofan's expression changed. She rushed to the railing, pointing down at Yi Yuan and shouting, "You bastard! Do you dare to break my fingers?" What was happening? Had she transformed back into a violent dragon? Yi Yuan was utterly bewildered. "Big brother Yi, I can't continue dancing. There's a pervert downstairs making lewd gestures at me." Damn, I was enjoying the show. Was that scoundrel ruining my fun? At that moment, the person downstairs shouted, "You shameless wench. For a bit of food, you're flaunting yourself. I have food too. Dance for me, and I'll give you 2 buckets of instant noodles." Damn it. I was in the midst of increasing my taming proficiency, and you had to come and stir up trouble. Yi Yuan raised his gun and leaned out. Unfortunately, he could not see the individual below. "You are the shameless one, and your whole family is too. Damn you." Jiang Xiaofan cursed vehemently. The infamous reputation of the mother dragon from Chuanyu was not to be taken lightly. "How dare you ask me to dance?" Seeking death, Jiang Xiaofan grabbed a flower pot from the balcony and hurled it down, but unfortunately, she missed. The person downstairs erupted in laughter, taunting her, "Come on, keep throwing. I love your angry face. Hey, dare you reach your hand out from the balcony? Have you forgotten I have a gun?" Bang! As the shotgun fired, the person downstairs immediately screamed in agony, the barrage of steel pellets obliterating his hand. "On my hand. Why did you shoot me? Why did I shoot you? You dare to disrupt my taming proficiency. Not killing you is already a blessing." Jiang Xiaofan watched Yi Yuan teach a lesson to the individual below, feeling elated. "Big brother Yi seems fierce, but he is quite kind, helping me deal with that perverted man downstairs." With this thought, her taming proficiency increased by another 5. Yi Yuan's eyes brightened with realization. Could it be that his act of defending her had sparked a sense of gratitude? It appeared there were numerous avenues to attain taming potential, which was indeed a positive development. With just 10 more points, he could delve into another entry. In high spirits, Yi Yuan tossed 2 baozi, wrapped in a plastic bag. Toward her, 2 small steamed buns were hardly sufficient to satiate hunger, yet that was precisely his intent. Maintaining her in a state of semi-satiation would facilitate her taming. Too easy to obtain would only hinder the accumulation of taming potential. Chapter 8. The beautiful mother Tyrannosaurus Rex seeks my aid after finishing breakfast. Yi Yuan settled on the balcony, savoring his tea. Jiang Xiaofan showed no inclination to leave. "Brother Yi, may I sing a song for you?" It seemed she sought to draw closer, perhaps laying the groundwork for future favors. Yi Yuan was not easily deceived. "No need. I wish to enjoy my tea in peace." "Brother Yi, have you ever contemplated how to escape?" "Not at all. Where did you acquire your gun?" "Get lost." "Oh, all right." Jiang Xiaofan wrinkled her nose, muttering something as she returned to her room, likely cursing Yi Yuan. It mattered little. Let her curse. The initial offering of baozi was a sweet date, and her current demeanor was a stick. Alternating between kindness and discipline was essential for consistently boosting her taming potential. Women, after all, must be both fierce and placating. Treating them too well will only lead to entitlement. Just like Su, who pursued for half a year without ever tasting the flavor of guokue or liangfen. If Jiang Xiaofan found food too easily, subsequent efforts to enhance her taming potential would become exceedingly arduous. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yi Yuan glanced at the throngs of zombies outside the alley, knowing he lacked the confidence to risk fleeing the central city. Now equipped with a golden finger, he understood the necessity of playing it safe. His enemies resided in the Lu Hu Villa area. Until he avenged his grievances, he could not recklessly jeopardize his life. At the very least, he needed to delve into Jiang Xiaofan's entry once more before making any decisions. While sipping tea, he practiced reloading ammunition. The fog had thickened today. Visibility had diminished to the point where nothing could be discerned even at a distance of 70 to 80 meters. The most dreadful aspect of the apocalypse was not the zombies, but the ever-present fog that prevented sunlight from penetrating. Plants severely lacked photosynthesis. It would not be long before a portion of them perished. Those that survived appeared on the brink of death, making it impossible to cultivate food or vegetables. Fortunately, he could replicate indefinitely. Yi Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. At least he would not need to compete with others for sustenance. After practicing for a while, his hands grew sore, prompting him to lean against the balcony railing and take a break while smoking. A glance around revealed an increase in zombies compared to yesterday, all of whom had been doused with a scant amount of rainwater. Those who did not transform at the time had returned home to become the undead, subsequently biting their family members. Such misfortune. Occasionally, he witnessed individuals compelled to leap from buildings. Faced with the choice of a fatal fall or being devoured alive by family zombies, many preferred the former. Having lived once more, Yi Yuan had grown accustomed to this reality. With nothing to do, he resumed practicing reloading. Meanwhile, across from him in another building, in addition to Jiang Xiaofan, 2 other survivors were present, one with a hooked nose and the other with a bushy beard. Their food supplies were relatively ample, sufficient to last for 10 days to half a month without concern. The hooked-nosed man scrolled through Douyin, cursing as he did so. Damn it. The short videos are either pleas for help or show zombies biting people. Is this how the entire world is? The bushy-bearded man wore a frown, trapped in his home. The only way to grasp the outside world was through short videos. Damn, there are more and more zombies. It seems we won't receive any rescue. We will die trapped here. The two fell into a despondent silence, surrounded by zombies, confined in the city center. Even with food at home, they could not contain the spread of despair. With no hope, no future, and no rescue, all that remained was the wait for death. The hooked-nosed man mechanically scrolled through videos, believing that perhaps this was the only way to alleviate his anxiety and fear. At that moment, he stumbled upon a familiar face. Jiang Xiaofan? She is still alive? The bushy-bearded man leaned closer. In the video, Jiang Xiaofan was pleading for help. Despite her despondent expression, her beauty shone through, especially her perfect figure that could incite primal desires. Damn it, the world is ending anyway. Shall we indulge just once? Suggested the bushy-bearded man. The hooked-nosed man's eyes sparkled with excitement. That sounds perfect. Both were seasoned thieves, adept at scaling walls and picking locks. Electronic locks, in particular, were the easiest to open, and coincidentally, Jiang Xiaofan's home had one. Grab the tools, let us go. Soon, the hooked-nosed man fetched a rubber hammer and a screwdriver. Just then, the bushy-bearded man recalled something. Wait, weren't there gunshots in the alley yesterday? Weren't there soldiers? If we break into Jiang Xiaofan's place and get discovered by the soldiers downstairs, it would be disastrous. The two were unaware that the gunfire from the previous day was Yi Yuan dispatching zombies below with a shotgun. However, Jiang Xiaofan's building had 4 households per floor, with her unit positioned at the front and back. The hooked-nosed man and the bushy-bearded man's homes faced away from the alley, leaving them oblivious to the events occurring there. What is there to fear? The entire city is filled with gunfire. It's not just us. Besides, there haven't been any shots in the alley lately. Perhaps the soldiers have already been bitten by zombies. This reasoning seemed plausible, and the two, driven by their baser instincts, dismissed their worries. The bushy-bearded man first peered through the peephole to assess the situation outside. Safe, no zombies. The hooked-nosed man gently opened the door. With Jiang Xiaofan's home just under 3 meters away. Leave the door ajar. If we alert any zombies, we'll dash back inside. The two crept quietly to Jiang Xiaofan's door. The hooked-nosed man positioned a screwdriver against the lowest part of the electronic lock and gently tapped it with the rubber hammer. His technique was meticulous, the force expertly controlled, and the noise minimal. Though the lock appeared sophisticated, it was surprisingly easy to open, as its motor was highly sensitive, with a long locking cylinder inside. As long as the correct position was found, applying pressure with the screwdriver would easily trigger the internal motor. Sure enough, after just 5 taps, the electronic lock emitted a crisp sound, the motor whirred, and the door swung open. The hooked-nosed man and the bushy-bearded man slipped inside, quietly closing the door behind them. We made it. They exchanged knowing smiles, sharing a look that conveyed mutual understanding. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofan heard the commotion in the living room and rushed out to find her neighbors. How did you get into my house? Clearly, Jiang Xiaofan had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, although she could not recall the names of these two men. Their frequent encounters in the building had established a casual familiarity, leading to a lack of heightened vigilance. Beautiful lady, we are here to protect you. Outside, it's teeming with zombies. You must be frightened alone at home. We are here to comfort you. Observing their lecherous expressions and malicious tone, Jiang Xiaofan quickly understood the implications. In an apocalyptic world where order had collapsed, the entrance of 2 men into her home did not bode well. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Back off. The hooked-nosed man and the bushy-bearded man unleashed their inhibitions, laughing heartily as they lunged towards Jiang Xiaofan. She seized a decorative item from the living room and hurled it at them. A vase, a cup, a figurine, she threw relentlessly, but it was futile against the 2 larger men. With wicked grins, the bushy-bearded man and the hooked-nosed man cornered her on the balcony. Jiang Xiaofan sought anything to defend herself, but the balcony offered nothing. She had previously discarded a broom while attacking Yi Yuan. Then it struck her. Yi Yuan had a gun. Turning sharply, she cried out, "Brother Yi, save me." Chapter 9. From birdshot to cannon, space duplication. Yi Yuan had long been aware of the unfolding events in Jiang Xiaofan's home. Strangely enough, in her previous life, no marauders broke into her home. Could it be that after my rebirth, a butterfly effect has occurred? Although the butterfly effect is merely a theoretical concept, individual actions cannot fundamentally alter the vast mechanisms of fate. However, the circumstances surrounding Jiang Xiaofan's family may indeed be intertwined with my existence. Yesterday, while eliminating the zombies downstairs, the gunshots attracted the undead from the opposite building. Only when the corridor was secured did the marauders dare to venture out. "Yi Dage, please save me," Jiang Xiaofan cried, desperately waving her hands to fend off the attackers. Even if she hadn't called for help, Yi Yuan would never allow the bearded man and the hook-nosed one to harm her. He still hoped to continue extracting her information. "How dare they touch my people?" Yi Yuan shouted. Jiang Xiaofan crouched down. Jiang Xiaofan, quick-witted, immediately understood that Yi Yuan was about to act and crouched down to avoid any accidental harm. This left the bearded man and the hook-nosed one momentarily dumbfounded, both staring at Yi Yuan on the balcony. "Kid, what do you mean? I don't get it. Do you want to be the hero, saving the damsel? Come on, I don't believe you can leap over here in one bound." Their laughter echoed, releasing the tension of the apocalypse in that moment. Yi Yuan, smirking slightly, swiftly grabbed a shotgun from the coffee table. With a casual motion, he fired from a distance of 7 to 8 meters without needing to aim precisely. The deep gunshot rang out, and a cluster of steel pellets erupted, instantly piercing through the bearded man's chest, creating a gaping hole larger than a fist. The hook-nosed man froze, clearly bewildered. What's going on? That kid has a gun? In the pre-apocalyptic era, firearm regulations in Xia country were stringent, and civilians had no instinct to crouch down upon hearing gunfire. In that brief moment of confusion, Yi Yuan reloaded and fired again. The second shot struck the hooked-nosed man in the head, exploding it like a watermelon, splattering blood all over Jiang Xiaofan. She screamed, rising in shock, frantically brushing the blood and flesh from her hair as she dashed into the bathroom. The crisis had been averted. Yi Yuan settled back down to sip his tea. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofan scrubbed her hair with shampoo, rinsing it repeatedly, feeling it still wasn't clean. Although she had witnessed zombies devouring humans, having blood splattered on her head was deeply unsettling. Standing under the cool shower for several minutes gradually restored her calm. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, she couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank goodness Yi Dage was here. Otherwise, I shudder to think of what might have happened. Yi Dage genuinely cared for her, despite his occasional harshness. He exuded a certain masculine charm, unlike He Su, who was merely a sycophant. Beyond giving her gifts, he sought only to please her, lacking any semblance of manly fortitude. With this reflection, she noticed that the taming level on the card above her head had surged by 10, now reaching 60. After her shower, Jiang Xiaofan dried her hair, changed into clean clothes, and made her way to the living room. Outside on the balcony lay 2 corpses, one with a blown-apart head and the other with a pierced chest, blood pooling around them. The sight was unsettling, even for someone who had witnessed zombies feast on humans. Subconsciously, she did not regard zombies as human, but the gruesome deaths of the 2 marauders made her hesitant to approach. Yi Dage, thank you for earlier, she called from the living room. Not daring to step onto the balcony, Yi Yuan looked up and noted another 10 points had been added to her taming level, now reaching 60. Could it be that saving her had sparked her gratitude? The reason was inconsequential. What mattered was that he could now extract her information a second time. Yi Yuan focuset onuchte pirinting. I will extract. In the next moment, the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head transformed. Jiang Xiaofan entry. 3D printing. 95 taming level allows for 3 extractions. Current taming level. 60 excellent. The taming level had reached 95, permitting another extraction. Yi Yuan suppressed his excitement. After the extraction, a surge of mysterious energy flowed into him, indicating the birth of a new ability. He checked his powers. Yi Yuan attributes. Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9 abilities. 3D printing. Click to view description. The 3D printing ability had transformed into 2 stars, although the second star was transparent, indicating it was not a fully fledged 2-star ability. It was more akin to 1.5 stars. He estimated that another extraction could elevate it to 2 stars. Yi Yuan opened the ability description. 3D printing attribute 1. Infinite replication consuming spirit. Capable of replicating non-living objects weighing no more than 20 pounds. Attribute 2. Localized integral replication. Consumes spirit. Allows for localized replication on an object, modifying its structure and size. This seems rather useless. The infinite replication weight had only increased from 10 to 20 pounds without any substantial change. As for the newly acquired ability of localized integral replication, it wouldn't assist him in safely escaping the main urban area, as it involved modifying the structure and size of existing objects. For instance, if Yi Yuan's shotgun was 1 meter long and he could previously only replicate the entire gun, he could now create a barrel 2 or even 3 meters long through this localized integral replication. As a typical man, Yi Yuan first thought of tunnel boring machine. However, that was merely a fantasy, as he could not replicate living entities. The tunnel boring machine was part of a living organism, thus classified as a living object. Just as he contemplated this, another voice echoed in his mind. Returning to the host, while 3D printing cannot replicate complete living beings, it can perform localized replication. Wait, it can do that? This was indeed a stroke of luck. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofan was still in the living room, gazing at Yi Yuan. What is the matter? Do you want me to replicate your achievements into a basketball? Which one, Jiang Xiaofan? I'm busy right now. You might want to clean up the bodies on your balcony. With that, Yi Yuan dashed to the restroom. Moments later, he emerged, having completed the upgrade of his localized, size-changing ability. In the pre-apocalyptic world, he could have opened a cosmetic surgery clinic single-handedly, needing no injections or fillers, and it would all be entirely natural. Unfortunately, this localized integral replication could not enhance his combat abilities, and he would still need to devise another plan to escape the main urban area. Oh right, there are no restrictions on localized integral replication. Can I replicate space? For example, a box. The internal space is also part of the box. Theoretically, it should be replicable. As he pondered this, the voice in his mind responded, yes, host. Any space with a carrier can be replicated. Chapter 10. Spatial Warehouse. Infinite ammunition capacity. Yi Yuan could hardly fathom that he could actually replicate space. It made sense. Infinite replication could encompass everything but living beings. Strictly speaking, All things are considered living beings, but the 3D printing limitations apply to conscious beings. Space, however, fell outside those restrictions. If space can be replicated, what about time? Time and space are inherently interconnected and cannot be replicated independently. Fine. It appears this localized, integral replication possesses even more potential yet to be explored. He would take his time to investigate further. For now, he would attempt to create a spatial warehouse. He had previously envied the protagonists in apocalyptic novels for having spatial warehouses. Now, he would soon possess one himself. Yi Yuan first took a bottle for experimentation, just an experiment, and then summoned the mysterious energy within him, transforming it into a 3D printer enveloping the object. Then he summoned another force to initiate a localized replication. The object of this replication was the internal space of the bottle. As soon as his thoughts stirred, the energy-shaped printer began its work. Yi Yuan never anticipated that the process would proceed with unparalleled smoothness. In merely 1 second, the size of the bottle remained unchanged. Yet the internal space expanded to twice its previous volume. Moreover, the mental expenditure was negligible, even lower than when replicating metal. Why was that? A voice within his mind responded. The material structure of space is of a lower grade than that of metal, hence the consumption is also lesser. However, this only pertains to the replication of internal space. The external vessel remains unaltered. Thus, the spatial structure has shifted, and internally, there is no capacity for the passage of time. What does this mean? The bottle's size remains constant, yet the internal space has expanded, resulting in a transformation of the spatial structure, rendering the internal time suspended. Incredible. Perfect. This was precisely what he desired. Although Yi Yuan could replicate infinitely, he could not ensure the freshness of food. The meat and vegetables in the refrigerator, even if replicated daily, would still have been stored for a day by the time of replication. Over time, both vegetables and meats would inevitably spoil, particularly vegetables, which would wilt in no more than a week. Now, however, with a time-suspending repository, this dilemma was perfectly resolved. Yi Yuan also discovered another issue. After the internal space of the bottle expanded, the structure shifted, transforming into a pure space devoid of any energy field. Consequently, his consciousness could effortlessly penetrate the bottle's interior. And within it, his awareness was extraordinarily powerful. To illustrate vividly, just as humans become superhuman on the moon, able to leap 5 or 6 meters high, it is not that they have become stronger, but rather that the moon's gravitational acceleration is merely 1/6 that of Blue Star. In a similar vein, after the internal space of the bottle expanded and the structure transformed, it became a pure space without time or energy fields. Hence, Yi Yuan's consciousness was unbound within the bottle. His once feeble awareness now burgeoned with strength, rivaling that of divine will. This sparked an epiphany in him. Yi Yuan tossed an egg into the bottle. Astonishingly, the egg did not plummet to the bottom and shatter. This was due to the absence of any energy field, including gravity, within the bottle's space. Yet, Yi Yuan's consciousness within the bottle was akin to divine will, and with a mere thought, the egg gently descended to the bottom, guided by his intent. Perfect. In the future, he could store supplies in the spatial repository and organize them with his thoughts. Yi Yuan continued to experiment. He capped the bottle, which rendered his consciousness unable to access the interior. Therefore, he drilled a small hole in the cap. Now, his consciousness could once again enter the bottle through this small opening. The current challenge was how to extract the egg. Since he aimed to create a spatial repository, convenience for storage and retrieval was paramount. According to Yi Yuan's vision, he would replicate an enormous spatial repository filled with 10,000 shotguns loaded with ammunition. After firing one, he could immediately grab another and continue shooting. With a little caution, he could easily make it to the riverbank. Later, he could find a boat to row to Luhu. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Yuan quickly devised a solution. Since there was a small hole in the cap, he could replicate and expand the hole's diameter by several dozen times, thus allowing him to retrieve the egg. Once the idea was conceived, Yi Yuan immediately replicated the space of the small hole, successfully enlarging it 50-fold. However, from the outside, the size of the hole appeared unchanged. Only the space within was modified, imperceptible to the naked eye. Yi Yuan's consciousness transformed into a powerful hand within the bottle space, guiding the egg to the small hole in the cap. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The egg surprisingly passed through the tiny hole, half protruding outside, while the other half remained inside the bottle. With a mere thought, Yi Yuan's invisible will push the entire egg out. Incredible. He had succeeded. Yi Yuan was overwhelmed with joy. The spatial repository was a triumph. However, the vessel could not remain the bottle. On one hand, it was aesthetically unpleasing. On the other, it was cumbersome to carry and prone to shattering. If broken, the internal space would collapse, causing all contents to spill out. Suddenly, Yi Yuan recalled a stainless steel flask in the wardrobe, left behind by the landlord. He hurried to his bedroom and rummaged through the closet to retrieve the flask. This flat-shaped flask was often seen in foreign films, wielded by protagonists during dramatic moments. Made of stainless steel, it was durable and had a mere capacity of 200 milliliters, slightly less than a can of cola. It was compact and exquisite, wrapped in a leather case that could be easily hung from a belt, making it highly portable. After unscrewing the cap, he he realized he could forego drilling a hole. The more he observed it, the more he found satisfaction, promptly deciding to use this flask as the vessel for his spatial repository. Note, dear guardians, please refrain from criticism. It will eventually be replaced by a spatial ring. The flask is merely a transitional vessel. First, he replicated 10 flasks for future use. Should he need to create more spatial repositories, he would have ready materials. Next, he selected one flask and began to replicate its internal space. The mental expenditure for replicating space was virtually negligible. Yi Yuan proceeded to replicate 12 times in succession. The internal space of the small flask had already reached 0.8 cubic meters, equivalent to 1 meter in length and width and 0.8 meters in height. Continuing to expand, Yi Yuan replicated another 10 times, surpassing 800 cubic meters of internal space. Still insufficient, given the low spiritual consumption and the ability to replicate infinitely. He aimed to create a supersized spatial repository. Of course, while the mental expenditure for replicating space was low, it was not without cost, especially when the space expanded geometrically. The mental toll became quite evident. Yi Yuan replicated an additional 15 times, and the internal space of the flask reached an astonishing 83 million cubic meters. Over 20 million cubic meters was equivalent to a supersized warehouse measuring 300 meters in length, width, and height. This was more than sufficient. Moreover, the internal space of the flask included the space of the spout, which had been expanded by several 100 million times. Even a large truck could easily fit inside. Yet, from the outside, the diameter of the spout remained less than 1 centimeter, showing no visible discrepancies. Yi Yuan was in high spirits. After spending several minutes transferring all the food from the double-door refrigerator into the spatial repository, he felt a sense of security. No longer would he worry about food spoilage or expiration. However, the task was not yet complete. Next, he needed to replicate numerous shotguns. After all, Jiang Xiaofan's entry could be re-extracted, and he estimated he would have to stay in the rented room a while longer to tame her. During this time, he aimed to replicate as many shotguns as possible. Though a shotgun has a magazine capacity of only 7 rounds, he could immediately switch to a new one after emptying the previous, effectively granting him nearly limitless ammunition. As Yi Yuan grasped a shotgun, preparing to replicate it, an idea struck him. Why replicate the gun itself? Instead, he could directly replicate the internal space of the magazine, allowing for greater ammunition capacity. Theoretically, this could approach infinite ammunition. Astonished by this newfound revelation, Yi Yuan excitedly slapped his thigh. Chapter 11. Ammunition capacity of 7,000 rounds, super shotgun. Localized, integrated replication indeed possessed boundless applications. Yi Yuan quickly retrieved a shotgun, enveloped it in the mysterious force of 3D printing, and began to replicate the internal space of the magazine. This time, he needed to be a bit more meticulous. When replicating the flask's space earlier, he aimed for a warehouse, expanding the internal space in all directions. Replicating the magazine, however, was different. It was meant to hold more rounds. Thus, he would maintain the internal diameter while merely extending the length of the magazine space. Yi Yuan replicated 7 times in one breath, elongating the internal space of the magazine by 128 times, allowing it to hold 896 rounds of 12-gauge shotgun shells. This time, not only had he replicated the space, but the shells and springs had also been included in the replication. If he had only replicated the space, the spring's length would have been insufficient to transport the shells into the chamber. Yi Yuan continued to replicate. The magazine capacity is merely over 800 rounds, which is far from sufficient. After 3 more duplications, the feed tube was extended to 1024 times, resulting in a capacity of 7,168 rounds. This is nearly adequate. Regardless of whether all rounds can be fired, possessing a shotgun with a capacity of 7,000 rounds instills a profound sense of security. Moreover, shotguns possess immense power. Each shot significantly wears down the barrel. Typically, after firing 1,000 rounds, the barrel must be replaced. After 10,000 rounds, the entire firearm would be rendered inoperative. Naturally, Yi Yuan would not replicate it according to the scrapping standards. Theoretically, it can withstand a full 10,000 rounds, but with bad luck, it might fail after 9,000. Thus, he only replicated a capacity of 7,000 rounds. Nevertheless, it remains a super shotgun, sufficiently alleviating his fear of inadequate firepower. Next, he planned to replicate another one for his spatial warehouse, ensuring he could switch to another weapon at any moment should the need for a barrel change arise. Yi Yuan then replicated 100 barrels. After all, older firearms are more comfortable to handle. When a barrel shows signs of wear, he can simply replace it during downtimes without the need to switch to an entirely new gun. The replication completed, Yi Yuan was utterly exhausted. 2 super shotguns and over 10,000 rounds of ammunition had taken a significant toll on his mental stamina. After washing his face, he decided to lie down for a brief nap to restore his energy before continuing his work. By noon, upon awakening, his stomach began to grumble. Cooking would consume too much time. He retrieved a small steam bun from the spatial warehouse, replicated a dozen more, heated them, and took a box of yogurt to the balcony. He did not see Jiang Xiaofan. Moreover, The body of the hawk-nosed man with a beard, whom Yi Yuan had slain, still lay on the floor, with blood having stained the balcony red. What on earth is happening? Wasn't she supposed to remove the corpses? With a bang, Yi Yuan fired a shot, prompting Jiang Xiaofan to rush out of the bedroom. However, as soon as one foot touched the balcony, she quickly withdrew. Brother Yi, I can't bear to touch these corpses. Besides, they're too heavy. I can't move them. There's nothing I can do. Yi Yuan stuffed a small bun into his mouth and shrugged his shoulders. Figure out yourself. Seeing Yi Yuan eating the buns, Jiang Xiaofan swallowed hard. She had been hungry for quite some time, and Yi Yuan's offerings had never been sufficient to sate her appetite. Brother Yi, may I sing you a song? Yi Yuan, fully aware of her intentions, thought it better for her to offer some flattery rather than directly ask for food. Sure, then sing Jie Wen Lu Zai Huafang. Upon hearing Yi Yuan's choice of song, Jiang Xiaofan was filled with joy. Although Yi Yuan could be quite fierce, he would provide food as long as she obediently complied. Thus, she immediately began to sing. After completing a song, before she could speak again, Yi Yuan tossed 3 small buns into a plastic bag and tossed them to her. 1 extra was a reward. After all, Jiang Xiaofan had helped him solve a significant problem. All of his abilities were derived from her. Rewarding her with an additional bun posed no issue, as long as she didn't become overly full. Thank you, Brother Yi. You are truly wonderful. You weren't so obedient yesterday, were you? You call me an old lecher and threatened to gouge my eyes out. In the apocalypse, a beautiful woman is of little value. It is food that reigns supreme. Jiang Xiaofan quickly finished the 3 buns, increasing her tameness level by only 3, bringing it to 63. How peculiar. Why had it decreased? Previously, a little food would increase it by 5. Yi Yuan pondered whether the increments diminished as time passed. It was certainly plausible, much like leveling up. The higher the level, the slower the experience accumulation. To level up quickly, one must switch maps. In other words, to accrue more tameness points, he would need to change his methods. The tried-and-true approach of the carrot and stick would never go out of style. However, relying solely on food for taming was far too slow. He wondered how long it would take to reach 95. Brother Yi, what are you thinking about? Jiang Xiaofan attempted to initiate conversation again. Yi Yuan ignored her. She, undeterred, continued. Brother Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Why do you care about that? I was just asking. Isn't it too boring to chat idly? If you're truly bored, why not toss those 2 corpses off the balcony? With this heat, they'll start to smell by tomorrow at the latest. Yi Yuan shot Jiang Xiaofan a glance, choosing not to respond. Yet, those 2 corpses were indeed a troublesome matter. Once they began to rot, the stench would permeate his home, which would be quite unpleasant. Although there were numerous corpses outside, the odor of zombies differed. It resembled that of rotting, moldy plants, which Yi Yuan had grown accustomed to in his previous life. The stench of decaying human bodies, however, was unbearable for a normal person. Jiang Xiaofan mustered her courage to approach the balcony, but her strength was insufficient. She trembled and struggled multiple times but failed to dispose of the bodies, instead getting covered in blood. What should I do, Brother Yi? I can't move them. Could you come help me, please? Are you out of your mind? There's zombies outside, and you want me to help you move corpses? Have you lost your senses? In reality, the zombies in the alley had mostly been cleared out. With a capacity of 7,000 rounds in his super shotgun, he was more than capable of holding his ground, as long as Yi Yuan remained cautious. It would be no issue for him to fight his way into Jiang Xiaofan's home. But I'm not a fool. Why on earth would I help you move the bodies? I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I forgot there's zombies outside when I got nervous. The thugs are dead. What are you anxious about? But I'm afraid there's still thugs who might break into my house. Now that zombies are everywhere, societal order has collapsed. And all sorts of people are out there. I'm scared. Jiang Xiaofan's concerns were not unfounded. It was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and already there were those committing heinous acts. If this continued, any survivor could turn into a thug. It would be all too common to kill for a mere loaf of bread. Although Hisu had mentioned he would send a helicopter to rescue her. Who could say whether he was merely placating her? Brother Yi, let's make a deal. You come to my house to protect me. I'll do your laundry and cook for you. When Hisu sends a helicopter to pick me up, I'll take you with me. I swear on my life. Take me with you? This was indeed a considerable temptation. However, Yi Yuan did not trust Hisu. His parents had been killed by them. How could he ever trust such people? Moreover, since he had not seen Jiang Xiaofan in his previous life in Lu Hu, it indicated she had encountered an unexpected event. The only explanation was that the pilot had turned into a zombie, causing the helicopter to crash. Even if they begged him to board the helicopter, he would not dare. Just as Yi Yuan was about to decline Jiang Xiaofan's proposal, he suddenly realized this could be an opportunity. Relying on food to boost tameness points was too slow. He had previously contemplated switching maps. Why not directly move to Jiang Xiaofan's home? Being in close proximity would provide more opportunities to increase her tameness level. Furthermore, once Hisu learned that another man was living in the home of his beloved, he would surely be furious. The pain of the Avenger is the joy of the beloved. He could accumulate tameness points at an accelerated rate. It was a 3-fold advantage. What harm could come from it? Chapter 12. The Super Shotgun, God of War in the stairwell despite Yi Yuan's desire to switch maps. He did not rush to agree to Jiang Xiaofan. He could not allow himself to become a pushover who fulfilled every request. Otherwise, increasing tameness points would prove even more challenging. Yi Yuan returned to his bedroom to continue replicating the Super Shotgun. This time, the process was significantly simpler. He would replicate it one-to-one based on the existing super shotgun. Though the super shotgun had a capacity of 7,000 rounds in his hands, it felt as light as an empty gun. This was because the internal structure of the feed tube had been altered to create an independent space, devoid of any energy field. Thus, the bullets within the feed tube bore no weight. The same applied to the spatial warehouse modified from the wine flask. Regardless of how much material was stored, it would not possess any weight. Subsequently, Yi Yuan utilized his partial replication ability to modify a super pistol with a capacity of 10,000 rounds. Although the lifespan of the pistol allowed for only 3,000 rounds, it could continue to function after a barrel replacement. Currently, Yi Yuan wields an extraordinary handgun and 3 remarkable shotguns, providing him with ample firepower for the time being. However, the toll on his mental faculties is somewhat taxing, prompting him to take a brief slumber, from which he awakens to find it past 4 in the afternoon. Upon stepping onto the balcony, he discovers that Jiang Xiaofan has disposed of the corpse with a scruffy beard and a hooked nose. The floor has been cleaned meticulously, yet there is no sign of her presence. Below, a dozen or so zombies are meandering about, and Yi Yuan raises his weapon to eliminate them. The gunfire draws Jiang Xiaofan out once more. Big brother Yi, you are so impressive. You've cleared the zombies downstairs. It should be quite safe to come down now, right? What do you mean? Are you asking me to come over and stay with you? Big brother Yi, how about I come to find you instead? I'm truly terrified of more thugs barging into my home. Yi Yuan raises an eyebrow, aware of her pitiful demeanor, but also of her ulterior motives. It is indeed a plea for protection, but it is equally a desire for sustenance. She understands that living together would guarantee her a share of food and drink. Yet, this plan is fraught with peril. Despite the zombies downstairs being eradicated, there could be hidden dangers lurking in the corners. The speed and strength of these zombies are comparable to those encountered in the Axe Mountain expedition. Should Jiang Xiaofan cross paths with one, her chances of survival would be nearly non-existent. Yi Yuan hopes to extract another valuable entry from her, so he cannot afford for any mishap to befall her. However, he is also in urgent need of a change of scenery. How about this? I will come to your place, but under one condition. You must do whatever I ask. Can you accept that? Jiang Xiaofan hesitates momentarily, stammering, will you make me do something embarrassing? Yi Yuan chucked his softly. If you are willing, I would not mind. Ugh, I have no desire for that. Well, it matters not. My only aim is to gather entries. If I can also remove some clothing in the process, that would be splendid. I will head downstairs now. Be ready to open the door for me, Yi Yuan declares before turning back into the house. He conducts a thorough check, ensuring nothing is overlooked, and collects all useful items into his spatial warehouse. Furthermore, it is merely a temporary rental, nearly bare. The truly meaningful possessions are safely stored in the Luhu Villa. Yi Yuan positions himself behind the security door in the living room, gripping the shotgun firmly and with a handgun secured at his thigh, boasting an astonishing capacity of 10,000 rounds. The firepower is overwhelming. He strikes the door with the butt of his gun, the resounding noise quickly attracting 2 zombies from the stairwell. There's a fist-sized hole in the security door, created when he had previously shot a zombie through the door. He deftly aligns the gun barrel with the zombie's forehead through this hole, firing 2 shots that swiftly take down the creatures. The outside falls silent, but uncertainty looms regarding the presence of other zombies. After all, new transformations occur daily, and zombies may wander into the stairwell inadvertently. To ensure safety, Yi Yuan strikes the door a few more times, creating a considerable racket, yet no zombies are detected. After confirming relative safety, he cautiously opens the door, shotgun at the ready, stepping over the bodies outside. The process is seamless. He encounters no zombies on the first floor. Even in the narrow corridor, any confrontation would not pose a significant threat. With a weapon of 7,000 rounds, any number of zombies would meet their demise. Upon exiting the building, Yi Yuan observes the alley strewn with corpses, remnants of his recent victories. Nearby, an abandoned military vehicle catches his eye. In a prior life, Yi Yuan had driven this very vehicle in a desperate escape from Shujiang. However, a zombie occupies the driver's seat. This was the soldier who transformed after biting his comrade, who then abandoned the vehicle and fled to the threshold of Yi Yuan's rented home, allowing him the opportunity to seize the shotgun. The zombie driver is restrained by a seatbelt, thrashing and roaring incessantly. Approaching, Yi Yuan positions the shotgun against its forehead and pulls the trigger. The concentrated steel pellets obliterate the zombie's head in an instant. After releasing the seatbelt, he drags the body down to search it. He uncovers a handgun, a dagger, and a brand new assault rifle complete with 2 magazines and a grenade. In his previous life, Yi Yuan had also acquired these weapons, particularly the grenade, which had proven invaluable during a critical moment, allowing him to escape a horde of zombies. Now, reclaiming it fills him with exhilaration. Times have changed. He now possesses the ability to replicate infinitely. Provided he has a sample, he can duplicate as much as he desires. He decides to store these items for the time being and plans to duplicate several super rifles with a capacity of 20,000 rounds and a multitude of grenades when he reaches Jiang Xiaofan's residence. While this endeavor may deplete his mental reserves, rest will restore them. After scavenging the equipment, only a military vehicle remains. He intends to leave it parked here for future use, but he must ensure the key is removed to prevent it from being stolen. Having completed these tasks, Yi Yuan surveys his surroundings. The recent gunfire has certainly attracted the attention of zombies outside the alley, but fortunately, their numbers are limited, and they have yet to discover his location. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies possess somewhat dulled senses of sight, hearing, and smell compared to humans. As long as food is plentiful and one remains hidden, survivors can generally withstand the first month. However, once zombies begin to evolve, they will transform into a nightmare for survivors, rendering hiding futile. Yi Yuan grips his shotgun and vaults over the corpses in the alley. Entering the building where Jiang Xiaofan resides, he manages to avoid alarming the zombies outside. The entrance stairway is eerily empty, and he sees no immediate signs of danger. As he ascends the stairs, shotgun in hand, his heart races. Though he has battled zombies for a year in his previous life, now armed with a superior shotgun, he feels invincible, ready to confront any threat, be it a single zombie or a horde. Reaching the third floor, he spots a pair of feet at the staircase's corner. As expected, it is a zombie. He raises his gun, carefully stepping upward, and indeed, it is a zombie that has noticed him, letting out a fearsome growl as it charges down. Bang, 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 bang. For shots ring out, and the zombie collapses on the staircase. In truth, the first shot had rendered it incapacitated, with over 400 steel pellets piercing through its body and shattering its spine. Regardless of the zombie's resilience, without the support of its spine, it will inevitably fall. Yet, Yi Yuan is unbothered by such details. As long as it remains alive, it poses a threat. Bullets are abundant, so he fires a few extra shots for good measure, the final bullet finding its mark at the zombie's forehead, obliterating its head. With the stairwell zombie dispatched, Yi Yuan proceeds to the 5th floor and knocks on Jiang Xiaofan's door. "It's me, open up." Chapter 13. A change of scenery, and the affinity grows exponentially. Jiang Xiaofan opens the door, welcoming Yi Yuan inside. Truth be told, Yi Yuan had not anticipated visiting Jiang Xiaofan's home. Although she is undeniably beautiful, her goddess-like charm is no exaggeration. He must do so to increase her affinity. The growth from mere sustenance has become significantly minimal. It currently stands at 63. It is likely that this growth will diminish further, necessitating a change of scenery. Above all, safety is paramount. In the apocalyptic world, humanity's moral compass has deteriorated. As the saying goes, the most venomous heart is that of a woman. Despite her delicate appearance and tendency to weep, a woman can be ruthlessly unforgiving. Thus, upon entering Jiang Xiaofan's abode, Yi Yuan immediately makes his move. He discreetly retrieves food from his spatial warehouse and places it on the table. "Would you like to indulge in a beef hot pot?" Jiang Xiaofan gazes at the meager offerings on the table. A small slice of beef, a single leaf of vegetable, and a scant amount of seasoning. Is this truly enough? Yi Yuan feigns an incantation, extending his hands as if invoking mystical powers, channeling his inner strength to manifest an invisible 3D printer that envelopes the beef. A miraculous sight unfolds. The beef begins to expand, growing larger and larger, while the single leaf of vegetable multiplies into 2, 4, and then 8. The garlic, ginger, and scallions also replicate endlessly. In mere moments, the table is laden with a bountiful array of ingredients. After completing this display, Yi Yuan theatrically performs a gesture to signify the cessation of his spell, giving the impression of a grand performance. "As you can see, I possess a unique ability to replicate food infinitely. As long as you obediently heed my words, you shall never again experience hunger." To my astonishment, Jiang Xiaofan gazed at Yi Yuan with a look of admiration and fervor, akin to witnessing a ghost. "Brother Yi, do you possess an inexhaustible supply of food, all replicated through your extraordinary abilities?" Yi Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Do you also replicate bullets while slaying zombies on a balcony every day?" He nodded again, his demeanor enigmatic. "Wow, how impressive." Upon expressing her admiration, Jiang Xiaofan's taming degree surged by 15, reaching 78. She had not anticipated that showcasing a fraction of Yi Yuan's prowess would result in such a significant increase in her taming degree. Now, Yi Yuan had gained a deeper understanding of taming. Obedience, admiration, reverence, and even gratitude could foster a sense of submission and dependence in the target, thereby enhancing the taming degree. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, I will follow your every command. You are truly remarkable. It is no wonder that women are drawn to strength." A beautiful female Tyrannosaurus has quickly become gentle and obedient. Thus, men have but one path: to grow stronger. Avoiding emotional entanglements, they must conquer, welcoming all who are beautiful. "Go wash these ingredients. I'll handle the seasoning." The seasoning dish was separate, and Yi Yuan felt a twinge of unease. What if Jiang Xiaofan were to tamper with it? Although the likelihood was slim, Yi Yuan had already displayed his formidable abilities upon entering the house. "I possess extraordinary powers. As long as you follow me, you shall never face hunger. Should I perish, you too would starve." He trusted that Jiang Xiaofan would not be foolish enough to wish for her own demise. However, having lived a second life, Yi Yuan remained cautious and prudent, always leaving a backdoor in every situation. While Jiang Xiaofan busied herself washing the ingredients, Yi Yuan meticulously inspected her room. The apartment, though modest in size, had been renovated and exuded warmth. The living room was equipped with streaming equipment, including a 3D printer. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaofan was skilled in 3D printing, Otherwise, Yi Yuan would have missed out on this opportunity and remained hungry. After inspecting the living room, he ventured into her bedroom. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by the unique fragrance of a woman. A soft and comfortable bed adorned with a pink mosquito net. Through the slightly ajar wardrobe door, he spotted numerous lace garments, with an oversized watermelon cover particularly eye-catching. It was no wonder that Su was utterly smitten, even to the point of emotional entanglement. The esteemed He Xiao of Shudu had become a mere lapdog, having never even tasted the flavor of guacuelianfen. Truly, there are all kinds of people. After examining the bedroom, Yi Yuan exited. He merely wanted to ensure that there were no poisons or weapons in Jiang Xiaofan's home. Although his search was not exhaustive, it provided him with a sense of security. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofan finished washing the ingredients. With the induction cooker plugged in, they could soon enjoy beef hot pot. She naturally took a seat at the dining table, her stomach growling in anticipation upon seeing the generous platter of beef and vegetables. However, Yi Yuan did not indulge her. Did I instruct you to sit down? Huh? Jiang Xiaofan's head was filled with question marks as she looked at Yi Yuan's cold and serious expression, momentarily at a loss. Well, Yi Yuan's gaze turned frosty. What do you mean by I? Do not presume that just because this is your home, you're the master here. I'm a master now. Do you have any objections? What do you mean? This is obviously my house. How did it change ownership the moment you walked in? Despite her internal reluctance, the power of decision lay in Yi Yuan's hands. Those who have food are the true lords. If you have objections, I can leave right now. Of course, I will take this food with me. That cannot happen. Jiang Xiaofan was not naive. She glanced at the substantial platter of beef on the table, clearly meant for 2 people, and realized it was prepared for her as well. Brother Yi was indeed like that, appearing cold yet warm-hearted within. I won't fall for your tricks. Brother Yi, I will do as you say. You can take charge of this household from now on. With that, Jiang Xiaofan voluntarily stood up and stepped back a meter. Yi Yuan noted that her taming degree had increased by another 2, reaching a total of 80. What was happening? Not allowing her to join at the table had increased her taming degree. Was she being foolish? This only reinforced the notion that women should not be overly indulged. The more they are spoiled, the more troublesome they become, necessitating frequent correction. Just as the broth began to boil, Yi Yuan placed a thin slice of beef into the pot, retrieving it mere moments later, dipping it in garlic chili sauce. Absolutely delicious. Jiang Xiaofan stood nearby, swallowing hard, her stomach grumbling audibly. I must endure. A moment of patience will lead to greater rewards. Once Brother Yi is full, he should allow me to join him at the table. If not, I can always sip the broth. Feeling rather pitiful, she found even the broth to be delectable. Yet, it was still better than facing hunger. Moreover, Brother Yi was not so miserly. There was plenty of beef left on the table, and she was sure to get a few bites. At that moment, Yi Yuan retrieved a bottle of chilled beer from his storage. He filled a large glass and downed half of it in one gulp, belching contentedly, which made Jiang Xiaofan's mouth water even more. Beef hot pot accompanied by beer. Was this the life in the apocalypse? The more Jiang Xiaofan acted like a greedy cat, the more Yi Yuan savored his meal. A mixture of tough love was necessary. He needed to wield the stick without overdoing it. After eating for a while, Yi Yuan felt sufficiently full. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced at Jiang Xiaofan, who was still eagerly swallowing. Come and sit down to eat together. This phrase had been a long time coming. Jiang Xiaofan immediately took her seat, and a slice of beef was swiftly cooked in the pot, devoured ravenously within seconds, disregarding any semblance of a goddess-like demeanor. Slow down. Don't burn yourself. Brother Yi is so kind. I am so touched. Her taming degree rose by another 3. It seemed that changing the approach was indeed the right decision, providing more opportunities to increase her taming degree. Of course, Yi Yuan was unaware that this increase was not due to the food, but rather from his casual admonition to eat slowly. Was this considered concern? Su had pursued her for half a year without evoking such feelings. Thus, one should not be overly kind to women, otherwise they might take it for granted. Had he allowed her to dine at the table from the beginning, he likely would not have achieved this increase in taming degree. It was clear that the stick had to keep swinging. In Chapter 14, copying 1,000 grenades, the true safe zone, Jiang Xiaofan observed Yi Yuan while they ate. He devoured meat and drank heartily, filling her with envy. Yet, Jiang Xiaofan was wise enough not to ask for beer. At that moment, Yi Yuan remarked, "You performed admirably today." He poured a glass of wine and slid it toward her. "This is your reward. As long as you continue to obey, I shall ensure you are well fed and cared for." Yi Yuan sought only Jiang Xiaofan's compliance. Her hidden motives were inconsequential. He aimed to maximize her taming degree and subsequently access her attributes once more. "Brother Yi, you are too kind," Jiang Xiaofan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she raised her beer glass, spilling a bit in her enthusiasm. The women of Shudu are renowned for their drinking prowess. Jiang Xiaofan finished her beer in one go, followed by a satisfying belch, resulting in another increase of 2 in her taming degree. Providing sustenance remained effective, but he must ensure she did not view it as a given, or else her gratitude would wane, rendering further offerings ineffective. With only 10 points remaining before he could access her attributes again, Yi Yuan pondered as he enjoyed his hot pot. Once Jiang Xiaofan's taming degree reached 95, it might mark the final opportunity to access her attributes. At that point, would he take her along or abandon her? despite being a walking arsenal. Escaping the old city remained fraught with challenges. Jiang Xiaofan was undeniably a burden, and bringing her along was far from rational. Leaving her behind would surely lead to her demise. Betrayal and abandonment were all too common among survivors in the apocalypse, and Yi Yuan had grown accustomed to such realities. With a gentle exhale, he momentarily pushed these thoughts aside. Where there is a will, there is a way. Perhaps he could still achieve a full 100 taming degrees. Brother Yi, why the sigh? Are you troubled? Enough with the nonsense. Once you're full, wash the pot. But I haven't finished yet. Jiang Xiaofan pouted adorably, returning her focus to devouring the meat. Deep down, Yi Yuan was reluctant to leave with Jiang Xiaofan, uncertain of her immunity. As the blood mist descended, survivors inhaled the virus daily, and even without rain, the majority would eventually succumb to transformation. Keeping Jiang Xiaofan close was akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. If she were to turn and attack him in his sleep, it would be a tragic fate. Just as Yi Yuan contemplated this, a voice in his mind informed him that if he repeatedly extracted entries from a target 3 times, that individual would automatically become his subordinate, achieving a taming level of 100, and would obediently follow his commands. Subordinates would be immune to the blood mist virus, although they could not withstand the toxins within a zombie's body. What? Extracting entries 3 times would convert Jiang Xiaofan into his subordinate, and she would be immune to the blood mist virus? It seemed he had no choice but to take her along. Despite the challenges of escaping the old city with a burden, having an extra person was equivalent to having additional assistance. Once Jiang Xiaofan became his subordinate, he could train her in weaponry without concern for betrayal. With 2 of them, each wielding a shotgun, their chances of success would significantly increase. Yi Yuan resolved his dilemma and felt a wave of relief wash over him. I'm full. Remember to wash the pot later. Also, your bedroom is now mine. You can sleep in the guest room, Yi Yuan declared before striding into Jiang Xiaofan's bedroom and shutting the door with a resounding bang. Jiang Xiaofan was left dumbfounded, feeling powerless as she muttered, "How domineering, even stealing my bedroom. Whatever, I'll just eat hot pot. The beef is delicious, and there's still half a bottle of beer." While Jiang Xiaofan immersed herself in her meal, Yi Yuan had already locked the bedroom door and was preparing to continue replicating weapons. He took out grenades and assault rifles, contemplating that it would be wiser to replicate a batch of grenades first. Assault rifles were primarily effective against humans, while shotguns and grenades were the most efficient for dealing with zombies. Yi Yuan summoned the mysterious power within him, transforming it into an invisible printer that enveloped the modified space warehouse. He focused on the grenades inside the warehouse and began localized replication. Soon, 1 grenade became 2, then 4, 8, and 16. Before long, he had replicated 1,000 grenades, all completed within the confines of the space warehouse, posing no safety risks. Yi Yuan retrieved one, feeling its weight and the coldness of its surface, a comforting assurance. With this batch of grenades, their chances of successfully breaking out of the main urban area would significantly increase. Although the replication process was swift, it drained his mental energy, so he decided to rest for a moment. He stored the grenades back in the space warehouse and laid down on the bed, filled with the scent of femininity, slightly closing his eyes to enter a light sleep, cautious not to fall into a deep slumber. After finishing her beef hot pot, the sky outside had darkened. After cleaning the dining table, her phone vibrated. It was Hisu calling. Jiang Xiaofan hesitated before deciding not to answer. She was conflicted. Hisu was fond of her, wealthy, powerful, and had even offered to rescue her by helicopter. Aside from being lecherous and unattractive, he had no other flaws. Logically, encountering such a benefactor in the apocalypse should be a stroke of luck. She had thought so before, but everything changed with Yi Yuan's appearance. His infinite replication ability was an unbeatable advantage in any era, especially in the apocalypse. He was a much sturdier support. Moreover, she was the first woman Yi Yuan had encountered, giving her the upper hand in their relationship. Clinging to Yi Yuan was the wisest choice. However, Hisu had treated her well. Even if her compliance was partly due to fear of the He family, she felt compelled to communicate her feelings clearly. Thus, she answered the call. "Xiaofan, why did it take you so long to answer? How are you? Have you eaten?" Hisu's concern was as unwavering as ever. But Jiang Xiaofan found herself unmoved, even feeling a hint of disdain. She was acutely aware that while Hisu liked her, his notorious lechery spoke volumes. He might very well be with another woman while speaking with her. Perhaps it was her reserved demeanor that captivated him. Both men and women are alike. The more unattainable something is, the more precious it appears. Regaining her composure, Jiang Xiaofan replied calmly, "I've already eaten. I was washing the dishes. My phone was on vibrate, so I didn't hear it ring." Hisu on the other end of the line visibly exhaled in relief. "That's great. Just hold on for one more night. I'll send a helicopter to fetch you tomorrow morning. I've received information that the blood mist and blood rain are both viral, though the blood mist is relatively mild. However, prolonged exposure could still lead to zombification. But don't worry, Lu doesn't have blood mist, and it's bathed in sunlight daily. The military has it under control, making it very safe. Once you arrive, you won't have to worry about turning into a zombie." "What?" Jiang Xiaofan was taken aback. Her previously calm demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. This was unacceptable. Even if Yi Dage could replicate food and weapons infinitely, The presence of blood mist posed a latent threat. The probability of zombification remained uncertain, perhaps high, or perhaps low. Jiang Xiaofan couldn't afford to take chances. Her sole thought was to swiftly leave the main urban area and head to Lu Hu, a genuine safe zone devoid of blood mist. But she needed a plan to bring Yi Dage along. Chapter 15. Eliminate Yi Yuan to prevent future trouble. Jiang Xiaofan had a foreboding sense that persuading Yi Yuan to leave with her would be a formidable challenge. Despite Hisu's insistence that he knew Yi Yuan and even claiming that as long as Yi Yuan provided her with food, he would take him away, it was evident that Yi Yuan was not inclined to accept Hisu's overtures, suggesting a history of discord between them. Jiang Xiaofan had some understanding of Hisu, arrogant, vindictive, and unlikely to easily facilitate Yi Yuan's escape. She needed a strategy. On the call, Hisu was oblivious to Jiang Xiaofan's fluctuating emotions and continued speaking animatedly. Xiaofan, I have something to inform you in advance. Your building's rooftop cannot accommodate the helicopter. They will drop a ladder instead. Just hold on tight when it descends. We have no choice during these exceptional times. The helicopter will also pick up Aunt Ru Yin from Yipin Tanxiang. She's my Uncle Gu's wife. Make sure to greet her when you see her. Jiang Xiaofan recognized the name Gu Yiming, a true magnate in Shudu, overseeing real estate, supermarkets, and hotels. Particularly in supermarkets, he owned 700 stores in Shudu alone, effectively monopolizing every neighborhood. Regardless of whether they were foreign or domestic brands, they would be overwhelmed by Gu Yiming's dominance, leaving him the sole player in the market. The Gu family monopolized the livelihoods of 20 million people in Shudu, a genuine titan. However, in the face of the apocalypse, these matters were of little concern to Jiang Xiaofan. Initially, she intended to respond casually, but suddenly an idea struck her. Brother He, when you come to pick me up tomorrow, could you bring Yi Yuan along as well? You mentioned that he would provide me with food, and you would take him with you. On the other end of the line, Hisu was caught off guard. Yi Yuan, food is from him? That doesn't make sense. He was just playing me yesterday. How could he provide you with food? Jiang Xiaofan was unaware of Yi Yuan's antics towards Hisu. Even if he had, it was of no concern to her. Her sole focus was to bring Yi Yuan along to Lu Hu. The food is indeed from Yi Yuan, and he saved me today. She recounted the incident where intruders had invaded her home, and Yi Yuan had dispatched them from the balcony. However, she withheld the truth about Yi Yuan living in her home. Are you saying Yi Yuan forcibly broke into your home, threatening you to take him along tomorrow? Jiang Xiaofan feigned innocence, expressing her grievances. Indeed, he stated that you had made a promise. Moreover, the condition under which he rescued me was to leave on your helicopter. He also mentioned that we would be bound together with a rope hanging from the suspension ladder. Should you sever the ladder, he would ensure I plummet alongside him to feed the zombies. You wouldn't abandon me to the zombies, would you? A light chuckle escaped her lips, masking her inner delight. She intentionally portrayed Yi Yuan as a brute, instilling caution in Hisu. With merely a rope binding her to Brother Yi, ascending the ladder would guarantee their safety. Once aboard the aircraft, Brother Yi would brandish a shotgun, coercing the pilot to alter the flight path. With a vast expanse of Luhai at their disposal, they could choose any suitable landing spot, incapacitate the pilot, and retreat to a secluded area to regroup. With Brother Ye's prowess, he would swiftly ascend to dominance, rendering them immune to Hisu's retribution. Jiang Xiaofan's plan was meticulously crafted. However, Hisu's voice brimmed with malice. Very well, that bastard Yi Yuan. Xiaofan, rest assured. For your sake, I will allow him aboard the plane. Upon our arrival at Luhai, I shall avenge you. How dare he threaten me, Hisu? Once on the plane, it will be a realm of freedom. I cannot permit you to harm Brother Yi. He is my steadfast ally. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Xiaofan's tameness had increased by 3 points, leaving her only 7 away from another opportunity to enhance her attributes. Meanwhile, on the Black Pearl Island of Luhai Ecological City, there stood 26 lakeside villas with a cluster of high-rise apartments at the center. Given Hisu's stature, he undoubtedly resided in a villa, yet he also acquired a high-rise apartment specifically for the placement of his canaries. A notorious playboy in Shudu, he had indulged in countless beauties, yet a select few had captured his particular interest, leading him to keep them for his own enjoyment. Rising from his plush bed, Hisu prepared to dress for departure. Young master He, will you not stay the night? Are we not worth more than a mere Jiang Xiaofan? 2 stunning women lounged on the bed. Though not as exquisite as Jiang Xiaofan, they were still rare gems. Hisu shot them a disdainful glance. How can you possibly compare to Xiaofan? I lavished 100,000 a month on you before the apocalypse. I gifted Xiaofan luxury cars and mansions, and she turned them all down. Though she is merely a live stream influencer, she has never resorted to lewdness. Xiaofan is the true embodiment of purity in my heart. At that moment, Hisu had finished dressing. Before stepping out, he suddenly recalled something and turned back with a fierce expression. I must inform you. Tomorrow, I will bring Xiaofan to Luhai. Upon seeing us together, you must pretend not to recognize me. Should you slip up, do not blame me for my rudeness. With that, Hisu departed. The 2 women exchanged knowing smiles. Who would care to accompany you? Fat and ugly as you are. Hopefully, Jiang Xiaofan will ensnare that glutton, keeping him away from us. After all, this is the apocalypse. The military has taken control here. Without Hisu, we can still procure food. It is merely a charade. None of us take it seriously. After descending the stairs, Hisu promptly returned to the lakeside villa. In the living room, a middle-aged, corpulent man sat on the sofa, his large beer belly resembling a balloon, giving the impression of a plump Buddha. He was Isu's father, Yi Xiaoming. Father, I need to discuss something with you. Isu approached his father with urgency. Yi Yuan is still alive. Furthermore, I suspect he knows we are responsible for his parents' demise. To avoid any further complications, I propose we eliminate him tomorrow. Is that so? Yi Xiaoming stood up from the sofa, his expression grave as he scrutinized the son. Did Yi Yuan not move away long ago? And how can you be sure he is aware of our involvement in his parents' deaths? Isu wasted no time, immediately outlining the suspicious conversations he had with Yi Yuan over the past few days. Consider this. If Yi Yuan were unaware of our role in his parents' deaths, why would he mock me during our video call? Why would he invade Xiao Fan's home, using her to coerce me into taking him along tomorrow? You know our relationship appears cordial on the surface. His sudden change of attitude suggests that during his absence, he may have uncovered evidence regarding our involvement in his parents' deaths. Therefore, he must be eliminated. After contemplating Hisu's words, Yi Xiaoming finally replied, "Your reasoning is sound." Hisu added, "I heard Xiao Fan mention he possesses a firearm, and since he dares to board the plane, he must be adequately prepared. Thus, I recommend you contact Uncle Gu. He has connections and can procure weapons and ammunition without issue. We must eliminate Yi Yuan before he boards the aircraft to eliminate future threats. I believe Uncle Gu will assist, especially since he is one of the true orchestrators behind the death of Yi Yuan's parents." Chapter 16. Entering the game. I am a hunter. After careful consideration, Yi Xiaoming decided to call Gu Yiming personally. Although Yi Yuan returning to Luhai would not stir much trouble, one must always be cautious. Unforeseen complications can arise. For security's sake, it would be prudent to dispose of Yi Yuan sooner rather than later, especially since the He family had also partaken in the covert operation that led to Yi Yuan's parents' demise. A vendetta of such magnitude could lead to catastrophic consequences should he return to Luhai. Once the call connected, Yi Xiaoming promptly relayed the situation regarding Yi Yuan to Gu Yiming, who took the matter seriously. As the mastermind behind the covert operation, Gu Yiming had a vested interest, especially since tomorrow's helicopter rescue included his wife, who was trapped in Yiping Tan's hang. Should Yi Yuan board the helicopter and engage in any extreme actions, even retaliating against his wife, Gu Yiming's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Ordinary survivors may disregard their reputation in the apocalypse, but individuals like Gu Yiming, who hold power, remain at the pinnacle of the food chain and must safeguard their image. Rest assured, my dear brother, I will handle this matter. I will inform the higher-ups and secure 2 light machine guns and a rocket launcher for tomorrow's operation, ensuring Yi Yuan does not depart the old city alive. As for your nephew's girlfriend, she may perish as well. You must keep this under wraps. Neither of us is prone to sentimentality. You can discern what is trivial and what is paramount. After ending the call, Yi Xiaoming exhaled softly. Gu Yiming's methods were as ruthless as ever to eliminate Yi Yuan. He would not hesitate to take down his son's girlfriend as well. Yet, it was a wise decision. After all, women are merely women. In the apocalypse, as long as there is food and strength, one can have as many women as desired. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaofan, her seemingly flawless scheme had drawn the specter of death upon her. Yet, a woman's intuition is sharp. After concluding her conversation with Hisu, she found herself restless, her heart unsteady. Everything was proceeding too smoothly, too unreal. Jiang Xiaofan sought to consult Yi Yuan, yet after knocking twice, she received no response. She then approached his bedroom door and knocked again. "Brother Yi, what are you doing? Open the door. I have something important to discuss." Yi Yuan glanced at the time. It was time to rise. He had known all along that Jiang Xiaofan was knocking, yet he chose to ignore her. When dealing with women, one must not be overly accommodating. It is essential to make them worry, to feel anxious, even to the point of tears. One must occupy their hearts to enhance their tameness. "What are you doing? You ate so much meat at dinner. You can't possibly be hungry again, can you?" Jiang Xiaofan rolled her eyes. "Am I that much of a glutton? Umph. Brother Yi, let us speak outside. It is urgent." Jiang Xiaofan led Yi Yuan to the living room, where she recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing her account, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed into a deep frown. "What do you think, Brother Yi? Is there an issue? I can't shake the feeling that it's all too smooth, too unsettling." Yuan Li a cigarette, inhaling deeply without responding. This matter indeed had complications. However, Jiang Xiaofan is not entirely lacking in merit. She has been successfully persuaded and even deceived Hisu into thinking she would leave with him. Of course, Yi Yuan understands that if she did not possess the ability for infinite replication, she would not dare to take such a risk. Human relationships are fundamentally rooted in mutual interests, a blend of truth and falsehood. As long as one is aware of this reality, it suffices. After finishing a cigarette, Yi Yuan remarked, "I know Hisu better than you do. He will not allow me to reach Lu Lake alive, even if he considers your safety. He can put me on the plane, but what happens once I am aboard? Do you think having a gun makes me invincible? If there are 4 or 5 armed men on the plane waiting for me, once I board, I would be at their mercy. Therefore, boarding the plane is not an option." Jiang Xiaofan immediately shook her head and said, "Brother Yi, we will not board the plane. We can hang from the suspension ladder, securing ourselves with a rope around our waists. If anyone on the plane shoots at you, I will fall with you." I believe Hisu would not dare to do such a thing. It is a seemingly unsolvable situation, Yet Yi Yuan perceives numerous flaws. Did you not mention that the helicopter would also pick up Lu Ruyan? If we are hanging from the suspension ladder, how will they manage to get her on the plane? This statement awakened Jiang Xiaofan to the reality that if those on the suspension ladder do not board the plane, those below cannot ascend. It is improbable for all three of them to hang from the ladder. Moreover, Yi Yuan is aware that the helicopter pilot might be compromised. Thus he would not board either. You do not understand the complexities of my relationships with the He family and the Gu family. It cannot be explained in just a few words. However, one thing is certain. The primary objective of this helicopter rescue is to eliminate me. Of course, in his past life, a helicopter was not sent to kill Yi Yuan because he had remained hidden. Yet in this life, he has already exposed himself. Having toyed with Hisu, even if Hisu is foolish, he must harbor some suspicion. Should this matter reach his father, He Xiaoming, the situation would become far more intricate. To eliminate future threats, Jiang Xiaofan might even be disposed of. Yi Yuan knows them all too well. Trust me, we cannot board the helicopter tomorrow. Of course, if you wish to leave, I will not stop you. Jiang Xiaofan quickly shook her head. I will not leave. I want to stay with you, brother Yi. Yi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, have you developed feelings for me? Not at all. I just want to remain by your side. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile that held a hint of amusement. He understood her thoughts well, but it mattered little. There is no love without reason in this world. Only those with capability can attract followers. Relationships between men and women are merely transactions. There is no need to take them too seriously. But brother Yi, how do we leave the main city? Hisu mentioned that the blood mist is also a virus. Prolonged inhalation could lead to zombification. Currently, only Lu Lake remains unaffected by the blood mist. We must find a way to reach it. Having lived a second life, Yi Yuan is well aware that Lu Lake is the safest refuge. However, he possesses antibodies and need not fear the blood mist. Furthermore, by revisiting Jiang Xiaofan's entry, she would automatically become his follower, thereby also gaining immunity to the blood mist virus. I have my methods to lead you out of the main city. You need not worry. I can assure you that the blood mist will not turn you into a zombie. As for the reasons, do not inquire. In Jiang Xiaofan's eyes, Yi Yuan is a figure of great wisdom, and his words are absolutely trustworthy. I believe you, brother Yi. Unbeknownst to her, her obedience level increased by 2, reaching 90. Only 5 more, and she could refresh her entry for the last time. It seems achievable by tomorrow. Yi Yuan glanced at the clock. It was already past 10 in the evening, typically a time for rest. However, he had just awakened and felt invigorated. It was the perfect opportunity to take care of matters tonight. What's the password for your front door? I need to step out for a while. And you need not let me in when I return. Peering through the peephole, he noticed no zombies outside, making it quite safe. Jiang Xiaofan relayed the door code to Yi Yuan, who armed himself with a shotgun and stepped outside. Be careful, brother Yi. Yi Yuan did not respond. Proceeding directly up the stairs, he was uncertain if there were zombies above, and he needed to clear them out tonight so that he could hide on the rooftop by morning. Hisu intends to kill Yi Yuan, yet Yi Yuan is equally determined to eliminate him. The previous video call was a mere jest to provoke Hisu. Should this man personally arrive in a helicopter, Yi Yuan would hide on the rooftop, suddenly open fire on the pilot, and cause the helicopter to crash. Even if Hisu does not come, Yi Yuan still intends to bring down the helicopter. His position has already been compromised. Without doubt, there will be armed men dispatched by the He family aboard the helicopter. Rather than passively endure their attacks, it is far better to take the initiative. Chapter 17. The third refresh of the entry, the dilapidated buildings in the city, typically consist of only 7 or 8 floors. After dispatching 2 zombies, Yi Yuan ascended to the top floor, where clotheslines were strung with bedding, along with 2 bed sheets that had not been collected. This obstructed his view. Yi Yuan removed the sheets, clearing his sight. By hiding in the loft tomorrow, he could fire upon the helicopter when it arrives. His marksmanship need not be a concern. In his past life, Yi Yuan had sought revenge by joining the Lu Lake Border Patrol, venturing out daily to eliminate zombies. He honed his sharpshooting skills, as one must aim for the head when killing zombies. After a year, even a novice can become an expert. Moreover, tomorrow he would be targeting the helicopter pilot, where headshots are unnecessary. Hitting the body would suffice. The only uncertainty lies in how low the helicopter will descend tomorrow. If it approaches closely, not far from the ground, he could easily employ a shotgun for a direct hit. However, if it is at a distance, the accuracy and power of the shotgun would diminish significantly, necessitating the use of an automatic rifle. Taking advantage of his current state of alertness, Yi Yuan decided to modify a super automatic rifle. The stairwell was now clear of zombies, and the top floor was quite secure. Feeling cooped up at home, he wanted to breathe some fresh air. Yi Yuan retrieved a stool from his storage space, sat down, lit a cigarette, and began to modify the super automatic rifle. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofan, left at home, felt anxious and was in the midst of a fierce internal struggle. Should I really do this? She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her bright and captivating eyes gazing out at the mesmerizing blood mist illuminated by the streetlights. The low growls of zombies echoed from below. Nervously, Jiang Xiaofan retreated to the living room and sat on the sofa. The world is in such chaos. Why should I still care about these things? As a woman without any means to defend herself, only by following a strong figure like Yi Yuan can I survive. Perhaps Yi Yuan will have many women in the future, but if I could be the first, he should not treat me poorly. Jiang Xiaofan's expression suddenly hardened with resolve. She pushed open the bedroom door and opened the wardrobe, selecting a sheer, delicate camisole from a row of exquisite garments. She slipped on a pair of black stockings and stood before the mirror, admiring her flawless figure, which ignited passion from any angle. Jiang Xiaofan was well aware of her beauty and recognized that it is her greatest asset. Thus, while her university roommates all had boyfriends, she remained unattached despite countless suitors. Jiang Xiaofan believed that only the most exceptional and affluent men were worthy of her, and she would not settle for less. Even holding hands would make her feel tarnished. It is no wonder that people say one should seek beautiful girlfriends, for the more beautiful they are, the more pristine they appear. This does not imply that beautiful women possess pure hearts. Rather, it suggests that their beauty prevents them from easily entangling themselves with others. The same applies to men. The patrons of washrooms are typically unremarkable rough men, not because handsome men do not wish to go, but because they cannot overcome their own mental barriers. Entering the foot massage parlor with a strikingly handsome face, one cannot help but feel akin to a sheep amidst a pack of wolves, aware that any technician's attention could lead to a sense of loss. This narcissistic mindset has plagued Jiang Xiaofan, who remains chaste to this day. She extinguished the lights in her bedroom and, filled with a mix of trepidation and anticipation, laid down on her bed, feigning sleep. Despite her admiration for a man of wealth and charm, wealth was of little consequence to her, as she was already affluent herself. All that mattered was height and good looks, and Yi Yuan perfectly embodied both traits. In this apocalyptic world, Yi Yuan's extraordinary ability to replicate was the greatest treasure available. Who could possibly rival him in the realm of high, rich, and handsome? Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaofan, the taming level indicated above her head surged from 90 to 95, meeting the criteria for the third extraction of her attributes. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan was on the rooftop, engrossed in replicating a super automatic rifle, entirely oblivious to the changes occurring with Jiang Xiaofan. As she lay in bed with her eyes closed, her thoughts swirled like drifting snowflakes, filled with concern. After all, Yi Yuan had occupied her bedroom. What if he turned out to be a rigid man, mistaking her presence as a challenge for his space, and sought to evict her? That would be rather embarrassing. Yet, Jiang Xiaofan quickly devised a response. If Yi Yuan truly lacked understanding and attempted to usher her out, she could merely claim it was her habitual practice to sleep in her own bedroom. After all, it was indeed hers and with daily use. She had grown accustomed to it. A sly smile crept across Jiang Xiaofan's face as she reveled in her cleverness, her anxiety dissipating as her mood lightened considerably. On another note, Yi Yuan had yet to finish his cigarette when he completed the replication of the super automatic rifle. His previous experience with replicating shotguns had proven advantageous. Even though the mechanisms differed, the principles of replication remained consistent. It was a matter of extending internal space and springs. A straightforward operation as long as one possessed the ability for localized integrated replication. The super automatic rifle boasted a capacity of 10,000 rounds. And while this latest domestic model could fire up to 15,000 rounds, Yi Yuan had no shortage of weapons or ammunition, rendering such limits unnecessary. A capacity of 10,000 rounds ensured both precision and absolute reliability. Yi Yuan stored the rifle in a chair in his spatial warehouse, stretched lazily, and prepared to return for some rest. Upon entering the loft, he abruptly halted, his gaze drawn to the blinds, where a flash of insight struck him. Behind those blinds lay an optimal position for ambushing helicopters, albeit obstructed from view. He retrieved the rifle, snapped 2 blades, allowing the barrel to extend while maintaining an unobstructed view. Perfect. Tomorrow he would stake out this spot. Discarding the cigarette butt, he cautiously returned to the 5th floor, only to find the living room lights illuminated, yet Jiang Xiaofan was nowhere to be found. Calling out yielded no response. Could she have turned? Previously, upon returning to Luhu without seeing Jiang Xiaofan, it was not solely due to a helicopter crash. Perhaps she had transformed into a zombie ahead of time. He fervently hoped that was not the case, especially since he still had one attribute to extract. With a sense of urgency, Yi Yuan locked the front door behind him, drawing his pistol as he cautiously approached Jiang Xiaofan's bedroom door. He knocked, but silence greeted him. A quick inspection of the bathroom revealed a damp environment, with a lingering fragrance of shower gel indicating that Jiang Xiaofan had recently bathed. Yet despite searching the kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and balcony, she remained elusive. The only space left to explore was his own bedroom. Yi Yuan stepped outside the door, gently twisted the doorknob, confirming it was not locked. With his right hand gripping the gun and his left pushing the door open, he peered through the hazy light of the street lamp outside, catching a glimpse of an alluring silhouette reclining on the bed. Her posture was effortlessly captivating, embodying the essence of allure. It was Jiang Xiaofan. The gentle rise and fall of her body confirmed her steady breathing. She was certainly not a zombie. What was happening? Hadn't it been agreed that the master bedroom was to be his? It appeared he had been far too accommodating. After all, she still hadn't learned her lesson after their previous encounters. Yi Yuan's expression hardened as he prepared to rouse Jiang Xiaofan with a loud reprimand. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the card hovering above her head. Taming level 95? How curious that after his rooftop excursion, it had risen to 95. He could now attempt the third extraction of her attributes. Chapter 18. Replicating Life Forms. Isu's head shone green. Yi Yuan holstered his pistol and approached the bed slowly. Observing the card above Jiang Xiaofan's head, he noted the taming level of 95. This was the final opportunity to extract her attributes. He wondered what abilities he would gain. At that moment, excitement bubbled within him, causing his breath to quicken. Jiang Xiaofan, pretending to be asleep, detected his heavy breathing and began to fantasize. Men are all the same. They turn into beasts upon seeing a beautiful woman, especially one as stunning as herself. Confident and somewhat vain, she waited expectantly for Yi Yuan to make his next move. What was he doing? Was he truly a block of wood? Or perhaps he was incapable? Jiang Xiaofan's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slightly lifted her eyelids, peering through the slits to see Yi Yuan standing motionless, resembling a wooden figure. Had he perhaps been infected with the zombie virus? Would he turn? Surely not. Those on the verge of transformation were typically agitated, unlike Yi Yuan's current calm demeanor. Confusion enveloped Jiang Xiaofan as she remained unaware that Yi Yuan was rooted in place solely due to the card indicating her taming level of 95. This was the final chance. Once extracted, she would become a servant, forever immune to the blood mist, and they would have an additional ally to navigate the city. Yi Yuan focused his thoughts on Jiang Xiaofan's attributes, preparing to extract them. In an instant, a mysterious force surged into his body. Simultaneously, the information on the card transformed. Servant, Jiang Xiaofan attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 8, Agility 9. Spirit 9 abilities. None can be granted by the master. Current taming level. 100 following the third extraction, Jiang Xiaofan's taming level automatically escalated to 100. A level of 100 signified absolute loyalty and the potential to bestow her with abilities. Yi Yuan currently possessed only one ability related to 3D printing, which included 3 distinct capabilities: infinite replication, localized integrated replication, and the newly acquired ability. Although he had yet to examine this third ability, it was presumably also related to replication. The power of 3D printing was overwhelmingly formidable. Even with Jiang Xiaofan's loyalty at 100, he could not grant her such an ability. First, he would explore this newly acquired capability. Yi Yuan summoned the attributes display. Yi Yuan attributes, Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9 abilities. 3D printing, infinite replication. Localized integrated replication, life form replication. The third ability could actually replicate life forms. Yi Yuan concentrated, and the detailed description of the ability surfaced in his mind. Life form replication, capable of printing and replicating low-level intelligent life forms, such as pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and fish, but unable to replicate memories. Incredible. The ability to replicate even life forms was extraordinary, akin to creating life itself. Although it could not replicate memories, that was of little concern. The replicated life forms would possess entirely new memories, which might even be preferable. If low-level intelligent life forms could be replicated, it was only logical that plants, devoid of intelligence, would be a simple feat with the blood mist casting shadows and threatening species extinction. Not on his watch. As long as he remained, extinction was impossible. Yi Yuan's primary objective was revenge, yet once that vendetta was fulfilled, he would undoubtedly seek to build his own faction. Thus, he must begin gathering various samples in anticipation of future replication. While the urgency for plant samples was not immediate, as the mist diminished sunlight and slowed photosynthesis, plants would not perish entirely in the short term. The immediate priority was to secure animal samples, a matter that would require careful planning, ideally postponed until after escaping the main city. Yi Yuan withdrew his thoughts. Then, with a mere thought, the card hovering above Jiang Xiaofan's head vanished. This was a new feature that came with becoming a servant. Yi Yuan could conceal her personal information card at will, summoning it only when needed to check. This was preferable. Having a card floating above her head made her feel rather robotic. Without it, she appeared more like a living, breathing person. Now that Xiaofan's tameness had reached 100, Yi Yuan contemplated taking her out tomorrow to confront zombies herself. Beyond honing her shooting skills, practical experience was vital for cultivating courage. Only by bravely facing the undead could one avoid panic when they surged forth. He certainly did not wish for Xiaofan to be paralyzed by fear upon leaving the city. Losing a hard-won servant to a zombie would be regrettable, but the disruption to his plans for exiting the city would be far more perilous. As for grenades, he could not allow Jiang Xiaofan to touch them for now. Such devices were lethal weapons. Although he could replicate them indefinitely, he feared that in a moment of panic, Xiaofan might drop one at her feet, which would be disastrous. While Yi Yuan pondered his plans for the next day, the seemingly asleep Jiang Xiaofan was preoccupied with other thoughts. With her transformation into a servant and her tameness at its peak, her admiration for Yi Yuan deepened, subtly altering her mindset. Why was he just standing there? No, I must take the initiative. Jiang Xiaofan abruptly opened her eyes, deciding to no longer feign sleep. It was time to lay her cards on the table. Meanwhile, Hisu lay in bed, unable to find rest. His mind was filled with the enchanting image of Jiang Xiaofan. He had deliberately gone to bed early that night, forgoing the pleasures of his usual company. Tonight he would rest well, for when Jiang Xiaofan arrived at Lu Lake tomorrow, he would employ every tactic at his disposal, at least 5 minutes. After pursuing her for over half a year without success, the apocalypse had now arrived. Xiaofan had no reason to refuse him this time, did she? Only he could protect her. Tomorrow, once Yi Yuan was eliminated, Xiaofan could safely reach Lu Lake, and then they would never be apart. Hisu indulged in these sweet dreams, yearning to bring Jiang Xiaofan to him immediately, but alas, the streets were teeming with zombies. He could only take out his phone and send her a message. Xiaofan, my dear, what are you doing? After waiting 10 minutes without a reply, he found it unusual. It was still early, barely 8 o'clock. Surely she wasn't already asleep? He realized that in this apocalyptic world, everyone had set their phones to vibrate. Xiaofan likely hadn't heard it. So he sent another message. Xiaofan, I miss you. Let's video chat. Another 10 minutes passed with no response. Could it be? She hadn't seen his messages for so long? Xiaofan, what are you doing? Is that bastard Yi Yuan bullying you? This time, Hisu began to feel anxious. Jiang Xiaofan had mentioned that Yi Yuan had taken her captive. Alone together, and with Xiaofan's beauty, what if that scoundrel had ulterior motives? Although the likelihood seemed low, after all, he was counting on taking his helicopter tomorrow. Yi Yuan should be able to restrain himself. Yet, Xiaofan continued to remain silent. Was she asleep? Or was she being mistreated? Yi Yuan, you bastard, you better behave. If I find out you've harmed Xiaofan, I'll make you wish for death tomorrow. Hisu muttered fiercely to himself. After an hour, he finally received a response from Jiang Xiaofan. I just fell asleep. The roar of zombies downstairs woke me, and then I saw your message. She replied. Finally, she responded. Hisu quickly initiated a video call, needing to see with his own eyes that Jiang Xiaofan was unharmed before he could relax. Chapter 19. Wealth and Danger. I am the hunter. When the video connected, Hisu gazed at Jiang Xiaofan, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Although the room was dimly lit, resembling the faint glow of a street lamp, he could make out that she was dressed neatly, albeit looking rather weary, likely due to just waking up. Xiaofan, seeing you safe eases my mind. Please continue to rest. Just then, Hisu was about to end the video call when Jiang Xiaofan interrupted him. Can you come to pick me up in person tomorrow? Me? To come and fetch you by helicopter? That seems rather challenging. Hisu hesitated to refuse outright, but internally he was extremely reluctant. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had never left Lu Lake. Moreover, it was the only place not shrouded in blood mist. He had never inhaled it and was uncertain if he had any immunity. If he were to leave Lu Lake and become infected, it would be disastrous. He did indeed have feelings for Jiang Xiaofan, but he could not gamble with his life. After a moment of internal turmoil, Hisu stammered, Xiaofan, I'm sorry, but I have important matters tomorrow and cannot personally come fetch you. I hope you understand. Jiang Xiaofan immediately resorted to her feminine charms. Yet, no matter how much she pouted or threw a tantrum, Hisu steadfastly refused to relent, determined not to leave Lu Lake. After ending the call, Jiang Xiaofan felt perplexed. You to go. Why won't you let me confront Hisu? We're already in this situation. Given the apocalypse, there's no need for subterfuge, is there? Yi Yuan revealed a knowing smile. There's no rush. Let us toy with Hisu a bit longer. It's a pity Yi Yuan come to pick you up tomorrow. Upon hearing Yi Yuan's sigh, Jiang Xiaofan seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. Yi to go. Do you want me to lure Hisu here so you can kill him? Yi Yuan nodded. Jiang Xiaofan's tameness had reached its zenith, and there was no longer a need to hide certain truths from her. However, she felt a twinge of confusion. Why? Upon hearing Yi Ji's intention to kill Hisu, did she feel no disquiet? Although she had initially feigned interest to placate Hisu, she was still human. Even if she did not harbor feelings for him, he had never harmed her and had been infatuated with her for half a year. Logically, she should not be so cold-hearted. The notion of Yi wanting to kill him stirred no emotion within her. Why was that? Jiang Xiaofan could not comprehend it. Little did she know that after becoming Yi Yuan's servant, her thoughts had been influenced, causing her to unconsciously adopt his perspective. Yi should I send Hisu a video response? I must compel him to come and pick me up, and then you can kill him. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Xiaofan startled herself. Why had her transformation occurred so swiftly, even suggesting to assist Yi in eliminating Hisu? Well, never mind. I want to dwell on it. I don't have feelings for Hisu, and I'm now Yi-Gu's woman, so it's only natural to consider his wishes. Jiang Xiaofan swiftly completed her mental reassessment, no longer questioning her change in mindset. Yi Yuan, however, shook his head. Let us not send Hisu a video response. It may raise his suspicions. In truth, whether Hisu came or not was of little consequence. Neither the He family nor the Gu family, nor any of the influential elites of Lu Lake, dared to leave recklessly. They had never encountered blood mist and were uncertain of their immunity. Especially in a month's time, the vast majority would succumb to transformation due to the blood mist, indicating that only a select few would possess antibodies. The elite of Lu Lake would be even less inclined to leave, with less than a 10% chance of survival. No one would dare to take that risk. Conversely, Lu Lake was an absolute safe zone, but also a prison that confined them. Their enemies were all within Lu Lake. Escape was impossible. He had ample time to play with them, allowing them to perish in despair. Reflecting on his past experiences, when he had failed in his quest for revenge and had been captured, he endured inhumane torment, ultimately meeting his demise at Isu's hands. The searing hatred would never allow them a quick death. The following morning, after breakfast, Yi Yuan took Jiang Xiaofan to the top floor. Before leaving, he had packed all her clothes and essential items, storing them in his spatial warehouse. This home could no longer be inhabited. After today, regardless of whether the helicopter was shot down, he would sever all ties with his enemies. A change of scenery was necessary. Otherwise, he could not sleep soundly. Yi Yuan was acutely aware of the enmity surrounding Lu Hu. Although they lacked the military might to mobilize troops, their connections with influential figures in the Wenbu were quite formidable. Acquiring some resources to rent civilian helicopters was certainly within reach. Moreover, procuring weapons and ammunition was not an insurmountable task. Thus, infiltrating the city to carry out an assassination was a feasible endeavor, warranting utmost caution. Upon reaching the top floor, the two concealed themselves in the attic, where Yi Yuan produced 2 chairs to rest. "Brother Yi, we really didn't need to hide up here," Jiang Xiaofan remarked. "Even if you intend to shoot down a helicopter, we could simply do so from a balcony." Yi Yuan lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and responded, "It's not that simple. Isu, the wealthy second generation, has limited resources. He cannot procure a helicopter with his capabilities. You mentioned yesterday that this rescue also involves Lu Ruyan, who is Gu Yiming's wife. Therefore, it is likely that Gu Yiming leveraged his connections to summon the helicopter. Given his unscrupulous nature, he might issue orders for indiscriminate attacks without granting me any time to react. A barrage from machine gun could easily take us both out." Jiang Xiaofan was taken aback. She had never considered such a grim outcome. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Do you think the Gu family would care about Emir Hisu? Hisu is cautious, but Gu Yiming wouldn't concern himself with your fate. They would sacrifice anyone for their own interests." Jiang Xiaofan, not one to be underestimated, began to see the validity of Yi Yuan's words. She had heard of Gu Yiming, a legendary figure in Shu. Not to mention, the Gu family controlled the livelihoods of over 20 million people in Shu, a feat not achievable by ordinary individuals. Such influence required both a formidable background and ruthless decisiveness. "Brother Yi, I trust you. Whatever you say, I will follow. I'm sticking by you," she declared resolutely. Yi Yuan chuckled. "You are already my subordinate. What difference does it make? Just do as you're told." In truth, Yi Yuan could have fled with Jiang Xiaofan to a secluded location, biding their time in obscurity. However, fortune favors the bold. If the helicopter were to be shot down without exploding, there might be an opportunity to procure new weapons. The helicopter would likely be equipped with at least light machine guns. At 8:30, he soon messaged that the helicopter had departed. In 15 minutes, a Jixiang Miao 313 helicopter arrived above the community. Yi Yuan immediately sensed something amiss. The rescue mission was supposed to involve only 3 individuals. Yet the Jixiang Miao 313 could accommodate 27. Clearly, overkill was at play. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was certain that there were gunmen aboard, and their numbers could be significant. Yi Yuan remained vigilant, aiming his super automatic rifle at the helicopter circling above. Due to the distance and angle, he couldn't target the pilot and refrained from firing prematurely. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofan received a text from Isu. "Xiaofan, the helicopter has arrived, but I don't see you. The pilot wants you to join Yi Yuan on the balcony." After reading the message, she turned to Yi Yuan. "Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Chapter 20. Shooting down a helicopter. Training. Jiang Xiaofan. Yi Yuan had anticipated such a scenario. Regardless of whether the helicopter was genuinely there to rescue or to kill, they needed to identify the target. For the sake of saving lives. If it was indeed a killing mission, stepping onto the balcony would expose them to a hail of gunfire from the helicopter-esque gunmen, resulting in certain death. Thus, Yi Yuan had already devised a strategy. "Tell Isu that I have taken you hostage, and we are in the bedroom with the pink curtains on the right side of the balcony. I demand the helicopter lower its altitude and deploy the rescue ladder before I step out onto the balcony." Jiang Xiaofan was unaware of Yi Yuan's intentions, but complied, sending the edited message to Hisu. Soon, a reply came through. "Xiaofan, you need to have Yi Yuan pull back the curtains and wave outside, so the pilot can confirm your floor and location." After reading the message, Yi Yuan instructed, "Tell him that the only pink curtains on the 5th floor belong to your home." After she sent the information, Hisu replied, "That won't work. The pilot must see you both to confirm your exact floor." Frustrated, Yi Yuan thought, it has been made abundantly clear. 5th floor, pink curtains. Yet they insist on seeing for themselves. It is evident that gunmen are aboard the helicopter, and revealing ourselves would lead to immediate gunfire. "What now, Brother Yi? If we don't show ourselves, the helicopter won't land," Jiang Xiaofan fretted. "Inform Hisu that unless the helicopter lowers the ladder first, we won't reveal ourselves. Since they are here to kill me, they're likely more anxious than I am. The people aboard the helicopter are desperate to confirm my location, perhaps suspecting that I have already moved. However, while you may be in a hurry, I am not. If I do not reveal myself, they won't dare to open fire recklessly. The priority is to have the helicopter come closer and lower the ladder. Once the aircraft adjusts its position, I will have the opportunity to aim at the pilot." Yi Yuan's task now was simply to wait. Hisu conveyed the message to the helicopter, which related to those orchestrating the operation. They were undoubtedly deliberating their strategy, requiring some time. Approximately 5 minutes later, the helicopter began to move, adjusting its body to align with the building where Yi Yuan was situated. The cabin door opened, and a man appeared, shouldering a rocket launcher. Quickly aiming at the window adorned with pink curtains on the 5th floor. With a whoosh, a rocket was launched, striking Jiang Xiaofan's bedroom in an instant. The explosion shattered her home, sending shockwaves through the entire building. But that was not the end. Following the rocket, 2 men armed with machine guns emerged from the cabin, unleashing a barrage of gunfire into Jiang Xiaofan's residence. Damn it, he Su deceived me, claiming to send a helicopter for rescue. Yet he has conspired to kill me as well. Thankfully, I heeded Brother Yi's advice. Otherwise, I would have been dead by now, Jiang Xiaofan raged. Yi Yuan, undistracted by her tirade, gazed fervently at the helicopter. A rocket launcher, machine guns. If only I could acquire these 2 weapons, I would be set for life. The helicopter's pilot was cautious, aware that Jiang Xiaofan had informed He Su of her possession of a shotgun. It appeared that those aboard the helicopter were concerned about being shot down, which was why they maintained a distance of 70 to 80 meters, far enough that even a shotgun would pose a threat to the aircraft. Yet just moments ago, in order to launch the rocket, the crew adjusted the helicopter's body, positioning the cockpit sideways towards the building. Yi Yuan's vantage point now allowed him to aim at the pilot. I've been waiting for you. I possess not just a shotgun, but an automatic rifle as well. With a crack, a round was fired, the bullet swiftly exiting the chamber and striking the pilot in the neck. The bullet exited through the other side, and the pilot slumped lifelessly. Although luck played a role in this shot, Yi Yuan's marksmanship, honed through a year of battling zombies in his previous life, was not to be underestimated. With the pilot incapacitated, the helicopter spiraled out of control, tilting dangerously. Yi Yuan continued his assault, unleashing a relentless barrage from his super-automatic rifle, switching seamlessly between semi-automatic and fully automatic fire. The 2 gunmen at the helicopter's door were also eliminated, one falling inside the aircraft and the other plummeting out the door after being shot. Yi Yuan observed closely, noting that along with the falling gunman, a machine gun tumbled down. Externally, it appeared to be the latest model of a 7.62mm general-purpose machine gun, equipped with an adjustable 4x scope on its rail. Yi Yuan's eyes glimmered with desire, especially for the scope. The new domestic firearm series had interchangeable parts, allowing them to be directly mounted on automatic rifles. With the scope and Yi Yuan's sharpshooting skills, taking out zombies at mid-range would be a simple task. However, Yi Yuan was still preoccupied with the rocket launcher. The helicopter was severely tilted, its body swaying incessantly, and the occupants inside had completely lost their combat capability. It was about to crash. Brother Yi is so impressive. He took out the pilot with a single shot, Jiang Xiaofan exclaimed with excitement. Although she had personally dealt the blow, she felt a sense of vengeance fulfilled, especially since the people inside the helicopter had launched rockets toward her bedroom. After all, she was the mother Tyrannosaurus. She lamented her own lack of ability, wishing she could have personally shot those inside the aircraft. The helicopter struggled in the air for a few seconds before plummeting, followed by a resounding explosion and a billowing cloud of smoke, claiming the lives of all within. Damn it, Yi Yuan Seekit. The crash of the helicopter did not necessarily mean an explosion, but evidently, luck was not on their side this time, and the aircraft had detonated. The rocket launcher inside must have been destroyed as well, and the rockets were lost in the blast. Yi Yuan felt a significant loss. Brother Yi, you look quite distressed, Jiang Xiaofan remarked. Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Let not go down just yet. Follow me. The 2 made their way out of the loft. Upon reaching the railing on the top floor, they gazed down to see the helicopter engulfed in flames, the violent explosions attracting nearby zombies. The fallen general-purpose machine gun was likely not far from the explosion site. To retrieve the weapon, they would have to clear away the zombies. Wait here for a moment, Yi Yuan said as he returned to the loft alone, replicating a super-automatic rifle with a magazine capacity of 10,000 rounds, which he then handed to Jiang Xiaofan. This is for you. Shoot the zombies near the helicopter. Aim for the head. Don't worry if you miss. I have plenty of bullets. Consider it practice. This had been Yi Yuan's plan all along. Once Jiang Xiaofan's tameness level reached 100, he could provide her with weapons and train her marksmanship. In the future, after leaving the main urban area, she could become his ally. Jiang Xiaofan held the automatic rifle, its cold texture instilling a profound sense of security within her. In this apocalyptic world, wielding a weapon was the only source of comfort. However, this sense of security was limited to solitary moments. If a group of people were armed, paranoia would ensue, as the apocalypse lacked legal and moral constraints, and no one could discern whether someone might shoot from behind. Brother Yi, thank you for trusting me so much. Yi Yuan smiled, but did not respond. Were it not for the clear indication of Jiang Xiaofan's tameness level reaching 100 in the personal information tab, he would not have placed his trust in her. Yi Yuan then taught Jiang Xiaofan how to shoot. The 2 took aim from the rooftop, continuously firing at the zombies below. Without a scope, it was challenging for Yi Yuan to achieve headshots. Nevertheless, he had an abundance of ammunition. They kept firing, and Jiang Xiaofan quickly got into the shooting rhythm, despite her abysmally low headshot rate. However, the power of the automatic rifle should not be underestimated. A shot to the chest created a hole the size of a peanut in the front and a fist-sized cavity in the back. With a stroke of luck, it could even sever the spinal cord. Even if the zombies did not die, they would lose their ability to move. At that moment, Isu sent another message to Jiang Xiaofan. Xiaofan, have you boarded the helicopter? I can't reach the pilot. Upon seeing Isu's message, Jiang Xiaofan was immediately filled with murderous intent. This was no pretense. After continuously shooting zombies, her transformation was swift, exuding an aura of cold determination. You bastard. How dare you message me? A rocket blew up my home, and a machine gun rained fire on my bedroom. Isu, you scoundrel. I will kill you when I return to Lu Hu. Jiang Xiaofan picked up her phone, ready to unleash a vociferous tirade. Ye Yuan immédiatement interrupted. Don't respond to Isu just yet. Let us deal with this first, and then have some fun with him. Despite Jiang Xiaofan's fury, Yi Yuan's words brought her back to calmness. I'll listen to Brother Yi. The two continued to shoot at the zombies, intermittently pausing, taking over an hour to clear the area around the helicopter. They could not keep shooting indefinitely. Their bodies needed rest. Ears weary, shoulders aching, they decided it was time to head downstairs. Yi Yuan, carrying a shotgun, led the way, while Jiang Xiaofan followed, empty-handed. Her apprehension lingered. It was her first encounter with a firearm, and she worried that if she got nervous and accidentally discharged a round, she could seriously injure Yi Yuan. Thus, she secured the weapon. Once they exited the building, Yi Yuan handed her a shotgun again, and they walked side by side. The zombies downstairs had already been dealt with. Soon, Yi Yuan located the fallen Type 20 general-purpose machine gun and detached the ammunition box, which still contained bullets. The 4x scope was also intact. Yi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, storing the machine gun in his spatial warehouse for later replication. Gazing at the nearby helicopter wreckage, he abandoned the idea of searching it. Even if the rocket launcher remained undamaged, the rockets had long since exploded. Obtaining the launcher would bear no significance. Let S retreat back to the building and devise a new plan for a safe haven. Jiang Xiaofan's home had been destroyed, and Yi Yuan's residence was equally precarious. The nearby buildings were not safe either, as no one knew whether the He family or the Gu family would send another helicopter. Anxiety clouded his mind. Even sleep was fraught with unease. Thus, they needed to find a new refuge nearby. Just as they returned to the building, Jiang Xiaofan received another text message. This time, it was not from Isu. The V message's avatar was a woman. Xiaofan, are you still alive? The first message had barely been sent when several followed in quick succession. Xiaofan, I'm so scared. Zombies keep banging on my door. I've seen zombies eat people. If the door breaks down, I'm dead. No one can be contacted. I don't know if you're alive or dead. What should I do? Yi Yuan stood beside her, glancing at the messages on her phone. Who is it? My best friend, Fang Xiaowan. She lives next door in Tianxin Garden and is also an internet celebrity. As Jiang Xiaofan replied, she typed, Xiaowan. I've been messaging you for the past few days. Why haven't you responded? I thought you'd been eaten by zombies. The reply came promptly. Xiaofan, you silly girl, I'm so glad you're alive. I thought you were dead. I lost my phone on the day the apocalypse broke out. I was about to go downstairs when I encountered a horde of zombies and panicked, running back. I accidentally left my phone at the door. It wasn't until today, after the zombies outside had left, that I opened the door to retrieve my phone. But I startled the zombies again, and now they're back at the door banging. What should I do? Reading the messages, Jiang Xiaofan felt at a loss. The danger outside was great. Although she cherished her friendship with Xiaowan, she could not risk her life to save her, nor did she possess the capability. However, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. Fang Xiaowan's V-message avatar was a photo of herself, and she was incredibly beautiful, even without filters or beauty enhancements. It was highly likely she was a stunning beauty. The system had mentioned that goddesses would have tags above their heads. Perhaps it was worth a shot. Tianxin Garden was just next door, a mere 400 to 500 meters away, via a shortcut. Why not head to your friend's house for shelter? Hoping for good fortune was one reason. Yi Yuan had another consideration. Randomly selecting a nearby residence would inevitably involve breaking down doors, and with the door compromised, even barricading it with furniture would not allow for a restful sleep at night. It would be far safer to go to Fang Xiaowan's house. If she did not have any tags above her head, they could then devise another plan for shelter. Jiang Xiaofan quickly messaged Fang Xiaowan. Xiaowan, don't be afraid. Brother Yi and I are coming to rescue you. Alone, Jiang Xiaofan would have felt too intimidated to go, but with Yi Yuan's presence, she felt emboldened. Xiaofan, you're the best, and thank you and your brother Yi. Outside my home lurks a horde of zombies. Do exercise caution. Jiang Xiaofan rolled her eyes. Do not refer to me as a melon old woman, or I shall end you. Without further ado, we shall meet shortly. After stowing away her phone, the two locked onto their destination and proceeded down a narrow alley. The streets of the old town are rather constricted, and the alleys between the buildings are even narrower, making them ideal for shotgun combat. One man can hold the fort against a multitude. Yi Yuan led the way, while Jiang Xiaofan followed closely behind. I must reiterate, your sole concern should be what lies behind. Should zombies appear ahead, refrain from firing and leave it to me. Heaven forbid, what if your errant gunfire strikes me? Fear not. Yi Go, I would never jest with your life. The alleyway stretched about 5 to 6 meters wide, yet both maneuvered sideways, taking small, cautious steps. This stance offered two advantages. Firstly, they could see one another, and secondly, the gun's muzzle would not be aimed at comrade. Even if an accidental discharge occurred, it would not lead to casualties. In truth, gun triggers are not as sensitive as one might presume. Unless one is excessively anxious, it is unlikely to misfire. Yi Yuan, with a capacity of 7,000 rounds in a shotgun, advanced confidently, leaving Jiang Xiaofan largely unthreatened. She could hardly be too anxious. The zombies in the alley had been drawn away by the explosion of a helicopter, and thus, the path remained temporarily secure. As they pressed onward, Yi Yuan would fire upon encountering a corner, drawing out any lurking zombies from the blind spots. The distance of over 400 meters was not daunting, and the number of zombies in the alley was scant. After dispatching about 70 to 80 zombies, they finally reached the exterior of Tianqing Yuan. However, a slight complication arose, as Tianqing Yuan was separated by a street spanning several meters. Yi Yuan cautiously peered out, observing a substantial number of zombies on the street. While charging directly across posed no immediate danger, the presence of zombies within the residential complex was concerning. Should they be flanked on both sides, escape would become impossible. Yidago, what should we do? Jiang Xiaofan inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Yet Yi Yuan remained unperturbed. His audacity in traversing this path assured his confidence. The alley was flanked by residential buildings, with streets at their peripheries. They could choose any building, locate a street-facing unit, break down the door, and hurl grenades from the balcony to eliminate the nearby zombies, thus ensuring safe entry into Tianqing Yuan. Follow me. Yi Yuan guided Jiang Xiaofan into the building on the right side of the alley. They ascended to the 4th floor, dispatching a zombie along the way. Selecting a street-facing apartment, Yi Yuan rapped on the door, eliciting zombie sounds from within. Judging by the noise, there was likely only one. Yi Yuan raised his shotgun and fired, piercing the door and killing the zombie within, before violently breaching the entrance. They entered the apartment, conducted a thorough search, and finding no additional threats, barricaded the door with furniture to guard against any potential intruders. Having completed their preparations, Yi Yuan approached the balcony, retrieved a grenade, pulled the pin, and launched it below. Moments later, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air, causing the nearby zombies to erupt into chaos, all rushing towards the source of the sound, including those in the opposite Tianqing Yuan complex. Yi Yuan simulate faintly. We shall bomb the zombies from here. Once we've cleared them out, we can safely enter Tianqing Yuan. In Chapter 22, with a commanding presence, Jiang Xiaofan observed the street below, where the explosions continued unabated. Yi Yuan, cigarette in mouth, seemed to toss grenades as if they were mere trifles. The high-explosive grenades wreaked havoc, obliterating zombies at the epicenter and sending shockwaves that dispatched those at the periphery. One grenade often claimed the lives of a dozen zombies. Jiang Xiaofan was filled with exhilaration. After the bloodshed they had endured, the once demure beauty had developed a penchant for violence. Yidago, allow me to toss a few grenades as well. Yi Yuan glanced at her, remaining silent. In his presence, Jiang Xiaofan was dutiful, yet she boldly extended a finger. Just one. Can I throw just one? Yi Yuan harbored concerns. This was no firearm, and a miscalculation could spell disaster for them both. However, considering the necessity of her assistance in their future endeavors, he decided to teach her the proper use of grenades. Very well, I shall instruct you. Grenades are not to be trifled with. Exercise utmost caution. You may throw them early, but never hesitate at the count. The street below is teeming with mindless zombies that possess no understanding of evasion or concealment. Even if you pull the pin and drop it immediately, it can still vanquish a significant number. Thus, there is no need for hesitation. Yi Yuan spent several minutes imparting the essential techniques of grenade tossing to Jiang Xiaofan. Remarkably, she grasped the concepts quickly, displaying commendable composure. While her strength may have been lacking, preventing her from throwing too far, her demeanor was that of a seasoned warrior rather than a novice. It is no wonder that the international community claims that nearly 80% of those from Longhua possess berserker genes, indicating an innate aptitude for battle. When armed, their bloodlines awaken. This assertion seems to hold some truth, as foreigners often succumb to nausea at their first experience of taking a life, whereas such phenomena appear absent among the people of Longhua. Jiang Xiaofan exemplifies this, a mere singing and dancing host before the apocalypse. She now wields a firearm with lethal intent and revels in the destruction of zombies with grenades. Is this not a manifestation of her awakened berserker genes? This is fortuitous. Her quick adaptability ensures she can provide assistance without becoming a liability. The two took turns launching grenades, expending over 80 in total, until every visible zombie had been obliterated, including those near the entrance of Tianqing Yuan, all drawn out and turned to mere remnants. They could now enter the complex with confidence. Let us proceed. Together. They cleared the furniture obstructing the entrance and, armed with their shotguns, cautiously descended the stairs. The path outside was devoid of zombies. Exiting the alley and crossing the street, they successfully entered Tianqing Yuan. Where's your friend? Building 8, apartment 604, which is quite distant from the entrance. We must traverse nearly the entire complex. Yi Yuan nodded. It was improbable that all zombies within the complex had been lured away. Traversing it would likely present additional encounters. Exercise caution. If you spot a zombie, fire without reservation. Conserven no ammunition. Jiang Xiaofan acknowledged with a nod, aware that Yi Yuan had an inexhaustible supply and had no intention of rationing bullets. The old complex boasted mature greenery. with camphor trees, osmanthus trees, and various ornamental flora flourishing abundantly. Coupled with the blood mist that enveloped the area, visibility was compromised, and the distant low growls of zombies could still be discerned. The aged complex exuded an eerie atmosphere. Nevertheless, neither felt trepidation, armed with the truth and a formidable shotgun. They felt invincible, especially given the sparse concentration of zombies. Drawing from Yi Yuan's past experiences, he deemed scattered zombies to be of little concern. After traversing a short distance, they arrived beneath a yellow corner tree, when suddenly, a zombie burst forth from an adjacent building, lunging menacingly at Jiang Xiaofan from a distance of 30 to 40 meters. At this range, the shotgun's accuracy would falter, but Jiang Xiaofan paid no heed. She raised her weapon and opened fire, disregarding aim or precision, repeatedly pulling the trigger in the direction of the approaching zombie. The action was repeated 7 or 8 times until, when the creature was merely a few meters away, she delivered a fatal shot to its head. With a gentle exhale, Jiang Xiaofan bore a slight frown, yet she did not display panic, comforted by Yi Yuan's presence. They continued forward, eliminating 8 more zombies along the way, 3 of which fell victim to Jiang Xiaofan's errant shots. Now, she exuded confidence, brandishing her firearm with pride. Internally, she marveled at her wisdom in clinging to Yi Degu, the proverbial pillar of strength. Had I not followed Yi Dage, even if I had not fallen victim to Hisu's lethal intentions, I would likely still be cowering at home, starving. It certainly would not compare to the current sense of authority I exude. Jiang Xiaofan tightened her grip on the shotgun in her hands. The sensation of wielding truth was exhilarating. The two of them advanced further and soon arrived at the entrance of Building 8. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofan's phone vibrated, an incoming message from Feng Xiaowan. Xiaofan, I see you. That's impressive. You all have guns. But be cautious. There's zombies banging at my door. From the sound, I estimate there are 3 of them. Jiang Xiaofan looked up to see Feng Xiaowan waving at her from the 6th floor balcony. Nearby, several other survivors peered at them from behind the curtains. Let us go inside. It's unsafe out here, Yi Yuan advised. Although firearms are prohibited in Longua, powerful crossbows could still be acquired through various channels. Holding a gun inevitably provoked jealousy. If ambushed by someone wielding a crossbow, misfortune could lead to dire consequences. The two hastily entered the stairwell. They ascended to the 5th floor without encountering any zombies. As it seemed, they had all been lured to the 6th floor by Feng Xiaowan. Put away the gun. If we see zombies, refrain from shooting. Leave it to me. Yi Yuan demeaned it. Having witnessed Jiang Xiaofan's reckless shooting, he dared not let her act freely in the stairwell. He took the lead. Any misfire could yield disastrous results. Yi Yuan reached the corner between the 5th and 6th floors and fired a shot, instantly attracting the zombies above. The 3 zombies immediately charged down the stairs toward him. Yi Yuan remained composed. In such a confined space, there was no need for precision aiming. Bang, 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 bang. He swiftly fired 4 shots, taking down all 3 zombies, 2 of which fell due to spinal injuries inflicted by the bullets. They were not killed outright. Yi Yuan aprurochid, pressing the gun against the head of one of the zombies. Bang, bang. After 2 more shots, silence reigned. Yi Yuan contemplated disposing of the 3 corpses through the ventilation shaft. The weather was still warm, and lingering in the stairwell for too long would lead to an unpleasant odor, especially since they might be staying at Feng Xiaowan's for a while. With Jiang Xiaofan's assistance, they efficiently dealt with the bodies. At that moment, the door to room 604 creaked open, revealing a pair of bright, dark eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaofan, the occupant quickly opened the door, allowing Yi Yuan to glimpse her true appearance, a youthful girl with 2 braided pigtails, exuding a pure and innocent charm. Xiaofan, Xiaowan. The 2 women joyfully embraced. However, Yi Yuan's attention was drawn to the card hovering above Feng Xiaowan's head, which displayed an unexpected entry. Chapter 23, Super Excavator, My World. Feng Xiaowan's card revealed the following entries. Entry 1, Excavator Master, blue. Entry 2, Culinary Skills, white. Entry 3, Driver, white. Among the 3 entries, the Excavator Master stood out boldly in blue, indicating its superior quality, while the other 2 were in white. Clearly, the Excavator Master possessed the highest quality and once extracted, would grant the most powerful ability. However, it seemed rather trivial at first glance. How could a girl with such youthful beauty and charm be associated with excavation? No matter. It was the first time extracting an entry, and no taming degree was required. I shall extract the highest quality. Yi Yuan focused his intention on the Excavator Master, as if an invisible hand were forcefully pulling. In an instant, a surge of mysterious energy flowed into him. Success. At that moment, Feng Xiaowan's card transformed. Feng Xiaowan. Entry 1, Excavator Master, 60 taming degree for secondary extraction, current taming degree, 0. Just as with Jiang Xiaofan, the first extraction could be followed by a second. If he were to extract 3 times, Feng Xiaowan would become his subordinate. Yet, the unique properties of this Excavator Master's abilities remained unclear. Yi Yuan promptly summoned the attribute interface to examine the ability description. Excavator Master, Super Excavator, utilizing any digging tool, consumes a small amount of spirit to instantaneously excavate 1 cubic meter of earth or stone. Was that all? The ability's effect was as literal as it sounded, digging. Quite trivial, indeed. Wait, a sudden realization struck Yi Yuan, followed by overwhelming joy. The super excavator seemed extraordinary. With just a small expenditure of spirit, one could instantaneously excavate 1 cubic meter of earth or stone. Simply put, it meant digging holes instantaneously. Regardless of the digging tool employed, one could excavate 1 cubic meter effortlessly. A shovel counts as a digging tool. It could be used to create tunnels, allowing for a safe and efficient escape from the main urban area, devoid of any risks. Moreover, instantaneous excavation would not deplete physical strength, leaving one neither dirty nor fatigued. It was remarkably easy. Was this not akin to my world? A plethora of ideas surged through Yi Yuan's mind. Collecting samples would become infinitely easier. The presence of zombies would pose little threat with a shovel in hand. One could dig tunnels at will, to say nothing of the vast city of over 20 million people, where countless supplies were held captive by the sea of corpses, most of which would simply decay. But now, the situation had changed. He possessed a supersized storage warehouse, which could be expanded at any time. Coupled with the ability to dig instantaneously, he could simply claim all the city's vital resources for himself, laying a solid foundation for the future development of his own power. Although Yi Yuan could replicate anything indefinitely, the consumption of spirit had to be considered. Relying solely on his replication abilities to sustain a throng of subordinates was feasible. However, to cultivate a force of thousands, or even tens of thousands, while agricultural production had yet to recover, relying on his replication abilities for sustenance was impractical. Furthermore, the blood mist enveloping the land made crop growth exceedingly difficult. The question of when the blood mist would dissipate remained an enigma. In a future where food was scarce, having access to provisions would be akin to divine favor. Previously, Yi Yuan had not contemplated the collection of resources due to his insufficient abilities. Now, with the capacity for instantaneous excavation, he would not allow so many resources to rot away. There was no need to rush to Luhu. It was a safe zone, but also a prison, where enemies dared not venture. He could gather resources throughout the city while simultaneously seeking beautiful women to extract entries from. At this stage, there were many survivors, and beautiful women were likely plentiful as well. Even with mediocre luck, he could expect to encounter at least 3 or 2. After a month, when over 90% of the population turned into zombies, the odds of encountering goddess-level beauties would be akin to winning the lottery. Thus, it was prudent to act sooner rather than later. Of course, risks were inherent. No one could ascertain whether the current survivors possessed antibodies or when they might transform into zombies. Finding a beautiful woman could lead to her swift transformation. However, Yi Yuan remained untroubled. Infected individuals would not transform immediately. Following the erosion of the immune system by the virus, natural transformation typically required about 12 hours, during which the body would exhibit abnormal symptoms. As long as they did not share a bed, sudden transformations would not result in fatal bites. Moreover, the venture was not without merit. Every goddess-level beauty possessed an entry. The first extraction required no taming degree. Finding one was akin to striking gold. As for how many times he could extract, that depended on fortune. Thus it was settled. You must be Yi Dage. Fang Xiaowan's voice pulled Yi Yuan back from his reverie. Yi Dage, thank you for coming to rescue me with Xiaofan. It's unsafe outside. You should come in quickly. Fang Xiaowan's voice was melodious, crisp and soft, sweet and gentle, evoking an irresistible urge within. Yet, once again, Yi Yuan's attention was drawn to the card hovering above her head, which now displayed a taming degree of 10. It had risen quickly, but that was to be expected, given that he had saved her life. A 10-point increase seemed reasonable. The trio wasted no time and hurried back inside. Fang Xiaowan's home was a 2-bedroom apartment, rented, with her parents long unreachable. It seems that the situation has grown dire. Xiaowan poured 3 cups of water, then sat down to briefly discuss the experiences following the apocalypse. Yi Yuan merely listened quietly, his eyes surveying the layout of the home, a habit cultivated in his previous life, where he would assess every new environment he entered. He even planned to conduct a thorough search after Xiaowan had fallen asleep that night, to check for any hazardous items, despite the high likelihood of finding nothing. Yet, the ingrained habit left him uneasy without a search. Oh dear, it's already noon. I shall prepare a meal for you. He recalled that one of Xiaowan's attributes was her culinary skill, indicating that she was quite adept in the kitchen. It was likely that her refrigerator contained frozen goods, explaining her ample supply of food, as only a few days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. Naturally, Yi Yuan felt compelled to showcase his own abilities. Previously, he had impressed Jiang Xiaofan, significantly increasing her level of admiration, and he was not about to let this opportunity slip by. What are you planning to cook for us? He inquired, prompting a slightly embarrassed response from Fang Xiaowan. We still have quite a bit of rice, but the meat has already been consumed. Now there are just 2 potatoes left, along with some fermented tofu and olive vegetables in the fridge. To ease the awkwardness, she playfully remarked, olive vegetables mixed with rice are delicious too. Yi Yuan ceased his pretense, accessing his spatial storage. An invisible hand emerged to retrieve a small piece of beef, akin to a magician's trick. Fang Xiaowan was left utterly astonished. What transpired next rendered her speechless. Yi Yuan feigned casting a spell, as energy transformed into a 3D printer, enveloping the palm-sized beef. He then initiated a localized replication process. The beef rapidly expanded, growing larger and larger, until, in less than a minute, it had transformed into a piece the size of a wash basin. What is happening? Yidage, can you perform magic? Fang Xiaowan's mind momentarily faltered. Despite her youthful appearance, she was far from naive and was indeed quite astute. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for a reasonable explanation. Jiang Xiaofan, speaking with the tone of someone who had experience at all, interjected, "What is this? Yidage is incredibly powerful. He possesses supernatural abilities that allow him to replicate anything, with limitless quantities and sizes. Anything can be increased or enlarged." At this point, Jiang Xiaofan suddenly realized the implications. Enlarged? This rogue has given himself an advantage. Chapter 24. The level of admiration soars by 40, while Fang Xiaowan remained in a state of shock. Yi Yuan produced a bottle of beer and replicated 2 more using the 3D printer. "We don't have red wine for now, but steak and beer will suffice." He stated this nonchalantly, while Fang Xiaowan was astounded beyond measure. Initially, she had been somewhat skeptical of the beef replication, not entirely disbelieving, but the suddenness of it all made it difficult to accept, even with Jiang Xiaofan's testimony. However, after witnessing the replication of 2 bottles of beer, she was thoroughly convinced of Yi Yuan's ability to replicate indefinitely, her admiration for him burgeoning beyond words. With a clattering sound, his level of admiration surged by 10. Yi Yuan had anticipated this outcome. Admiration and reverence could foster a sense of compliance in others. He no longer considered using the method of feeding to tame Fang Xiaowan, especially since Xiaofan had already become his servant, and Xiaowan was her close friend. Now residing in someone else's home, employing hunger as a tactic might backfire. Given that flaunting his abilities could convert her admiration into compliance, why resort to hunger? Xiaowan took the beef to the kitchen, with Xiaofan assisting her. Yi Yuan found himself alone, seizing the opportunity to search the living room and bedroom. He felt uneasy not conducting a search. After all, Xiaowan was not yet his servant, and it was wise to remain vigilant. Yi Yuan worked swiftly, completing his search of the living room within 5 minutes, finding no dangerous items. He then proceeded to Fang Xiaowan's bedroom, unconcerned about being discovered. If found, so be it. Since entering her home, he had already begun to see himself as the master. He simply chose not to announce it immediately, opting to reveal it during dinner instead. He trusted that Xiaowan was not foolish. Having demonstrated his infinite replication ability, she would hardly choose to expel him. Thus, searching her home was inconsequential, even if discovered. Fang Xiaowan's bedroom was tastefully arranged, adorned with an array of plush toys. He found nothing of interest beneath the bed or in the drawers. Opening the wardrobe revealed a collection of exquisite clothing and delicate accessories, showcasing the playful nature of modern young women. After finishing his search of her bedroom, he moved on to the guest room. Once completed, Yi Yuan felt a sense of relief. As the meal was not yet ready, he sat on the sofa to smoke a cigarette. Meanwhile, Xiaofan and Xiaowan chatted as they cooked. "Xiaowan, Yidage is quite the catch. You must make a good impression. With him, you will want for nothing. If he accepts you, he may even provide you with weapons. Just like me, I took down over 20 zombies today with my gun, and used grenades to eliminate many more. With weapons, you can truly protect yourself." Jiang Xiaofan was puzzled by her own words. Although she and Fang Xiaowan were indeed close friends, the bonds between women often carried a hint of superficiality. Fang Xiaowan was exceptionally beautiful, at least equal to her own charm. She was surprised to find herself advising Xiaowan to treat Yidage well and to cling tightly to him. Why had she become so magnanimous? Did she truly not mind sharing Yidage with her friend? As she pondered, she realized that as Yi Yuan's servant, her actions would naturally align with his perspective, devoid of jealousy. Having Xiaowan join us is quite beneficial. She can provide support on the battlefield and ease my burdens. Jiang Xiaofan quickly reconciled her feelings. Fang Xiaowan was still savoring Jiang Xiaofan's words. To be with Yi Yuan, where food and safety were guaranteed, and the prospect of acquiring weapons, what could be more invaluable in this apocalypse? Though she had not experienced hunger during these days, being confined at home with zombies outside had been an excruciatingly helpless sensation, one she wished never to endure again. Living with Xiaofan and Yidage would ensure mutual care and safety. With Yidage's abilities, he could likely replicate ammunition as well, rendering them fearless against any number of zombies. Just contemplating this notion filled Fang Xiaowan with a profound sense of security. "Xiaofan, I trust your judgment. You truly are my dear sister. I never anticipated that you would come to my aid. Henceforth, you shall be my elder sister." Unbeknownst to her, Fang Xiaowan's level of admiration surged by 20, reaching a total of 40. While this increase appeared substantial, it still fell short of the next milestone for extracting attributes, requiring an additional 20 points. Although Fang Xiaowan had mentally prepared herself to provide support, this was largely due to the pressures of reality rather than a wholly genuine sentiment. Thus, her level of admiration did not skyrocket to 90. Such psychological transformations necessitate time. They cannot occur instantaneously. Before long, 3 steaks were cooked to perfection, and the 2 brought the steaks to the table. "Yidage, dinner is ready." Upon glancing up, Yi Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. 40 in admiration? What on earth transpired in the kitchen just now? An instantaneous increase of 20. Is this truly happening? It appeared that winning over Xiao Wan would be far easier than anticipated. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Yuan understood that his grand reveal, coupled with Xiao Fan's mediation, had indeed facilitated the process of winning over Xiao Wan. Excellent, excellent, he thought, feeling buoyed by the development. During the meal, Xiao Wan first toasted Yi Yuan and Xiao Fan, expressing her gratitude for their rescue that day. The three of them chatted while they ate, and then Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something. Xiao Wan, do you know how to operate an excavator? It was hard to believe that such a youthful and stunning beauty was capable of such a skill. Who would believe it if he told them? Yet, the entry clearly stated that she was an excavator operator. To his surprise, Xiao Wan nodded. Yes, Brother Yi. How did you know I could operate one? Oh, now it made sense. Xiao Wan suddenly realized. You must have seen my videos before, right? Videos? No, I haven't, she replied. At that moment, Xiao Fan explained. Xiao Wan wanted to establish a social media account, and I suggested she could take a contrasting approach. With her appearance, filming some construction site videos would surely garner attention. Thus, she set off to learn how to operate an excavator. As they spoke, Jiang Xiao Fan opened her phone and found Xiao Wan's account. On her homepage, there were numerous videos of Xiao Wan operating an excavator at a construction site, each accompanied by fitting captions, some sentimental, others motivational. The comment section was filled with admiration from fans, lamenting that such a pure and beautiful woman was working on a construction site. This is simply unjust, they exclaimed. Little did they know it was all an act. Brother Yi, do you think I am wicked for deceiving so many netizens? Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. In the age of viral content, you haven't swindled them out of money, so there is no question of right or wrong. Besides, we are in an apocalyptic world. I care little for your morality. His intention was to delve deeper into her profile, but Xiao Wan clearly misunderstood. Brother Yi, I don't wish to deceive anyone, least of all you. I swear to the heavens. I will do whatever you ask. Chapter 25. Surprising, exciting, and joyful? I will do whatever you ask. Certainly carries a hint of intrigue. Is Xiao Wan hinting at something? Yi Yuan was uncertain. Nevertheless, when she spoke, the tameness level in her card increased by 5, indicating sincerity. Yet, her tameness level was only at 45, and her loyalty remained low, even if her words were genuine. It did not guarantee she wouldn't betray him in the future, unless he trained her to be a servant. Of course, this was contingent upon her not undergoing a zombie transformation, until Xiao Wan became his servant. Even if she willingly offered her affections, Yi Yuan would not dare to accept. What if she bit him while he was asleep? Naturally, a transformation requires 12 hours and comes with noticeable symptoms, such as prominent veins on the face and neck, bloodshot eyes, dark circles, fever, and so forth. However, these evident changes would only manifest 2 to 3 hours before the transformation. If one were to fall asleep, there is a risk of being bitten by the person beside them. Nonetheless, since Fang Xiao Wan stated she would heed his every command, it was the perfect opportunity to assert his authority. Since you will listen to me, from now on, I shall take charge of this household. The master bedroom belongs to me and Xiao Fan. You shall sleep in the guest room. Are there any objections? In truth, where she slept mattered little, but as the head of the household, he needed to assert his position formally. Yi Yuan did not want the three of them to blur the lines of authority. The most effective way to establish this was through room assignments. Fang Xiao Wan was quite understanding and did not hesitate to agree. Having satisfied their appetites, Yi Yuan felt the need to rest. After shooting down a helicopter and battling fiercely all morning, he was mentally fatigued and in need of a rejuvenating break. He led Jiang Xiao Fan into the bedroom, leaving Xiao Wan alone in the living room. As she gazed at the closed bedroom door, Xiao Wan felt a pang of loneliness. It was a natural sentiment for someone single to experience when seeing couples retreat to a room together. Although Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiao Fan were not a couple, that was inconsequential. In this desolate world, at least two people could offer each other companionship, alleviating the fear within. Xiao Wan yearned to join them, simply desiring the comfort of company. Sitting alone in the living room evoked a sense of isolation, and the despair she had felt days earlier began to creep back in. Inside the room, just as Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiao Fan lay down, Hisu sent a message. Xiao Fan, reply to me. Where are you? I can't reach the helicopter, and you haven't responded. I'm really worried. Jiang Xiao Fan read the message with a cold expression, even harboring a hint of malice. You sent the helicopter that nearly killed me, and now you have the audacity to message me? She contemplated blocking Hisu when unexpectedly, he initiated a video call request. Accept it. We can confront him now. Yi Yuan suggested. He had long desired to confront Hisu, imagining the look of shock on his face upon learning the truth. However, revealing everything too soon could heighten Hisu's defenses, especially regarding the helicopter. Yi Yuan had mentally rehearsed various scenarios, either luring the helicopter closer to the building or tricking the pilot into his line of fire. Otherwise, he would not have been able to eliminate the pilot. The true objective of this setup was to attract the helicopter. Once it was shot down, there was hope of acquiring new weapon samples. Thus, he refrained from provoking Hisu too early, allowing him to serve as a mere messenger, facilitating Yi Yuan's maneuvering with the helicopter pilot. This decision proved to be wise. Now that the helicopter had been shot down, Hisu was no longer needed, and after confronting him, he would likely be furious, which would be quite entertaining to witness. Upon hearing Yi Yuan's words, Jiang Xiaofan accepted the video call. Hisu was visibly ecstatic upon seeing her. Xiaofan, you scared me to death. I couldn't reach the helicopter, and you weren't replying. I was so worried about you. Where are you now? Jiang Xiaofan let out a cold laugh. Where am I? You want to know my location so you can send another helicopter to kill me? What? I want to kill you? Xiaofan, clarify your words. How could I possibly send a helicopter to kill you? There must be some misunderstanding. Hisu stammered. Noticing her icy demeanor. Xiaofan, can you please not treat me like this? We can clear up any misunderstanding. Jiang Xiaofan, however, had no intention of engaging in further banter. She recounted the events of that morning in detail. Hisu was left speechless. Impossible. I clearly arranged with my father to rescue you and then kill Yi Yuan. How could I issue a command for indiscriminate attacks when I care for you so much? It wasn't team me. It truly wasn't team me. No matter how Hisu pleaded, Jiang Xiaofan remained unmoved, her heart now solely belonging to Yi Yuan. Observing her unyielding expression, Hisu became frantic, spilling everything he could think of, both relevant and irrelevant. This has nothing to do with me. I know now. It must have been Gu Yiming's orders. He requisitioned the helicopter, and the weapons were provided by him. The gunmen were his people. Yes, it was Gu Yiming. That old man has no regard for our relationship. He dares to threaten my woman. I will not let this go. Hisu, furious and embarrassed, rambled on with a slew of nonsense. Jiang Xiaofan simply replied coldly, I am not your woman. I never was. You're not my woman? Xiaofan, we only have a misunderstanding. Please don't say such hurtful things. Jiang Xiaofan continued with a frosty tone. There's no misunderstanding. You are short, dark, fat, and ugly. The notorious womanizer Shu, how could I possibly like you? I am merely playing along due to your family's influence. I have long considered leaving Shu due to escape your entanglement. I am not lacking in money, nor am I lacking in looks. Why should I demean myself to be your woman? All along, it has been your own delusion. What? Hisu felt as if struck by lightning. It turned out he had been a fool for half a year. No, I refuse to believe it. You are lying. You are the purest woman in my heart. You could never deceive me. I, Hisu, am charming and handsome. How could I not be worthy of you? Ha ha ha. The charming and handsome individual? You are truly beyond redemption in your foolishness. The He family wields immense power, and those around you are undoubtedly sycophants. I never imagined you would take it to heart. Go stand before a mirror and truly assess yourself. Do you even come close to being handsome? After expressing her thoughts, Jiang Xiaofan felt an immense sense of relief. It was utterly nauseating to feign cordiality with Hisu every day, and finally voicing her feelings brought her great satisfaction. Xiaofan, do not use such venomous words to provoke me. I refuse to believe this reflects your true feelings. Suddenly, Hisu's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiaofan, are you lying in bed? Wasn't your home destroyed? Whose bed are you on? And why does your pillow resemble someone's arm? At that moment, Yi Yuan shifted the camera, revealing both himself and Jiang Xiaofan in the frame. Her head rested on Yi Yuan's arm. Hello, brother, we meet again, Yi Yuan said with a mischievous grin. Surprised to see that both Xiaofan and I are alive? How does this make you feel? Happy? Unexpected? Thrilled? Chapter 26. A heartless kill. You intentionally provoked me. Hisu looked at the video screen, his fury ignited by Yi Yuan's mocking expression. His beloved woman was in another's embrace, and he dared to inquire about his happiness? It was a heart-wrenching betrayal. Am I happy? You must be joking. Yi Yuan, I swear I will kill you, you bastard. In that moment, Hisu was consumed with indignation, an overwhelming sense of shame surging through him. His teeth ground together. He wished he could devour Yi Yuan alive. And you, Jiang Xiaofan, you wretched woman, I treated you so well, yet you repay me with such betrayal. You and your scoundrel partner will pay dearly for this. I vow. I will end you both. Watching Hisu rage like a mad dog filled Yi Yuan with delight. The more furious Hisu became, the more joy Yi Yuan derived from the situation. Their actions had led to his parents' demise, and in a past life, Hisu had flayed him alive. This was merely a light punishment. Is this too much for you to endure? Yi Yuan reveled in the moment. Brother, why such anger? You must remember, it was you who asked me to look after Xiaofan. I've taken great care of her, so why be upset? I told you to care for her, not to steal my girlfriend. Oh, perhaps I overstepped my bounds, brother. You know how beautiful Xiaofan is, and I am young and impetuous. It was hard to control my emotions. Surely you can understand. Jiang Xiaofan easily recognized that Yi Yuan was deliberately inciting Hisu's ire. She herself was seething with resentment towards Hisu and thus played along. Hisu, it's your own fault for being useless. If you had come to rescue me, I would have had to rely on you to go. Hisu nearly choked on his anger at her words. Wretched woman, how am I useless? I tried everything to save you, and just because of a minor mishap, you treat me like this. You're doing this on purpose to provoke me. How infuriating. Suddenly, the video call shook violently before going black, indicating that Hisu had smashed his phone in a fit of rage. Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan exchanged amused glances. How did I perform? Go. Did you see how furious Hisu was? He was nearly spitting blood. Yi Yuan nodded, satisfied. Your performance was excellent. Continue like this. I have no intention of letting this slide. I will drive Hisu to the brink of madness and despair. In the late afternoon, after Jiang Xiaofan awoke, she went out to find Xiao, while Yi Yuan remained in the room to replicate a new batch of weapons. After resting for over an hour, he felt refreshed. Under normal circumstances, he should have woken up much earlier. But the monotony of the apocalypse led him to sleep longer to gather strength for producing more weapons. Although replicating inanimate objects consumes little mental energy, excessive replication can lead to noticeable fatigue. Yi Yuan retrieved the 762 universal machine gun he had acquired that day, removed the 4x scope, and replicated several of them in one go. He then equipped his automatic rifle with one. Raising the rifle to peer out the window, his vision sharpened, and distances appeared significantly closer. Despite the fog obscuring visibility to only 70 or 80 meters, hitting a target without a scope was exceedingly difficult. The 4x scope made the task considerably easier. Yi Yuan approached the window and scanned the surroundings, spotting a zombie emerging from the mist, an ideal opportunity to practice. He promptly aimed, locking the crosshairs on the zombie's forehead, and pulled the trigger. The bullet exploded from the chamber, but missed. The zombie swayed erratically without a target. At the moment Yi Yuan squeezed the trigger, it shifted its weight. If it had been a human, the shot would have startled the target. But the zombie simply emitted a mindless roar before continuing its aimless wandering. Early-stage zombies lacked evolved hearing, and if the distance was slightly greater, they could not pinpoint the source of sounds. Yi Yuan readied his aim once more. With a bang, he scored a headshot. The bullet pierced the forehead, leaving a small hole the size of a peanut, but the tremendous energy exited through the back of its head, tearing a fist-sized hole. Thus, even if he struck the chest, the power of the automatic rifle could incapacitate the zombie by breaking its spine. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Jiang Xiaofan and Xiao Wan at the threshold. Yidago, are you shooting? Yi Yuan nodded. Xiaofan, you've come at the perfect time. I'll equip your gun with a 4x scope as well. He spent a few minutes teaching Jiang Xiaofan how to assemble and calibrate the scope before sending her to the balcony to practice her shooting skills. Xiao Wan watched in envy, especially captivated by Jiang Xiaofan's cool demeanor as she fired at the zombies below. She thought to herself, I wonder when Yidago will trust me. I want a gun too. Even if I can't shoot, I'd be content just to hold one. The apocalypse instilled a profound sense of insecurity, especially in women. The moment they grasp a weapon, it brings an undeniable sense of security. Jiang Xiaofan seemed to sense Xiao Wan's thoughts. Xiao Wan, this gun was given to me by Yidago. I cannot let you use it without his permission. But rest assured, Yidago is a good person. If you behave well, he will eventually accept you. Xiao Wan nodded earnestly. To earn a weapon from Yidago, she resolved to demonstrate her worth, starting with her appearance. She stepped outside the bedroom and knocked on the door. Yidaji, Mei Komin? Komin. Xiao Wan entered, finding Yi Yuan seated by the window, his gaze fixed on her. What is it? Yidage. I wish to change my clothes. The master bedroom had originally belonged to Xiao Wan, and her clothes were stored in the wardrobe. Go ahead, Yi Yuan replied, returning to his task of replicating machine guns, unconcerned as the process was invisible to others. Xiao Wan stood before the wardrobe, her mind racing. Yidago just told me to change, but he didn't say to take my clothes with me. Does this mean I should change in front of him? Yet his focus seemed entirely elsewhere. At that moment, Yi Yuan was engrossed in the machine gun in his hands, manipulating the energy printer to replicate ammunition magazines. Xiao Wan began to second-guess herself. No, Yidago must be deep in thought, and didn't he clarify? I cannot appear desperate. If I were to change in front of him, he would surely see me as a frivolous girl. I cannot ruin my image. He will provide me with a weapon. It was hard to imagine that what she once yearned for were luxurious bags, perfumes, and clothes. Now, her sole desire was for a cold gun. The apocalypse had transformed women's interests. When life is at stake, nothing can replace a weapon, apart from food. Xiao Wan meticulously selected her outfit from the wardrobe. It is imperative to select the most aesthetically pleasing attire, while ensuring that it is not overly revealing, lest he dage perceive me as unseemly. Unbeknownst to me, the taming level atop Xiao Wan's head has subtly increased by 5. Chapter 27. The unique constitution of Feng Xiao Wan, armed servant. Xiao Wan is undoubtedly a woman of considerable charm. After sifting through her wardrobe, she ultimately selects a dark green spaghetti strap, ice silk mini dress. It accentuates her figure without being excessively revealing. Once in the bathroom, Xiao Wan changes into her attire and deliberately poses in front of the mirror. Unfortunately, Yi Yuan is preoccupied, intensely focused on replicating the ammunition box for the light machine gun. Why isn't Dage looking at me? I must remind him, Xiao Wan muses to herself. Clearing her throat, she asks, Yi Dage, do you find this dress appealing? Yi Yuan's invitation for datus. How can I possibly concern myself with your dress when I'm busy replicating a super machine gun? He glances over casually, intending to silence her. However, that mere glance leaves him momentarily stunned. What on earth? Changing clothes has increased her taming level by 5. How is that even possible? Women are indeed enigmatic beings. Yet, as a steadfast man, Yi Yuan has never been inclined to decipher their thoughts. Considering Xiao Wan's self-taming efforts, he resolves not to admonish her. Thus he responds, yes. It is quite lovely, particularly suited to your figure and complexion. Truly enchanting. This is indeed a heartfelt compliment. Xiao Wan's skin is so fair and delicate that it seems to glisten. The fitted, lightweight spaghetti strap, ice silk mini dress delineates her flawless form. Upon receiving such praise, Xiao Wan's heart races. It appears that Yi Dage holds a favorable impression of me, even calling me enchanting. Henceforth, I shall don more exquisite garments for him. I must strive to earn his trust sooner rather than later. Just as this thought crosses her mind, her taming level surges by another 5. Yi Yuan suddenly feels invigorated. Remarkable. This girl, Xiao Wan, is indeed malleable. Her self-taming speed is astonishing. Could it be that she possesses a unique, innate constitution? If that is the case, I find myself quite intrigued. Xiao Wan, splendid work, keep it up. Yes, Yi Dage, would you like to see me in other outfits? What sort of question is that? If you wish to change, do so at your leisure. Who wouldn't he want to see? However, my focus is elsewhere at the moment. I am rather busy. Perhaps another time. All right, Yi Dage, I shall not disturb you. After Xiao Wan departs, Yi Yuan spends several minutes finally replicating a super machine gun with a capacity of 30,000 rounds. Moreover, it utilizes 7.62 ammunition, boasting power that far exceeds that of the 58 caliber. Provided the terrain is appropriate, a sweeping fire against a horde of corpses will obliterate them, even without targeting the head. Yet, one machine gun is insufficient. Continuous fire of 500 rounds necessitates a barrel change. In these situations, there is simply no time for such an exchange. Thus, Yi Yuan replicates 2 additional super machine guns for alternating use, along with 100 spare barrels. Glancing at the time, it is only 4:30. The mental exhaustion is not particularly severe. Consequently, Yi Yuan replicates an automatic rifle and 2 handguns, each with a capacity of 10,000 rounds. He then retrieves a flask from the space warehouse. This was a previously replicated spare item, intended for the creation of the space warehouse. After replicating it 29 times, the internal space of the flask has been expanded to 130,000 cubic meters, equivalent to a small warehouse measuring over 50 meters in length, width, and height. This is still a far cry from the 26,830,000 cubic meters of space he possesses. However, this space warehouse is designated for Jiang Xiaofan, and it certainly cannot be as large as his own. Henceforth, her personal belongings, including weapons and ammunition, can be securely stored, sparing him the burden of acting as a caretaker, which diminishes his stature. Moreover, when venturing out to gather supplies, he cannot be the sole one laboring while Jiang Xiaofan merely observes. It is essential to provide her with a small space warehouse, not only for storing personal items, but also to assist in resource collection. Although the flask's internal space is sufficiently large, the spout remains relatively small. Therefore, Yi Yuan expands the spout 100,000 times. This modification allows even an automobile to fit inside. Next, Yi Yuan replicates a space warehouse in a 1-to-1 ratio, specifically intended for Feng Xiao Wan. Given Xiao Wan's rapid self-taming speed, it is expected that he should be able to extract 3 entries from her, at which point she will become a servant. Thus, it is prudent to prepare in advance, including equipping her with weapons. Stepping out from a bedroom, he finds Jiang Xiaofan practicing her marksmanship on the balcony, with Xiao Wan watching intently. Yi Yuan signals for them to pause momentarily and hands the space warehouse to Jiang Xiaofan. This is the modified space warehouse I created. Time is paused inside, and anything can be stored within. You can also retrieve items using your mental intent. It is now yours. I must emphasize that while your mental intent can extract items, others can do so as well. Therefore, refrain from exposing the spout in plain sight. The flask comes with a flip-top leather case that, when closed, can obstruct mental intrusion. It can be worn on the waist or the outer thigh, whichever is most convenient. Jiang Xiaofan accepts the compact flask, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. This, a flask? A space warehouse? Yi Dage does not seem to be lying. Trusting Yi Yuan, she attempts to test it, and indeed, she manages to store an automatic rifle inside. Xiao Wan stands by, awestruck. The spout of the flask is so small, yet it accommodates such a large gun. At that moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolds. The rifle that had been placed inside the flask emerges spontaneously from the spout. No, to be precise, it appears as though an invisible force extracts the gun from the flask. Wow, it truly works. Mental retrieval, how impressive. Jiang Xiaofan exclaims excitedly, expressing her amazement. Yi Yuan produces a shotgun with a capacity of 7,000 rounds, presenting it to her. Afterward, he retrieves a handgun with a capacity of 10,000 rounds, also for her. Finally, he adds 100 grenades to her collection. I will provide you with an unlimited supply of weapons and ammunition, with but one condition: you must swiftly hone your marksmanship. Yi Yuan does not wish for his servant to be merely ornamental. While they may play around at home, they must be adept at slaying zombies when outside. Eventually, upon returning to Lu Hu, they will face formidable foes. Therefore, it is imperative to grow stronger beforehand. There is no room for recklessness as in his previous life. After all, he now possesses a golden finger, and trading life for life is not worth it. Continue with your practice. I shall take a moment to rest. By the way, if you tire from shooting, pause for a while. And also teach Xiao Wan how to handle firearms, allowing her to practice her marksmanship. Given Xiao Wan's rapid self-taming speed, it is only a matter of time before she becomes his servant. Familiarizing her with firearms will be beneficial. However, I must remind you that when Xiao Wan handles a gun, you must be present. Yi Yuan remains vigilant. After all, Xiao Wan is not yet his servant, and allowing her to handle firearms does not equate to a sense of security. Jiang Xiao Fan must supervise to ensure he does not encounter unforeseen troubles. After delivering his instructions, Yi Yuan returns to his bedroom to rest. Unbeknownst to him, his previous words have triggered Fang Xiao Wan's self-taming mode once more. Yi Dage has permitted me to practice shooting, indicating his acceptance of me. How delightful. I must not disappoint Yi Dage. I shall strive diligently, quietly. Fang Xiao Wan's taming level reaches 60, allowing for a second extraction. Chapter 28. The past connection of Lu Ruyan. As the clock approaches 6 in the evening, darkness has already descended. Ordinarily, the Shidu region would not succumb to nightfall until after 7. However, the blood mist obscures the sunlight, resulting in late dawns and early twilights. After a rejuvenating nap, Yi Yuan rises, invigorated. Upon exiting his bedroom, he is greeted by the tantalizing aroma of dishes wafting from the kitchen. Prior to sleeping, he had stocked the refrigerator with an abundance of ingredients to spare himself the trouble of daily cooking. The living room is devoid of any occupants. It appears that Xiao Fan is also in the kitchen assisting Xiao Wan. Despite Xiao Wan's delicate appearance, akin to a girl unacquainted with the rigors of domestic labor, her culinary skills are indeed remarkable. In her profile, cooking ranks second. As Yi Yuan approached the kitchen door, intending to inquire about dinner, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Wan. Goodness, a taming degree of 60? Xiao Wan, you must be experiencing some anomaly. I have done nothing, and yet you have self-tamed. I hope to encounter more virtuous young ladies like Xiao Wan in the future. After slightly calming his excited heart, Yi Yuan focused on the entry above Xiao Wan's head and pulled it forcefully. In the next moment, a wave of mysterious power surged into Yi Yuan's body. Simultaneously, the card above Xiao Wan's head underwent a transformation. Fang Xiao Wan, Entry 1. Excavator Master, taming degree of 95 allows 3 strong pulls. Current taming degree, 60 like Xiao Fan. She also needs to reach a taming degree of 95 to access the 3rd strong pull. Given Xiao Wan's momentum of self-taming, it is likely she will achieve 95 in no time. For now, let us examine the newly acquired ability. Yi Yuan summoned the attribute panel and opened the supernatural abilities section, where a new ability appeared. Ground digging strength. Each time one excavates earth and stone, experience points are gained, reaching 100 grants of free attribute point. Current experience points, 0. Incredible. One can accrue attribute points. Although his supernatural ability is potent, allowing for the infinite replication of any object, his physical condition leaves much to be desired. Despite having engaged in fervent physical training for over half a year prior to the apocalypse to avenge his parents, resulting in slightly better fitness than the average person, it remains limited. Especially now, in the apocalypse, strength is fundamental to survival, and Yi Yuan has always been dissatisfied with his physical prowess. Now, however, digging can enhance his strength, directly converting it into free attribute points, strength, constitution, agility, spirit. He can allocate them as he wishes. This is utterly exhilarating. It is fortuitous that he must scour the city for supplies while seeking beautiful women. With zombies lurking everywhere, excavating tunnels would undoubtedly provide a safer route, allowing him to gain attribute points simultaneously. This is not merely a twofold benefit. It is a multifaceted advantage. In this second chance at life, my fortunes seem to improve. Yi Yuan could not help but reflect. At this moment, Xiao Fan spotted Yi Yuan standing at the door. Big brother Yi, you are awake, she exclaimed. Xiao Wan added, Big brother Yi, dinner will be ready soon. Yi Yuan nodded. After enjoying tea for a while, dinner was prepared, and he inquired about the afternoon's events at the dining table. Xiao Wan has become adept at using handguns, automatic rifles, shotguns, and grenades. However, her marksmanship is still quite poor. Most of the zombies in the community were eliminated by Yi Yuan with grenades earlier in the day. With fewer zombies now, there are also fewer targets for shooting. Yi Yuan shook his head. It is not necessary to exclusively target zombies. As I mentioned, ammunition is an infinite supply. Anything can serve as a target. As long as you practice earnestly, there is no need to worry about wasting bullets. It is a jest that with infinite replication capabilities, one must practice freely. As long as one can quickly enhance combat effectiveness, expending bullets is well worth it. With Yi Yuan's affirmation, both Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan sighed in relief. They had considered practicing shooting without restraint, but were uncertain about the costs associated with Yi Yuan's ammunition replication. Hence their restraint. By the way, Xiao Fan, I recall you mentioning that he sent a helicopter to pick up a woman named Ru Yan, correct? Jiang Xiao Fan nodded. Yes, big brother Yi. It seems she's Gu Yiming's wife, trapped in Yipin Tanxiang. That would be Lu Ruyan. Yi Yuan exclaimed. Speaking of which, he had some connections with her in his past life. Lu Ruyan is Gu Yiming's second wife, young and beautiful, an exceptionally rare beauty. Moreover, she differs somewhat from Gu Yiming. In his previous life, after failing in his quest for vengeance and being captured, the gang led by Gu Yiming did not hastily execute him. The apocalypse was exceedingly dull. They took turns tormenting him daily. Lu Ruyan, unable to bear it, secretly provided him with food several times, a kindness Yi Yuan has always remembered, analyzing from the experience of his past life. Upon returning to Lu Hu and not seeing Jiang Xiao Fan, but encountering Lu Ruyan instead, It indicates that following the failure of the first rescue, Gu Yiming dispatched a helicopter again to save Lu Ruyan. It seems I must hasten. A beauty like Lu Ruyan, if all goes well, can provide me with an entry. This opportunity must not be missed. I must find her before Gu Yiming rescues her. Transforming my enemy's wife into my servant is a delightful prospect, whether for the sake of revenge or to repay a debt of gratitude for my previous life. Yi Yuan is determined to claim Lu Ruyan. Tomorrow, Xiao Fan will accompany me on some errands. Xiao Wan, you will stay at home. Huh? Xiao Wan immediately panicked. Her expression one of fear. Yi Yuan reassured her, I am not leaving for good. There is no need to be afraid. Xiao Fan added, do not worry, Xiao Wan. Big brother, Yi keeps his word. Fang Xiao Wan hesitated for a long while before finally saying, can I go with you? I truly fear being alone at home. I cannot bear the feeling of solitude again. Even if big brother Yi gives me a gun, when I am alone, I will fall into loneliness and despair. I do not wish to endure that again. But she could not control herself. Ultimately, it still stemmed from her own lack of strength. Yi Yuan pondered for a moment. Very well, you may come along. Finish your meal and pack your belongings into Xiao Fan's spatial warehouse. Since I am taking you with me, we will not be returning tomorrow. Yi Yuan resolved to set out the next day, eager to locate Lu Ruyan. Yipin Tanxiang is also in the main urban area, not far away. Excavating tunnels is safe and without risk. Most importantly, it allows him to display his prowess in front of Xiao Wan. Yi Yuan is already quite experienced. Showing off can instill a sense of admiration in the target, which is also a form of taming. Meanwhile, at the Luhu Lakeside Villa, Hisu lay on the sofa in a daze, mumbling Jiang Xiao Fan's name intermittently. Occasionally, he would let out a rueful laugh. In moments of sorrow and indignation, he would slap himself harshly, leaving his face swollen. Not long after, the villa door swung open, and a man with a beer belly entered. It was none other than Hisu's father, He Xiaomin, seeing his son in such a dire state. He Xiaomin was alarmed, fearing his son was on the verge of becoming a zombie. Xue, are you unwell? Do you have a fever? Hisu turned his bloodshot eyes towards his father, a grimace that was half cry, half laugh forming on his face as he retorted, He Xiaomin, you still remember I am your son? If you acknowledge me as your son, why did you have to blow up the woman I love most? I have never had feelings for any woman in my life, except for Jiang Xiao Fan. Yet you conspired with that scoundrel Gu Yiming to deceive me. Now Xiao Fan has become Yi Yuan's woman. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 29. The influential elites, each more perverse than the last, listening to his son's grievances. He Xiaomin breathed a sigh of relief, at least confirming that his son had not turned into a zombie. It was merely a setback caused by a woman. He Xiaomin felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. It was just a woman. Was it worth such distress? However, he had made a more crucial discovery. He Xiaomin's corpulent body rolled over to his son. Su'er, did you just say Jiang Xiao Fan has become Yi Yuan's woman? That means they are both alive? This was He Xiaomin's greatest concern. He had returned home late after discussing countermeasures with Gu Yiming. The helicopter dispatched had lost contact. This matter could be significant or trivial. If the helicopter had crashed, then it would be inconsequential. However, Yi Yuan possesses firearms. If Yi Yuan shot down the helicopter, then the situation becomes dire. If the helicopter was armed with machine guns and rocket launchers, and if Yi Yuan obtained these weapons and quietly returned to Luhu, those who participated in the assassination of Yi Yuan's parents are all in peril. This is not mere alarmism. He Xiaomin is acutely aware that the vicinity of Wutong Garden, where Yi Yuan resides, is adjacent to the Shu River. Zombies cannot swim. As long as Yi Yuan desperately plunges into the Shu River, he stands a chance of returning to Luhu. There have been numerous survivors who have managed to swim to Luhu in recent days. Hence, He Xiaomin and Gu Yiming regard this matter with utmost seriousness. However, despite extensive inquiries, there has been no news regarding Yi Yuan's fate. Unexpectedly, he receives information from his son. Su'er, answer me. Is Yi Yuan alive? After a day of dejection, Hisu finally erupts. He stands up abruptly. He Xiaomin, are you still my father? You want to blow up the woman I love. I want to sever our father-son relationship. Slap. He Xiaomin delivers a sharp blow to Hisu's face. You coward. You are the son of He Xiaomin. Yet you lack even a shred of my prowess. To sever our relationship over a woman? Without my protection, see how many would be willing to serve you. If you sever ties with me, I assure you, you will starve to death, and no one will come to collect your body. It's merely a woman. If you gather yourself, I can provide you with as many women as you desire. This slap ignites Hisu's fury. He glares at He Xiaomin. Yes, you don't care about women because you're a homosexual. Don't think I'm unaware. All your bodyguards aren't on it with you. But I'm a normal man. I love Xiao Fan, and yet you still want her dead. Now it is He Xiaomin's turn to be enraged. Damn it, you wretched creature. You dare to openly reveal my secret. The fact that I am a homosexual must never be known to outsiders. How dare you shout it so loudly? You are courting death. If this gets out, how will I navigate the circles of power in the future? Slap. Another resounding blow lands on Hisu's face. Wretched creature. Shut your mouth. Someone, take him to the basement to cool off for a few days. Soon, Hisu is forcibly dragged to the basement by a group of muscular men clad in vests. It is truly astonishing. The house is filled with muscle-bound men, and one cannot help but wonder whether He Xiaomin is a 0 or a 1. If he is a 1, that is somewhat acceptable. If he is a 0, the image is unbearable. He Xiaomin yearns to find a robust man to vent his frustrations, but there are more pressing matters at hand. He immediately dials Gu Yiming's number. Brother Gu, Yi Yuan is alive. This is absolutely certain. It was Su'er who informed me. Alas, he knows about our plan to blow up Jiang Shaofan and is currently at odds with me, so I cannot extract further details. The only thing I can confirm is that Yi Yuan is still alive. Meanwhile, at another lakeside villa on Haitian Pearl Island, Gu Yiming hangs up the phone with a dark expression. It seems Yi Yuan has learned the truth behind his parents' demise. Otherwise, he would not have taken precautions in advance, even shooting down a helicopter. Although He Xiaomin did not mention it in his call, Gu Yiming has already deduced that the helicopter was sent to eliminate Yi Yuan and would subsequently pick up his wife from Yiping Tanchong. Now that the helicopter has lost contact, and with Yi Yuan still alive, he speaks with his wife, who states she has not seen the helicopter. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. Yi Yuan shot down the helicopter, though it is uncertain whether he obtained the weapons. This is Gu Yiming's greatest concern, as the likelihood of an explosion upon the helicopter's crash is minimal. If Yi Yuan acquires a rocket launcher and stealthily returns to Luhu, taking advantage of Gu Yiming's inattention to launch a rocket at him, not even a deity could save him. Old Zhang, recruit a few more people tomorrow, preferably retired soldiers. The security forces at the villa need to be reinforced. Old Zhang is Gu Yiming's steward, and there are many survivors in Luhu, including numerous retired soldiers. Although Gu Yiming places great importance on Yi Yuan, he does not overly worry. A superpower capable of controlling the lives of over 20 million people in Shudu. His ruthlessness is evident. Each day, there are those who wish him dead, yet he continues to thrive, having weathered countless storms. Caution does not equate to cowardice. Yi Yuan, you better not return. If you do, I will make you regret being born, Gu Yiming remarks with a cold smile. His sole concern now is for his wife. Gu Yiming calls Lu Ruyan. Hello Ruyan, have you eaten? Are there zombies outside? That's good. Just be careful. Reinforce the doors and windows. I will find a way to bring you back as soon as possible. After hanging up, Gu Yiming's hatred for Yi Yuan intensifies. I still showed mercy. Leaving the roots of the problem unchecked will lead to endless troubles. I should have eliminated him when he was hospitalized. Then none of this would have happened. And he wouldn't have shot down the helicopter. Now Ruyan is trapped in Yiping Tanchong, which is truly vexing. Gu Yiming exhales deeply. In the short term, it is impossible to procure a helicopter from the military. He hopes Ruyan can hold on. To say that Gu Yiming loves Lu Ruyan would be an exaggeration. It is more about possessiveness. In his youth, he was quite the playboy, indulging in the pleasures of life. However, he stumbled while at Sangu's residence. The Baixiang Sangu family is notorious for rampant viruses and bacteria. Gu Yiming had deliberately sought a high-caste beauty, only to fall victim to an unknown virus. It took 3 years of desperate measures to finally cure himself. Although he survived, he became utterly impotent. His wife could not endure living with a man who was merely existing, and ultimately, they divorced. Since then, Gu Yiming's psyche has gradually warped. Unable to enjoy the company of beautiful women, he became fixated on possessing them. I keep beautiful women without using them. It's just for fun. That seems to encapsulate his mindset. Lu Ruyan is a woman he forcibly married. Although he has never touched her, this sense of possession brings him immense satisfaction, akin to treasuring a precious gem. This obsession with collecting and possessing deepens with time, much like a bottle of Matai from the year of the sheep. The longer it is stored, the more precious it becomes. This twisted mindset has led Gu Yiming to gradually fall in love with Lu Ruyan, even though he has never touched her, treating her as a treasure, unwilling to sully her. Ruyan, once I bring you back, you will never be allowed to roam freely again. You are mine, and always will be. I will never allow anyone to lay a hand on you. Chapter 30. Ruyan, the Empress crashes into the zombie horde Yiping Tanchong, is also an older residential area in Shu due despite its age. The greenery and amenities are well established. Though the community may be old, its residents are all of high status. The vehicles entering and exiting may appear ordinary. Yet one often sees license plates reading 888 or 666. Yiping Tanchong is one of the earliest high-end villa districts in Shudu, housing many influential figures. Lu Ruyan adores the lively atmosphere of the old city, prompting Gu Yiming to purchase a villa for her there. She occasionally comes to stay for a couple of days. Of course, this is merely an excuse. Fundamentally, it is to escape from Gu Yiming's overwhelming possessiveness, which leaves her feeling suffocated. With her parents under Gu Yiming's control, Lu Ruyan had no choice but to marry him. In the prime of her youth, she finds herself wed to an old man. The crux of the matter is that this old man is not only incompetent, but also exerts a tight grip over her. Each time she reflects on this, Lu Ruyan feels a profound sense of sorrow. Only by retreating to Yiping Tanchong can she experience a semblance of freedom. She has no obligations. Lounging on the sofa, listening to music, she seeks to heal her weary soul. However, she never anticipated that the apocalypse would strike so suddenly. Outside, there's zombies everywhere, ready to devour the living. After enduring the initial terror, Lu Ruyan regains her composure, fortifying the doors and windows, preventing the zombies from entering. Despite the lurking dangers outside and the dwindling food supplies in the refrigerator, at this moment, she feels a sense of complete liberation. She cannot reach her parents, who may no longer be alive. Gu Yiming is trapped in Luhu, unable to control her any longer. Who would have thought that I would have to rely on the apocalypse to gain my freedom? Standing on the second-floor balcony, Lu Ruyan gazes at the brightly lit community, where countless heads bob up and down. They are merely the heads of zombies. Lu Ruyan exhaled softly, her heart in tumultuous conflict. Would Gu Yiming send a plane to retrieve her? Should she leave when the time came? She was reluctant to go to Lu Hu, unwilling to return to Gu Yiming's side. Yet, reality was harsh. The world outside was teeming with zombies, and food supplies were dwindling. If she chose not to depart from this place, starvation would soon claim her life. Did she truly have to return to that prison-like home? Lu Ruyan wrestled with her thoughts for an extended period before ultimately conceding. Those who lived did so out of fear of death, and Lu Ruyan did not wish to perish, let alone be consumed by the undead. Her only sliver of hope lay in waiting for Gu Yiming's next flight to come for her. Perhaps this was her fate. In every apocalyptic film, there existed a protagonist endowed with a halo of fortune. If only such a savior could rescue her, she would be willing to do anything, as long as it meant she would not have to return to Gu Yiming's side. Lu Ruyan turned, her graceful figure swaying as she returned to the living room. It was not her intention to sway her hips. In this apocalypse, no one was watching, and her body moved unconsciously, her walking style naturally alluring. This was why Gu Yiming cherished her, keeping her as a prized possession, forbidding anyone from touching her. Even a lingering gaze could provoke his ire. At least 5 or 6 lives had been lost over Lu Ruyan. Some had spoken frivolously, others bore lewd expressions, while a few had boldly pursued her. All had met their demise at Gu Yiming's hands. He would not allow his treasured possession to be defiled by others. As Lu Ruyan entered the living room, she heard a voice crying for help. Help! Someone please! A woman's voice approached her villa. Lu Ruyan felt a chill run down her spine. Instinctively, she hid behind the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony and peered through a slight gap in the curtains, spotting a middle-aged woman sprinting towards her home, pursued by a horde of zombies that were drawing nearer by the second. In the next moment, the woman stumbled and fell, only to be engulfed by the ravenous undead. The horrifying screams echoed. Lu Ruyan had grown accustomed to such scenes, having witnessed zombies devouring humans frequently over the past few days. However, it was particularly cruel that this woman met her end less than 20 meters from her home. Once the zombies finished feasting on her, they would soon discover Lu Ruyan. After all, a few zombies were persistently banging on her door, likely attracting more of their kind with the noise. Would the fortified doors and windows hold against such a relentless tide? What should she do? She needed to devise an escape plan before the zombies broke through. It would be too late otherwise. Lu Ruyan's mind raced, filtering through various possibilities but finding none viable. At that moment, the horde had devoured the woman. Dozens of zombies, much like hyenas fighting over a carcass, finished their meal in under a minute, clearly still hungry. It was then that one of the zombies noticed Lu Ruyan's villa. The 3 zombies at her door continued their relentless assault, growling ceaselessly. The proximity of their roars soon attracted the attention of the horde. This was bad. She had been discovered. Lu Ruyan held her breath, her mind filled with gruesome images of zombies feasting upon their prey. She did not wish to meet such a fate. She had witnessed numerous grisly scenes of zombies devouring humans, and the recollection was haunting. The thought of experiencing that herself was unbearable. Perhaps it would be better to choose death by her own hand. Yet, not everyone possessed the courage to end their own life. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan resolved to act. She would charge out, even if it meant facing death. It was preferable to waiting for it at home. The horde had reached the ground floor, and the front door was on the verge of collapse. If she did not flee now, escape would soon become impossible. In the garage stood a sleek black tank, powerful enough to plow through the zombie horde. Although the outside world remained fraught with endless dangers, she could not afford to ponder that now. Lu Ruyan dashed to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and hurried to the garage. The villas in the old community typically had garages on the ground floor. The garage door was electronically controlled, and Lu Ruyan jumped into the vehicle, started the engine, and pressed the remote. The door rumbled open gradually, attracting the attention of the horde, which converged on her location. Bloodied, disfigured feet were visible through the narrow gap of the rolling door. Lu Ruyan's heart raced. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. The electronic handbrake was already released, and her right foot hovered over the brake, ready to slam the accelerator at a moment's notice. The door continued to rise, and zombies began pouring in, one after another, pounding against the vehicle. Lu Ruyan dared not look at the zombies outside. Her eyes fixated on the door. Hurry! Faster! The vehicle was now completely surrounded, and the door had not yet risen fully, but it was sufficient for the all-terrain vehicle to escape. With a fierce roar, Lu Ruyan unleashed a primal scream. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the vehicle roared to life, crashing through the zombies, blocking its path. The sound of bones cracking was sickening. In the glare of the headlights, the zombies clinging to the front of the vehicle were grotesque and unmistakable. Lu Ruyan forgot her fear. She was determined. Her eyes widened, and a low growl escaped her throat as she pressed down hard on the accelerator. Finally, the vehicle broke through the horde, bursting out of the garage. However, confusion set in. There were even more zombies outside. Where should she go? Chapter 31. Forever under surveillance, the night of the apocalypse was even more perilous, with the zombies growing increasingly active. Fortunately, the earlier commotion caused by the woman had drawn the nearby zombies into Lu Ruyan's home, providing her with a temporary reprieve. Even if she encountered scattered zombies, the vehicle could still plow through them. However, fuel was running low, and she needed to find a safe haven quickly. Lu Rian reduced her speed, her gaze fixed on the windshield while her mind raced. She was a caged canary, but not without wit. Otherwise, she would not have deceived Gu Yiming for so long, making him believe she had been tamed. Yet, in this moment, she felt a wave of panic. Her thoughts were muddled, and she could not make a decision. At that moment, Gu Yiming crossed her mind. Although she loathed him deeply, he was perhaps the only one capable of assisting her. Lu Rian quickly dialed his number and succinctly relayed her situation. What? You've escaped? Lu Rian, are you hurt? For heaven's sake, stop with the small talk and think of a way out. I'm not injured, Lu Rian replied, suppressing her anger. She dared not unleash her fury on Gu Yiming, even though she cursed him internally. There was a brief silence on the line as Gu Yiming seemed to hesitate. Ultimately, he made a decision. Lu Rian, drive to Villa number 9. It's not far from your home. When you arrive, someone will open the door for you. Do not hang up. Villa número 9? Lu Rian felt puzzled. It was indeed close to her home, a place she passed daily. However, it had been unoccupied for years. The doors always tightly shut. Even if someone lived there, it would likely be a friend of Gu Yiming's. Otherwise, why would they open the door for her? Yet, Gu Yiming had never mentioned having friends at Yipin Tanxiang. Despite her confusion, the urgency of the situation left no time for contemplation. Lu Rian turned the vehicle around and soon arrived at the entrance of Villa number 9. Yiming, I have arrived. I know. As the words left his lips, the garage door of the villa slowly opened. Lu Rian hesitated for 2 seconds before pressing the accelerator and driving into the garage. The garage door then descended slowly, enveloping her in darkness. Lu Rian, do not turn on the lights at night. There is food in the refrigerator. Please stay here for a few days. I will send someone to fetch you. Lu Rian illuminated her surroundings with her mobile phone's flashlight and made her way to the kitchen. Indeed, she discovered an abundance of food within the refrigerator. It was filled to the brim, but primarily consisted of convenience foods, frozen dumplings, glutinous rice balls, and noodles. She then inspected her surroundings. The room was impeccably tidy, almost as if it had never been inhabited, with a fine layer of dust accumulating on the sofa. After a thorough search, she finally found traces of habitation in the master bedroom. The quilt was unmade, yet the occupant was absent. Lu Rian, possessing both strength and intellect, swiftly grasped the situation, and a pained smile emerged on her face. Gu Yiming, oh Gu Yiming, you are truly a demon, an omnipresent demon, suffocating me. She realized that this villa was also purchased by Gu Yiming, specifically to surveil her. Although she only came to stay for 2 or 3 days each month, those days were still within his grasp. How foolish of me to believe that I could find freedom solely at Yipin Tanxiang. No wonder Gu Yiming was so willing to buy me a house here. He is utterly unconcerned with money. If necessary, he could easily acquire another residence for those who monitor me. This also explains why Villa No. 9 was so meticulously dust-covered, because the individuals assigned to watch her only came for a few days each month. No one bothered to clean. Moreover, Villa No. 9 was equipped with a remote-controlled lock, and it was certain that there were surveillance cameras within. Perhaps Gu Yiming was watching her through them. Even though this villa had saved her, Lu Rian could not summon any gratitude. At that moment, she felt as though Gu Yiming's hand was tightly gripping her throat, depriving her of freedom and air. Next to the bed lay a half-empty pack of cigarettes. The person monitoring her was inexplicably absent. Perhaps they had already turned into a zombie. Lu Rian took out a cigarette, expertly lit it, and inhaled deeply. The stimulating nicotine slightly alleviated her inner turmoil. During these years of being controlled, she relied on cigarettes to pass the time. Truly, she lived up to her name, Lu Rian. After finishing one cigarette, she grew weary and casually found a guest room to rest. The following day, upon awakening, daylight had already broken. In this apocalyptic world, there was no concept of time, nor the need for a 9-to-5 schedule. One could sleep until naturally awake. Yi Yuan noted that Xiao Wan's tameness had increased by 5. Excellent. Even while asleep, she could still grow. With time, she would adapt. This good girl was a self-taught prodigy, and today he must put on a good show before her, aiming to quickly raise her tameness to 95. After the 3 of them had breakfast, they prepared to head to Yipin Tanxiang. All of Xiao Wan's essential belongings had been stored in Xiao Fan's spatial warehouse. Let us go, first to the property management tool room. I'll lead the way. Xiao Wan in the middle, and Xiao Fan at the rear. Feng Xiao Wan was unburdened, still not a servant, though she was obedient and compliant. However, not being a servant made him uneasy. Placing her in the middle was generally safe. Today's objective was to dig a tunnel leading to Yipin Tanxiang. They needed to retrieve a shovel or a hoe from the property management tool room first. Although the super digger could instantly excavate 1 cubic meter of soil and rock, it required digging tools. Hands alone would not suffice. The trio made their way to the first floor without encountering any zombies. Yi Yuan had already cleared them out the day before. However, new zombies would undoubtedly appear in the community. Stay alert, do not rush. Visibility diminished considerably at a distance of 70 or 80 meters. They had to remain vigilant against zombies emerging from a mist. However, scattered zombies posed no threat to Yi Yuan. The property management office was not far away. After dispatching 4 zombies, they arrived at the tool room smoothly. Inside, shovels, hoes, and various tools were readily available. However, the shovels and hoes were too long, so Yi Yuan used a shotgun to break the handles, making them much more manageable. Xiao Fan, you try first. Yi Yuan tossed a half-meter-long hoe to Jiang Xiao Fan. With a focused expression, Jiang Xiao Fan swung the hoe and struck the ground. A remarkable scene unfolded. A pit measuring 1 cubic meter appeared beneath her feet, and she stumbled into it with a startled cry. Fortunately, the pit was not very deep, and she did not fall hard. Wow, that is incredible. Jiang Xiao Fan entered her national treasure mode. Her true nature as a fierce dragon was revealed. Excitement radiating from her exquisite face. Xiao Wan, beside her, was so astonished that her words became jumbled. Xiao Fan, what kind of magic did you just use? It's not magic. It's an ability bestowed upon me by Brother Yi last night. Swinging the hoe allows me to dig instantly. Brother Yi can bestow abilities to others? Xiao Wan gazed at Yi Yuan with adoration. Unbeknownst to them, the tamest level displayed on her card surged by 10. Chapter 32. Digging the tunnel increases attributes, double delight. Yi Yuan thought he was seeing things. The tamest level had suddenly jumped from 65 to 75. Based on past experience, increases in tameness became slow after reaching 60. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed locations to Jiang Xiao Fan's home. He rubbed his eyes. Indeed, it was 75. Looking at Feng Xiao Wan, who was filled with admiration and fervor, Yi Yuan quickly understood. In a world overrun with zombies, an ability that allowed for instant excavation was nearly as rare as the power of infinite duplication. From a safety perspective, it might even be superior. One could travel wherever they wished, hiding underground amidst a horde of zombies, or dig a tunnel directly to the cliff. No matter how perilous the outside world was, it had no bearing on him. No wonder Xiao Wan idolized him so fervently. She naturally recognized the value of this ability. Of course, Yi Yuan's intention was merely to show off and boost tameness. He did not plan to bestow the ability upon Xiao Wan just yet. Even if he wanted to, he could not. He must wait for Xiao Wan to become his servant before he could grant her any abilities. Xiao Fan, keep digging down. Okay, Brother Yi. Jiang Xiao Fan swung the hoe, swiftly excavating the earth and rock. The excavated soil and stone did not vanish. If left unattended, they would randomly appear nearby. However, one could designate a specific location, provided it was within their line of sight. Yi Yuan had already contemplated this last night. He did not want pure soil, just stones to be stored in the spatial warehouse. Massive stones measuring 1 cubic meter in length, width, and height would be used to build walls for their future stronghold, eliminating any concerns about zombie hordes. This could be considered a form of resource repurposing. Jiang Xiao Fan continued to dig deeper, quickly reaching a depth of 5 meters underground. Yi Yuan led Xiao Wan down, then retrieved several large stones from Xiao Wan's spatial warehouse to block the tunnel entrance, preventing wandering zombies from descending. Of course, the entrance was not sealed completely. Otherwise, they would suffocate from a lack of oxygen. Currently, there was still network signal, but as they continued digging, the signal would dwindle. Therefore, Yi Yuan first used his phone to locate Yipin Tanxiang, then began digging straight ahead in that direction. Naturally, during the excavation, they would inevitably deviate from the intended path. However, that was not a significant issue. They could dig out a hole at intervals to receive signals, allowing for timely adjustments to their course. Xiao Fan, take a break. I'll dig. After the second extraction of Xiao Wan's entry, he gained the ability to strengthen his digging prowess, allowing him to acquire attribute points. Yi Yuan also wished to grow stronger quickly, as long as he did not tire. He would prioritize excavation. With each strike of the shovel, a prompt appeared before Yi Yuan's eyes. Jedi strengthening experience points. 1. He quickly opened the attribute panel and saw that his ability had indeed gained 1 experience point. At this rate, after 100 excavations, he could acquire 1 attribute point. What a delight. He continued to work. Yi Yuan relentlessly swung the shovel, and an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The excavated soil and rock were remarkably solid, akin to reinforced concrete. There was no concern about collapse. Before long, Yi Yuan had excavated a tunnel 50 meters in length. At this moment, a prompt appeared once again before him. Digging strength upgrade. You have gained 1 free attribute point. At long last, he had acquired an attribute point. Yi Yuan promptly summoned his attribute panel. Yi Yuan attributes. Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Spirit 9. Abilities: 3D printing, unlimited replication, partial integrated replication, living entity replication. Excavation Master Super Excavator, digging strength LV10. Free attribute. 1. Yi Yuan's attribute panel was quite commendable. His strength, constitution, and agility were all superior to that of an average person, though his mental fortitude left something to be desired. Moreover, both the 3D printing and excavation master abilities required mental energy. Thus, he allocated the 1 free attribute point to spirit. He continued his endeavor. However, he refrained from digging straight ahead for the time being. Having been underground for so long, the network signal had long since vanished, so he needed a surface to receive a signal and recalibrate his direction. Yi Yuan began to dig upwards. Soon, a square opening appeared above him. A shadow fell from the hole. When it landed, everyone could see that it was a zombie. With a growl, the zombie had yet to rise before it emitted a furious roar. Yi Yuan had anticipated this scenario. Thus, he had already readied his shotgun. Bang! A shot to the head. After dispatching the zombie, Yi Yuan raised his phone above his head to facilitate the reception of the network signal from outside. Although he was uncertain of its effectiveness, it at least served a psychological purpose. Shortly thereafter, the screen of his phone displayed his current location, which indeed deviated from his previous route. When he resumed digging, he would simply need to adjust his angle slightly. However, Yi Yuan noticed that the map on his phone indicated a hardware store nearby. It would be possible to dig a tunnel into the hardware store and procure some tools, such as a military shovel and flashlight. Relying solely on his phone as flashlight consumed a lot of battery. Moreover, the hoe and shovel he had acquired from the property management were not sufficiently compact or convenient. Let's first head to the hardware store to gather some tools. Yi Yuan retreated a few shovels to the left before digging upwards again. His sense of direction was quite good. Before long, he reached the interior of the hardware store. It was completely deserted. Since they were there, they might as well conduct a thorough sweep. Xiao Fan, get to work. Let us empty the hardware store. Although it was termed a store, it was only a couple of 100 square meters, yet it was filled with various tools, densely arranged on the shelves. These tools might not be of immediate use, but they could prove valuable in the future, and after all, it was merely a matter of taking what was readily available. Yi Yuan got right to work. Wrenches, screwdrivers, wires, drills, cutting machines. All were swiftly stowed away in the space warehouse. At first, Xiao Fan hesitated, having grown up with the principles of integrity instilled in her, leading her to feel uneasy about such actions. However, she soon grasped the essence of the true fragrance principle. Wow, the exhilarating sensation of obtaining items for free was intoxicating. No wonder some individuals become addicted to theft. I simply cannot restrain my hands any longer. Xiao Fan began to let loose. Xiao Wan watched in awe as Yi Yuan and Xiao Fan seemed to perform magic, placing one item after another into the small wine jar. Everything was astonishing. Just then, Yi Yuan approached her and handed her a wine jar. This is prepared for you. It is also a space warehouse. I learned how to use it yesterday, and I'm giving it to you in advance so you can help us empty the store. Huh. So, Brother Yi has already acknowledged me in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared the space warehouse for me ahead of time. I have a space warehouse now. All right, Brother Yi, I'll move quickly. Once Xiao Wan received the space warehouse, she sprang into action, unconsciously humming a little tune, completely forgetting that this was a post-apocalyptic world. She also forgot that there were zombies outside. However, the zombies could not enter. Even if they did, they could simply retreat into the tunnel and block the zombies with large stones. At this moment, Yi Yuan noticed that Xiao Wan's taming level had increased by 5. He had grown accustomed to it. It seemed Xiao Wan was indeed suitable for feeding, though the sustenance was not food, but rather some advanced technology. He would contemplate this further at night to see if he could expedite Xiao Wan's taming process. As the saying goes, men and women working together makes labor less burdensome. The three of them worked in tandem. In less than half an hour, they had emptied the endless store. All right, let us wrap it up. With the appropriate military shovel in hand, Yi Yuan's digging speed increased once more. Before long, his digging strength had reached level 2. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Digging tunnels also grants attribute points, a double delight. In Chapter 33, Don't Touch My Woman, Yi Yuan allocated the free attribute once more to spirit. A robust mental capacity was essential to maximize the value of unlimited replication. Otherwise, he would need to rest after each replication. He continued his excavation. However, after leveling up to 2, it became more challenging to gain experience points. At level 1, he earned 1 point with each dig. Upon reaching level 2, he could only earn 0. 5 points per dig. It seemed that as he leveled up, the experience gain diminished. Nonetheless, this was not a significant issue. Yi Yuan's objective was to gather all essential supplies in the city, which would inevitably require extensive tunneling. The digging strength was an unexpected boon. An incremental leveling pace was of little concern. The next phase was rather monotonous, as Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiao Fan alternated in digging the tunnel, surfacing every 100 meters to receive a network signal and recalibrate their position. Occasionally, they would dig into the underground garage of the community. Fortunately, there were very few zombies in the garage, posing little threat. After alternating for a kilometer, they finally arrived at Yipin Tanxiang. This distance seemed short, but digging a tunnel was a straight line. If they were to traverse above ground, the twisting and turning would at least double the distance. The danger would increase exponentially. Throughout their journey, Yi Yuan had also gained 2 free attribute points, and his digging strength had risen to level 4. Jiang Xiao Fan had also earned 3 free attribute points, all of which she allocated to strength. Being a girl, her strength was relatively weak, especially when using an automatic rifle, which had significant recoil. While single shots were manageable, sustained fire was nearly impossible to control. She needed to enhance her strength early on. Now her strength stood at 10 points. Although the recoil would still have some effect, it was considerably improved. Essentially, she would not experience the tracing firing technique. At present, they were situated beneath the Yipin Tanxiang community. The exact location was unclear. In a moment, he would dig an exit. Perhaps a zombie would fall through. Xiao Fan, do not fire recklessly. Jiang Xiao Fan nodded. After all, Yi Yuan was digging in front. If a zombie were to fall, indiscriminately firing could hit Yi Yuan. However, luck was on their side this time. After Yi Yuan removed the last block of earth and stone, no zombies fell through. He first extended his phone's camera out of the hole to survey the surroundings. Then, upon reviewing the footage, he exclaimed, "Holy crap. Near a villa ahead, there's zombies densely packed, at least dozens of them. Who on earth threw the zombies here?" At this point, the mobile signal had also been restored. Yi Yuan checked the map. The villa outside the hole was marked as number 7. What a coincidence. Villa number 7 was indeed Lu Ruyan's residence. Before the apocalypse, Yi Yuan had conducted a thorough investigation of his parents' murderer, with Gu Yiming being the main instigator. Thus, Yi Yuan was particularly well informed. As Gu Yiming's wife, Lu Ruyan's daily activities were meticulously tracked by Yi Yuan. Naturally, he was also aware that Lu Ruyan owned a villa in Yipin Tanxiang. He never expected to inadvertently dig right to her doorstep. However, Yi Yuan's mood instantly turned tense. The villa had already been breached by zombies. Was Lu Ruyan still alive? No, wait, in his past life, she returned safely to Lu Hu. Could this be the butterfly effect of his rebirth? Yi Yuan did not believe in the butterfly effect. An individual's influence was too feeble to alter the predetermined trajectory of events. For the moment, he did not care, regardless of whether she was alive or dead. He needed to check on Lu Ruyan. Xiao Wan, step back. Xiao Fan, please step back and assist me in turning the flashlight to its maximum brightness. The powerful flashlight from the hardware store is akin to a firecracker. When set to its highest power, it illuminates the tunnel with unparalleled clarity, allowing visibility even from 100 meters away. Once Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan have retreated to a safe distance, the flashlight casts a brilliant beam into the tunnel. Yi Yuan then emerges, directing 3 shots at the zombies lurking near Lu Ruyan's residence. 3 zombies collapse to the ground. The dull thud of the gunfire attracts the attention of other zombies within the villa, and they rush toward Yi Yuan in a frenzy. But there is no panic. Yi Yuan retreats into the tunnel with an air of calm, awaiting the arrival of the horde. The tunnel, a mere meter in width, accommodates just one person at a time. Armed with a shotgun capable of holding 7,000 rounds, he embodies the true essence of a solitary guardian against the multitude. Soon, the first zombie charges into the tunnel. Bang! The gunfire echoes as the zombie's head is obliterated. Yi Yuan steps back a few paces as the second zombie barrels in, leaping over its fallen comrade in an attempt to reach him. Bang! The second zombie meets the same fate. Thus, Yi Yuan continues to shoot and retreat, ensuring that the bodies do not accumulate and block the entrance for the following zombies. In less than 5 minutes, the tunnel is strewn with the corpses of the undead, all dispatched with ease. Even Xiao Wan, who is hiding at the back, shows no signs of fear. Yi Yuan instructs Xiao Fan to dim the flashlight, and to his surprise, he discovers that Xiao Wan's taming level has increased by 5. What is happening? I hardly did anything. No, it must be due to the slaughter of those 70 or 80 zombies. Reflecting on it, it does seem rather impressive. Digging a tunnel and luring the zombies in one by one to dispatch them effortlessly. This success, though unintentional, feels quite grand. Xiao Wan is undoubtedly in awe. At this moment, Xiao Wan's taming level reaches 85, just 10 more points, and he can tame her one last time. Soon, he will have another obedient servant. Life in the apocalypse is indeed extraordinary. Let us proceed. Yi Yuan leads the way, the ground littered with corpses, while Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan struggle to adapt. However, seeing Yi Yuan move quickly, they suppress their fears and follow closely behind, fully aware that in this world, they must adjust swiftly. Upon exiting the tunnel, they find themselves enveloped in a shroud of blood mist, visibility limited to 70 or 80 meters. Fortunately, there are no zombies nearby. Yi Yuan, shotgun in hand, cautiously approaches Villa number 7, knowing that while no zombies are visible, there may still be stragglers within. Xiao Fan positions herself protectively around Xiao Wan. The trio successfully enters the villa and, after a thorough search, finds no signs of zombies or corpses. Yi Yuan breathes a sigh of relief. The absence of remains indicates that Lu Ruyan is alive, at least not dead within the confines of the villa. He then investigates the garage, discovering several zombies crushed to a pulp, one still partially alive but incapacitated and posing no threat. Yi Yuan dispatches it with a single shot. Examining the traces in the garage, he deduces that Lu Ruyan must have fled in her vehicle. The uncertainty of whether she was bitten gnaws at him. What should I do, Brother Yi? Should we continue searching? Yi Yuan is determined to press on, even though there are a fair number of survivors. A goddess-like beauty remains rare. With even a shred of a clue regarding Lu Ruyan, he cannot afford to give up easily. Let's follow the tire tracks and see where they lead. If we cannot find anything, so be it. After all, the area is swarming with zombies. If Lu Ruyan has escaped the compound, further searching would be futile. She will likely succumb to the zombies outside. However, if she remains within the compound, that would be ideal, even if the odds are slim. Let us proceed. The number of zombies roaming the compound is sparse. Previously, Yi Yuan had dispatched many, rendering it less perilous than anticipated. The blood mist obscures the survivor's vision, just as it does that of the zombies. Armed with a powerful shotgun, he feels confident as they depart the villa, following the bloody trail left by the vehicle. Simultaneously, far away at Lu Lake, Gu Yiming is focused intently on his phone screen, observing Yi Yuan and his companions leave Villa number 7. Lu Ruyan would never have imagined that Gu Yiming not only purchased a villa, but also deployed personnel to monitor her movements, even installing surveillance in her residence. As Gu Yiming watches Yi Yuan vanish from the surveillance feed, his expression darkens with malice. Yi Yuan, how dare you seek the rare sandalwood? What is your intention? Are you searching for Ru Yin? Do you aim to wrest her from my grasp as revenge, just as you did with Jiang Xiaofan against Yisu? I see through your scheme. You are courting death. Gu Yiming grits his teeth, consumed by the thought that a woman he cherishes and has never touched may fall into Yi Yuan's hands. His mind is in turmoil, screaming internally, no, no, clenching his fist so tightly that his nails dig into his flesh. He remains oblivious to the pain. Chapter 34. Stripping Lu Ruyan's entry, devouring to grow stronger. Gu Yiming is not concerned about Yi Yuan's potential for revenge. Dispatching a helicopter for assassination is merely an errand to retrieve Lu Ruyan. Yet now, he is genuinely fearful. The feeling is akin to an alcoholic who treasures a limited edition bottle of wine, too reluctant to indulge. Then, one day a thief breaks in. Anxiety grips him, fearing the loss of his prized possession. Ironically, the thief shares a penchant for fine wine. Gu Yiming's current emotional state mirrors this, wishing to rend Yi Yuan to pieces. However, Yi Yuan has already disappeared from the surveillance feed. Villa number 7 is in close proximity to Villa number 9. It is likely that he will head there. I must warn Ru Yin. She must remain silent and not draw attention to any commotion outside. Gu Yiming switches the surveillance to Villa number 9 and calls Lu Ruyan. After a series of urgent instructions, he feels a slight sense of relief when he sees her pull the curtains shut. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan, accompanied by Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan, quickly tracks down Villa No. 9, following the tire marks left by the SUV. After all, when the vehicle burst from the garage last night, it crushed several zombies, leaving a trail of blood. The two villas are not far apart, making the pursuit straightforward. At that moment, near Villa number 9, two zombies emerge from the blood mist, charging toward Yi Yuan and his companions with menacing roars. Leave this to me, Brother Yi. Xiao Fan eagerly volunteers, emboldened now and eager to hone her shooting skills. Yi Yuan relinquishes the shotgun to her, confident that if she struggles, he can intervene. The zombies are still a fair distance away. Xiao Fan steadies the shotgun, aiming carefully before pulling the trigger as the first zombie approaches within 20 meters. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shots echo, and both zombies are dispatched. The first 2 shots had already felled them, but one zombie, shot in the chest, had its spine shattered, necessitating an additional shot. Well done. Her marksmanship has improved. Receiving Yi Yuan's praise fills Xiao Fan with joy, and she resolves to perform admirably in front of Brother Yi at all times. The gunfire, however, draws Lu Ruyan's attention, prompting her to stealthily part the curtains for a better view. Gu Yiming, observing this through the surveillance footage, feels a surge of dread. She must not be discovered by Yi Yuan. He immediately calls Lu Ruyan, attempting to intimidate her into hiding and not looking outside. The phone rests on the bedside table, but Lu Ruyan, facing away, hears the soft vibrations and pretends not to notice. She forms her own conclusions. The Dragon Kingdom exercises strict control over firearms. The gunfire outside may well be military personnel clearing the zombies from the compound. If the situation permits, she could simply follow the military and rid herself of Gu Yiming's control. She now harbors an extreme loathing for Gu Yiming. Fully aware that escaping with the military would lead to an uncertain future, there is even a possibility that, due to Gu Yiming's connections, she could be sent back to Lu Hu. Yet, at this moment, she chooses to disregard such concerns. She has endured enough of this suffocating existence and is willing to embrace freedom, even if just for a day. However, when Lu Ruyan stealthily drew back the curtains, she was taken aback. They were not military personnel. Peering through the curtain's slit, she spotted a man and 2 women, and upon closer inspection, they seemed somewhat familiar. A spark of recognition ignited within her. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Yi Yuan. The Gu and Yi families maintained a long-standing friendship. Otherwise, Yi Yuan's father would not have permitted Gu Yiming to invest in his company. Thus, the two families had often crossed paths in the past. Lu Ruyan had encountered Yi Yuan several times. At that moment, a horde of zombies burst forth from the nearby blood mist, charging toward Yi Yuan and the 2 women. Lu Ruyan felt a surge of alarm. With so many zombies, even with a gun in Yi Yuan's hand, they would be outmatched. Instinctively, she yearned to open the window and beckon Yi Yuan and his companions inside, as they were once acquaintances, and she was unaware of the grievances between the Yi and Gu families. In fact, even Yi Yuan would not know the particulars unless he had hired a detective at great expense. Yet, just as Lu Ruyan pulled back the curtain, she had not even opened the window to call out when Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan had already opened fire. Xiaofan wielded a shotgun, while Yi Yuan produced a universal machine gun, as if conjuring magic. The rapid gunfire unleashed a metallic storm, and the advancing zombies were instantly transformed into a mass of shredded flesh. Often, a single bullet could pierce through 3 or 4 zombies. The bullets created holes the size of peanuts upon entry, but exited with gaping, fist-sized wounds. With Xiaofan supplementing the gunfire, the group of zombies was felled before they could reach them, most rendered immobile with shattered spines. Yi Yuan gestured, and Jiang Xiaofan understood, approaching to deliver headshots to the few remaining zombies that were not yet dead. All set, brother Yi. Yi Yuan nodded it. By chance. His peripheral vision caught sight of someone behind the villa window. Instinctively, he raised his gun to aim. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "What the heck? It's Lu Ruyan." "Yi Yuan, it's me, Aunt Lu." Despite Lu Ruyan being relatively young, only in her late 20s and well-preserved, she appeared even younger. However, she was Gu Yiming's wife, and he had previously addressed her as Aunt Lu. Yi Yuan did not dwell on the matter of how to address her, as his attention was fixated on the cards above Lu Ruyan's head. As anticipated, with her beauty, she had several descriptors. Lu Ruyan, descriptor 1. Nutritionist, blue, descriptor 2. Culinary skills, white, descriptor 3. Driver, white. The first descriptor, bolded and capitalized, was nutritionist, and it boasted a blue quality, akin to Shaowan's excavator operator. This indicated that it could be transformed into a blue ability. At that moment, Lu Ruyan opened the door. "Yi Yuan, coming quickly." Yi Yuan was focused, his mind locking onto the nutritionist descriptor, and with a determined effort, he pulled it in. In an instant, a surge of mysterious energy flowed into him. He succeeded. The descriptor had transformed into a power. The specifics of its function were still unclear. But that would have to wait. They needed to get inside. Yi Yuan ushered Xiaofan and Shaowan into the villa, and Lu Ruyan shut the door behind them. "Yi Yuan, it's been over half a year since we last met. Why didn't he expect to reunite here? What is the situation outside? Can you tell me?" Yi Yuan shook his head. "It's dire. Zombies are everywhere, and anyone bitten will turn into one. The numbers will only grow." As he spoke, Yi Yuan summoned his attribute panel to check the ability he had extracted from Lu Ruyan. Nutritionist. All food can be converted into high-grade nutrition products, and consuming them grants free attribute points. Consumption level 1. For every ton of food consumed, 1 free attribute point is gained. A level 1 skill can consume a maximum of 20 tons of food. The ability description was somewhat superficial, but the information was already integrating into Yi Yuan's mind. The nutritionist ability was indeed formidable. Ordinary food could be transformed into high-grade supplements. By consuming 20 tons of food, he could earn 20 free attribute points. Jiang Xiaofan, Feng Shaowan, and Lu Ruyan were not mere ornamental figures. He chuckled heartily, reveling in his fortune from this outing. At that moment, Yi Yuan's spirit soared. Functionally speaking, the nutritionist ability he had extracted from Lu Ruyan was inferior to Shaowan's excavator operator, as the latter could dig and enhance physical attributes. However, the nutritionist was more accessible. He could simply find a large supermarket, with no restrictions on food types, and consume 20 tons at once to instantly gain 20 free attribute points. Efficient, straightforward, and brutally effective. As Yi Yuan basked in his elation, Lu Ruyan suddenly thrust her phone before him, displaying a message on the screen. "Yi Yuan, do you have a place to stay? Can you take me with you? Don't speak or look around. I suspect there are cameras in the villa." Yi Yuan glanced at Lu Ruyan. This woman was quite perceptive, especially with her last statement, cautioning him not to look around, effectively leaving herself an escape route. Should Yi Yuan have no place to go or be unwilling to take her, she could always reconcile with Gu Yiming, providing a reasonable explanation for everything that had transpired today. Her allowing him in was merely based on their previous acquaintance. It made sense. Furthermore, if Yi Yuan did not look around, Gu Yiming would not suspect that the villa's surveillance had been compromised. Of course, Yi Yuan was indifferent to Lu Ruyan's cautious thoughts. It was not surprising for a woman without support to leave herself an out. Moreover, she was not a bad person. In his previous life, she had secretly delivered food to him twice before his demise. Regardless of her motives, he was determined to take her away. "Rest assured, Ruyan, no matter how perilous it is outside, you are free now. Come with me. I will find you a place that is absolutely safe." With that, Yi Yuan took Lu Ruyan's hand and headed for the door. He spoke those words aloud, and if there were cameras, all the better. He wanted Gu Yiming to see and hear, infuriating him further. Lu Ruyan felt her heart race as Yi Yuan grasped her hand, a sensation she had never experienced in her years of marriage to Gu Yiming, who was more of a eunuch than a husband, a psychologically twisted individual who treated people as possessions. Lu Ruyan was left pondering why Yi Yuan had previously called her Aunt Lu, but now addressed her so intimately. Xiaofan and Shaowan followed behind. Xiaofan was unfazed, having already accepted his role as a servant, but Shaowan, not being Yi Yuan's yet, felt a twinge of jealousy seeing him hold Lu Ruyan's hand, feeling somewhat slighted. Why had Yi Yuan held her hand yet? It seemed unfair. After the four left the villa, Yi Yuan brandished his machine gun, while Xiaofan clutched his shotgun, and together they vanished into the blood mist. Gu Yiming, staring at the empty phone screen, was now seething with rage. "Ruyan, how dare he call my wife with such familiarity?" And Ruyan did not object, allowing him to lead her away. "Those two wretches, I will not let this go. I will ensure they pay dearly." Gu Yiming's eyes were bloodshot, and in that moment, his murderous intent surged. "Old Zhang, immediately contact the higher-ups. No matter the cost, I need to borrow a helicopter. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find Yi Yuan and Lu Ruyan and make them wish they had never been born. The depth of love is matched only by the depth of hate." Lu Ruyan was Gu Yiming's treasured possession, and over the years, his twisted possessiveness had morphed into a perverse form of love. Yet, he never imagined Lu Ruyan would willingly leave with Yi Yuan at that moment. It felt as though the sky had fallen. I swear, I will make you two regret being alive. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan, accompanied by the three women, had not ventured far. The outside world was fraught with danger. Remaining in Yiping Tanxiang is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Even if Gu Yiming were to send someone to investigate, he lacks the strength to succeed. The fog above obscures visibility, making it difficult for him to locate us. At this moment, the four individuals arrived at the entrance of Villa number 16. They knocked several times on the door, and the unmistakable sounds of zombies emanated from within. It is possible that some survivors are hiding inside. As long as there are no zombies, it is a more comfortable situation. At worst, they could conduct a thorough search once inside. Yi Yuan began to dig into the ground, opting for a tunnel as a more prudent approach than forcefully breaching the door, which would certainly disturb their peace at night. Once the tunnel reaches the villa, they could seal it off, with each shovel's thrust. He swiftly excavated a pit measuring 1 cubic meter. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan were already accustomed to such displays, but it was the first time for Lu Rian to witness this spectacle, her eyes widening in disbelief, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. Yi Yuan, what did you just do? Xiao Fan quickly interjected. This is Yi Gu's special ability for digging tunnels, excavating 1 cubic meter in no time. I possess this ability too, granted to me by Yi Gu. The last statement carried a hint of pride, as if declaring her claim as Yi Yuan's first woman. Lu Rian was astounded, yet the reality before her was undeniable. With every swing of the shovel, Yi Yuan removed a block of earth, creating a passageway leading underground in mere moments. My heavens, how astonishing! Her mind was overwhelmed with shock. It was no wonder Yi Yuan proclaimed he would take her to a place of absolute safety. With such digging prowess, wherein this apocalyptic world could be deemed unsafe. As long as she followed Yi Yuan, her concerns about danger would dissipate, and most importantly, she could escape Gu Yiming's clutches. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Rian's sense of submission surged by 10 points at that moment, a fact that Yi Yuan happened to notice. It seemed that showing off was universally effective on women. However, he was puzzled. Despite having slain over a dozen zombies, which could be seen as saving Lu Rian, her submission score remained at 0. Just then, a voice in his mind explained. Each host with a trait must have the host activate the submission score by first stripping the trait. Until then, all factors convertible to submission will reset. Now he understood. He decided not to dwell on it. As long as she followed him, she would inevitably become his subordinate, provided she did not transform into a zombie. He felt confident that Lu Ruyin would not undergo such a change. While her immunity was uncertain, she would not turn in the short term. Otherwise, they would not have encountered her at Lahuhu in his previous life. Soon, Yi Yuan tunneled into the villa, and the three women followed him inside. He then emptied the large stones from his spatial storage to seal the entrance of the tunnel and found a key within the villa. Let us rest here for the time being. Ruyin, do not worry. Even if Gu Yiming comes searching, we can swiftly retreat into the tunnel. Once inside, it becomes my domain. Lu Rian felt a warmth in her heart. She had not expected Yi Yuan to care for her well-being so thoughtfully, prioritizing her safety. This gesture further increased her submission score by 10 points. Yet, she remained puzzled as to why Yi Yuan addressed her by her name. Yi Yuan, you used to call me Aunt Lu. Why the change? Yi Yuan paused for a moment before responding with a cold chuckle. That was then. Now, I only wish to eliminate that scoundrel Gu Yiming. He is unworthy of being my elder. I know you were forced into marrying him, so in my eyes, you're not his wife. Is there a problem with me calling you by your name? No, of course not. Lu Rian replied with genuine warmth. Thank you, Yi Yuan. I like it when you call my name. I do not wish to be labeled by Gu Yiming. Yi Yuan nodded in acknowledged. All right, let us rest briefly and then embark on a thorough sweep. We must hasten to find a supermarket. Consuming 20 tons of food will enable rapid enhancement. Chapter 36. Such authority. Bang. Lu Rian was unclear about Yi Yuan's intentions regarding the sweep. At that moment, she was still enveloped in the joy of newfound freedom. After 5 years of marriage to Gu Yiming, she had never felt so unburdened. Throughout those 5 years, opportunities to escape had arisen. Yet her parents were continuously under Gu Yiming's control. Even if she wished to leave, fear held her back, forcing her to endure. Perhaps it was fate. With her parents now unreachable, it was highly probable they had transformed. Thus, she no longer needed to hesitate. Following Yi Yuan, she felt assured he would not spy on her, constantly seeking to control her. Sister Rian, don't dawdle. Hurry up. Lu Rian looked up to see Xiao Fan beckoning her. Yi Yuan and Xiao Wan had already entered the tunnel. Is he really that aloof? He doesn't even call me, she mused, hastening to catch up with him, feeling a tinge of annoyance, yet lacking any hatred. It was more akin to the sentiment of a wronged girl lamenting to her friends about her boyfriend. However, Lu Rian refused to acknowledge such feelings. After all, Yi Yuan had previously called her Aunt Lu, and her heart could not transform so swiftly. Once the four entered the tunnel, taking advantage of the remaining network signal, Yi Yuan pinpointed a large supermarket outside the community and instructed Xiao Fan to dig towards it based on her intuition. The distance was straightforward to calculate. Each shovel's thrust covered 1 meter. The critical factor was to maintain the correct direction. After a while, Yi Yuan silently assessed their current position, concluding they were likely outside the community. However, the tunnel was too deep to receive any network signal. Xiao Fan, dig upwards to create an opening. I need to establish a network signal to confirm our position. Soon, as a block of earth was excavated, a square opening appeared above, and simultaneously, a figure fell through. Yi Yuan initially thought it was another zombie and quickly raised his shotgun to aim. Upon closer inspection, illuminated by the strong flashlight, he realized it was a living man, in his 40s, sporting a receding hairline and a beer belly, now sprawled awkwardly in the tunnel. Just then, another figure appeared at the opening above. District Chief Liu, are you alright? The balding man scrambled to his feet, shielding his eyes from the bright flashlight. Iem Mifine. There are others below. Yi Yuan was momentarily speechless, surprised to have unearthed a living district chief. Hey, who are you? Turn off the flashlight quickly. I can hardly open my eyes. Without Yi Yuan's command, Jiang Xiaofan continued to shine the flashlight on District Chief Liu. Yi Yuan stepped forward a couple of paces, pressing the shotgun against Liu's forehead. Either I shoot you, or you climb up quickly. It's clear that the area above is not a supermarket. I have to continue digging. I cannot allow outsiders to witness my abilities. It was not that he wished to hide. After all, this was an apocalyptic world, and it was wiser to keep some cards close to his chest, a lesson learned from past experiences. Hey, put the gun down quickly. This is District Chief Liu. You cannot bear the consequences of this. The person at the opening shouted. Liu's eyes, blinded by the flashlight, could not discern Yi Yuan's features, but he could sense the gun pressed against his chest. Were it not for the weapon, he might not have felt fear. Given that the other party wielded a gun, he assumed they were from the inside. Could a district chief be subdued so easily? Which department are you from? I demand to speak with your superior. Now, I order you to lower the gun and turn off the flashlight. As soon as Liu finished speaking, Yi Yuan pulled the trigger. Bang! The dull sound of the gun echoed as the pellets pierced through Liu's chest. I warned you to leave. You insisted on courting death. With a sharp click, he chambered another round and fired again, eliminating the second person who had not yet comprehended the situation. Ha! Try to flaunt your authority with me? Do you think this is the world before the apocalypse? Yi Yuan stowed away the shotgun, switching to a military shovel, and resumed digging the tunnel nonchalantly. Xiaofan, what are you doing? Hand me the flashlight properly. Jiang Xiaofan finally regained her senses and quickly raised the flashlight high. She remained relatively composed, having witnessed Yi Yuan's prowess before. Just days earlier, 2 assailants had invaded her home, only to be eliminated by Yi Yuan's shotgun. Thus, Jiang Xiaofan did not react strongly to the death of District Chief Liu. In contrast, Xiao Wan and Lu Ruyan stood frozen in shock. You killed someone. Yi Yuan turned around and, observing the stunned expressions of Xiao Wan and Lu Ruyan, felt compelled to emphasize a crucial point. Listen closely. This is an apocalyptic world. The law of the jungle prevails. Do not trust strangers, especially those in positions of power. They will not regard you as human. When necessary, they will not hesitate to eliminate you. In his past life, Yi Yuan had witnessed too many instances where the powerful sacrificed countless survivors for their own selfish desires. Such occurrences were all too common. They cared little for the lives of ordinary people, yet always managed to use grandiose justifications to convince them to willingly march towards death. The most untrustworthy individuals were precisely this group. Yi Yuan, I support you. Xiao Wan, you must believe in Yi Yuan. Surprisingly, Lu Ruyan's transformation was swift, showing her support for Yi Yuan's actions. However, upon reflection, she had once been Gu Yiming's wife, at least in name, and had likely heard numerous secrets of the elite. This understanding enabled her to quickly recognize Yi Yuan's stance. Let us go. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Yi Yuan did not wish to elaborate further. Had he not been concerned that his earlier actions might affect Xiao Wan and Lu Ruyan's perception of him, thus complicating future efforts to gain their compliance, he would have refrained from any explanations. Brother Yi, I trust you. Even if you make mistakes, I won't support you, but I won't oppose you either. Indeed, that is a commendable mindset, Yi Yuan replied with a smile, turning to continue wielding his shovel. This time, he slightly adjusted his direction and swiftly dug a tunnel into the supermarket. Tianyi Supermarket. Upon uttering the name, Lu Ruyan's expression became somewhat uncomfortable. Tianyi was the largest chain supermarket in Shidu, with approximately 500 stores, covering nearly every neighborhood and street. This was Gu Yiming's enterprise. Hence, Lu Ruyan felt uneasy. Anything related to Gu Yiming elicited her aversion. Yi Yuan approached Lu Ruyan with a mischievous grin. Do you despise Gu Yiming? Lu Ruyan nodded. Yi Yuan continued. If that is the case, we should take pleasure in raiding his supermarket. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Despite the fact that the supermarkets in the urban area had lost their value to Gu Yiming, the thrill of taking his possessions for free was undeniably exhilarating. Lu Ruyan nodded happily. Yi Yuan retrieved Xiao Wan's space storage and decided to replicate it 1-to-1. Actually, let's create 2. We'll keep one as a sample and replicate it when needed. Yi Yuan harnessed the power of 3D printing and soon produced 2 space storages, handing one to Lu Ruyan. This is a space storage. It's yours now. In the supermarket, aside from food, take everything you can carry. Xiao Wan, teach Lu Ruyan how to use it. Xiao Fan, let us get to work. Ever since they had raided the hardware store, Jiang Xiaofan had developed a fondness for this feeling of taking things for free. Upon hearing Yi Yuan's command, she sprang into action, rushing to the shelves and beginning a frenzied sweep. The supermarket was quite large. The basement level area housed daily necessities, while Area B contained grains, fruits, vegetables, and seafood. The second floor featured home appliances and digital devices, while the third floor had clothing and luxury goods. Currently, they were situated on the basement level, with food located in Area B, which was Yi Yuan's target. Chapter 37. You abduct my wife and raid my supermarket? Yi Yuan charged toward the supermarket's Area B like a ravenous beast, exhilarated at the prospect of his imminent empowerment. His excitement was palpable, and he quickly arrived at Area B, where various packaged foods greeted his eyes. Candies, milk, bread, all neatly arranged on the shelves. Yi Yuan's eyes sparkled, and he immediately unleashed his devouring ability, causing a massive vortex to materialize before him, resembling an abyssal maw. Every item on the shelves, even the shelves themselves, was consumed in an instant. At that moment, two choices appeared in Yi Yuan's mind: transfer and transform. Transfer allowed him to move food to a designated location, while transform would instantly convert the food into high-grade supplements. Yi Yuan first attempted the transfer, guiding the 2 loaves of bread swallowed by the vortex into the space storage. To his delight, it was successful, proceeding without a hitch. Haha, from now on, collecting supplies can be combined with my devouring ability. I can gobble everything up and then transfer it to the space storage. How convenient. Yi Yuan felt elated. He switched to the transformation option, converting all food into supplements. As his thoughts shifted, the vortex released a powerful force, transforming the food into colorful gases that entered Yi Yuan's body. However, the packaging remained unaffected, falling to the ground instead. After devouring the first mouthful of food, Yi Yuan exhaled in satisfaction. It was truly bizarre. He had consumed 300 to 400 pounds of food, yet felt no sense of fullness. As all the food had been converted into energy, Yi Yuan hastily approached another shelf and unleashed his devouring ability once more. The vortex reappeared, sucking in the goods along with the shelves, which were then transformed into high-grade supplements absorbed by Yi Yuan. Wow, this is amazing. After swallowing from 7 shelves in succession, a notification suddenly popped up. You have consumed 1 ton of food, gaining 1 point of free attribute. What the heck? In merely 2 to 3 minutes, he had earned 1 point of free attribute, far more efficient than the Digging Master skill. Of course, the true value of Digging Master lay in its ability to dig, while the strength enhancement was merely an incidental benefit. Yi Yuan quickly allocated his 1 point to his spirit attribute, as all his abilities required some degree of spiritual energy. He decided to boost his spirit first before gradually improving the other attributes. Yi Yuan glanced at his attribute panel. Yi Yuan attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 11, Spirit 13 abilities: 3D printing, Infinite replication, Local integrated replication, Living being replication, Digging Master, Super Digging Master, Digging Strength LV4, 39, Nutritionist, Devouring LV1, much improved. All 4 attributes were formidable. Becoming a scion was just around the corner. He continued to devour. Yi Yuan incessantly consumed food, leaving the 3 women behind in stunned silence. It wasn't that they were being lazy. Rather, they were mesmerized by Yi Yuan's transformation into a gaping maw, continuously devouring food, leaving them awestruck. My goodness, can Brother Yi really eat all of that? It appeared he wasn't actually eating. Rather, the food transformed into colorful gases that were absorbed into his body. What kind of ability is this? Brother Yi is becoming more mysterious. Such an overwhelming sensation. Admiration and awe filled the hearts of the 3 women. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Xiaowan's compliance rating rose by 5, reaching 90. Just 5 more, and she would be fully compliant. Lu Rian's rating increased by a larger margin, rising by 10 to 30. She still needed some time before her second compliance could occur. At that moment, Yi Yuan turned around and noticed the 3 women observing him, as if watching a performance. What is this nonsense? Hurry up and get to work. Once we finish here, we'll move on to the next place. Huh? Another increase in compliance? Yi Yuan felt a surge of joy, not expecting that simply engaging in normal devouring would enhance their compliance. Quite satisfactory indeed. Not long after, candies, beverages, instant noodles, and sausages were entirely consumed, earning him another 3 points of free attribute. All attributes are still concentrated on the mental aspect. Currently, Yi Yuan's mental attribute has astonishingly reached 16 points, nearly double that of an average person. This should suffice for the time being. When I acquire more attribute points, I can distribute them more evenly. There's still rice and cooking oil to be found. True to his nature, Yi Yuan went on a relentless binge, devouring all visible food in sight. Of course, he retained samples of each type of food. Although there are thousands of supermarkets throughout the city, and he would not lack for samples in the future, Yi Yuan preferred to be cautious, believing it prudent to preserve the samples for the time being. Suddenly, the supermarket was plunged into darkness. A power outage had occurred. However, everyone had flashlights. The bright beam of the Chuan Tian Pao flashlight illuminated a wide area, leaving visibility unaffected. Yi Yuan continued his frenzied consumption. Meanwhile, at the Luhu Lakeside Villa, Gu Yiming was restless, his heart torn at the thought of Yi Yuan having abducted Lu Ruyan. Just then, the butler hurried over. Mr. Gu, we have found Madam. Found her? So quickly? Gu Yiming grasped the butler's hands in excitement. Are you sure? You didn't make a mistake? The butler hesitated. He knew the gravity of the situation and had to report to Gu Yiming. Mr. Gu, I cannot be certain. It was the people from the resource management office who informed me. Someone dug a tunnel into the supermarket near Yipin Tanxiang, and one of them was Madam. Upon receiving this news, I rushed to inform you. I didn't have time to confirm. Gu Yiming's eyes brightened. Lu Ruyin had disappeared from Yipin Tanxiang, so it was reasonable for her to appear in a nearby supermarket. However, the notion of digging a tunnel was perplexing. With zombies outside and concrete flooring, how could it be so easy to dig in? Did the resource management office really say that? Yes, Mr. Gu. Gu Yiming's headquarters was at Lu Hu, and all supermarket surveillance could be monitored from there. After the apocalypse struck, he quickly recognized the importance of resources. Thus, he utilized his connections to rescue supermarkets on the outskirts, transporting goods back to Lu Hu in truckloads. He established the resource management office for this purpose. All supermarket surveillance was managed by this department, although digging a tunnel seemed implausible. He had to visit the resource management office to confirm Lu Ruyin and Yi Yuan's exact location. That scoundrel! I want you both to suffer. Gu Yiming hastily drove to the resource management office. The head of the office, Wang, had once been Gu Yiming's personal bodyguard and was now promoted to manager of the resource management office. Boss, you have arrived. I heard you saw Madam? Yes. I personally confirmed it. She is at the supermarket near Yipin Tanxiang. Follow me. Manager Wang led Gu Yiming to the monitoring room. They switched to the surveillance feed for the supermarket on Huancheng Road. However, when the monitor switched, the screen was entirely black. Boss, the Huancheng Road supermarket must be experiencing a power outage. The surveillance feed is unavailable. Damn it, the power goes out at such a critical moment. Gu Yiming glared at Manager Wang. Wang felt his legs weaken. He was well aware of his boss's ruthless nature and his propensity for revenge. Boss, I absolutely did not deceive you. They can all testify that Madam was indeed seen at the Tian E-supermarket on Huancheng Road, where they were frantically scavenging for supplies. Gu Yiming squinted. He understood that Wang could not possibly be lying, and there was no need to fabricate such a story. It was likely true. That scoundrel Yi Yuan, abducting my wife and taking her to loot my resources. This is a betrayal of the highest order. At this moment, Gu Yiming's heart bled. Despite the anguish, he had to maintain an air of composure and not reveal his turmoil to those beneath him. A leader must possess an aura of authority. He exhaled softly to quell his inner fury and then inquired, Wang, I heard from Lao Zhang that Madam and the others dug a tunnel to get in. Wang pondered briefly before uncertainly responding. According to the video, they must have dug a tunnel to enter. What do you mean by must have? Boss, it's like this. While the staff was checking the conditions of the supermarkets, they happened to see Madam and another woman emerge from the supermarket tunnel. Prior to that, a man and a woman had already exited the tunnel. Therefore, we did not see how they dug it. However, we can be certain that Madam entered the supermarket through the tunnel. This was puzzling. Gu Yiming frowned slightly, his mind racing with a multitude of questions. Why resort to digging a tunnel to enter the supermarket? Surely, it would be simpler to use a diesel cutting machine to slice through the security door than to dig a tunnel. Putting that aside for now, are you certain the woman in the surveillance footage is Ruyin? I'm certain. Wang was confident he would not be mistaken. He had been Gu Yiming's personal bodyguard and knew Lu Ruyin's appearance well. All right, I understand. Gu Yiming shifted his focus. What is the current status of resource recovery? So far, we have successfully transported important supplies from over 80 supermarkets and 3 warehouses back to Lu Hu. Although the streets are teeming with zombies, the suburbs have fewer zombies, allowing our trucks to crush through. On the first day of the apocalypse, Gu Yiming organized a team to salvage supplies. It seemed the effort bore fruit. Excellent, but we must not let our guard down. These supplies are the foundation of our survival. Yes, boss. Gu Yiming spoke half-heartedly. The supplies were not only his foundation for survival, but also a guarantee of power in the apocalypse. As long as there was food, he could recruit manpower. With food, he could exchange for weapons and ammunition through certain channels. Despite strict gun control before the apocalypse, the world had changed, and many soldiers had turned into zombies. The safety defense in Lu Hu must be a collaboration between military and civilians. This was an opportunity. With food, people, and weapons, how could he not dominate his territory? Even if he could not stand shoulder to shoulder with the military, he could still hold his head high in front of the bureaucratic elite. Gu Yiming had grown weary of the bureaucratic elite. No matter how powerful they were, in the end, they were merely merchants in their eyes, still seen as easy prey. He had suffered from their exploitation before the apocalypse. As long as he acquired weapons and ammunition and recruited private soldiers, he would no longer have to bow to those parasites. Upon returning to the Lu Hu villa, Gu Yiming immediately instructed the butler to contact the military. Regardless of the cost, he needed to rent a helicopter, since Yi Yuan and that wretched woman Ruyin were still near Yipin Tanxiang. If his side moved quickly enough, he would surely find them. On the other hand, Yi Yuan continued to feast with abandon. The food in Area B had been entirely consumed, and his attribute points surged by 12 points. His current attributes stood at Strength 13, Agility 13, Constitution 13, and Mentality 18. In total, he had devoured 12 tons of food in Area B. Only fresh aquatic products remained untouched, as he could not consume living beings. The supermarket had just lost power. Prior to the outage, all oxygen pumps and water circulation systems for the aquatic products were operational, and most of them were still alive. This revelation sparked excitement in Yi Yuan. His 3D printing ability could replicate low-level life forms. This meant he could indefinitely consume fresh aquatic products in the future. Thus, Yi Yuan quickly stored these aquatic products in his spatial warehouse, including abalone, lobster, shrimp, clams, and various freshwater fish. After a busy session, Area B was cleared out. Of course, the supermarket held more than just this amount of food. The items on the shelves were merely a fraction. Far more food could be found in the warehouses. Ruyan, do you know where the supermarket's warehouse is? Ruyan, having been Gu Yiming's wife and frequently staying at Yipin Tanxiang, might know the warehouse's exact location. I know, it's on the second basement level. I can lead you there. Yi Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Abducting Gu Yiming's wife is undeniably exhilarating. It not only serves as a means of retribution against him, but also allows for the looting of his supermarket while providing guidance. Due to a power outage at the supermarket, they're compelled to walk to the second basement level. Yi Yuan harbors no concerns regarding the safety of Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan, for the supermarket's entrance is securely locked, preventing outsiders from entering without specialized tools. In this current period, few dare to venture outside. It is fortunate that the apocalypse arrived at such a timely juncture. Around 8 a.m., a torrential rain of blood began to fall, coinciding with the supermarket's closure, rendering all establishments locked and inaccessible. This inadvertently facilitated Yi Yuan's plans. Subsequently, a thorough citywide sweep commenced, ensuring the safety of all supermarkets and alleviating considerable inconvenience. Most crucially, those responsible for his parents' demise belonged to the affluent elite, who would hardly be awake at such an early hour. Consequently, they easily evaded disaster, living comfortably in Luhu, awaiting the opportunity for revenge. Before long, Yi Yuan and Lu Rian arrived at the second basement, armed with a powerful flashlight. Visibility was exceptionally clear as they approached the warehouse. The door was locked, yet this posed no challenge for Yi Yuan, who brandished a shotgun to force it open. Adjusting the flashlight to a floodlight mode illuminated a 30-meter radius, revealing neatly arranged goods. Will you wait for me here, or do you prefer to search for Xiao Fan and the others on your own? He inquired. I'll wait for you. I'm afraid to go alone, Lu Ruyan admitted, feeling vulnerable. Only by staying close to Yi Yuan did she feel secure. Unbeknownst to her, her submissiveness increased by 3 points, a modest gain, yet Yi Yuan had done nothing to earn it. Very well, find a place to sit for a moment. Yi Yuan instructed before attending to his task. His devouring ability activated, creating a massive vortex resembling an abyssal maw that drew in all the supplies from the shelves. The food was swiftly converted into energy absorbed by his body, while other daily necessities were transferred to his spatial warehouse. In a short span, he consumed 8 tons of food, thereby acquiring 8 points of free attributes. After allocation, his attributes transformed to Strength 15, Constitution 16, Agility 16, and Spirit 18, equating to double the composite attributes of an average person. It is no exaggeration to assert that Yi Yuan could be regarded as a super soldier. At that moment, a notification materialized before Yi Yuan. You have reached the limit of food consumption. Upgrade your ability to continue devouring. The limit is set at 20 tons, corresponding to 20 points of free attributes. Yet, how does one upgrade an ability? As Yi Yuan pondered this, a voice within his mind responded. Repeatedly extracting a specific entry may yield a new ability or enhance an existing one, depending on the characteristics of the ability. Thus, it became clear. For instance, the 3D printing capability extracted from Xiao Fan could increase the weight of items that could be copied with each successive extraction. However, this was merely an auxiliary effect, with upgrades being negligible, if not entirely absent. Yet, each extraction of Xiao Fan's entries granted new capabilities. The first was infinite replication, the second partial replication, and the third replication of living entities. Clearly, the entries extracted from Lu Ruyan were distinct. The devouring ability necessitates continual upgrades to enhance its limits. Only by raising the limit can one continue to gain free attributes. It became evident that to grow stronger, he must swiftly conquer Lu Ruyan. Chapter 39. The Joy of Zero-Cost Shopping. I only wear it for Yi Dage. Yi Yuan glanced back at Lu Ruyan, noticing her discreetly observing him. Her gaze darting away in a flurry of embarrassment as their eyes met, a hint of pink blooming on her cheeks, akin to a secret being unveiled. Does she harbor feelings for me? It is improbable that affection could blossom so swiftly. They had only recently begun their acquaintance, despite a prior familiarity limited to social gatherings. Thus, the answer was singular. The allure of strength casts a captivating aura, particularly in an apocalyptic setting. Consequently, taming Lu Rian should not prove overly difficult. Though time is of the essence, he must focus on clearing the supplies. Though unable to consume food further, he could nonetheless gather resources. With a gaping abyss, all supplies were drawn in and transferred to the spatial warehouse without the need for energy conversion. The efficiency was remarkable. Within 10 minutes, the entire warehouse was cleared, including fruits and vegetables from the freezer, along with poultry and livestock. However, the continuous use of his devouring ability took a toll on his mental stamina. Let us take a break shortly, he suggested. Come, we shall ascend. Yi Yuan approached Lu Rian, taking her hand without regard for her consent, leading her outside the warehouse. They soon reached the first basement level, where Yi Yuan noticed Lu Rian's submission level had risen by another 10 points. Her cheeks flushed even more than before. What could be the reason? A mere handhold had resulted in a 10-point increase. In that moment, Yi Yuan deeply comprehended how effortlessly strength could capture a woman's heart. Of course, such a lure has its limitations. It may not stem purely from genuine affection, particularly in this dystopian reality, where Yi Yuan's might affords Lu Ruyan a sense of security. Fundamentally, this is a relationship based on mutual benefit. Yet, it matters little to Yi Yuan. He seeks only her submission. Whether Lu Ruyan, or Feng Xiaowan, or even the former Jiang Xiaofan, their emotional attachments to him need not be pure. Yi Yuan, I didn't bring any clothes when I left. The third floor is entirely dedicated to clothing. I wish to select some garments for a change, Lu Ruyan expressed, prompting Yi Yuan to notice Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan sharing her eager anticipation. Shopping is an innate trait of women, and amidst the current circumstances, zero-cost shopping is particularly thrilling. As Yi Yuan also requires a moment to recuperate, he replied, "Go ahead, I'll give you an hour." Yay! The three women cheered, immediately dashing toward the second floor. Yi Yuan had no desire to join the fray. Shopping with women can be quite troublesome. He found a spot at a checkout counter to rest. The first basement was exceptionally secure, devoid of windows, rendering it impossible for zombies to spot him, allowing him to smoke in peace. Meanwhile, a Jixiang Niao helicopter took flight from Luhu, heading toward the main urban area. Inside the helicopter, aside from the pilot, were 10 of Gu Yiming's men, all armed with assault rifles. Their firepower was significantly weaker than before, yet Gu Yiming had exerted considerable effort. Previously, he had only utilized 50 tons of supplies to rent a helicopter, which included 2 machine guns and a rocket launcher. However, the helicopter had crashed, resulting in the loss of the weapons. Despite his extensive connections, losing a helicopter during such tumultuous times would undoubtedly incite anger from above. Thus, being able to rent another helicopter was already a generous concession. Leading the 10-man team was Ma Gu, a former bodyguard of Gu Yiming, reputed to have graduated from a training camp in Siberia, possessing commendable military training. Ma Gu patted the pilot's shoulder. "Brother, upon arrival, we will directly descend onto the supermarket's rooftop. Please wait for us." This was no jest. After all, the pilot was not one of their own, and should he choose to fly away without honor, even if they completed their mission, they would be trapped within the city. "Brothers, remain vigilant. Yi Yuan is armed. Once we enter the supermarket, we must swiftly charge to the first basement. Remember, it is preferable to capture Yi Yuan alive. If that proves impossible, killing him is acceptable. The boss has stated that capturing Yi Yuan alive will yield double the reward. However, the lady must return to Lu Hu unharmed." After outlining these crucial directives, Ma Ge, still feeling uneasy, reiterated, "Although Yi Yuan and the lady are in the first basement and cannot hear the helicopter, there is still a chance that someone might tip them off. After all, there are 4 of them. Thus, I must emphasize once more, upon completing the descent, we must hasten to the first basement." Ma Ge surmised that Yi Yuan's presence in the supermarket's first basement, alongside 3 women, was undoubtedly related to procuring supplies, and they could not possibly venture to other floors. In these perilous times, the sole purpose of entering the supermarket is to procure food. There is no need to risk venturing for daily necessities. Priority must be given to depleting the food supply. For individuals carrying items by hand will not achieve much speed. Since the discovery of Yi Yuan, less than an hour has passed, indicating they're likely still on the first basement level. If one can move swiftly, the task can be accomplished before Yi Yuan becomes aware. Meanwhile, 3 women within the supermarket remain blissfully unaware of the impending danger, indulging in a spree of zero-cost shopping. "Xiao Wan, don't you think this camisole dress is alluring? Indeed, it's quite seductive. Wearing it would surely captivate all men." "Not all. I only wish to enchant Yi Dage." "Wow, you weren't always so selective." "That's because Yi Dage hadn't appeared yet." At that moment, Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan noticed Lu Ru Yin stealthily slipping several exquisite items into her spatial warehouse. "Wow, Sister Ru Yin is quite the discerning eye. We cannot lag behind. Let us hurry and pick a few eye-catching pieces." In the clothing store on the 3rd floor, they enthusiastically cleared the shelves, gathering not only clothes, pants, and shoes, but also perfumes and cosmetics to stuff into their spatial warehouse. This zero-cost shopping is exhilarating. Suddenly, Lu Ru Yin furrowed her brow and strained to listen intently. "Xiao Fan, Xiao Wan, please be quiet." Once silence enveloped them, Lu Ru Yin's expression shifted. "Let us hurry downstairs. We must not be greedy." Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan were somewhat puzzled. Yi Dage mentioned we had an hour. It's not even 40 minutes yet. "Sister Ru Yin, what's wrong?" Lu Ru Yin, pulling the 2 along as they jogged downstairs, remarked, "Did you hear the sound of a helicopter outside? I have an unsettling feeling. We should reunite with Yi Yuan quickly." Lu Ru Yin understood Gu Yiming well. His capabilities were formidable, and she could almost ascertain that he had noticed her and Yi Yuan departing from Villa Number 9. Given his vengeful nature, he would not let this go unpunished. The helicopter outside raised her suspicions. Lu Ru Yin was certainly not naive. Otherwise, she could not have played her role alongside Gu Yiming for so long without detection. Xiao Fan quickly caught on. Sister Ru Yin is right. A few days ago, Gu Yiming dispatched a helicopter intending to eliminate both me and Yi Dage, then come for you. However, Yi Dage shot it down. He definitely won't let this slide. Regardless of whether the helicopter belongs to Gu Yiming, we must remain cautious. It's safer to meet up with Yi Dage. Oh, Lu Ruyin finally realized that the helicopter sent by Gu Yiming to retrieve her had been downed by Yi Yuan. Thank goodness it was shot down, otherwise, I would have returned to Lu Hu under his control. Soon, the trio arrived back on the first basement level to inform Yi Yuan of the situation. A helicopter? Yi Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, a cold smile gradually emerging on his face. Chapter 40. Trapping the Tortoise. Entering is equivalent to death. Heaven has its paths which you refuse to tread. Hell has no gates, yet you insist on breaking in. Since Gu Yiming intends to send his minions to assist him, I shall not be polite. You must immediately hide within the tunnel. Move swiftly. After entering the tunnel for 100 meters, Xiao Fan began to dig an alcove nearby, and everyone concealed themselves within it. Hurry, act quickly. The three women promptly entered the tunnel. Yi Yuan retrieved a bag of rice, tore it open, and while walking towards the tunnel, scattered the rice on the ground, creating the illusion of a shipment in transit. This also served as a guide for Gu Yiming's subordinates. Though it was uncertain if they were indeed Gu Yiming's men, the likelihood was high. Even if they were not, anyone daring to enter the tunnel following the scattered rice would surely harbor ill intentions. One could never know when a knife might be drawn from behind. Having witnessed humanity's greed too often, Yi Yuan had once believed in the goodness of mankind, but that was before the apocalypse. Before long, Yi Yuan also entered the tunnel. At this moment, Jiang Xiao Fan had dug out a 5-meter-long alcove, 2 meters wide and high. Is this sufficient? Almost, Yi Yuan replied. The tunnel was straight. If the helicopter occupants truly entered, they could easily illuminate the tunnel with a flashlight. To deceive them, an alcove needed to be dug. Everyone remained hidden and silent, especially with the flashlight. It must not be turned on. Yi Yuan's tone was grave. The three women understood and promptly stored their flashlights into their spatial warehouse to prevent any accidental activation. Now, all that remained was to wait in silence. If no one enters within half an hour, we will dig a tunnel to exit from the side. Yi Yuan was cautious. The absence of visitors did not guarantee absolute safety. What if a group of seasoned veterans lingered at the tunnel entrance, waiting for him to show himself? If he stepped out of the alcove, he could easily be ambushed. Having lived through it all once, Yi Yuan was determined not to be reckless. Should no one enter the tunnel, for safety's sake, he would have to dig another tunnel to leave. After all, it was simply a matter of waving his hand. It wouldn't tire him, and it could also enhance his attributes. A win-win situation. However, the alcove provided little observation space. Peeking out could reveal his position. Thus, he dug an observation hole above. Anyone entering the tunnel would be spotted immediately, and he could fire from the observation hole or even toss a grenade if necessary. Having completed this, he began to wait quietly. Meanwhile, Ma Gu and his team descended onto the supermarket's rooftop via a rappelling descent. Quick, hurry up. The helicopter noise was deafening. Ma Gu held a gun in his right hand while gesturing with his left for his subordinates to act swiftly. A towering man, standing at nearly 6'3", kicked open the rooftop iron door. The 10-member team swiftly surged inside, all equipped with radio communication headsets for instant contact. Divided into pairs. One team took the safety passage while another opted for the elevator. Although the supermarket was without power, the escalators remained operational. Both teams rushed toward the first floor with great speed. They acted brazenly, confident in their numbers, believing that even if Yi Yuan had a gun, it would not pose a threat as they wore bulletproof vests. They doubted Yi Yuan could be a sharpshooter capable of a headshot with a single bullet. Ma Gu led his squad via the elevator, and within 2 minutes, they descended from the 4th floor to the first basement level. Upon witnessing the scene on the first basement level, everyone was taken aback. What the hell? Did a human do this? In less than an hour, had they emptied the entire first basement level? Ma Gu immediately became alert. Everyone, conceal yourselves and observe. To have cleared the first basement level in under an hour was no feat for merely 3 or 4 individuals. Thus, he was nearly certain that during the power outage, when surveillance was impossible, many others must have entered the supermarket to gather supplies. This was the only reasonable explanation. The concern now was the unknown number of firearms the adversary possessed. Ma Gu, we have arrived. Where are you? The team that took the fire escape also arrived. Ma Gu quickly instructed, we are in Zone B. The situation has changed. The first basement level has been emptied, and the enemy likely consists of more than just 4 people. Find a place to conceal yourselves. Both teams remained hidden for 5 minutes. The first basement level was eerily silent. Remaining in such a stalemate was not a viable strategy. The tasks assigned by their boss could not be taken lightly. Even if they failed to capture anyone, they at least needed to ascertain the enemy's movements. Everyone follow orders. Search every possible hiding spot in the first basement level. Do not disperse. Report any developments immediately. Both teams sprang into action. The first basement level was relatively small and empty. Many shelves were even absent, providing a clear line of sight. Approximately 10 minutes later, the entire first basement level had been thoroughly searched, revealing no sign of life. However, they did discover the entrance to the tunnel, along with a substantial amount of scattered rice along the way. Ma Gu, it appears we have arrived too late. The adversary has already plundered the supermarket and escaped through the tunnel. Ma Gu stands at the tunnel's entrance, illuminating it with a flashlight, but the passage seems interminable. He ventures into the tunnel, feeling the smooth and even walls. What method did these individuals employ to excavate such a flawlessly smooth tunnel? At that moment, several more individuals descend. Multiple flashlights beam into the tunnel, revealing a narrow passage leading into the distant darkness, which, despite its simplicity, is clearly defined as a straight path. Mago, what shall we do? What else can we do? The lady and Yi Yuan have fled through here. The task assigned by the boss is to return with the lady alive. As for Yi Yuan, he must be neutralized, either captured or killed. Once the mission is accepted, there can be no turning back. Ma Gu is well aware of the boss's ruthless methods. Returning empty-handed would result in dire consequences. Let us proceed into the tunnel. Everyone, remain silent. Do not create any noise. We may catch them off guard. Imagine perspective. Yi Yuan and the lady are likely unaware that we have tracked them to this location. Hence, the tunnel should be safe. Following the tunnel should lead us to the lady's whereabouts. Ma Gu gestured, and the 10-man team entered the tunnel in succession, each equipped with tactical flashlights affixed to their rifles. At this moment, all lights were activated, illuminating the tunnel with 10 beams of brilliance, making everything clearly visible. With numbers comes courage. Furthermore, having graduated from the Siberian training camp, Ma Ji's military training and bravery are exceptional. He takes the lead, crouching low and taking cautious steps, his rifle aimed steadily ahead, prepared to eliminate any threat that enters his line of sight. Initially, the group felt a twinge of anxiety, but as they progressed further into the tunnel, their tension gradually eased. After all, they had already entered the passage, and anxiety would serve no purpose. Under this psychological influence, even Ma Gu straightened slightly. Crouching for an extended period was quite exhausting. Unexpectedly, at that moment, an obscure object was suddenly tossed from somewhere, fortuitously rolling to his feet. Ma Ji's reflexes were swift. In such a scenario, the brain's first response was to assume it was a grenade. Hit the ground. He immediately turned to dive. But with so many people behind him, there was no room to evade. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the tunnel. Those acquainted with high-explosive grenades understand that the shockwave alone can be lethal. The blast occurred right beneath Ma Ji's feet, obliterating him into fragments. The two individuals behind him suffered the same fate, while the shockwave claimed the lives of 2 others. One grenade had dispatched 5 men. If it had detonated amidst a crowd, a single high-explosive grenade could have annihilated the entire squad. However, the situation was not dire. If 1 grenade failed, 2 could suffice. In the narrow tunnel, the explosion disoriented the remaining individuals, leaving them dizzy with ringing ears. Before they could regain their senses, another grenade rolled to their feet. Hit the ground. Damn it, another one. Boom. Another violent explosion, claiming 4 more lives, while the last gunman narrowly escaped the blast due to his vigilance. The first grenade had detonated, prompting him to turn and flee, sparing him from the second explosion. Damn it, how treacherous. Deploying grenades in the tunnel. Thank goodness for my quick reflexes, otherwise I would have been reduced to mere fragments. The last gunman sprinted while counting his blessings. Yet, before he could reach the tunnel exit, the roar of machine gun fire erupted from behind. The hail of bullets formed a metallic storm, and the gunman dropped to the ground in terror, then rolled over to retaliate. In such a moment, one could only fight back fiercely or face certain death. As he flipped over, he finally spotted the gunfire. A concealed window had been created in the tunnel ceiling. Damn, how insidious. Who would have thought to create a window overhead? After all, this was 5 to 6 meters underground, surrounded by solid rock. Excavating a tunnel was no small feat. Who on earth would be so audacious as to create a window above? The gunman pondered this, but before he could retaliate, he was torn to shreds by a barrage of bullets. Silence fell over the tunnel. Xiao Fan, Xiao Wan, and Lu Ru Yin emerged from around the corner. This was not Yi Yuan's first experience with killing. They seemed accustomed to it, displaying no panic, their eyes reflecting a mix of fervor and admiration. This was Yi Yuan's prowess, effortlessly annihilating an armed 10-man team. Although he had employed cunning tactics, it was undeniable that the tunnel, grenades, and machine guns were all manifestations of Yi Yuan's formidable strength. With the ability to replicate infinitely, he wielded weapons and ammunition with impunity. As a super excavator, he could swiftly carve out a labyrinthine tunnel. Anyone who dared to enter would be as good as trapped, with no chance of survival. Following Yi Yuan instilled a profound sense of security. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Wan's taming level increased by 5, reaching 95, fulfilling the conditions for the final extraction of her attributes. Moreover, Lu Ruyan's taming level rose by 10, just 7 points shy of enabling her second attribute extraction. Yi Yuan was elated. He had not anticipated that after dispatching the minions sent by Gu Yiming, he would inadvertently showcase his prowess, fully maximizing Xiao Wan's taming level. Gu Yiming, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Kidnapping your wife, raiding your supermarket, and simultaneously helping me max out Xiao Wan's taming level. What a generous individual you are. Yi Yuan leaped down from the tunnel's apex and clapped his hands. Brother Yi, you are truly remarkable. 10 men, and you dispatched them so swiftly. Sister Ru Yan's intuition was also sharp. She immediately surmised it was a helicopter dispatched by Gu Yiming. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Yi Yuan contemplated for a moment. We must find a new refuge. Yipin Tanxiang is no longer viable. Lu Ruyin nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. Gu Yiming will certainly deduce that we are in the vicinity of Yipin Tanxiang and will likely pursue us relentlessly. This incident serves as a cautionary tale. Gu Yiming's rapid awareness of our presence at the supermarket is likely due to surveillance footage." Yi Yuan wholeheartedly concurred, casting an appreciative glance at Lu Ruyin. Her attention to detail was indeed impressive. He had also considered that Gu Yiming's swift discovery of their location stemmed from the supermarket surveillance. To his surprise, this cunning fox could remotely access the surveillance footage. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. His obsessive monitoring of Lu Ruyin wherever she went exemplified this trait. "Yi Yuan, do you think Gu Yiming saw you excavating the tunnel to enter the supermarket?" Yi Yuan pondered briefly before shaking his head. He likely did not. We lost power shortly after entering the supermarket, so he could not see what transpired thereafter. Although he may have seen footage of us digging the tunnel, if he had truly discovered my abilities, he would not have recklessly dispatched such a small force to boldly enter the tunnel and meet their demise. Thus, I surmised that by the time Gu Yiming became aware, we were already inside the supermarket. Moreover, he did not witness me consuming food. If he had, it would have been utterly alarming, devouring hundreds or even thousands of pounds of food like a monster. Unless the military intervened personally, Gu Yiming would not send people to their deaths in vain. All right, you three, search the battlefield. See if there are any intact pieces of equipment, and gather them for me to replicate. While the trio busied themselves with the spoils, Yi Yuan hastily attended to more pressing matters. Xiao Wan's taming level had reached its maximum. One more extraction would transform her into his servant. Yi Yuan mentally focused on the excavation master. In the next moment, a surge of mysterious energy coursed through Yi Yuan's body. Whether it was an upgrade of his abilities or the acquisition of new powers remained uncertain. Yi Yuan immediately exhaled and summoned the attribute panel. Instead of an upgrade, he acquired a new extraordinary ability, Earth-Digging Catapult. This ability consumes a certain amount of mental energy, allowing the excavated soil and stones to be hurled to any specified location within a 1-kilometer radius. The literal interpretation may seem vague, yet as Yi Yuan comprehended the ability, a sudden clarity enveloped his mind regarding its application. As the name suggests, the excavated earth can be flung to a designated coordinate, provided it lies within the 1-kilometer diameter. Yi Yuan was eager to experiment. He aimed at the stone wall and swung the shovel, instantly creating a 1-meter cubic pit in the smooth surface. However, the excavated material neither entered his spatial warehouse nor was randomly discarded nearby. At that moment, a translucent 3D model appeared in Yi Yuan's mind, depicting a 1-kilometer radius. This encompassed not just the horizontal plane, but also the vertical dimension, akin to a 3D radar image that vividly illustrated the spatial structure. Even the zombies roaming the streets outside the tunnel were clearly visible. Within this 3D depiction, countless coordinates were displayed. The recently excavated soil and stones could be directed to any of these coordinates. This was truly fascinating. Yi Yuan, akin to an explorer discovering a new land, locked onto a zombie hovering above, approximately 20 meters high. With a mere thought, he gently tossed the shovel, and the excavated earth was instantly propelled to the designated coordinate. A massive rock plummeted from 20 meters, crashing down with a resounding thud, reducing the unsuspecting zombie to a mere pulp. The entire process appeared intricate. It was merely a matter of a single thought. To an outside observer, it seemed as if a square stone had materialized above the zombie's head before descending to crush it. This was exhilarating. Yi Yuan reveled in the thrill of this ability, capable of causing death without a trace. As long as he was within a kilometer, he could simply dig a scoop and eliminate his target without them ever knowing who had struck them. However, the earth-digging catapult required considerable mental energy, making it unsuitable for slaughtering hordes of zombies. Firearms and grenades were more appropriate for such tasks. Nevertheless, it could be utilized for route correction. While digging tunnels, the absence of network signals necessitated frequent openings to receive signals and check for any deviations. This was quite troublesome. Now, with a single scoop, the 3D representation in his mind would automatically appear, allowing him to modify the route at will. At this moment, Xiao Fan and the others concluded their cleanup and returned with a plethora of spoils. "Brother Yi, we found some good stuff." Chapter 42, Acquiring Bulletproof Vests. Crushing a helicopter with a boulder, Yi Yuan assessed the spoils of this battle. He had 4 intact assault rifles, 5 handguns, an assortment of ammunition, 6 bulletproof vests, 7 tactical daggers, a tactical flashlight, and 3 sets of radio communication headsets. The haul was indeed commendable. The bulletproof vests, tactical daggers, and radio headsets enriched Yi Yuan's sample library, particularly the radio headsets, as duplicating a few would allow each person to have one, facilitating immediate communication within close range. At that moment, it seemed someone was speaking through one of the headsets. The voice was faint, barely audible unless held close. Yi Yuan donned the headset and discerned the conversation. "Hey, speak up. Why aren't you answering? I have a new mission. We must return to Lu Hu immediately. Hurry upstairs, or I'll leave without you." Upon hearing this, Yi Yuan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the speaker, the helicopter pilot. Due to an urgent mission, he was urging his group to ascend. Once you arrive, don't think about leaving. Given Yi Yuan's nature, he would never allow the helicopter to escape. No need to call for help. Gu Yiming's people are already dead. and you won't leave alive either. Yi Yuan's voice was cold, laced with menace. The pilot seemed taken aback for 2 seconds before responding. Are you Yi Yuan? Did you kill them all? One had to admit, Gu Yiming was quite capable. Even the communication devices were military-grade, capable of maintaining contact with the helicopter pilot from 5 to 6 meters underground, with commendable clarity. Yi Yuan chose not to answer the pilot's inquiry. He swung his shovel towards the wall, and instantly, a vivid 3D representation materialized in his mind. The helicopter hovering above the supermarket was clearly visible, and it had already turned around, seemingly preparing to take off. Too late. With a thought, a perfectly square boulder suddenly appeared above the helicopter, descending without warning. With a crash, it struck the helicopter's rotor, crumpling the fuselage. The helicopter lost balance, plummeting like a kite with its string cut, and exploded upon impact. Mission accomplished. Yi Yuan wore a satisfied smile. The earth-digging catapult was exceedingly effective, not only enabling him to kill unseen, but also ensuring pinpoint accuracy. As long as the target was within a 1-kilometer radius, they could be clearly discerned, and a boulder would bring about their demise. This was truly a perfect skill for Yi Yuan. After calming his excitement, he replicated several tactical flashlights and equipped each weapon with one, enhancing convenience significantly. The previous bright flashlights from the hardware store were not suitable for weapon attachment, which proved highly inconvenient, especially in darkness. Adequate lighting was essential, as relying on someone to hold a flashlight could severely compromise combat effectiveness in critical moments. Yi Yuan then distributed a bulletproof vest to each person. While its effectiveness might be limited, as the primary threat, the zombies, would not pose much danger while traversing the tunnels. Additional safety measures were always welcome. Let's call it a day, Yi Yuan decided, planning to venture out for a sweep the next day. If memory served, the main urban area would experience a power and water outage tomorrow. This would allow for a sweep without the fear of being monitored. He needed to promptly establish a new base. After perusing the map on his phone, Yi Yuan ultimately decided to settle at Nanhu International Mansion. In the main urban area, this was considered a relatively new community, replete with numerous villas. He could simply choose an uninhabited villa to reside in. One of the perks of the apocalypse was that, provided one possessed the strength, they could claim whatever they desired. The only concern was ensuring the tunnel did not directly breach the lake. Fortunately, the 3D representation would serve as a helpful reference with each scoop, eliminating the need for blind excavation. Digging tunnels was a laborious task that should have been reserved for servants. Yet the ability to strengthen oneself through digging was too tempting to resist. Yi Yuan, feeling mentally alert, took the initiative to dig, allowing Xiao Fan to take over when he grew weary. The distance from here to Nanhu International Mansion was considerable. This was intentional on Yi Yuan's part. On one hand, it allowed for attribute point accumulation, and, on the other, the route was replete with large supermarkets and shopping malls. He aimed to establish the main tunnel first, facilitating future expansions to branches for a comprehensive citywide sweep. Thus, this tunnel was designed to be 3 meters wide, allowing for easy passage by bicycle or electric scooter, significantly enhancing mobility. After digging for over 20 minutes, Yi Yuan gained 3 points in freedom attributes. Currently, accumulating attribute points was relatively easy, though it would require more experience as time progressed. However, the continuous excavation was taxing on his mental energy, prompting him to allow Xiao Fan to take over. Xiao Wan, holding the flashlight behind them, wore an envious expression. After Yi Yuan had last stripped her of her attributes, she had automatically become his servant, truly one his own now. Yi Yuan produced 3 weapons, a shotgun, an assault rifle, and a handgun, handing them all to Xiao Wan. These weapons are now yours. Thank you, Brother Yi. Fang Xiao Wan understood that this signified Yi Yuan's genuine acceptance of her. The weapons she had longed for were finally hers, truly belonging to her. She was overwhelmed with joy. Subsequently, Yi Yuan began to feign the role of a mystic, placing one hand upon Xiao Wan's forehead. Do not move. I shall bestow upon you extraordinary powers. What? You intend to grant me such abilities? The same kind as Xiao Fan, who digs one pit after another. She would never have imagined that Yi Yuan would bestow such powers upon her. In Xiao Wan's eyes, Xiao Fan had received this extraordinary ability solely because she was Yi Yuan's first woman. As for herself, she had no intimate connection with Yi Yuan at all. Will you truly grant me such powers? Is this real? At that moment, a mysterious force surged from Yi Yuan into Fang Xiao Wan's body. The process felt somewhat unclean, yet in an instant, it endowed her with the miraculous capability of digging and enhancing her physique, leaving her overjoyed. Xiao Wan gleefully rushed to join Xiao Fan in tunneling. Lu Ruyan observed the lively scene of the excavation, feeling a pang of discomfort within her heart. Being meticulous by nature, she could easily sense that among the 4 of them, she seemed to be an outsider. Aside from the spatial storage Yi Yuan had granted her, she lacked everything else, particularly extraordinary powers. Watching Xiao Wan effortlessly dig deep pits made her envious enough to almost drool. Although she had heard that Yi Yuan could grant ability, witnessing it firsthand was an indescribable shock. The process was so effortless. A mere touch on Xiao Wan's forehead had bestowed her with the ability to dig and strengthen herself. Lu Ruyan felt a clawing sensation in her heart, but understood that Yi Yuan's refusal to grant her such powers must have its reasons. To actively request it might yield an adverse effect. Lu Ruyan resolved to take a different approach. As Xiao Wan and Xiao Fan were busy digging, she leaned close to Yi Yuan's ear and whispered, "Yi Yuan, I selected a few outfits at the supermarket earlier. When you have time, could you help me decide which one looks best?" After speaking, she felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. However, being a mature woman, she quickly regained her composure, reminding herself that Yi Yuan was quite handsome and she was not at a disadvantage. With that thought, Lu Ruyan's submissiveness immediately increased by 10 points, soaring to 63, allowing her to attempt a second round of enticing him. Yi Yuan, already experienced, noted that this was not unlike Xiao Wan's self-submission. Reflecting on it, he realized that the more powerful he became and the more ostentatiously he displayed it, the easier it would be for women to submit to him. The reasoning was simple: women are drawn to strength. The more powerful a man is, the more women admire and worship him, and this admiration can be transformed into submission. This revelation opened up new avenues for Yi Yuan. As his strength grew, he would find it easier and quicker to cultivate the submission of beautiful women in the future. He remembered the considerable effort it took to win over Jiang Xiaofan in the past. Back then, aside from his handsome appearance, he possessed no substantial means to impress her. In a post-apocalyptic world, mere looks could not sustain one's existence. Fortunately, after relocating to Jiang Xiaofan's home, he could not fathom how much effort it would have taken to win her over otherwise. Yet, those were past matters. The future seemed increasingly promising. Yi Yuan felt a surge of delight, completing a second round of enticing Lu Ruyan in a fleeting moment. This time, he did not gain a new extraordinary ability, but instead upgraded his Devour ability to level 2. Devour LV2. For every 2 tons of food consumed, 1 point of free attributes can be converted, with a maximum of 20 points. Quite impressive indeed, as if fortune had favored him. He could now continue to consume food and grow stronger. However, post-upgrade, the quantity of food required had increased from 1 ton to 2 tons. This was inconsequential, for the city was rife with abandoned supermarkets, and food was plentiful. As long as one had the capability, they could take as much as they desired. For Yi Yuan, food was the least of his concerns. After digging for another 10 minutes, Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan began to tire, their mental stamina significantly inferior to Yi Yuan's, and they needed to take a break after such a brief period. However, their efforts bore fruit. Xiao Fan gained 2 points in free attributes, allocating them to her physique and spirit, resulting in her stats being Strength 10, Physique 9, Agility 9, Spirit 10. While she was undoubtedly not as strong as Yi Yuan, her attributes surpassed those of the average adult man. Xiao Wan, too, accrued 3 points in free attributes. Despite their fatigue, the thought of becoming increasingly powerful uplifted their spirits, and they chatted merrily, leaving Lu Ruyan feeling envious and restless. How could Yi Yuan ever accept me? Perhaps Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan had already become his women, which was why he treated them with such care. What if I, too, became one of Yi Yuan's? Lu Ruyan pondered, recalling how Yi Yuan had called her Aunt Lu, and felt an inexplicable thrill within her. Why do I feel this way? Is there something wrong with my heart? It must be Gu Yiming's fault. He is the true deviant, and living with him has influenced me. Yes, it is all Gu Yiming's fault. Gu Yiming. Sitting at home, and the pot falls from the sky. The three took turns excavating the tunnel. As their mental energy began to lag behind the physical exertion, they had no choice but to sit down and rest when exhaustion set in. They had plenty of time. During their idle chatter, Lu Ruyan had inquired about the death of Yi Yuan's parents. Although she possessed no direct evidence, she was astute enough to suspect a possible connection to Gu Yiming. Yi Yuan neither confirmed nor denied this, and discussing such matters with her held no significance. In Yi Yuan's eyes, Lu Ruyan was merely a prospective servant. Even as a servant, Yi Yuan, as the master, had no obligation to divulge too many secrets. The servant's role was to obey his commands while also maintaining the frequently malfunctioning tunneling machine. Of course, if Yi Yuan felt lonely, he could share his thoughts. By 4 in the afternoon, after relentless efforts, they finally reached the South Lake International Mansion through the tunnel. This residential complex was quite large, a high-end community populated by the affluent and elite, with a high occupancy rate before the apocalypse. Thus, finding an uninhabited villa would prove somewhat challenging. Although Yi Yuan was cold and ruthless, he was no bloodthirsty thug. He despised the idea of storming into a villa and killing its former owner to take possession. While locating a truly unoccupied villa might be difficult, possessing a 3D radar in his mind made the search considerably simpler. Currently, Yi Yuan was still in the tunnel. He dug into the wall, leaving the massive stones unearthed for the moment, while the 3D map in his mind continued to display. Seizing this opportunity, he observed closely. The 3D map not only revealed the spatial layout, but also displayed all living beings within it, clear and distinct. There it was, Villa No. 28 by the lake was unoccupied. Yi Yuan immediately began digging. In less than 3 minutes, he broke through into the villa. Upon exiting the tunnel, all of them exhaled deeply. Having spent an extended period underground, the oppressive atmosphere had left them feeling somewhat unwell. Residing above ground was undoubtedly more comfortable. Yi Yuan instructed Xiao Fan to remove some of the massive stones from the spatial storage to block the tunnel entrance to the villa. He felt uneasy with the entrance left unsealed. In fact, the tunnel leading to Tian-E supermarket had already been completely sealed by Yi Yuan. This precaution ensured that even if Gu Yiming sent people to investigate the supermarket, they would never trace him to his current location. However, the tunnel lacked oxygen, necessitating the creation of ventilation holes at intervals. Although the holes were small, if someone managed to dig them open, it could lead to trouble. During the day, it was of little concern, but at night, if someone sneaked in while he was sleeping, he would not even know how he met his end. Therefore, sealing the tunnel was essential for a peaceful night's rest. After completing all these tasks, and while the water and electricity were still functioning, Yi Yuan indulged in a hot shower, then filled a bucket with hot water to store in the spatial warehouse, and he replicated it into 100,000 buckets. This lifetime, the supply of hot water is more than sufficient, capable of infinite replication. Such is the indulgence of it. With over 2 hours remaining until dusk, Yi Yuan made his way to the master bedroom for a brief rest. Upon awakening, the enticing aroma of cooked dishes wafted from the kitchen. After a long day, he had barely eaten at noon, and his stomach had long begun to grumble. Yi Dage, please wait a moment. Dinner will be ready in just 10 minutes. Xiao Wan sweetly announced from the kitchen doorway. Xiao Fan and Ru Yin were also lending a hand. The presence of women was indeed a blessing. It was no wonder that the elder generation often spoke fondly of a wife and children by a warm hearth. Seated on the plush, leather sofa, Yi Yuan felt a slight emptiness within him. He needed to find something to occupy himself. Yes, I should send a video to Gu Yiming. This fellow had sent helicopters after me twice, silent as a grave, believing I was afraid of him. Yi Yuan had Gu Yiming as a friend on WeChat and promptly sent a video call request, which was almost instantly accepted. Hello, Uncle Gu. Yi Yuan greeted with a radiant smile, warm and respectful, reminiscent of a younger person greeting their elder. This demeanor left Gu Yiming bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Did Yi Yuan truly remain unaware that he had been targeted? Or that Gu Yiming was the mastermind behind the demise of his parents? This left the implication that Ru Yin was safe and sound. Oh, Yi Xianji, it is truly wonderful to see you alive. Where are you? Do you need Uncle to arrange a way to pick you up? This response left Yi Yuan perplexed. What did he mean? Was he genuinely taking the charade seriously? If so, I must play along to show him what surprises and thrills truly entail. Chapter 45. Yi Yuan. Uncle Gu, how did I perform my act? In truth, Yi Yuan was uncertain whether Gu Yiming had deduced that he was aware of his involvement in the plot against his parents. However, it mattered little. Even if he feigned ignorance, what did it change? Your wife has been taken by me, and I raid your supermarket daily, leaving you powerless. The advantage lies with me. Playing along with your charade is no burden, for the apocalypse is dreadfully monotonous. With a chuckle, Yi Yuan replied, no need to trouble yourself, Uncle He. If you send someone to pick me up, it may attract unwanted trouble. What trouble? Gu Yiming's brow furrowed. Yi Yuan feigned reluctance, much like a wayward child, and hesitantly said, perhaps Uncle Gu is unaware. I have spent over half a year investigating and have finally obtained a lead that my parents' deaths may be connected to He Xiaoming. Yi Yuan used the term may be connected, suggesting his uncertainty. He was laying the groundwork to lull Gu Yiming into complacency. Is that truly the case? Gu Yiming feigned astonishment. Yi Yuan frowned slightly. I cannot say for certain. The clues are linked to him, but I have yet to verify. As the apocalypse descended upon us, coincidentally, Hisu's girlfriend lives directly across from me. You know how young and impetuous I am. Given my suspicions about Uncle Gu's involvement in my parents' demise, I ended up being intimate with Hisu's girlfriend. She is now my woman. Upon discovering this, Hisu initiated a death hunt against me. Yi Yuan suddenly raised 2 fingers, incredulous, and exclaimed twice. He has sent helicopters after me twice. Is it really just for a woman? How absurd. Fortunately, I am blessed with fortune. Otherwise, I would be a corpse by now. After saying this, Yi Yuan felt he had performed flawlessly, without any signs of acting. Gu Yiming, now more bewildered, seemed entirely unaware that he was the true mastermind. He also did not realize that the 2 helicopter pursuits had been orchestrated by him, while the He family bore the blame. This was advantageous. As long as the facade remained intact, Ru Yin was safe, at least untouched by Yi Yuan. However, he could not inquire further, otherwise Yi Yuan would suspect how he knew Ru Yin was with him, leaving him unable to explain. The immediate concern was to probe his whereabouts. Gu Yiming composed himself and said, I did not expect the He family to be so ruthless. From now on, I will sever ties with them. Yi Dianzi, please tell me where you are. I will do everything in my power to borrow a helicopter from the military to retrieve you. Yi Yuan chuckled coldly to himself. This old man, still harboring ulterior motives, truly believed he could deceive me. Why would I disclose my location? To have you come and kill me again? An idea struck Yi Yuan, and he decided to turn the tables, treating Gu Yiming like a pet. Then I must trouble you, Uncle Gu. I am currently residing at Yangwang Xiaoziu, Building 1, Apartment 36. By the way, Aunt Lu is with me as well. Yangwang Xiaoziu was conveniently close to Yiping Tanxiang, making logical sense. After all, he had only just departed from there, and with the entire city overrun by zombies, he could not have traveled far. Reporting a nearby community would be more believable to Gu Yiming. At that moment, Lu Ruyin emerged from the kitchen with a platter of dishes. Yi Yuan, who are you on video with? Dinner will be ready soon. This was perfectly timed. Yi Yuan pulled Lu Ruyan over, positioning them both within the frame of the video call, deliberately leaning close. The weather was warm, and they were both in short sleeves, their arms brushing against each other to ensure Gu Yiming noticed. Uncle Gu, see? I have not lied. Aunt Lu is right here with me. Upon seeing Gu Yiming, Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Having narrowly escaped his clutches, why was Yi Yuan so brazenly video calling him? This was puzzling. Yi Yuan harbored a deep resentment against Gu Yiming. Why would he initiate a call and reveal her presence? There had to be a trick at play. At that moment, Yi Yuan gently squeezed Lu Ruyan's hand, and she instantly understood. Leaning closer to Yi Yuan, she feigned delight, saying, Yiming, I am thrilled to see you. I left my phone at home and have been unable to contact you. Gu Yiming's rage surged uncontrollably. How dare you? Why are you clinging so tightly to Yi Yuan? You are my possession, not to be touched by other men. Although he was seething with fury, Gu Yiming restrained himself, knowing he could not explode yet. He must retrieve Lu Ruyan as soon as possible. This scoundrel Yi Yuan had taken Hisu's girlfriend, revealing his treacherous nature. Every minute Lu Ruyan spent near him made Gu Yiming uneasy. This wretched girl was not innocent either. He could see clearly through the surveillance video that she had deliberately left her phone behind, clearly seeking to escape him. Fortunately, this fool Yi Yuan had initiated contact with him. This time, he would ensure Yi Yuan's demise and reclaim Lu Ruyan, keeping her caged for life. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, Gu Yiming said, Lu Yan, Yi Xianji, rest assured. I will send a plane to retrieve you both tomorrow. You must stay hidden and hold on until I arrive. After some casual banter, Yi Yuan ended the video call, knowing dinner would be ready in a few minutes. He then decided to reinforce the villa. The storage space was piled high with enormous stones, each measuring 1 meter cubed, weighing 2 to 3 tons. He planned to build a sturdy barrier around the villa, impervious to rocket fire and more than capable of repelling zombies. Yi Yuan stepped outside and first dispatched a dozen nearby zombies. He instructed Lu Ruyan to keep watch while he utilized the space warehouse to arrange the massive stones around the villa. The entire process felt almost childishly easy. With a small flask in hand, pouring it onto the ground, each stone neatly aligned itself as if by magic. In mere minutes, the perimeter of the villa was fortified with a 2-meter-high wall of colossal stones. Yet, this height was insufficient. The thickness also needed enhancement. Yi Yuan continued to reinforce the wall, dedicating an additional 20 minutes to raise its height to 5 meters, with 3 layers interwoven for added strength. Even without concrete binding, the structure remained as solid as a fortress. Furthermore, there was no main entrance in the wall. After all, Yi Yuan could access it through the underground passages, ensuring comprehensive defense against intruders. That night, he could sleep soundly, untroubled by the fear of being startled awake, which could lead to permanent damage to his equipment. Yi Yuan returned to the villa. The meals have been set on the table for over 10 minutes, as everyone awaits Yi Yuan's completion. Tonight's banquet is quite sumptuous. Earlier, a supermarket was raided, and Yi Yuan's replicated samples have greatly increased, presenting an array of seafood, including large fish and lobsters. 2 bottles of red wine have also been opened, although the wine is not particularly palatable. Mixing it with Sprite enhances the atmosphere. Cheers! Yi Yuan is in high spirits, his voice booming, completely unperturbed by the thought of attracting zombies. With a 3-meter-thick stone wall surrounding them, he feels invulnerable. As the group dines and chats, Lu Rian suddenly inquires, Yi Yuan, why did you reach out to Gu Yiming earlier? I believe I heard you mention that we reside in Yangwang Xiaoxiu. Yi Yuan simux mixiegusli. It was merely to toy with him. Besides, the main road we excavated today conveniently passes through Yangwang Xiaoxiu. If Gu Yiming sends a plane tomorrow, I can bring it down. In the past, Yi Yuan would never have dared to speak so boldly. However, now things are different. With the power of excavation, he can smash a plane down from the sky. Regardless of how many aircraft are sent, they will merely deliver supplies, and in the end, he will confront Gu Yiming with triumph. Not only have I deceived you, but I've also made off with your wife. How delightful it would be to see you infuriated. Chapter 46, just a little PUA, and you're already moved. Each day, in this apocalyptic world, it is difficult to discern whether it is cloudy or sunny. A bloody mist envelopes the ground, preventing sunlight from penetrating, which is why it only becomes bright at 8 o'clock. After Yi Yuan rises and freshens up, Lu Rian has prepared breakfast. As a highly qualified nutritionist, the meal reflects her expertise. The breakfast consists of shrimp fried rice and fresh milk. While it may seem simple, the key lies in the combination of ingredients: fresh shrimp, eggs, peas, corn, and diced carrots, all stir-fried over low heat until golden brown, providing comprehensive nutrition. Lu Rian understands Yi Yuan's needs and knows he requires substantial nourishment. Yi Yuan, come eat. Where are Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan? Upon glancing towards the bedroom, Yi Yuan sees Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan emerging. After washing up, they join the table to eat. Once satisfied, they eagerly prepare to head out. Brother Yi, when are we leaving? I still want to dig the tunnel and enhance my attributes. It seems that the pain from their injuries has faded from their minds. They will need a few more days to adapt. However, gaining free attributes can instantly heal their bodies, and investing them in mental fortitude can alleviate fatigue. Therefore, enhancing attributes is indeed an efficient method for quick recovery and healing. There is no rush. Today's primary goal is to raid the supermarket. Even if Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan were to exhaust themselves, they wouldn't be able to carry much. Yi Yuan had contemplated this thoroughly last night. Since they are already his loyal subordinates with 100 loyalty, there is no need to be stingy. Thus, he decides to bestow upon them the ability to devour. On one hand, this will expedite their resource gathering. On the other, it will allow them to grow stronger swiftly. Yi Yuan does not worry about their power matching his own because the enhancement effect of the abilities granted to subordinates is reduced by 50. For instance, if Yi Yuan could devour 20 tons of resources to gain 20 free attributes, his subordinates will only receive 10 points from the same amount. It seems the system has considered the master-servant relationship, ensuring that subordinates cannot possess the same capabilities as their master. Nevertheless, the speed of devouring and looting remains the same. Yi Yuan places his hands on Xiao Wan and Xiao Fan's foreheads. Today, I will grant you both a new ability. Bestowing abilities to subordinates merely requires summoning their attribute panels, which can be accomplished with a single thought. However, such a method may lack the flair of demonstrating that the powers are a gift from Yi Yuan. To achieve the desired effect, one must perform with a semblance of theatrics. Soon, the grant of the devouring ability is completed, and Xiao Wan and Xiao Fan eagerly summon their attribute panels. Upon seeing the introduction of their new abilities, their excitement is palpable. Wow, consuming food can yield free attribute points. This is incredible. Does this mean we can eat without gaining weight? How delightful. While some revel in joy, Lu Ruyan appears somewhat disheartened. Watching as Xiao Wan and Xiao Fan grow stronger while she remains an ordinary person. Although she has never voiced her discontent, she undoubtedly feels a sense of imbalance. We are all following Yi Yuan. Why am I not afforded this privilege? Is it because I am not yet his? She contemplates I desire it as well. But opportunities have eluded me. I must take the initiative. Tonight, I will have Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan wash the dishes and clean the floors while I stealthily raid the supplies. Oof. After all, this is an apocalypse. Why should I hesitate? If I want abilities, I must strive to claim them. Waiting for Yi Yuan to grant me powers may take ages. Yi Yuan observes the changing expressions of Lu Ruyan, uncertain of her thoughts, yet he can mostly guess her feelings. There must be some disappointment. Ruyan, what they possess, you will also have, but not at this moment. As for the reason, do not inquire. I will provide it when the time is right. Yi Yuan is a principled person. He resolutely refrains from granting weapons or abilities to those who are not his subordinates. Moreover, even if he wished to bestow such gifts, he could not, as abilities can only be conferred upon subordinates. Nevertheless, this sentiment deeply touches Lu Ruyan. Yi Yuan truly cares about my feelings. He must have his reasons. Thank you. Yi Yuan, I believe in you. As her words fall, Lu Ruyan's taming level increases by 5, now reaching 68. This is quite the surprise indeed. Yi Yuan, while dismissive of explanations, considers the history of his relationship with Lu Ruyan and the kindness he has received in a past life, thus offering her a reassuring gesture. He did not expect this would move her. Indeed, one must be cautious in how one treats women. Excessive warmth can lead to being viewed as a pitiful sycophant, which not only fails to increase taming levels, but may also complicate the process further. Occasionally, a bit of PUA can be more effective in winning a heart. Yi Yuan refocuses his thoughts. Are we all ready? Let us depart. Today, we will raid the supermarket near Yangguang Xiaoqiu. I hope Gu Yiming will send a helicopter. At the Lu Lake Lakeside Villa, Gu Yiming, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, arrives outside He Xiumin's villa. In truth, he is reluctant to visit He Xiumin's residence. Each time he sees the muscular men clad in tank tops standing in the courtyard, he feels a wave of nausea. Others may not understand, but he knows all too well He Xiumin is a homosexual and a submissive one at that, and these hulking bodyguard are merely his close companions. The mere thought of that scene is repulsive. However, the matter at hand concerns eliminating Yi Yuan and retrieving Lu Ruyan. He could handle it alone, but it would require considerable resources. That is why he seeks out He Xiumin, hoping to share the burden. At this moment, He Xiumin has reached the entrance. Gu, come in and sit. He Xiumin instinctively reaches out to pull Gu Yiming in, but Gu Yiming subtly evades the gesture. Damn it. This wretched homosexual thinks he could take advantage of me too? The two enter the tea room, where Yisu has already been released and is currently tasked with brewing tea. Uncle Gu, tea is ready. Gu Yiming sets down his teacup, skipping the small talk. Let us get straight to the point. I'm here to discuss how to deal with Yi Yuan. Upon hearing Yi Yuan's name, Hisu's eyes brim with rage, wishing he could consume him alive. He Xiumin, however, maintains a more composed demeanor. I heard that you sent a helicopter out yesterday, presumably to deal with Yi Yuan. How is it that he is still alive? At the mention of this, Gu Yiming's irritation mounts. Damn it. After finally securing a helicopter from the military and sending a 10-man team, there's been no word from them. I have no idea whether they are alive or dead. It would be one thing if only the personnel were lost, but the helicopter has not returned either. In just a few days, I've borrowed helicopters from the military twice, only to have one shot down and the other go missing. The military high command was incensed. Last night, with audacity, they sought to borrow again, insisting on a hefty sum of 500 tons of supplies. While Gu Yiming was indeed affluent, the prospect of parting with such a vast quantity of resources, most of which consisted of food, caused him considerable discomfort. Thus, he turned to He Xiumin as a scapegoat. Brother He, The military demands 500 tons of supplies to lend us helicopters. We shall each contribute half. We cannot allow Yi Yuan to live. He is a ticking time bomb. Should he return to Lu Hu, you would be his first target, and it would undoubtedly be a case of mutual destruction. Why should it be so? You are the mastermind. Why am I the first target? Gu Xiong, you seem to be speaking rather alarmist, do you not? Anticipating He Xiumin's response, Gu Yiming promptly handed him his phone. Brother He, take a look for yourself. He Xiumin took the phone and his brow furrowed. The WeChat call log indicated a conversation with Yi Yuan, yet the content was absent, save for a single record of a 5-minute video call, leaving the nature of their dialogue unknown. Brother Gu, what does this mean? Gu Yiming reclaimed the phone, his expression grave. You see, the video was initiated by Yi Yuan. At the time, I was perplexed until he sought my assistance, claiming he had uncovered evidence that you conspired against his parents, which led him to take revenge by sleeping with Jiang Xiaofan. This revelation incensed Hisu, the scoundrel. If he seeks revenge, he should target my father, not my girlfriend. I will kill him. He Xiumin shot a disapproving glance at his son, his dark eyes conveying a silent reprimand. Hisu quickly subdued his defiance, as it seemed that his days confined in the basement had taught him who truly held authority in the household. Gu Yiming continued. Yi Yuan now believes you are responsible for his parents' demise. He claims you dispatched helicopters twice to pursue him. This assertion provoked He Xiumin's indignation. I will not accept this blame, Brother Gu. Those 2 operations were orchestrated by you. I had no means to procure helicopters and weaponry from the military. Gu Yiming waved his hand dismissively. We are brothers. What significance does this argument hold? The crux of the matter is that Yi Yuan has identified you as the one who harmed his parents. Once he returns to Lu Hu, he will undoubtedly seek your destruction. Conversely, I fear his return as well, as he may uncover my involvement. This last statement carries a double meaning, hinting that I fear you, He Xiumin, may choose to betray me to divert the hatred aimed at you. We are all cunning merchants. None of us is morally superior. Therefore, we must expedite Yi Yuan's elimination. He poses a significant threat. Yesterday, during our video call, he inadvertently revealed his location, Sunshine Community. You are aware that this community borders the Shu River, and if Yi Yuan acquires a boat, he could easily return to Lu Hu. Are you not concerned? A vendetta against one's parents is unforgivable. Allowing Yi Yuan to return is intolerable. I would be restless even in slumber, especially knowing he possesses a firearm and has downed a helicopter. His disappearance over the past 6 months suggests he has made ample preparations. To let such a person return is akin to inviting disaster. He Xiumin, not lacking in intellect, weighed Gu Yiming's words, discerning both truth and deception without wanting to sift through them. Nevertheless, eliminating Yi Yuan was imperative. Father, agree with Uncle Gu. Let us each provide half of the supplies and procure another helicopter from the military. Yi Yuan must be eliminated. I want to bring Xiaofan back. How dare you? He Xiumin glared at Hisu. She is now Yi Yuan's. Do you still desire her? Are you even my father? Why must you hit me where it hurts? If you continue, I will expose your secret. Of course, Hisu could only grumble internally. He dared not voice such a thing publicly. The consequences would be dire. Given his father's eccentric nature, he might even have the household's bodyguards turn against him. However, being his biological father meant that, as long as Hisu did not overstep, some semblance of respect would be granted. With a defiant posture, Hisu proclaimed, even if Yi Yuan has taken her, I still love Xiaofan. I want her. This declaration elicited the strongest reaction from Gu Yiming. The thought of Ruyan still being in Yi Yuan's grasp was troubling. This brash young man, with Ruyan being so captivating, despite Yi Yuan needing his assistance to procure a helicopter for rescue, might not act inappropriately. However, Ruyan was not naive either. During their video call, she appeared too close to Yi Yuan. Should she entice him, I would suffer a tremendous loss. After cherishing such a treasure for so long, I cannot allow it to be sullied by another. Brother He, make your stance clear. We shall each provide 500 tons of supplies. Once you agree, I will immediately arrange for someone to liaise with the military. We can be operational within half an hour. Though 500 tons was a considerable amount, He Xiumin's wealth was substantial. Before the apocalypse, he primarily engaged in food processing, medical supplies wholesale, tourism, and investment development, with food processing being the most lucrative. Realizing the importance of food as the world collapsed, he swiftly began stockpiling resources, amassing a significant supply stored in warehouses at Lu Hu, with guards watching over them day and night. Those in their privileged position had long colluded with the higher-ups. No matter how much food they retrieved, it would not be confiscated. He Xiumin gritted his teeth and nodded. Very well, we shall share the burden. Let us send a helicopter to eliminate Yi Yuan swiftly, lest the night prolong our troubles. Hisu quickly interjected. Uncle Gu, please try your utmost to avoid harming Xiaofan. Bring her back alive to Lu Hu, and I will be eternally grateful. Gu Yiming nodded. He cared little for Jiang Xiaofan's fate, as long as he could eliminate Yi Yuan and reclaim Lu Ruyan. That was all that mattered. However, he needed to maintain a facade of consideration. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to return Xiaofan safely. Hisu was not without wit. Last time, Gu Yiming had issued an indiscriminate attack order. This man was ruthless and untrustworthy. Thus, Hisu added, if Uncle Gu can assist in bringing Xiaofan back, I am willing to provide you with 100 tons of food. The He family's enterprise was vast. As the sole heir, He Su possessed ample resources, and this time he was willing to invest heavily to retrieve Jiang Xiaofan. However, Gu Yiming dismissed this promise as mere empty words. It seems you have genuine feelings for Xiaofan. As your uncle, I will certainly do my best to assist you. Let us do this. I shall send more personnel and borrow 2 machine guns from the military to ensure everything proceeds flawlessly. However, He Su quickly grasped the implications. I understand, Uncle Gu. Increasing personnel and renting machine guns will require substantial resources. I will dispatch people to deliver 100 tons of food to your warehouse immediately. You are quite astute. Gu Yiming feigned remorse. Alas, times have changed. Uncle Gu's capabilities are limited, and I must impose conditions to assist in bringing someone back. I understand your predicament. He Su smiled outwardly while internally cursing. He knew Gu Yiming was a cunning fox. Without personal gain, he would never lend assistance. The most vexed of all was He Shumin. His son's 100 tons of supplies were not his to give away. This was outrageous, costing the He family 300 tons of food. While not a significant loss for the He family, in the apocalypse, every resource was invaluable. He was currently in discussions with military officials to establish his private militia, and the scarcity of resources could not be overstated. It was all He Su's fault. He could not even attempt to stop his foolish son, worrying that if the imbecile revealed his father's secret, he would lose all face. After departing the He residence, Gu Yiming immediately drove to the military, fully aware of their displeasure towards him. However, despite the formidable connections of the individual in question, he managed to secure a helicopter with 500 tons of supplies. As for weapons and ammunition, he had acquired them long ago. The request for 100 tons of supplies from Heishu was merely a ruse to exploit this naive benefactor. After meticulous consideration the previous night, he became convinced that the helicopter dispatched yesterday was likely to have defected en masse. After all, in Luhu, they faced perilous tasks daily. Moreover, these individuals possessed antibodies, rendering them immune to the effects of the blood mist. With access to aircraft and weaponry, they could find a secure location to stockpile supplies and establish themselves as local rulers, never contemplating the possibility of being shot down by Ye Yuan, learning from past mistakes. This time, Gu Yiming had chosen only those with families. Should they fail to return, their loved ones would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. An hour later, a Jixiang Niao helicopter departed, carrying 15 armed men. Gu Yiming gazed at the receding aircraft, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Ye Yuan, if you do not seek my assistance, you might still survive. And that wretched Ru Yin, you are mine. You shall never escape my grasp. At that moment, Gu Yiming thought of Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan. He had seen videos of them, and they were indeed quite beautiful. Yes, I shall capture them all and add them to my collection. Chapter 48, Old Man. I await your rescue within the pitch-black tunnel, for electric scooters whizzed along. Ye Yuan and 3 women each rode one. The tunnel stretched almost entirely from Nanhu Haoting to Yangguang Xiaoxiu, facilitating their scavenging missions. Just moments ago, a citywide blackout had occurred. Ye Yuan and the women briefly paused to procure a generator set from the property management of Nanhu Haoting. Diesel could be replicated indefinitely. Henceforth, Ye Yuan's villa would enjoy 24-hour power, with air conditioning at their leisure. Now they only needed a gas stove. Power, water, and gas had all ceased. Although Ye Yuan could currently replicate items weighing no more than 30 gene, he could directly replicate the space and gas capacity of gas cylinder, effectively providing an endlessly usable gas canister. Before long, the trio arrived near Yangguang Xiaoxiu, an area filled with old and dilapidated buildings, primarily for rent. Many households utilized gas stoves. Ye Yuan excavated an opening in the tunnel and entered a rundown residence. After knocking on the door of a first-floor tenant, he heard the unmistakable sounds of zombies within. He moved on to the next house. A cautious individual by nature, Ye Yuan would never take unnecessary risks. Even now that he was formidable, after knocking from the first to the 3rd floor, he finally found an unoccupied unit devoid of zombies and burst in with a shotgun. Fortune smiled upon him. This household used a gas stove. He swiftly collected the entire setup into his spatial warehouse and intended to replicate the gas canister's capacity at a later time. Checking his phone's map, he noted that not far away lay a bustling pedestrian street with a large Tianyi supermarket, a property of Gu Yiming. A major raid was in order. Since the city was experiencing a power outage, he need not worry about being monitored. Let us return to the tunnel and dig toward Tianyi supermarket, he instructed. At that moment, Ye Yuan received a video call request from Gu Yiming. Despite the citywide blackout, the base station's batteries would still function for a while, allowing mobile signals to remain intact. Ye Yuan murmured to himself, is Gu Yiming truly that astute, knowing I intend to raid a supermarket? Hello, Uncle Gu, is there something you need? On the screen appeared Gu Yiming's face, a smile that did not reach his eyes. Yishinji, where are you? The helicopter has arrived at Yangguang Xiaoxiu. The pilot reports no sighting of anyone at Building 1, Unit 36. To think they actually came. How eager they are to see my demise, Ye Yuan thought, feeling a mix of disdain and amusement. Uncle Gu, our location was overrun by zombies. We barely escaped, and I'm unsure of my current whereabouts, but we are safe. He paused. Wait, let me check my phone's location. After disconnecting the video call, Ye Yuan retrieved a massive stone from his spatial warehouse, using a shovel to excavate. Instantly, A 3D map with a diameter of 1 kilometer materialized in his mind. Found it, he exclaimed, spotting a helicopter hovering over Yangguang Xiaozu. He could clearly see the occupants within, 15 armed men and 1 pilot, 2 of whom wielded light machine guns. Regrettably, there were no rocket launchers. Without delay, Ye Yuan locked onto the helicopter's coordinates and, with a mere thought, summoned a stone from the depths. In the next instant, a heavy boulder weighing 2 or 3 tons appeared directly above the helicopter, at a height of less than 10 meters. Not only would the helicopter be oblivious to it, but there would also be no time to evade. With a thunderous crash, the boulder struck, sending the helicopter plummeting like a severed kite toward the ground. Moments later, a tremendous explosion resonated, followed by billowing smoke. Mission accomplished, Ye Yuan exclaimed, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Each blow to Gu Yiming brought him a step closer to vengeance. Of course, this was merely an appetizer. This life was different from the last. He would relish tormenting these adversaries, leading them into despair before delivering a cruel end, ensuring none would escape. After calming himself, Ye Yuan attempted to send a video to Gu Yiming, but the latter failed to respond. He tried calling, only to find the line busy. Thus, he left a voice message. Uncle Gu, what is going on? You aren't answering my video call, and I can't reach you by phone. Are you playing games with me? I consider you family. How can you treat me this way? After sending the message, Ye Yuan put away his phone, disregarding Gu Yiming for now, and set off to raid his supermarket. Meanwhile, Gu Yiming was frantically dialing numbers, as the 15 armed men inside the helicopter took turns trying to call out, but to no avail. How could this happen? Damn it, how could this occur? Gu Yiming sat dumbfounded. Just earlier, he had maintained a call with the pilot, having learned from past experiences. He had always believed that the helicopter he dispatched yesterday had defected entirely, so he was particularly vigilant today. Even with the families of the armed men and pilots under close watch, Gu Yiming insisted on keeping communication with the pilot until Ye Yuan was eliminated and Liu Ruyan was rescued. But just moments ago, the pilot had suddenly exclaimed that the helicopter was struck by an unidentified object and was going down. Then, chaos erupted in the cabin, filled with cursing and panic. A loud crash followed, and then all communication was lost. Gu Yiming remained dumbfounded on the sofa, eventually exhaling a heavy sigh. Damn it, that has 500 tons of food wasted. Food was secondary. The crucial loss was the helicopter. He had borrowed 3 helicopters from the military, 1 shot down, 1 missing, and now this one destroyed by an unidentified object. What kind of bad luck is this? Even as a powerful mogul, he could not help but curse. How would he explain this to his superiors? 3 helicopters. No matter how strong his connections, he would need to provide an explanation for such a debacle. The justification required for high-ranking officials was not something trivial. He foresaw another financial loss. Gu Yiming increasingly recognized the urgency of establishing his own private military force, and it needed to be well organized. Only by commanding an army could he genuinely possess authority and prevent being drained by the higher-ups. In that case, eliminating Ye Yuan would be as easy as pie. Thinking of Ye Yuan made him anxious again. With the helicopter crash, he could not retrieve Liu Ruyan for the time being. That bastard better not touch my treasure. If you dare lay a finger on Ruyan, I will make you regret ever being born. Your suffering will eclipse that of your parents by 1,000-fold. Gu Yiming felt as though he were losing his mind. Ever since Ye Yuan appeared, nothing had gone smoothly, and the audacity of that scoundrel to keep leaving messages, questioning if he was being played for a fool, infuriated him. I'm playing with your sister. Yashinji, I sincerely apologize. The helicopter was just struck by an unidentified object. Please hold on a little longer. I am contemplating whether there are alternative methods. At Tianyi Supermarket, Ye Yuan, upon listening to Gu Yiming's message, revealed a mischievous smile. You are truly relentless in your intentions. Still plotting to save me? It is evident that your true aim is to eliminate me. Very well, I shall wait. Once Liu Ruyan becomes mine, we shall see if you dare to come to my rescue. Chapter 49. The route of water on the first floor of Tianyi Supermarket lay an enormous latex mattress, presumably a prize from a promotional event prior to the apocalypse. Liu Ruyan suggested relocating it, claiming the mattress would provide a comfortable sleep. Ye Yuan immediately understood. Utilizing his devouring ability, he transferred it to his spatial warehouse. With a level 2 devouring skill, he could consume items weighing up to 1,000 jin at once. A mere mattress posed no challenge. It was swiftly absorbed into the spatial warehouse. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Ruyan smiled knowingly, and her taming degree increased by 2. Can this really enhance my taming degree? It is just a mattress. The workings of a woman's mind elude me. I shall first raid the warehouse. Ruyan, you do not yet possess the devouring ability, so I will not assign you a task. Take whatever you desire. After all, this is Gu Yiming's supermarket. The act of raiding brings a sense of psychological satisfaction. The supermarket spans a vast area, with a general goods section and a living area on the first floor. All food items are located in the living area. As Ye Yuan approached, Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan had already begun their frenzied consumption of food. However, Ye Yuan had granted them a level 1 devouring skill, allowing them to consume a maximum of 500 jin of food at a time, and only within the skill's effective range. Exceeding this distance would render them unable to consume any more, regardless of the quantity. Ye Yuan proceeded to the section where rice, flour, and cooking oil were stored. These items weighed heavily. He could consume over 1,000 jin in one bite. Within 2 minutes, he had devoured all the rice, flour, and cooking oil, including various dry goods nearby. In total, he consumed just over 4 tons. Yi Yuan also gained 2 points in free attributes, which he allocated to strength and spirit. In an instant, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, an astonishing sensation, as it seemed almost unbelievable to acquire attribute points so effortlessly. If not for the abundance of strength within him, he too would find it hard to believe. After clearing the rice, flour, and cooking oil, he continued to the fruit and vegetable section. Yide, slow down. Leave some for us. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan exclaimed in alarm, fearing they would be entirely consumed by him. Rest assured, every supermarket has its warehouse. This one is quite large, and the shelves only represent the tip of the iceberg. Let's clean the shelves thoroughly, and then we shall seek out the warehouse. With this reassurance, Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan felt at ease. In truth, there was little to worry about, as supermarkets abound in the city, with food in abundance. Given Yi Yuan's strength, acquiring it would be a trivial matter. The trio raided for over 20 minutes, finally clearing the food section, with Yi Yuan gaining an additional 4 points in free attributes. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan each acquired 3 points. Now, Xiao Wan's attributes had all reached 10 points, achieving remarkable balance. Xiao Fan's strength stood at 11 points, while her other 3 attributes were also at 10. Both exhibited a notable increase in combat prowess, capable of easily overpowering 2 or 3 adult men with their bare hands. When wielding firearms, recoil posed little challenge. They continued their search for the warehouse. Lu Rian, unfamiliar with Tianyi Supermarket, was unsure of the warehouse's location. Though it was typically situated underground, they only needed to locate the freight elevator. Lu Rian followed closely. Leaving her alone above was unsafe, as she would be ill-equipped to handle any marauders should they invade the supermarket. After another 10 minutes, they discovered the warehouse in the basement. Yi Yuan forcefully breached the entrance with a shotgun, revealing a familiar sight, towering shelves brimming with supplies. There was a plethora of food, including rice, flour, cooking oil, sauces, vinegar, tea, sugar, an array of packaged foods and beverages occupying at least half the space. The remaining half was stocked with daily necessities. All this is mine, Yi Yuan proclaimed, not one to shy away from abundance. First, he would consume the food, then raid the other supplies. Let's begin. Yi Yuan's abyssal maw swiftly absorbed thousands of gene of goods, followed by an energy conversion. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan quickly joined in the effort. Lu Rian, however, stood by, watching eagerly, her mind filled with countless questions. How could she earn Yi Yuan's recognition? To become his woman? No, that could not be the case, as Xiao Wan had already acquired the digging skill, thus eliminating that possibility. Lu Rian had inquired of Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan, but they too were unaware of the requirements to receive powers from Yi Yuan. She felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. I too wish to grow strong. When I encounter Gu Yiming, I wish to possess the capability to resist him. I no longer want to be under his control. Why must Yi Yuan be so secretive? If he has demands, why not state them plainly? Lu Rian considered herself astute, even somewhat clever, yet this time she found herself utterly perplexed. No, I must seek a private opportunity to showcase my worth before Yi Yuan, subtly probing him for the conditions necessary to obtain abilities. Although I am not an expert in various skills, after years of learning, I can certainly perform adequately. I dare you to disregard my efforts. Unbeknownst to Yi Yuan, who was fully engrossed in consuming food, Lu Rian's taming degree surged by 5, now reaching 85. She needed only 10 more to unlock her final attribute. Meanwhile, Gu Yiming returned to his villa, his expression dark and foreboding. He had just met with high-ranking officials, and it was evident that the outcome had not been favorable. 3 helicopters had been borrowed, along with 2 rocket launchers, all either destroyed or missing. Despite their prior camaraderie, Gu Yiming had been reprimanded severely, feeling like a mere subordinate before the true powers that be. Ultimately, he was forced to concede 1,000 tons of supplies to appease them, a concession made only due to their previous ties and a measure of leniency. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. Upon returning to the villa, Gu Yiming's frustration grew. It was not merely the loss of 1,000 tons of supplies, although such a loss was significant. His family's extensive resources, with warehouses scattered throughout the suburbs, held vast quantities of food and essentials. He had been consistently transporting supplies to Lahukio during this time. Thus, the loss of 1,000 tons did not threaten his foundations. Yet he felt an intense, pent-up anger with no outlet. That wretched Yuan, ever since his appearance, misfortune had befallen me, and the loss of those 3 helicopters is tied to him. Could it be that he is behind this? After much contemplation, Gu Yiming concluded that the likelihood was slim. The first helicopter had been downed due to carelessness, but what of the second? It had vanished without a trace, and the third had been struck by an unidentified object. The latter 2 incidents seemed unrelated to Yi Yuan. It appeared that the air route was at odds with him. This time, I shall take the water route. As long as I can lure Yi Yuan to a neighborhood close to Shujiang with Rian, I will dispatch men on speedboats to eliminate him. You disaster-bringing star, I must eliminate you before you can reach Ruyan. My possessions shall not be touched by another. Chapter 50. I refuse to hear that Yi Yuan is still alive. He must be destroyed. Gu Yiming's heart brimmed with imbalance. To eliminate Yi Yuan, he had incurred tremendous losses, had it not been for his connections. he would have already faced execution. However, he was not solely responsible for the demise of Yi Yuan's parents. Logically, the burden of this hatred should be shared. Thus, dealing with Yi Yuan was not solely his affair. In previous encounters, the losses had been his alone, especially the deaths of those mercenaries. Their families required compensation. Although it was but a meager amount of food, he would not be a fool. No, I must involve them too. Consequently, Gu Yiming promptly made a call, summoning those who had participated in the plot against Yi Yuan's parents to his residence. All are shareholders and the president of Zhu Renban Daoti. Initially, Yi Yuan's father, in a bid to prevent foreign control over the company, resolutely refused to go public. Each board meeting ended in discord. Later, Gu Yiming took the lead, uniting with 2 other shareholders and the company president to orchestrate a murder. These individuals also resided in Luhu. Before long, He Xiaomin and his son He Su were the first to arrive. Gu Xiong, I heard the attempt to eliminate Yi Yuan failed again. Was the helicopter destroyed by an unidentified object? Gu Yiming's face contorted with frustration. What a touchy subject. However, He Xiaomin couldn't be blamed, as he had contributed 200 tons of supplies to the operation, while He Su added another 100 tons. Brother He, we are both businessmen. You should understand that investment carries risks. Moreover, you are not merely investors in this endeavor. The assassination of Yi Yuan is something you eagerly desire. It's just unfortunate that luck was not on your side. The helicopter crashed, and there were no survivors. Damn, He Su reacted vehemently, cursing. Yi Yuan's life is too fortunate, causing me to lose 100 tons of resources for nothing. What does your 100 tons matter? Gu Yiming furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath. Such a loss is trivial. I was summoned by the higher-ups and had 2,000 tons of supplies taken from me as compensation. What? It was clearly 1,000 tons, he exclaimed, his words escalating. Gu Yiming continued, this burden cannot fall solely on my shoulders. The deaths of Yi Yuan's parents were not solely my doing, yet I alone bear the losses incurred from Yi Yuan's assassination. Brother He, we are both businessmen. Where's the fairness in this? Even He Xiaomin, who frequently received preferential treatment, felt a tightening in his core. What do you mean, Gu Xiong? Gu Yiming did not rush to reveal his hand, instead gesturing for He Xiaomin to wait a moment longer. Shortly thereafter, 2 more individuals entered. The first was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a hooked nose, thin lips, and a receding hairline, his gaze dark and foreboding, clearly a ruthless character. This man was Hong Jing Yi, the 3rd shareholder of Zhu Renban Daoti. Before the apocalypse, he primarily managed logistics, warehouses, fresh and frozen storage, and grain and oil export businesses, boasting formidable strength. Suburban warehouses brimming with supplies had been transported back to Luhu in droves following the outbreak. It was rumored he had begun negotiations with the military to form a private armed force. Following him was a man in his 40s, sporting a side part and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. However, his presence here indicated he was no less formidable. His name was Yu Wei, the president of Zhu Renban Daoti and the most trusted associate of Yi Yuan's father before the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, he colluded with the 3 major shareholders, causing the deaths of Yi Yuan's parents, and swiftly took control of the company. Gu Yiming invited both to sit down. With everyone present, he felt it was time to lay his cards on the table. He recounted his earlier conversation with He Xiaomin. Upon hearing this, Hong Jing Yi and Yu Wei could not help but express their dismay. They had not anticipated Yi Yuan's remarkable resilience, surviving 3 attempts on his life. Certainly a significant threat. Gu Zong has paid such a heavy price for this. My younger brother expresses deep regret. Regret my foot. Did I summon you here to hear your nonsense? I demand you all share in my losses. At this moment, Yu Wei shifted the conversation, according to Gu Zong. Yi Yuan is currently only aware that He Zong is responsible for his parents' deaths, correct? This statement fell off. He Xiaomin quickly grasped Yu Wei's implication. This matter should solely be handled by he and that the rest could remain uninvolved. He Xiaomin expressed this rather tactfully, but He Su was far less diplomatic. What the hell, Yu Wei, what do you mean? You treacherous dog. Yi Yuan's father trusted you the most, yet you betrayed him. You truly are inhuman. Now you wish to distance yourself from this? No way. Let me tell you. Yi Yuan has prepared for half a year and can shoot down a helicopter. His marksmanship is undoubtedly exceptional. Whether he seeks revenge on the He family or not, I will be the first to expose you. Once he kills you, I will kill him. Yu Wei found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he intended to play a subtle game, but He Su's bluntness thwarted his plans. Hong Jing Yi then interjected to diffuse the tension. Everyone, let us remain calm. I must declare that no one can stand aside in this matter. We shall all bear the burden together. Hong Jing Yi's words were eloquent, seemingly magnanimous. However, he was astute. Currently, the He family was in the spotlight. If Yi Yuan returned, he would undoubtedly target them. Should negotiations fail, He Xiaomin could expose everyone, leaving himself in constant fear. After all, Yi Yuan had previously shot down a helicopter and still possessed weapons. Anyone lurking in the shadows could easily be eliminated, thus maintaining the status quo. Making the He family the apparent target, while others provided resources, was the wisest choice to eliminate Yi Yuan as swiftly as possible. Gu Yiming then spoke. I appreciate Hong Laoti's understanding. I, Gu, am not a petty person. I will overlook the previously lost supplies. However, for this attempt on Yi Yuan's life, I have been stripped of 2,000 tons of supplies by the higher-ups. I hope you can share this burden with me. Each of you should contribute 800 tons of supplies as compensation, and I will send a boat to enter the main city through the waterways to eliminate Yi Yuan. Everyone gasped in shock. Such an audacious demand. You only lost 2,000 tons, yet you expect each of us to contribute 800 tons? Why not just rob someone? Gu Yiming disregarded their outrage and continued. If you find this unreasonable, you may choose to kill Yi Yuan yourselves or let him return to exact revenge. However, I cannot guarantee that he won't uncover more clues upon his return. A threat, a blatant threat. Either provide me with supplies, or I will inform Yi Yuan of your involvement in the murder of his parents. Gu Yiming truly had the audacity. While others feared Yi Yuan's return, he was unafraid, as he was currently the only one capable of procuring weapons from the military. Although he had not yet formed his private armed force, he had over 100 bodyguards, all equipped with automatic rifles and light machine guns. With such firepower, he had no concern about Yi Yuan seeking him out. His only worry was that Lu Ruyin might end up with Yi Yuan. Guzong, your words are rather presumptuous. Hong Jing, he replied, feigning a smile while masking his anger. Are we to kill Yi Yuan? That is clearly unrealistic. You are the only one able to procure weapons. So this matter falls to you. Though it was apparent to everyone that Hong Jing was brimming with suppressed rage, he maintained his smile. His strength was on par with Gu Yiming's. Unfortunately, he lacked the connections to obtain weapons at present, leaving him at a disadvantage. With Hong Jing's agreement, Yi Wei had little to add. He Xiaomin wanted to voice something, but hesitated, as he was Yi Yuan's apparent enemy and most eager to eliminate him. However, parting with 800 tons of resources was too painful a sacrifice. With 800 tons, he could entertain countless young men, yet he was being taken advantage of. Damn you. Yi Yuan, it's all your fault. He Xiaomin suppressed his anger, exhaling deeply. Gu Xiong, the supplies will be delivered to your warehouse shortly. Please arrange it swiftly. I no longer wish to hear Yi Yuan's name. Eliminate him quickly. He Su quickly added, Uncle Gu, please ensure Xiao Fan is unharmed. Bring him back alive. He Xiaomin felt a surge of blood rise. This foolish son of his, had he never encountered a woman? Men were far more enjoyable than women. Just then, Gu Yiming's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Yi Yuan. Chapter 51. First win the heart, then take a life. Seeing Yi Yuan's name on the screen, even someone as powerful as Gu Yiming felt an involuntary flutter of anxiety. A group was currently deliberating how to eliminate Yi Yuan. What was meant to be a clandestine affair was now disrupted by Yi Yuan's unexpected phone call. Everyone quiet down. Yi Yuan is calling. After reminding everyone, Gu Yiming pressed the answer button. Yi Xianji, how are you faring now? Gu Yiming contemplated inquiring about Lu Ruyan's well-being, yet felt it inappropriate to do so in such a public setting. Should it become known to all that Lu Ruyan was in the company of Yi Yuan, suspicions would undoubtedly arise. Not to mention the uncomfortable thought that his own wife might have already been compromised by Yi Yuan. The ensuing tasks could be significantly hampered. With his spouse in another's grasp, it was evident that Gu Yiming's true intention was to rescue Lu Ruyan. If others became privy to this information, they would inevitably leverage it against him, demanding exorbitant prices. It was unreasonable to expect 800 tons of supplies from him. They would likely demand nothing at all. After all, it was not his wife entwined with Yi Yuan. Individuals of Gu Yiming's stature are particularly concerned with their reputation. It matters not whether he holds any affection for Lu Ruyan, he would never allow her to tarnish his image. Fortunately, at present, this matter remained a secret. Gu Yiming breathed a sigh of relief, having safeguarded his dignity while avoiding price manipulation from others. He continued, Yi Xianji, I am devising a plan to rescue you. I find myself at an impasse in the air. We must now resort to waterways. You need to find your way to the riverbank. I estimate you are not far from Yangwang Xiaoziu. Try to locate a nearby refuge. I shall arrange for a vessel to come for you at the earliest opportunity. Rest assured, Uncle Gu's words hold weight. I would never deceive you. You needn't stand on ceremony with me, for I am a close friend of your father. We are family now, so let us dispense with such formalities. Very well. It is settled. I shall swiftly mobilize personnel and vessels to return you to Luhu before nightfall. Upon hanging up the phone, Gu Yiming couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. He had repeatedly referred to himself as uncle, proclaiming them as family. Such words, uttered aloud, felt deeply humiliating. Having caused Lu Ruyan's parents' demise and usurped nearly half of the shares belonging to the giant corporation, he still dared to speak of familial ties. It was utterly distasteful. If no one had overheard, it would have been one thing, but everyone present was acutely aware of the situation, akin to a group of courtesans engaged in idle chatter, with the eldest claiming to be untouched. This was beyond a matter of belief. It was simply shameless. Clearing his throat to alleviate his discomfort, Gu Yiming redirected the conversation to more pressing matters. I have just spoken with Yi Yuan, and he shall promptly head towards the riverbank near Yangwang Xiaoziu. We can now take action. As long as you deliver the promised supplies, I will immediately arrange for vessels and armed escorts. By nightfall, we shall ensure Yi Yuan's demise. This time, there shall be no room for error. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan concluded the call with a slight smirk, reveling in the success of his cunning scheme. The city was experiencing a power outage, and the base station's batteries could only sustain operations for a day or two at most. Soon, the phones would lose signal. Thus, it was imperative to exploit the remaining time to outmaneuver Gu Yiming further. To his surprise, Gu Yiming had readily agreed to send a boat for him that very afternoon. How amusing. Perhaps he was dispatching a vessel full of gunmen to eliminate me. Nevertheless, it mattered little, whether by airplane or speedboat, as long as it wasn't a tank. Yi Yuan was confident that his ability to unleash massive stones would obliterate anything within a kilometer's reach. Even if a tank were to approach, he would not fear it. A 10-meter drop would not damage it, and surely 100 or 500 meters would suffice. The inertia of stones weighing 2 or 3 tons, when dropped from such heights, could crush a tank effortlessly. Thus, Yi Yuan held no apprehension regarding Gu Yiming's potential reinforcements. His only fear was that Gu Yiming might not come at all. Yi Yuan pondered the next steps after emptying the warehouse. Where to go next? He pulled out his phone and consulted the map for nearby supermarkets. Lu Ruyan leaned into view as well, naturally resting against his arm, while Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan looked on without jealousy. The servants remained unwaveringly loyal, even assisting Yi Yuan in his subtle manipulation of Lu Ruyan. However, at present, it seemed Lu Ruyan was adeptly navigating her own emotions, requiring no external influence. Yi Yuan soon pinpointed a supermarket, Tiani Supermarket on Binjiang Road, conveniently located by the Shu River, adjacent to the Lan and Xiaoxiu. When Gu Yiming dispatched a boat, he would simply claim to be at Lan and Xiaoxiu and instruct them to come collect him. In reality, he intended to hide within the supermarket, utilizing his ability to sabotage the vessel. The thrill of orchestrating such mischief from the shadows was exhilarating. Let us proceed to the supermarket on Binjiang Road, he declared. The four of them re-entered the tunnel, releasing the massive stones from their spatial warehouse to seal the tunnel entrance. This precaution was necessary to prevent anyone from discovering the tunnel and intruding upon the supermarket. Such a risk was intolerable as Yi Yuan traversed the tunnel daily. No outsiders could be permitted entry. Therefore, each time a new tunnel was excavated, it was promptly sealed upon departure. As they journeyed, Yi Yuan reflected on the spoils he had recently acquired. He had consumed 28 tons of food, gaining 14 points of free attributes, which he distributed evenly, elevating all 4 attributes to 21 points, surpassing twice that of a normal adult. Here, adult referred to individuals with exceptional physical prowess, not those laboring in sedentary office jobs. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan had similarly consumed 28 tons each, with Yi Yuan bestowing upon them the first level ability of consumption. Previously, they had each consumed 6 tons. And now, with the addition of 14 tons each, they reached the limit of 20 tons. However, they only gained 10 points of free attributes due to the have benefits of their servant abilities. Consequently, both of their attributes reached 12 points, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Particularly with firearms, such as automatic rifles, they could virtually disregard recoil. The food from the previous supermarket had been entirely consumed, save for a few necessary samples. All daily necessities were stored in the spatial warehouse. In truth, the supermarkets within urban areas did not possess vast storerooms. They typically stocked only the day's supply. Such chain supermarkets did have large warehouses, but Yi Yuan was unaware of their locations, nor did Lu Ruyan hold that knowledge. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. In the apocalypse, time was abundant, and their enemies were trapped in Luhu with no means of escape. They could take their time to scour the city, while also searching for beautiful women to engage with. Once their strength had grown, they would return to Luhu and systematically eliminate those responsible for their parents' deaths. Wait a moment. The adversaries in Luhu either remarried beautiful wives or had stunning daughters-in-law. Wasn't this fortuitous? I find them all appealing. There was no rush to eliminate them. It would be more satisfying to subjugate them as servants first, then deal with them once they were driven to madness. Merely killing was insufficiently malicious. To first torment their hearts and then take their lives would grant a more profound sense of retribution. As Yi Yuan contemplated his most malevolent schemes, he continued to excavate the tunnel. At that moment, he noticed on the 3D map in his mind that there was a shop specializing in welding security bars directly above him. The villas in Nanhu Haoding, while surrounded by sturdy walls that could withstand the undead, were not impervious to survivors who might scale them with tools. The glass windows offered no defense. Thus, Yi Yuan swiftly dug into the store, consuming the welding equipment and the finest steel bars, transferring them to the spatial warehouse. He decided to conclude his work early today and return to reinforce the doors and windows of Nanhu Haoding's villas, as he intended to reside there for some time. After completing his scavenging, Yi Yuan retreated into the tunnel and sealed the entrance before continuing to excavate towards the supermarket. Before long, he arrived at Tian-E Supermarket on Binjiang Road. The supermarket's doors were tightly shut, with no survivors or zombies inside. How delightful! They could now indulge in a thorough sweep without restraint. The 3 of them continued to consume, though Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan had reached their limits. Yi Yuan had no immediate plans to grant them the second-level ability of consumption, so they utilized their skills to gather supplies. Yi Yuan's second-level consumption had not yet reached its limit, and a significant amount of food was being converted into high-grade supplements, causing his attribute points to soar. Chapter 52, Beasts. Are you so eager to court death? With Yi Yuan's abyssal maw voraciously devouring everything. It wasn't long before he converted 20 tons of food into high-grade supplements, gaining 10 points of free attributes in the process. At this juncture, He had also reached the limit of his second-level consumption. A notification appeared before him. Second-level consumption has reached its limit. Further consumption of food will not convert into high-grade supplements. Please upgrade your skill level. There is nothing to be done but wait for Lu Ruyan's taming level to reach 95. At that point, he could partake of her once more. Yi Yun managed to elevate his devouring ability to level 3, subsequently continuing to amass attribute points. With a sense of assurance, he began to sweep through the supplies. After allocating the 10 freely obtained attribute points, his stats transformed into Strength 23, Constitution 23, Agility 23, and Spirit 25. With a spirit of 25, he possessed ample mental fortitude to sustain prolonged devouring transfers, especially since he was merely transferring supplies. The mental cost was significantly less than that of converting energy through devouring. The three of them were quite occupied, while only Lu Ruyan seemed rather leisurely, meandering from one place to another, casually stowing away favored items into her spatial warehouse. She treated this as if it were a shopping spree reminiscent of the pre-apocalypse era, albeit a zero-cost purchase. Once they had plundered the supermarket, Yi Yuan led his companions to excavate a tunnel toward another nearby supermarket. The Tianyi supermarket was plentiful with multiple locations and in bustling areas. One street could host 2 or 3 outlets. Gu Yiming scoured every nook and cranny of the supermarket with the fervor of a rabid dog. This was quite fortuitous for Yi Yuan, as it spared him the trouble of searching far and wide for a supermarket. Around 3 in the afternoon, Yi Yuan's phone rang. It was Gu Yiming calling. "Xianji, where are you now? Is Rian all right?" The audacity of Gu Yiming to inquire about his wife only dawned on him now, lamenting that she would soon belong to him. "Uncle Gu, Lu Yi is well. However, she had a nightmare last night and came to my room. But rest assured, I slept on the floor while she took the bed, and she quickly fell asleep without further nightmares." "What?" Gu Yiming was taken aback. "You scoundrel, why would you tell me this? What do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Or are you genuinely this naive? You wretched creature, even if you sleep on the floor? I cannot believe you." Haven T secretly glanced at her. His heart ached with jealousy. Calm down, calm down. Why must I compete with a dying man? Hey, Uncle Gu, why have you gone silent?" Yi Yuan couldn't help but grin. How amusing it was that a mere casual lie could render him speechless. If Rian were truly to become mine, he would surely vomit blood in despair. "No rush, take it slow. I shall enjoy this." On the other end of the line, Gu Yiming took a deep breath. "It's nothing, I just suddenly felt a bit breathless. Age brings its ailments." "Xianji, where are you?" "The boat is nearing the Yangguang community." "That was quick. It seems your desire to eliminate me is quite urgent." "Uncle Gu, I'm at Building 1. Room 301 of the Lanning community. Just turn right upon entering the gate, and it's right by the river. Hurry and come to our rescue." "Very well. Rest assured, my men will be there shortly. Do not hang up. Maintain communication with me." 3 consecutive helicopter assaults had ended in failure, one of which was shot down by Yi Yuan. The other 2 could be ruled out as Yi Yuan's doing. However, Gu Yiming, wise and experienced, began to harbor suspicions about Yi Yuan's potential involvement. "Let us switch to a video call. I wish to see Ruyan. She must look quite haggard," Gu Yiming suggested. Yi Yuan had anticipated this maneuver from the old fox, yet he had a retort ready. "All right, Uncle Gu, but there is a power outage in the city, and many base stations are down, resulting in poor network signals. Please wait 2 minutes while I find a better signal location to send you the video." The third floor of the supermarket comprised civilian housing. Yi Yuan ended the call, lifted Lu Ruyan into his arms, and with his enhanced physical prowess, reached the third floor within a minute, followed closely by Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan. Upon locating room 301, even though it was not technically part of the Lanning community, the room number sufficed. Yi Yuan shot the door lock, kicked the door open, and a zombie lunged at him. In past days, Yi Yuan would have approached with caution. But now, with agility exceeding double that of an average adult, his speed and reflexes were unparalleled. Before the zombie could reach him, he sent it flying with a kick, subsequently shooting it in the head. Checking the time, it was precisely 2 minutes. Yi Yuan immediately sent the video to Gu Yiming. "Uncle Gu, can you hear me?" Yi Yuan waved his hand, mimicking the gesture of signaling in poor reception. Gu Yiming, with a strained smile, replied, "Yes, I can hear you. Seeing that you are well reassures me." "Ah, the cunning old fox. Trying to test me?" "CNG, confirm the room number once more. Is it 301? My men are almost there. If you misread, it could be disastrous. You know the dangers involved in rescuing you." Yi Yuan checked it, stepping outside the door to face the door number. "It is indeed 301, Uncle Gu. Good, then I can rest easy. Close the door carefully. Be wary of zombies entering. My men will arrive shortly. Close the door. The lock is broken." However, Gu Yiming could not see this. Yi Yuan pretended to close the door, instructing Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan to guard it in case a zombie managed to intrude. He then handed the phone to Lu Ruyan. "Uncle Gu, please speak with Lu Yi. You've been apart for so long, and I'm sure you are both concerned for one another." Lu Ruyan shot Yi Yuan a disapproving glance, her expression seemingly conveying, "This pervert, I'm not worried about him. I wish for his swift demise." Yet, understanding Yi Yuan's intent, she forced a smile for the video call. "Yiming, do not worry. We are all fine and quite safe." Meanwhile, Yi Yuan was not idle. He summoned 10 massive stones from his spatial warehouse, knowing that was the limit to avoid collapsing the floor. Grabbing a shovel, he struck one of the boulders, envisioning a 3D map in his mind. Two motorboats were approaching the shore at a prime location devoid of zombies. Huh, did you think you were safe? Yi Yuan noticed one individual wielding a rocket launcher. He had long coveted such a weapon. As the boats neared the shore, he quickly locked onto their coordinates. With a mental command, a boulder plummeted from above, and before it could strike the boat, he immediately lifted another stone. Again, with a mental command, the stone fell. Yet, he was not finished. He continued to lift boulders, sending them crashing down from the heights beside the river. The banks became a scene of carnage, with blood and screams echoing through the air. Simultaneously, Gu Yiming, engrossed in a video call with Lu Ruyan, suddenly erupted in a furious roar. As though his very insides were being violently prodded. His expression was a mix of rage, fear, and anguish. Xian, what has happened? Lu Ruyan exclaimed, startled by Gu Yiming's outburst, his countenance suggesting he might leap through the screen. Despite her suspicions about Yi Yuan's involvement, she feigned concern. Yiming, speak. What is going on? You look terrifying. On the other end, Gu Yiming took several deep breaths to quell his fury, though the fear in his eyes remained, now tinged with an even darker shade of menace. Even the voice had turned low and hoarse. It was nothing like smoke. You concealed it well. Today, it may not be able to save you temporarily. An unexpected event occurred. Do not ask anything, let it be. After saying this, Gu Yiming abruptly ended the video call. His heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Anger, fear, doubt, and suspicion intermingled. Just moments ago, while he was video chatting with Lu Ruyan, he was simultaneously in communication with the gunmen aboard the boat. Everything had been proceeding smoothly. The two speedboats were nearing the shore, and the 20 gunmen were about to disembark when disaster struck. Suddenly, massive boulders, appearing from nowhere, crashed down upon the boats. The first wave claimed several lives. Fortunately, the individual on the phone with Gu Yiming remained unharmed, thus capturing an incomplete scene on video. The boulders seemed to fall from the heavens, each one meticulously shaped, weighing at least 2 to 3 tons, as if they had eyes, targeting people specifically. Within half a minute, all 20 gunmen perished, and the two speedboats were shattered into pieces. The one holding the phone shouted in his final moments, "Rocks are falling from the sky. Such large rocks. Quick, take cover." Gu Yiming confirmed he indeed heard those words clearly through his Bluetooth headset. He desperately wanted to understand what transpired. Unfortunately, the person responsible for communication was crushed by a boulder, leaving the screen black and devoid of any visibility. It was destined that the specifics of the occurrence would remain a mystery. Thus, Gu Yiming's emotions were so complex. He was furious. Another 20 gunmen, his bodyguards, all exceptionally skilled, were lost. Their demise was a tremendous loss. These individuals could have assisted him in training an apocalyptic army, but now they had turned to mush. Damn it, Yi Yuan, every time I deal with you, it results in the annihilation of my men. What on earth are you? A harbinger of doom? Gu Yiming felt he was on the verge of madness. At this moment, he recalled the previous helicopter missions, all of which had ended in total loss. Although the second mission was classified as missing, Gu Yiming no longer believed that, because before the third helicopter crashed, the pilot had been shouting about an unidentified object colliding with it. Could this unidentified object be the very boulders falling from the sky? Further reasoning led him to consider whether the first helicopter mission had also met its end due to a boulder strike. Yi Yuan was unaware that he was the mastermind, believing it was He Xiumin who dispatched the helicopter. Therefore, he blustered, calling He Su to declare he had shot down the helicopter, intending to intimidate He Xiumin. Yes, it must be so. Yi Yuan was merely posturing. He feared continued pursuit from the He family, concocting a lie about his ability to shoot down helicopters. If that were the case, Yi Yuan knew that boulders would fall from the sky over the old city, yet he chose to conceal this information from me. Scoundrel! Knowing that boulders would fall from the sky, aware that I would come to rescue you or kill you, it's all the same. Knowing I was coming to find you, you hid this matter from me, causing me to suffer losses both in men and resources. It is truly a case of losing both the wife and the troops. You bastard, I want you dead. I'll make sure to end your life. Gu Yiming gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Yi Yuan apart right then and there. He believed Yi Yuan was utterly selfish, aware of the perilous boulders falling in the old city, yet he chose to conceal it to compel me to rescue him. And that wretched Lu Ruyan, she did not tell me either. This couple conspired together to dig a pit for me. Gu Yiming felt a deep ache in his heart, betrayed by the cherished canary he held dear. However, he soon found solace. As a seasoned veteran navigating the business world for decades, Gu Yiming understood human nature quite well. Anyone trapped in the city would seek every means of rescue, fully aware of the danger, yet would feign ignorance. For if they spoke out, perhaps no one would dare to come to their aid. While it was understandable that Yi Yuan and Lu Ruyan chose to keep the dangers hidden, it did not equate to forgiveness. This debt would be settled in due time. Gu Yiming could now ascertain that Yi Yuan was aware of the impending boulders, but had no connection to the helicopter crash, nor to the sinking of the two speedboats. He had been right beside Lu Ruyan at the time. Although Yi Yuan did not appear in the video call when the boats were struck, he had only been absent for a mere 10 seconds. Such a brief interval could not possibly account for the destruction of 2 boats and the 20 gunmen aboard. Thus, Yi Yuan's suspicion was effectively eliminated. Gu Yiming's current conundrum lay in deciphering how those boulders fell from the sky. This defied nature and science. The boulders were perfectly squared, clearly man-made. How could they have fallen from above? They even destroyed the helicopter. Gu Yiming gazed upward, the golden sunlight bathing Lu Lake, while the distance was shrouded in endless blood mist, enveloping the entire city. To be precise, the blood mist covered the whole world. This inevitably provoked deep contemplation. Was there something concealed within the blood mist? Or else it could not explain the falling boulders. At that moment, Gu Yiming's awareness of the impending crisis intensified. Previously, he had merely considered the apocalypse as an opportunity to stockpile resources, assemble a private army, and become a local tyrant to secure his survival. Now, it seemed that may not be sufficient. He needed to hasten the formation of his private army. The future held unknown dangers, and the blood mist was exceedingly bizarre, causing inner unrest. As for Yi Yuan and Lu Ruyan, Gu Yiming sighed heavily. He did not care for Yi Yuan's fate. His primary concern was Lu Ruyan. He wished to bring her back, but feared the boulders would exact a toll if he did not retrieve her. He worried Yi Yuan would seize her. Damn it, it is all your fault, Yi Yuan. On the other side, Yi Yuan was digging the tunnel at full speed. The 2 speedboats had been destroyed on the shore, and 20 men had been reduced to mush, their weapons scattered on the ground. Firearms were unimportant. He had plenty of those. The crucial item was that rocket launcher. Yi Yuan saw clearly that the rocket launcher had fallen into the grass by the shore, undamaged. The launcher still contained a rocket. He had to secure quickly. Before long, Yi Yuan dug his way to the riverbank, confirming no zombies were nearby, and immediately emerged. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan followed closely behind, weapons at the ready. Lu Ruyan remained in the tunnel for now. Her combat capability was 0, and she was on the brink of level up, so she could not be allowed to take any risks. Soon, Yi Yuan found that rocket launcher in the grass. Haha, Gu Yiming, did you ever expect this? How'd that song go? Without food, without clothing, the enemy delivers it right to my doorstep. Without guns, without cannons, the enemy builds them for us. You are delivering weapons across 1,000 miles. I graciously accept. Yi Yuan held the rocket launcher, removed the rocket, and fondled it lovingly. He could infinitely replicate rockets from now on. He could blow up whatever he wanted, pure bliss. Just then, Yi Yuan suddenly furrowed his brow, his eyes fixed on the rocket with an intense fervor. Chapter 54, Super Rocket. Even if misfired, it can still blow you up. Yi Yuan gazed at the rocket in his hand, struck by a sudden inspiration. If he utilized his 3D printing replication ability to expand the interior of the rocket, wouldn't its power surpass that of a missile? Theoretically, it could even exceed that of Fat Man and Little Boy, because the internal replication was not limited to space. It also encompassed the explosive material. Expanding it by billions or even tens of billions of times would yield an explosion of unparalleled magnitude, potentially exceeding that of an atomic bomb. Of course, such an undertaking would be monumental, as Yi Yuan's current replication capacity allowed him to replicate items not exceeding 30 pounds at a time. Expanding the explosive contents of the rocket by billions of times? He had no idea how long that would take to accomplish. Moreover, such immense power would inevitably lead to his own demise after the explosion. Expanding it by 10 times might be feasible. However, Yi Yuan only dared to replicate the explosive filling, refraining from duplicating the propellant. The composition and dosage of the latter are meticulously calculated based on the combustion chamber and nozzle. Recklessly altering the predetermined parameters could lead to unforeseen consequences during launch, potentially resulting in catastrophic explosions that could claim his own life. The explosive filling, on the other hand, could be replicated without much concern, as it would only detonate upon triggering the fuse after being launched. Once fired, who would care about the outcome? After all, he would not be affected by the results. Generally, shoulder-fire rocket launchers have a range of approximately 500 meters. Given this distance, a 10-fold replication of the rocket's explosive filling seemed most reasonable. Not every shot would be at maximum range. Sometimes, the target might be merely 100 meters away or even closer. Excessive power could create shockwaves strong enough to propel him away, so it was prudent to exercise caution. Yi Yuan led his companions back to the underground tunnel, as the outside world was perilous. A careless moment could result in a zombie emerging from a dark corner, leading to dire consequences. Having antibodies does not equate to immunity from the zombie virus. The same goes for his subordinates. When bitten by a zombie, the virus is released instantaneously, akin to a venomous snake. The zombie virus is a mutated strain entirely different from the blood mist virus. Once bitten, the fate is assimilation. No divine intervention could save them. Therefore, Yi Yuan remained vigilant in the wilderness, retreating to the safety of the tunnel. He first replicated 10 ordinary rockets, equipped with 10 launch tubes. Although such a quantity was unnecessary for a prototype, it provided a sense of security to be well prepared. Yi Yuan then took one of the rockets, replicating its internal explosive filling, including the space, tenfold. It was time to test it. Approaching the tunnel entrance, he loaded the rocket into the tube and aimed a large truck by the Binjiang Highway, pulling the trigger. With a whoosh, the rocket soared with a long tail flame, akin to a python emerging from its lair, and, after a few slight undulations, it accurately struck the small car beside the truck. It was a miss, although Yi Yuan was skilled with firearms. His lack of experience with rocket launchers in his previous life left much to be desired in terms of accuracy. Upon impact with the small car, a deafening explosion erupted, sending flames skyward, and the adjacent truck was obliterated into pieces. Even the nearby dozen or so cars were hurled into the air, creating a truly spectacular scene. Yi Yuan chucked it. A miss was inconsequential. What did it matter if his aim was slightly off, given the immense power? A rocket with tenfold explosive force was formidable. If aimed at a horde of zombies, it would undoubtedly annihilate a large group. A devastating slaughter. At that moment, 3 women peeked out. Witnessing the raging inferno and the scattered wreckage of cars, all were left dumbfounded. Wow, Brother Yi, what kind of rocket launcher is this? Its power is incredible. I see now. Brother Yi must have given the shell some enhancements. Liu Rian was both awestruck and terrified. Yi Yuan was truly remarkable. Whatever came into his hands seemed to be equipped with extraordinary capabilities, even granting himself enhancements. At that moment, inspiration struck Yi Yuan. Since he could replicate and expand the explosives within the rockets, could he do the same with grenades? No. He quickly dismissed this suicidal notion. Rockets are designed for long-range firing, so a tenfold replication was acceptable. However, grenades are thrown by hand. Even standard grenades can cause injury or death if mishandled. Amplifying the internal explosives would be tantamount to courting death. While it might be safe to drop one from a rooftop, the typical scenario involves throwing them from the ground in various directions. It was unwise to take such risks. Injuring himself would not be worth it. Aside from grenades, Yi Yuan also contemplated bullets. The propellant in automatic rifle cartridges could be expanded, but excessive power could lead to chamber explosions. Shotgun pellets could also be augmented, but the ratio of propellant to pellet weight is precisely calculated. If too many pellets are used, the propellant's thrust could be insufficient, greatly diminishing effectiveness. While many ideas swirled in his mind, only the rockets could be practically implemented. Nevertheless, that was acceptable. If one grenade wouldn't do, he could throw 10. If one bullet was insufficient, he could unleash a torrent of fire from a machine gun. When quality fell short, quantity would suffice. After all, he could replicate infinitely. Moreover, with the rocket launcher as his primary weapon, there was no need to pursue perfection with other arms. Yi Yuan stowed the rocket launcher and sealed the tunnel entrance. All right, let's call it day and head back. The villa at Nanhu Houding required the installation of security windows, and he had all the necessary welding equipment and steel pipes. In his previous life, Yi Yuan had spent some time doing manual labor at the Luhu gathering site, working alongside welders to reinforce defensive structures. So despite appearing as a wealthy heir, he was well-versed in basic technical tasks. The 4 of them rode their electric bikes back, soon arriving at the villa's underground entrance. However, they found it blocked by a massive stone. Yi Yuan had been prudent, ensuring that if anyone intruded into the villa, at least they wouldn't discover the tunnel and compromise his safety. Now, he needed to transfer the large stone into the spatial warehouse. Taking out a shovel, he struck the stone, and a 3D holographic image appeared in his mind. To his surprise, he made an unexpected discovery. The 3D image clearly displayed 6 individuals within the villa, 4 men and 2 women, all situated in the living room. They wielded fire axes and hammers, stained with blood. Some seated while others stood, engaged in animated conversation, seemingly arguing about something. Damn it, they've truly taken over my sanctuary, Yi Yuan thought. A perfectly fine villa had been surrounded overnight by massive stone walls. Survivors would undoubtedly seek to infiltrate. Yi Yuan was mentally prepared for this, which was why he aimed to reinforce the doors and windows. After all, anyone could scale the walls. However, intruding would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. Yi Yuan had no interest in learning who they were or what they sought in his home. He preferred to avoid any risks associated with engaging these individuals. Although the 3D image depicted them armed only with melee weapons, one could never be too cautious. They might possess firearms concealed at their waists. It would be far easier to eliminate them without confrontation. Thus, Yi Yuan continued to excavate, and massive stones suddenly appeared above the villa's living room. With a cacophony of crushing sounds, within mere seconds, all 6 individuals were crushed to death. Yi Yuan emerged from the tunnel with the 3 women, finding the living room littered with the bodies of the deceased. The 3 women had grown accustomed to such sights and did not panic. The living room was in disarray, and Yi Yuan retracted the stones into the spatial warehouse before employing his devouring skill. As the abyssal maw opened wide, the shattered furniture and the corpses on the floor were all consumed and relocated to the spatial warehouse. During his previous foray into the supermarket, he had conveniently collected an array of furniture, which he now retrieved from the spatial warehouse and arranged anew, restoring the living room to its pristine condition. Just then, Yi Yuan caught a glimmer of movement out of the corner of his eye, and his gaze sharpened. Chapter 55. Dealing with the sycophant requires cruelty. Above the high wall outside, a drone was observing the villa. However, Yi Yuan was certain that this drone had only just appeared, meaning that it had not witnessed him crushing the individuals inside the villa. Nor had it seen him utilizing the devouring skill to transfer the destroyed furniture and bodies into the spatial warehouse, or the subsequent redecoration of the living room. Yi Yuan, look! Liu Rian also spotted the drone hovering above the wall, and Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan immediately raised their weapons. Yi Yuan quickly gestured for them to lower their guns. In that brief moment of hesitation, the drone promptly turned and fled. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan were frustrated, but Yi Yuan merely smiled, saying, if we had shot it down just now, we would never know where the operator of that drone was hiding. In this apocalyptic world, people's hearts are treacherous. Since someone had set their sights on this place, Yi Yuan was determined to uncover the whereabouts of that individual, regardless of their intentions. For the sake of security, one must eliminate any potential future threats. Thus, he immediately released a massive boulder, and as the engineer's shovel struck it, a three-dimensional image unfolded in his mind. The fleeing drone was clearly visible. How naive to think you can spy unnoticed, should you dare to land. I will know precisely where you hide. Yi Yuan keenly observed the drone's movements, with the 3D image resembling a radar that could disregard the blood mist entirely. Yet, the drone did not halt its course, continuing to fly until it vanished from the mental map. Yi Yuan, seek it, regretfully. The 3D image could only cover a diameter of 1 kilometer, equating to a radius of 500 meters. This range was indeed extensive, capable of surprising both escapees and pursuers during assassination or reconnaissance missions. However, monitoring the drone proved somewhat challenging as it was impervious to the threats posed by ground zombies, allowing it to roam freely. Capturing the drone's trajectory within a 500-meter radius was quite difficult. Yi Yuan stored the boulder in the spatial warehouse, causing the 3D image to dissipate from his mind. How's it going, Yi Dage? Where did the drone fly off to? Xiao Wan inquired. Yi Yuan shook his head. It has exited my surveillance range. However, there is no need for concern. It is likely that survivors are trapped in their homes, using the drone to survey the outside world. Despite his words, Yi Yuan remained vigilant. Living underground was theoretically safer, even entirely secure, yet could be stifling. Digging tunnels throughout the day and residing underground at night would eventually lead to despair. Thus, reinforcing the windows with security bars seemed a more practical solution. With tools and materials at hand, Yi Yuan stepped outside the villa into the courtyard, retrieving steel bars and connecting the cutting machine to a power source. The three women set about measuring the window dimensions. Before long, Yi Yuan constructed a security window, then replicated it for the other windows according to their sizes. Some windows were larger, necessitating the use of a localized integrated enlargement technique, which proved exceedingly convenient. Finally, using expansion screws, he installed all the security windows, significantly enhancing the villa's safety. Even if someone were to scale the wall, entry without specialized tools would be impossible. In his previous life, Yi Yuan had developed a light sleep habit. If anyone were to pry open the security bars, he would undoubtedly awaken. Once the security bars were installed, he checked the time. It was still early, merely 6 o'clock. For additional safety, he decided to raise the wall by another 5 meters. As there were plenty of boulders in the spatial warehouse, Yi Yuan called Xiao Wan and Xiao Fan over to assist. The boulders were to be stacked directly. Although each weighed 2 to 3 tons, they did not require manual transportation. It was akin to adhesive application, placing them precisely where needed. The spatial warehouse, crafted from a wine jug, was aligned with the desired stacking location, and his mental energy entered the warehouse. It was important to note that there was no energy field within the warehouse. His mental energy was akin to divine will, directly using his thoughts to grasp the boulders and gently release them from the jug's opening. One boulder was thus stacked with remarkable ease. Of course, this stacked wall lacked concrete reinforcement, necessitating increased thickness alongside the height. In some areas, the stones needed to interlock to create tensile strength. Consequently, the wall's thickness was also augmented by 1 meter. The three of them worked together to construct the wall, completing it in under 20 minutes. Observing the stout and towering wall, everyone wore satisfied smiles, free from the worry of intruders scaling the wall. They could finally enjoy a restful night as sleep. If only they could add a layer of barbed wire for additional security. Remarkably, Yi Yuan had just such an idea. During a raid at the hardware store, he had seized a considerable amount of wire, which now proved useful. The barbed wire fence served as a defensive structure. In his previous life, while serving the Luhu City Defense Corps, he had often worked with such materials. Soon, Yi Yuan skillfully fashioned a 10-centimeter section of the rolling fence, adorned with interlaced steel spikes. Though merely 10 centimeters in height, it was replicable. Yi Yuan climbed to the top of the wall, secured the rolling fence, and activated his localized replication ability. The 10-centimeter barbed wire began to extend, reaching 1 meter, then 2, then 5. At intervals, he secured it with expansion screws to ensure it would not fall. The perimeter of the wall measured less than 200 meters. The wire, being inorganic, required minimal mental energy and replicated swiftly, completing the task in a mere 10 minutes. Yi Yuan descended from the wall, admiring the fortified rolling fence, and clapped his hands. All done. After such a long endeavor, the villa's security had been thoroughly addressed. It was now time to prepare dinner. Lu Ruyen smiled slightly and promptly set about executing her plan. As darkness fell, she announced, "I will cook. You all have worked hard today, so please rest." "Wow, Sister Ruyen is so kind. Thank you for your hard work," exclaimed Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan, while even Yi Yuan failed to perceive Lu Ruyen's ulterior motives. I will handle the cooking. After we eat, is it too much to ask that you wash the dishes and sweep the floor?" Seizing the opportunity, she quickly washed up, while the others remained unaware that they were all being schemed against. Seated on the sofa, Yi Yuan pondered that Gu Yiming would likely not come to his rescue anytime soon. Yet, a day without scheming against his enemies left him feeling uneasy. After much contemplation, it seemed that aside from Gu Yiming, Hisu was the only other target to exploit. Having finally grasped the weakness of that persistent suitor, it was imperative to take full advantage. Yi Dage, would you like a smoke? Xiao Fan offered, lighting a cigarette and handing it to Yi Yuan. When playing with Hisu, it was best for Xiao Fan to take the lead, given her status as his once-cherished white moonlight. Although the cards had been laid bare previously, a suitor devoid of self-respect was irredeemable. With just a word, he could be revived. Once revitalized, he could be dealt a crushing blow, akin to a delightful game of torment. Xiao Fan, have you blocked Hisu? Yi Yuan inweeded. Yes, Yi Dage. He only has eyes for you. So of course, I had to block Hisu. A sly smile crept across Yi Yuan's face. Quickly unblock him. And then, Chapter 56, the irredeemable suitor following Yi Yuan's plan, Jiang Xiao Fan re-added Hisu as a friend. She would feign that he had mistreated her, hoping for Hisu to come to her aid. If he truly came, he would be left utterly humiliated, and then she could confront him. The thought alone was exhilarating. He would surely be furious. Yet, Jiang Xiao Fan shook her head repeatedly. No, Yi Dage. I was so harsh in the video. He must despise me now and would never come to help. Whether it will work or not, we must try. Hisu, that relentless suitor, has pursued Xiao Fan for over half a year without ever tasting the flavor of her affection. It is clear he has lost all sense of reason. His love for Xiao Fan has reached an unconditional level. Trust me, re-add him as a friend, and then follow my previous instructions. If it works, great. If not, we will move on. Jiang Xiao Fan was absolutely loyal to Yi Yuan. Since he had suggested it, she decided to give it a try, especially since she harbored a dislike for Hisu. If it could bring joy to Yi Dage, she was more than willing. Quickly, Xiao Fan re-added Hisu as a friend. Before she could send a message, Hisu was the first to reach out. Xiao Fan, is that really you? Xiao Fan, I miss you so much. How are you doing? He sent 3 messages in quick succession, revealing his palpable excitement. Yet, Jiang Xiao Fan felt repulsed. If not for the desire to please Yi Dage, she wouldn't even consider contacting him. Hisu, I'm not well. What happened, Xiao Fan? Please tell me what is going on. Yi Yuan, observing Hisu's messages, could nearly conclude that this fellow was in the late stages of suitor syndrome. His words reeked of desperation. Xiao Fan was already mine. Why the concern now? Irredeemable indeed. But this worked perfectly in my favor. Xiao Fan was still typing when the impatient Hisu immediately sent a video call. What should I do, Brother Yi? Should I answer it? Of course, answer it. Yi Yuan signaled Xiao Fan to accept the video call and stepped aside to avoid being captured by the camera. Once the video connected, Jiang Xiao Fan instantly transformed into an actress, adopting a sorrowful demeanor, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke. Hisu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that about you. You truly care for me, while Yi Yuan is merely using me. What? Upon hearing this, Hisu's anger erupted. For 6 months, he had revered this goddess, only to discover she had been exploited by Yi Yuan. Dame Yi Yuan, I want to let this go. Xiao Fan, don't cry. Tell me what happened. Jiang Xiao Fan, sobbing, spent over 10 minutes embellishing the lies concocted by Yi Yuan, relaying them to Hisu with exaggerated flair. Hisu felt as if he might explode. What? During the day, he sends you out to scavenge for food, and at night, he expects you to massage his feet? If you do anything he disapproves of, he hits you? What a beast. I'll kill that bastard Yi Yuan. Hisu's heart bled as he realized that the woman he cherished had been treated as mere cannon fodder by Yi Yuan. Every day, she was sent out to search for food, forced to walk ahead. If they encountered zombies, she would become a human shield. Yi Yuan, that heartless fiend, was more ruthless than he. He had provided ample support to the women he had been with before the apocalypse, ensuring their well-being even in this new world. Although Hisu might be devoid of sentiment and loyalty, he never owed anything to women. Unlike Yi Yuan, who was nothing short of a beast. In that moment, Hisu felt a sudden sense of grandeur, akin to a student who had been at the bottom of the class suddenly achieving a higher rank. If one were to call Hisu foolish, they would be mistaken. He understood perfectly well that Jiang Xiao Fan had been played by Yi Yuan and was now used as a pawn. Yet, he still felt a pang of heartache. A lovesick fool is indeed pitiable, loathsome, and irredeemable. But hurt feelings aside, he could not bring himself to act decisively. Xiao Fan, rest assured, if you truly regret it and are willing to be with me, I, Hisu, will do everything in my power to rescue you. Hisu remained rational, refraining from uttering foolish words about personally saving her. Really, Hisu, you will send someone to rescue me? Trust me, I will send someone soon. Just give me a little time. All right, I'll wait for you. After ending the video call, Jiang Xiao Fan let out a soft sigh and shot a playful glare at Yi Yuan. Brother Yi, you're truly wicked. I didn't expect Hisu to be so infatuated with me, but unfortunately, he holds no place in my heart. Yi Yuan smiled, remaining silent. To be honest, had Jiang Xiao Fan not become a servant, she would undoubtedly have been moved by Hisu. After all, one is not made of stone. In this apocalypse, to find someone willing to go to such lengths to rescue another, even with ulterior motives, is enough to touch even the hardest of hearts. This Hisu's feelings for Jiang Xiao Fan were indeed commendable. However, he was a scoundrel who had caused the death of my parents in a past life, and had even tortured me. No matter if he was a pseudo-champion of pure love or a true saint, I would still toy with him until his demise. At this moment, Xiao Wan came over to pour tea for Yi Yuan. The contrast between past and and present was vast. Not only had he gained extraordinary abilities, but he was also surrounded by exquisite beauties. It felt like a dream. In the midst of his reflections, Yi Yuan checked his current attributes. Yi Yuan attributes: Strength 25, Constitution 25, Agility 24, Spirit 25 abilities. 3D printing, unlimited replication, local integrated replication, living organism replication, excavator master, super excavator, ground fortification LV8, ground shovel, nutritionist, devouring LV2. This attribute panel was indeed luxurious, especially the row of abilities below, each one more impressive than the last. After spending the past few days digging tunnels, his ground fortification skill had already reached level 8, granting him 8 points of free attributes. Different abilities had varying effects upon leveling up. For instance, with ground fortification, each upgrade grants 1 point of free attributes. However, the devouring ability operates differently. At level 1, consuming 1 ton of food grants 1 point of free attributes, but after leveling up, one must consume 2 tons to gain the same. Thus, the challenge increases with advancement. In truth, the cap for devouring at level 1 is 20 points of free attributes. Once that limit is reached, further consumption does not convert into free attributes. However, upon leveling up to level 2, one can continue to gain free attributes. Therefore, the key for upgrading the devouring ability is to remove the limit. At that moment, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, though it was still being prepared. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yuan took out a gas canister. This was a replica. The sample had already been given to Lu Ruyin, who was currently cooking. Nevertheless, the replica could still replicate. Initially, he intended to replicate the internal space and gas storage of the canister by thousands of times, enough to last a lifetime. However, this was highly dangerous. An unexpected explosion would leave no survivors. Thus, he opted for caution. Yi Yuan replicated over a dozen canisters of gas, enough for the short term. By now, the sky had completely darkened, and the solar streetlights had ceased to shine, plunging the entire urban area into darkness. Only Yi Yuan's home remained illuminated, powered by a diesel generator running 24 hours a day. This sparked an idea. There was a communication base station nearby, which would automatically use battery power after a power outage. By noon tomorrow at the latest, the battery would be depleted. However, the base station was equipped with backup generators. Tomorrow morning, he could dig a tunnel to the base station to activate the generator for power. At worst, he would have to return daily to refill the diesel. This way, he would avoid being cut off from the internet. With the internet, life becomes enjoyable, especially since he hadn't confronted Gu Yiming yet. When the time came, he could shoot an intimate video with Lu Ruyin to send to Gu Yiming. Haha, he would probably explode on the spot. Not long after, Lu Ruyin finished preparing the meal. Once everyone was seated, Yi Yuan noticed that Lu Ruyin was eating particularly quickly. After finishing, she claimed to be tired and wanted to wash up and sleep early. Yi Yuan was left perplexed. You didn't do much today. How can you be tired from just cooking? It wasn't tea until Lu Ruyin emerged from washing up and swiftly darted into the master bedroom that Yi Yuan realized. Oh no, you're stealing from home. Chapter 57. Lu Ruyin, the bloodthirsty empress, slays zombies the morning after a stormy night arrived. Yi Yuan was the first to awaken, and after washing up, he stepped into the courtyard to smoke a cigarette. Although the villa was surrounded by 10-meter-high walls, some space was reserved for movement. Otherwise, it would feel stifling to live there. After finishing a cigarette, the 3 women successively rose to wash up, and Yi Yuan replicated a table of breakfast. He had long since developed the habit of reserving samples of anything that could be replicated in a space warehouse, including the delicious meals he had prepared over the past few days. Though direct replication of food lacks the authenticity of life, this was the apocalypse. Since he had decided to scour the city for essential supplies, he needed to act swiftly. If he wanted life to feel more real, he could prepare dinner himself. Breakfast and lunch could be replicated. Today, Lu Ruyin appeared even more enchanting, though her gait was somewhat awkward. Unfortunately, during the move last night, the furniture was too large for the doorframe, and she had sustained some injury while squeezing through. However, it had its benefits. Lu Ruyin's taming level had reached 95, allowing Yi Yuan to complete the final strip of her characteristics. Consequently, the devouring ability was elevated to level 3. After that, Lu Ruyin automatically became a servant, her taming level reaching 100, signifying absolute loyalty. Now, he could safely armor her. Furthermore, after completing the move last night, Yi Yuan bestowed upon her the ground fortification and devouring level 1 abilities. Yi Yuan could never share his replication ability with others. It symbolized his identity as the master, and being an orange ability, he was reluctant to share it with anyone. After breakfast, the story continues. Yi Yuan provided Lu Ruyin with a comprehensive arsenal, including a shotgun, assault rifle, handgun, and machine gun. However, grenades and rocket launchers were temporarily off limits due to the lack of training. Any operational mishap could lead to catastrophic consequences. Let us embark, he declared. Xiao Fan Xiao Wan. Your primary mission today is to instruct Ruyin in the use of firearms to eliminate the zombies. Lu Ruyin has acquired some knowledge of weapon handling over the past few days, but her marksmanship leaves much to be desired. Fortunately, with a shotgun, precision is less of a concern. The main challenge lies in overcoming fear and firing rapidly when confronted by a horde of zombies. If one shot fails to eliminate, swiftly reload for a second shot. The goal is to dispatch as many as possible. Yi Yuan excavated a tunnel and led the 4 of them inside, sealing the tunnel entrance behind them. Their immediate destination was a nearby communication station to activate a backup diesel generator, ensuring the station could continue to function. This would provide internet access at home, enabling them to watch videos in the evening to stay informed about the outside world and devise strategies to continue deceiving Gu Yiming and He Su, particularly the latter, who had promised to do everything in his power to rescue Xiao Fan. Gu Yiming had also pledged to save Lu Ruyin, thus internet access was imperative. Yi Yuan willingly took on the task of digging the tunnel, believing that as long as he was not fatigued, there was no need for others to assist. After all, excavating the tunnel would enhance his attributes. He needed to maximize his strength, especially with the impending challenge of facing Lu Bu at night. This rationale was sound. After 20 minutes of labor, Yi Yuan reached the communication station nearest to the residential area. In his mind, a 3D map revealed a scattering of a dozen zombies on the surface, with one more inside the station itself. This presented an excellent opportunity for Lu Ruyin to practice. There are several zombies on the ground. When I breach the tunnel, I will lure them in. Ruyin, you will take the lead in dispatching them. Xiao Fan, stand behind her. If she encounters any trouble, it will be your responsibility to eliminate the zombies that rush into the tunnel. Xiao Fan signaled her understanding with an okay gesture. Lu Ruyin nodded, though she appeared somewhat anxious, recalling Yi Yuan's earlier words about Xiao Fan needing to provide cover in case of any mishaps. What sort of mishap? Being bitten by a zombie? As a novice, she was expected to stand at the forefront and absorb damage. Yet, the current Lu Ruyin was not the same as the one from yesterday. A servant is utterly loyal to their master. Despite her fears, she would still carry out her orders. Before long, Yi Yuan removed the final block of earth, allowing the tunnel to connect directly to the station's interior. He fired a shot outside, startling the zombies within the station. The door was ajar, and the commotion was heard outside as well. The first zombies to charge were those from inside the station. Yi Yuan delivered a swift kick, sending one flying, and quickly retreated back into the tunnel, positioning himself behind the 3 women. He could not shoulder every responsibility. Henceforth, the task of slaying zombies would fall to them, and he would seize any opportunity to train them. Lu Ruyin gripped the shotgun, fully focused. Soon, the first zombie barreled into the tunnel. With a tremor in her hand, she pulled the trigger. To her surprise, luck favored her. At a distance of 30 meters, her shot felled the incoming zombie. This success bolstered her confidence immensely. Click! She ejected the spent shell and reloaded. Another zombie charged in, but this time she missed the vital spot. Most of the pellets ricocheted off the tunnel wall. The zombie stumbled momentarily before continuing its relentless advance. Stay calm. Load quickly, she reminded herself. She was acutely aware of Xiao Fan standing behind her. If danger arose, she doubted Yi Yuan would allow her to perish. After all, she was a key technician in operating the shield tunneling machine. Despite her mental clarity, her heart raced uncontrollably. The zombies approached with alarming speed, their grotesque visages creating a strong visual impact that overwhelmed her senses. Trembling, she finally managed to reload again. At this point, the zombie was less than 15 meters away. Xiao Fan poised her shotgun, ready to fire if the creature drew within 10 meters. The moment came. Bang! The gun discharged, and the powerful recoil jolted Lu Ruyin. However, her aim was true. At 13 meters, she obliterated the zombie's head, a gruesome spectacle that was both terrifying and exhilarating. It felt as if something primal within her had been awakened, her eyes reflecting a blend of fear, excitement, and a hint of madness. Click! Another shell was loaded. 2 more zombies rushed in. Ah! She exclaimed with exhilaration, squeezing the trigger. Bang! One zombie collapsed. She ejected the shell, loaded again, and fired at the second, which also fell. An increasing tide of zombies surged into the tunnel. Yet Lu Ruyin's initial trepidation transformed into fervor. She repeatedly ejected shells, reloaded, and fired. The tunnel became a veritable corridor of death, with every zombie that entered meeting its demise. In less than 3 minutes, silence enveloped the tunnel, bodies piled high. Lu Ruyin exhaled softly. Wow, that was exhilarating. Yi Yuan, rubbing his forehead, had not anticipated that Lu Ruyin would prove to be a fierce warrior like Xiao Fan, only better at disguising it. The Northeast Tiger, the Northwest Wolf, and the Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus masquerading as a sheep, yet the ferocity was undeniable. They knew when to be gentle and when to unleash their wild side. Let us proceed to the station, Yi Yuan instructed as he led the 3 women out of the tunnel. Meanwhile, on the villa's surrounding wall, yesterday's drone reappeared. The towering walls could fend off zombies, and barbed wire prevented intruders from scaling them. However, they could not stop the drone from spying. The drone hovered once more over the wall, scrutinizing the villa's interior. Unfortunately, all doors and windows had been fortified with security bars, and curtains were drawn tightly, blocking any view inside. At that moment, an elegant and captivating woman murmured to herself as she viewed the feed transmitted by the drone. How curious. This villa's walls have doubled in height overnight. They are also sturdier than before. The stones used to build them are remarkably smooth and even. How could this be accomplished? her brows furrowed in puzzlement. Dressed in a form-fitting qipao that accentuated her bare shoulders and arms, her skin was soft and pale, and her long legs resembled freshly harvested winter radishes, clean and tender. The woman's name was Su Min, and she held another identity as the wife of Hong Jing-yi, one of the three major shareholders responsible for the demise of Yi Yuan's parents. Of course, Su Min was Hong Jing-yi's second wife. He was over 50, while she was merely 24 or 25. Unfortunately, her fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. Shortly after marrying Hong Jing-yi, her father passed away unexpectedly, delaying their wedding celebrations. After attending to her father's funeral, she decided to stay at home to support her mother for a while, thus postponing her move to Luhu to live with Hong Jing-yi. Little did she know that the apocalypse would arrive. Her mother went out to buy groceries and never returned, leaving her alone at home. Fortunately, during the funeral preparations, they had stocked up on drinks and candies to entertain guests visiting her mother. Her mother also kept a supply of frozen goods in the freezer, so she had sufficient food for the time being. She also enjoyed keeping pets. Her home housed a Siberian husky and a cockatiel. Though they were merely animals, they provided companionship, preventing her from succumbing to despair. However, since the power outage 2 days ago, Su Min began to panic. It was July, and despite the blood mist obscuring the sun, the heat remained oppressive. The food in the refrigerator had largely spoiled, and the remaining bread and biscuits would not last long. During this time, she had been in contact with Hong Jing-yi, but he lacked the resources to send a helicopter for her rescue. It was not a matter of finances. Before the apocalypse, he had been a prominent capitalist in Shu Duyet. What good was wealth in the face of such calamity? He Xiaomin ranks second among the capitalists in Shudu, yet even he is unable to procure a helicopter. Only Gu Yiming possesses such stature. Hong Jingyi once sought Gu Yiming's assistance, and during their initial encounter, Gu agreed to send a helicopter to eliminate Yi Yuan and Jiang Xiaofan before proceeding to Yipin Tanxiang to retrieve Lu Ruyan. Ultimately, they would traverse the city to rescue Su Min as well. Unfortunately, the helicopter was shot down at the first stop by Yi Yuan. Later, Su Min requested Hong Jingyi to devise a plan for her rescue, to which he consented, assuring her that he was contemplating a solution. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the rescue never materialized. Now, the power is out, and the internet is down. Su Min can no longer reach Hong Jingyi and is left to scout the outside situation with a drone, hoping to find any rescue teams in the city. To her dismay, there are none. Only a relentless horde of zombies, growing in number each day, has filled her residential complex. Not only is there a lack of rescue, but even if there were, it is doubtful that anyone could save her. The direst situation is that the drone's battery is nearly depleted. It may only venture out twice more before becoming entirely inoperative. With the power, internet, water, and gas all cut off, Su Min sighed, gazing at her dwindling food supplies, her despair reaching its zenith. She thought of the villa surrounded by massive stone walls, home to 1 man and 3 women. It seemed utterly secure, and judging by their appearances, they likely did not lack for food. Moreover, they still had electricity, although it was not far from her home. Just 700 to 800 meters in a straight line, she would have to traverse 3 blocks and a park, the dangers of which are evident. With her meager combat skills, descending the building was already a challenge, let alone making her way to that veritable fortress of a villa. It seems I can only await my demise here. Contemplating her youth, elegance, and allure, once a goddess adored by many, she now faced the prospect of starvation in solitude. A wave of sorrow washed over her. In truth, she harbored an escape plan, but it lacked only a weapon. Even the most rudimentary would suffice. At that moment, her pet husky approached her silently. Shoo, hop high, don't make a sound, there's zombies outside. It must be said that Su Min possessed remarkable skills in training her pets. This foolish dog had been impeccably trained to be obedient, and throughout these days, it had not barked once. Meanwhile, the drone returned. Su Min quickly powered it down, unwilling to waste any precious battery. Her survival might very well depend on it. She resolved to seek assistance from the inhabitants of the fortress villa. Even though the likelihood of receiving help was slim, it was worth a try. What if they were inclined to assist? Her request was modest. She had clearly observed through the drone that one of the women in the villa possessed a gun, and they did not appear to be thugs. Su Min did not dare to wish for a firearm. If only they could grant her a sharp knife. She could devise her own means of escape from the building. She had estimated her chances of survival at a mere 10%. Yet even so, it was worth attempting. It was certainly better than waiting to perish at home. Therefore, she wrote a note today and attached it to the drone, directing it towards the fortress villa, but alas, the inhabitants were nowhere to be seen. It was uncertain whether they had ventured out or simply had not yet risen. To be safe, Su Min decided to send the drone again before dusk. Her home was stocked with fruit knives and kitchen knives, but with her meager combat skills, even those would be ineffective against the zombies. She had observed one of the women in the villa with a military dagger strapped to her leg. If fortune smiled upon her and they were willing to part with it, she could put her escape plan into action. At that point, she would have to leave Hop Hai and Tai Zi behind. Tai Zi was a Xuanfeng parrot, which she had nurtured for 3 years and was reluctant to abandon. Yet she found herself out of viable options. Hop Hai, Tai Zi, come and eat. There's still plenty of pet food, so they would not go hungry for now. But her own supplies were dwindling. Su Min tore off a piece of bread and ate it cautiously. After finishing a small piece, She took a few sips of herbal tea and resolved to make do. She needed to ration her food, saving up for when she truly needed to escape. Sleep, sleep. If she fell asleep, she would not feel hunger. The day drifted by in a hazy blur. As night descended, she presumed the occupants of the villa must be back. Even if they had gone out during the day, they would surely return before dark. Thus it was time to test her luck with the drone once more. Mom and Dad, bless me. I did not ask for much. If they could just provide me with a dagger, I would be utterly content. Su-min stood on the balcony as the drone powered up again, flying towards the direction of Nanhu Houting Villa. As dusk approached, Yi Yuan and his companions returned to the villa at Nanhu Houting. After raising the walls and installing barbed wire the previous day, they were pleased to find that no intruders had breached their defenses today. A 5-meter-high wall could be scaled with tools, but a 10-meter wall was nearly insurmountable. This was not the pre-apocalypse era, where zombies roamed freely. Attempting to use a ladder would be tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, the walls were fortified with a ring of barbed wire. After resting briefly, Xiao Wan took Xiao Fan to prepare dinner, as they generally cook for themselves in the evening. Having consumed replicated food throughout the day, it felt somewhat surreal. Lu Rian, feeling particularly fatigued today, refrained from cooking. Despite her exhaustion, she had achieved considerable success. Though she usually appeared graceful and charming, like a docile sheep, when armed, her true nature emerged. Today, she had gone on a killing spree, dispatching over 100 zombies. Now, when she encountered the undead, her eyes sparkled with excitement rather than fear. Additionally, her gains today were significant. Her level 1 Devour skill had reached its limit, granting her 10 points of free attributes. Presently, all 4 of her attributes stood at 11, her physical prowess akin to that of a top-tier athlete, allowing her to nearly disregard recoil when handling firearms. Of course, that did not apply to machine guns. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan's digging strength had also reached level 6, with both gaining 2 points of free attributes each. Each level of digging strength grants an increase of 1 free attribute. However, further upgrades were becoming increasingly sluggish. Yi Yuan reaped the most substantial rewards today. Upon reaching level 3 in his Devour skill, he lifted restrictions, consuming 100 tons of food and accruing 20 points of free attributes. At level 3, he gains 1 point of free attributes for every 5 tons consumed. Though the conversion rate has significantly decreased, at least the restrictions were lifted, allowing for unrestrained consumption, and food was in no short supply. The supermarkets throughout the city were ripe for the taking. Even in the absence of food, he could replicate it. However, that was a last resort. The mental energy consumed in replication was considerable, and while it sufficed for daily needs, relying on replication to bolster his Devour skill would be woefully inefficient. Scavenging supermarkets remained the most effective method. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's digging strength had ascended to level 8. As levels increase, the pace of upgrading slows. At present, all his attributes had reached 30 points. A casual slap could send a zombie flying. While it was somewhat challenging to kill them outright, a well-placed punch to the head could indeed do the trick, as he had verified. His strength attributes encompassed raw power, explosiveness, and penetrating force. With 30 points of strength, he possessed the combined might of 3 elite athletes. A single punch could deliver such penetrating force that it would shatter a zombie's skull. Even if the exterior seemed intact, the interior would be rendered a mushy mess, leaving no chance for survival. Naturally, he would not typically resort to punching zombies, as it posed a significant risk. A single bite could spell disaster, even for the most fortunate. As Xiao Wan and Xiao Fan continued cooking, Lu Rian thoughtfully brought Yi Yuan a pot of tea, top-grade Yu Mao Feng, the king of green teas, obtained during their scavenging. Its elegant and refreshing aroma, coupled with a rich, smooth taste, lingered delightfully on Yi Yuan's palate. Even amidst the apocalypse, such enjoyment was a rarity, perhaps only available to him. This is not mere self-indulgence. Even the prominent figures at Luhu relish exquisite culinary delights daily. However, their moods are vastly different. Being trapped in Luhu, one remains perpetually anxious, fearing that zombies may breach their defenses at any moment. Unlike Yi Yuan, who is unburdened by physiological or safety concerns, living a life even more fulfilling than before the apocalypse. At that moment, Yi Yuan heard a buzzing sound. Hide! He grasped Liu Rian's hand and swiftly concealed themselves behind the window, a shotgun already in his grasp. Before long, a drone hovered outside the window. Was it the same drone from yesterday? Ye Yuan did not respond. He was uncertain, as many people possessed drones, and it was impossible to ascertain if it belonged to the same individual. Look, there's a piece of paper hanging from the drone's belly. Ye Yuan noticed it as well. Moreover, the drone lingered outside, suggesting that its operator bore no ill intent. The paper likely contained a message. Ruyan, go retrieve it and see. Liu Ruyan pushed open the window and took the note, handing it to Ye Yuan. Upon unfolding it, he indeed found several lines inscribed. Hello, my name is Sumin. I reside not far from you in Kadia Huayuanqing. I am currently trapped at home, and my food and water are nearly depleted. I wish to leave the building, but I lack adequate weaponry. I hope you can assist me. I need a military dagger. The drone has a hook on its underside that can carry the dagger. Of course, it could also carry a firearm, if possible. Thank you. After reading the content of the note, Ye Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Sumin? The name sounded familiar. He recalled that Hong Jingyi's wife was also named Sumin. Ye Yuan had conducted thorough investigations into all those involved in the conspiracy against his parents, and he was well aware of Hong Jingyi's background, at least the publicly known aspects. However, Hong Jingyi's second wife had only been registered a few days before the apocalypse erupted, and they had not even held a banquet. Ye Yuan had not had the chance to investigate further. He knew nothing of her appearance, residence, or occupation. Yet, he possessed memories from his past life. In his previous existence, he had encountered Hong Jingyi's wife at Luhu. She was an enchanting beauty, truly a siren capable of draining a man's vitality. However, it was evident that this Sumin was not the same person. Hong Jingyi's wife was undoubtedly at Luhu and could not possibly be in Kadia Huayuanqing. They were not the same individual. Despite the bravery exhibited by this woman named Sumin, who dared to attempt an escape with merely a dagger, it was both tragic and courageous. But who could ascertain the truth? In these apocalyptic times, the human heart is as fickle as the wind. Every word from a survivor could be a deadly trap. Regardless of authenticity, I do not trust you. Perhaps the one controlling the drone is not Sumin at all, but rather a nefarious brute with ill intentions. Bang! Ye Yuan raised his weapon and shot the drone down with a single shot. Liu Ruyan was momentarily stunned. What has happened? Why did you shoot down the drone? Ye Yuan replied calmly. In the apocalypse, trust no one. Even if what they say is true, do not easily believe. Liu Ruyan nodded. Understood, I will remember. I will only trust you. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan can also be trusted, others cannot. Meanwhile, Sumin stood up from the sofa, her face shifting from concern to anger. How despicable. How can people be so wicked? Not only did they refuse to help me, but they also destroyed my drone. Damn it. The elegant and charming Sumin, when enraged, revealed her true nature. However, such a woman seemed to possess a strong desire for conquest, provided she knew her limits. To think a mere loser would aspire to conquer a stunning beauty was akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Just then, Sumin heard unusual noises outside her door. They did not resemble those of zombies. She tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole. Through the peephole, Sumin observed her neighbor stealthily making his way toward the fire escape. He wielded a dagger in his right hand and a pot lid in his left, apparently using it as a makeshift shield. A flimsy backpack hung from his back, likely empty. The neighbor was a man in his 30s, physically fit from regular exercise. It seemed that the food in his home had been exhausted, and with no rescue in sight, he had resolved to take a desperate gamble to escape the building. Sumin remained silent, watching as her neighbor approached her home, which was conveniently located near the fire escape. The distance was merely a few meters. The neighbor hesitated, walking back and forth, but ultimately gritted his teeth and swiftly entered the safety corridor. However, the next moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream, scrambling back in terror. Pursued by a zombie, the neighbor fell at her doorstep, the zombie pouncing upon him, ravenously tearing at his flesh. He stabbed frantically with the dagger, but after a dozen thrusts, he had failed to strike a vital point. The zombie remained unharmed while his neck was bitten through, robbing him of strength to continue fighting. He could only wail helplessly. Soon, 2 more zombies, attracted by the commotion, rushed up from the fire escape, joining the gruesome feast. The sounds of low growls and tearing flesh filled the air. Sumin was so frightened that she dared not breathe. Quietly, she retreated to her bedroom, bringing Ha Pi and Taizi along. Although they were obedient, they were still lowly creatures, and any noise might alert the zombies, putting her in jeopardy. Once she calmed down, Sumin felt puzzled. Even if her neighbors sought to escape, it seemed ill-timed, as night was fast approaching. Unable to comprehend the situation, she chose not to dwell on others' affairs, as she was preoccupied with her own survival. Gradually, night enveloped the city, and the sounds outside diminished significantly. But Sumin dared not check. She was fixated on the dagger her neighbor had possessed. Tomorrow, she would see. If the zombies departed, she could open the door and retrieve the dagger. As long as she moved carefully, she would not alert them. Although the light was dim, Sumin had caught a glimpse of the dagger, which appeared to be of good quality. Once in her possession, she could implement her escape plan. On the other side, after finishing his meal, Ye Yuan settled on the sofa to sip tea, contemplating a matter of significance. High walls could deter zombies and survivors alike, yet they could not obstruct drones. While these devices posed little threat, after all, the drones in the hands of survivors could not carry explosives. The incessant surveillance was quite irksome. Therefore, Ye Yuan spent the night constructing a wire mesh, securing it to the walls with expansion screws. Utilizing his unique ability to replicate, he gradually expanded the wire mesh until it completely enveloped the villa. The process was relatively straightforward. The villa's walls spanned merely over 30 meters. By replicating a few steel frames, he rolled them from one end to the other. Then, he secured the wire mesh onto the frames, allowing for continuous replication and extension. Ye Yuan whimsically named this wire mesh Tietxiong. Tietxiong featured a hinged window, permitting access to the wall. Once he exited, he could close and lock the window behind him. The wire mesh not only obstructed the drones from peering over the walls, but would also intercept any explosives dropped from above. At worst, it would create a hole, as long as it did not harm anyone. Ye Yuan glanced at the time. It was just past 8 in the evening, still early. Just then, Xiao Fan had nothing to do, so he instructed her to call He Shu to inquire when he would come to rescue them. After all, The people at Luhu were unaware of when the old city would lose its network, so a phone call would not raise suspicions. Xiaofan made the call, and He Shu answered almost instantly. Xiaofan, I miss you so much. I'm so worried about you. However, I dare not contact you easily, for I fear that Yi Yuan, that vile creature, might discover it and subsequently torment you. Xiaofan, do you have any idea of the torment I endure? I wish I could bring you to my side right now and cherish you dearly. Damn. Yi Yuan, overhearing, felt an involuntary shiver. What a pathetic sycophant. Must you be so nauseating? You are, after all, a scion of wealth. How disgraceful for our kind. Jiang Xiaofan also felt a wave of revulsion. Yet, she forced herself to maintain composure, her expression a mask of sorrow as she said, Hisu, Yi Yuan is in the shower, so I only have a few minutes. Let us be brief. When will you send someone to rescue me? I cannot bear to remain by Yi Yuan's side any longer. Every day we venture out for food, and he insists that I walk in the front. Today, I nearly fell prey to a zombie multiple times. I'm terrified. The moment Hisu heard that Jiang Xiaofan had almost been devoured by a zombie, an acute pang of anguish gripped him. I treat her as my dearest treasure. Yet she is relegated to mere cannon fodder. Vile creature. Yi Yuan, you filthy beast. Xiaofan, hold on just a little longer. I am currently discussing with Uncle Gu to arrange a team of sharpshooters. Then I will procure a few boats to take to the river near Lanning Community. Just give me a little more time, and I will surely bring you to Lu Hu. Xiaofan, I love you dearly. Ugh, how revolting. I can hardly endure it any longer. Jiang Xiaofan stifled her urge to vomit, feigning terror as she exclaimed, Oh no, Yi Yuan is done showering. I must hang up quickly. Hisu, come save me. Hisu, racing against time, replied, Do not worry, Xiaofan, I will definitely come to your rescue. Just hold on. I shall hang up now. Hurry and end this call. I do not wish to utter another word. Jiang Xiaofan silently scoffed before swiftly disconnecting the call. She exhaled deeply, unable to suppress a shiver, as if trying to shake off the goosebumps. Jiang Xiaofan cast a mournful glance at Yi Yuan. Yitago, I was just disgusted. How much longer must we endure this task? I do not wish to hear Hisu's nauseating words any longer. Yi Yuan savored a sip of tea, relishing the moment. Once he sends his men, and they are dealt with, I will confront him directly. Until then, you must endure. It is merely a few minutes of acting each day. At that moment, Lu Ruyan emerged from her grooming routine and entered the living room. Perfect timing, Ruyan. Please also call Gu Yiming and inquire about the situation. He promised to come to our rescue. Why has there been no response? A person must be thorough in their deceit. Otherwise, what is the point of such treachery? But Yi Yuan, my phone was left at Pintan Xiang. I used your phone to call. Oh, I forgot about that. I shall call myself. Yi Yuan retrieved his phone, found Gu Yiming's number, and dialed. To his dismay, it went unanswered. After several attempts, the old man finally deigned to pick up. Yi Yuan began his charade. Uncle Gu, if you do not come to our rescue soon, Aunt Lu may be in danger. There are a group of thugs in our building. They have already killed several people and have brutally assaulted numerous young women. If they were to search our home, I fear for Aunt Lu's safety. Chapter 61, for my wife. I must have your wife bear the brunt on the other end of the line. Gu Yiming shuddered at the sound of Yi Yuan's voice. He was well aware of how alluring his own wife was. Although he had never exploited her charms, he understood that any man would be deeply captivated by her. If those thugs were to find her, it would be catastrophic. Images from war films flooded Gu Yiming's mind, depicting women violated by invaders. In this current world, the thugs were likely no different from those fiends. I have cherished this stunning beauty for 5 years. I must not let her fall into their hands. Nephew, you must ensure Aunt Lu's safety. She cannot come to harm. I am devising a plan to rescue you. Just hold on a little longer and hide well. By the way, do you not have a gun? Gu Yiming, in his panic, had momentarily forgotten that Yi Yuan possessed a firearm. If that is the case, why fear the thugs? Nephew, if they dare to knock, just fire at the door. It is not illegal to defend yourself. Yi Yuan grinned. It seems that Ru Yan is Gu Yiming's Achilles heel. The old fool has fallen for it. Uncle Gu, I do possess a gun, but I have run out of bullets. Otherwise, would I fear those thugs? Damn, an empty gun? Such a charade has made He Xiaomin and Hong Jing tremble in fear. However, I must conceal this information. As long as they fear Yi Yuan's potential retaliation, I can continue to extort them. After all, I am the only one who can procure weapons from the military. Gu Yiming was calculating in his mind, yet he was desperately searching for a way to ensure Ru Yan's safety. My woman, whom I have never even touched, shall not be sullied by another. By the way, nephew, yesterday I sent people to rescue you, but those shooters were struck by a mysterious force. Huge boulders fell and killed them all. You must have witnessed that scene, yes? Indeed, I not only witnessed it, but I was the one responsible. What a fool. Yes, Uncle Gu, I saw it. It was terrifying. I had intended to retrieve their weapons, but I was too afraid. Who knew if more boulders would fall? I planned to observe and ensure safety before going to collect them, but unexpectedly, those thugs got there first and seized all the weapons, including a rocket launcher. Gu Yiming felt his head spinning. Damn, it means I personally delivered weapons to the thugs, and with those weapons, they're now clearing zombies and searching house by house. So, did I inadvertently endanger Ru Yan? Damn it, I refuse to take the blame for this. It is all Yi Yuan's fault for being cowardly and seizing those weapons first, otherwise there would not be any thugs. Once I rescue Ru Yan, I will make sure to eliminate Yi Yuan. Nephew, I know you are in a difficult situation right now, but you must hold on and protect Aunt Lu. She cannot come to harm. By the way, isn't He Su's girlfriend with you? She is quite beautiful. You should subtly advise Ru Yin to make herself as unattractive as possible while having He Su's girlfriend dress beautifully. Do you understand my intention? I understand your intention. You old fool. You want Xiao Fan to shield Ru Yin from danger? I will not agree to that. After all, the gun is mine. They must share the burden. Uncle Gu, I understand. Don't worry, I have grown weary of He Su's girlfriend. If necessary, I can sacrifice her. However, that is not a foolproof plan. Aunt Lu has such an alluring figure that even if she intentionally tries to appear unattractive, she will still be captivating. It may not be so easy to deceive the thugs. Indeed, my wife has such a mesmerizing figure. Wait a minute. What does Yi Yuan mean by saying you are tired of He Su's girlfriend? You find my wife attractive, don't you? You scoundrel. She is your aunt, at least in terms of familial hierarchy. Now, with danger looming in the front and threats lurking in the back, I am concerned about the thugs finding Ru Yin while simultaneously fearing that Yi Yuan will take advantage of the situation. What should I do? Even someone as powerful as Gu Yiming finds himself at a loss. He had pondered deeply yesterday about whether to continue sending people to rescue Ru Yin. His heart was aching to bring her back, even if it meant sacrificing a dozen or so lives. After all, it was not him who would perish. Yet, he was equally apprehensive about the mysterious force in the old district. For rescue attempts had resulted in over 50 casualties, with 2 of those being confirmed deaths by falling boulders. The other 2, while lacking direct evidence, were almost certainly connected. Thus, the pressing question remains, if another rescue is attempted, will more boulders fall? Gu Yiming himself was untroubled, but the sharpshooters were unwilling to risk their lives again. After 4 failed rescue attempts, with all operatives lost, the news had spread and no one dared to take on that role again. Gu Yiming had his methods and held significant influence. However, the more power he wielded, the more he valued the lives of those beneath him. If he disregarded their safety, he would soon find himself isolated and powerless. In the delicate balance of priorities, Gu Yiming possesses a clear understanding. Dear nephew, I have never solicited assistance from anyone before, but this time I implore you to devise a means to protect your Aunt Lu. I shall hasten to arrange for a rescue operation for you both. By the way, your Aunt Lu is afflicted with AIDS. Exercise caution, and ensure that you eat and drink separately. Do not broach this subject with her. I have pledged to keep it confidential. She is a person of considerable pride, and should she discover that I have disclosed this matter to you, she would undoubtedly be furious. Yet, I cannot bear the thought of you being infected. After Gu Yiming hung up the phone, he felt a profound sense of unease. He was uncertain whether Yi Yuan would believe him. Yet even if he harbored doubts, he would likely exercise caution. At the very least, he would be hesitant to approach Ru Yin for the time being. His greatest concern lay with the marauders. He needed to urgently organize a group of people. The bodyguards at home were already in a state of trepidation and could not be dispatched again, lest they lose their loyalty and no longer be willing to risk their lives for him. Yesterday, He Su contacted me, expressing his willingness to provide supplies and requesting that I send another batch of mercenaries to rescue Jiang Xiaofan. He has a cadre of bodyguards at his disposal as well. I propose that he supply the manpower and resources while I provide the firearms. With 2 or 3 days of training, we should be able to form a competent unit. The proficiency of a marksman is not of utmost concern. I can still procure shotguns. This is a necessity, as Longwa imposes stringent regulations on firearms. And even He Su's bodyguards have scarcely handled a gun. Training must commence from scratch, and time is of the essence, 3 days at most. Gu Yiming immediately called He Su to confirm that he would supply the firearms while He Su would provide personnel and materials. They swiftly reached an agreement to commence training the following day. Despite this, Gu Yiming remained apprehensive. 3 days would pass before they could initiate the rescue, and Ru Yin was currently at risk of being discovered by the marauders. Time was not on his side, and he could not entirely rely on Yi Yuan. Should the marauders find her, there was a high probability that Ru Yin would be handed over without hesitation. Although Yi Yuan was accompanied by 2 women, one of whom was He Su's girlfriend, Gu Yiming did not trust Yi Yuan's claim that he had grown weary of her beauty. It seemed improbable that one could tire of such a lure so swiftly. It was likely that those 2 women had been involved with Yi Yuan. In such a scenario, should they attract the attention of the marauders, he would be compelled to sacrifice Ru Yin to secure his own safety. Moreover, had not Hong Jingyi requested that I arrange a plane to rescue his wife, Su Min? Su Min is also an exquisite beauty. Since she too is trapped within the city, if Su Min were to locate Ru Yin, she might be able to shield her from harm. This possibility is indeed plausible. After all, Yi Yuan had once referred to Ru Yin as aunt, indicating some degree of connection, while Su Min was a complete stranger to him. In the event of a discovery by the marauders, if one must be surrendered, Yi Yuan would likely choose to hand over Su Min in order to placate the situation, thereby ensuring Ru Yan's safety. I must devise a strategy to persuade Hong Jingyi to send his wife to seek out Ru Yin and Yi Yuan. Chapter 62. Military Action. The horrific corpses outside the door at the Lu Hu Hei Zhanzhu lakeside villa. Hong Jingyi hung up the phone, his expression darkening and his mood growing increasingly heavy. Yesterday, he had dispatched 50 tons of supplies to a certain dignitary within the One Guan group, hoping to establish contact with the military. He had mentally prepared himself to leverage 500 tons of supplies as a bargaining chip for a deal involving weapons and ammunition. However, the recent call had dashed his hopes, rendering the endeavor futile. Not only had the deal fallen through, but the 50 tons of supplies given to the dignitary would also be unrecoverable. Frustrated, he pondered how Gu Yiming had managed to amass such a vast arsenal. His demands were modest, merely 100 or so firearms and around 20,000 rounds of ammunition. Was that truly too much to ask? Hong Jingyi could not help but admire Gu Yiming's prowess, yet he was also a ruthless individual, having swindled him out of 500 tons of supplies. Reflecting on the past, Hong Jingyi had sought Gu Yiming's assistance to rescue Su Min. Gu Yiming had promised to send a helicopter to the old city, ostensibly to eliminate Yi Yuan, but primarily to retrieve his wife, Lu Ruyan. Thus, Hong Jingyi had requested that Su Min be rescued as well. Given the need to traverse the entire city, Gu Yiming had demanded an exorbitant price of 300 tons of supplies. Ultimately, the helicopter was shot down by Yi Yuan, resulting in the loss of both his wife and the supplies. This was not the end of it. Despite Gu Yiming's own wife remaining unrecovered, Hong Jingyi remained unsatisfied and approached Gu Yiming once more, this time demanding 2,000 tons of supplies, claiming that the helicopter crash had cost the military that amount. Should another helicopter be sent for a rescue, he insisted that he must account for the previous loss. Hong Jingyi had firmly rejected this. While he cared for Su Min, he was not naive enough to expend 2,000 tons of supplies for a woman he had just married. Yet, the thought of Su Min possibly being devoured by zombies gnawed at his heart, especially now, with no way to contact her, as her phone had long been turned off. He was left in the dark about her fate. Even if she were dead, he hoped it would be a swift death, devoid of the horror of being consumed by the undead, and certainly not at the hands of the marauders. At that moment, Hong Jingyi's phone rang. Upon answering, he saw his Gu Yiming calling. "Hello, Brother Gu, what is it?" "What? You and He Su are preparing to send people to the lawn and community to eliminate Yi Yuan, and coincidentally rescue He Su's girlfriend? Your wife is also with Yi Yuan?" Hong Jingyi suddenly grasped the situation. It all made sense now. Gu Yiming had over 100 armed bodyguards, all equipped with assault rifles and even machine guns and rocket launchers. With such formidable security, he was worried about Yi Yuan retaliating, yet he was always the most proactive in dispatching people to eliminate him. The truth was that he was more concerned about the possibility of being cuckolded. "That scoundrel! You've dispatched helicopters 3 times for rescues, 2 of which you concealed from me. How could you be so callous? Knowing that my wife was also trapped in the city, it was merely a side task for you. Yet you demanded 2,000 tons of supplies to rescue my wife." Fortunately, all rescue operations had failed. At this moment, Hong Jingyi suddenly had an epiphany. "Brother Gu, what is your intent in divulging this information to me? Indeed, I wish to rescue Su Min, but your price is exorbitant." "What? You want Su Min to go to the lawn and community to find Yi Yuan and Lu Ruyan? That is far too perilous. She is in Cartier Garden City, which is quite distant from lawn and community." "Very well, I will consider it." After hanging up, Hong Jingyi furrowed his brow, still perplexed by Gu Yiming's unusual behavior. It was not the request to rescue Su Min that was out of the ordinary. They had agreed over the phone that if this mission succeeded in bringing her back, he would receive 200 tons of supplies as compensation. After all, it was Su Min who would have to travel to the lawn and community. However, why did he inform me that Lu Ruyan was with Yi Yuan? He had concealed this for so long, likely to prevent us from discovering that he might be facing infidelity. Now he was disclosing it openly, which raised suspicions. Yet, no matter how hard Hong Jingyi tried, he could not fathom Gu Yiming's true intentions. Moreover, he had not been able to reach Su Min for 2 days, leaving him uncertain about her situation. Therefore, he did not rush to agree, simply stating he would consider it. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan had not anticipated that his phone call would leave both Gu Yiming and Hong Jingyi in a state of agitation. At that moment, Ruyan was giving Yi Yuan a shoulder massage. "Ruyan, Gu Yiming claims that you have AIDS." "Huh, he is the one who has AIDS. I'm uncertain whom to believe. What should we do?" Yi Yuan smirked. Gu Yiming is merely a desperate man grasping at straws, employing such a clumsy lie to deceive himself. "Do you take me for a fool? If you truly had AIDS, would I be so concerned? You are my servant. If you were infected, would you not inform me? Nonetheless, for the sake of safety, a thorough examination is still prudent." The following morning, gunfire erupted throughout the city. Yi Yuan stood atop the wall, gazing into the blood-red mist that obscured his vision. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was a significant military operation, deploying nearly all surviving main force troops. Tanks, armored vehicles, drones, and helicopters, though conspicuously absent, were fighter jets, as their pilots had become exceedingly rare. Nearly all turned into zombies. This operation primarily aimed to eradicate zombies on a large scale, providing a glimmer of hope for the survivors in the urban area to escape. In his previous life, Yi Yuan had seized the opportunity of this operation to return to Luhu. However, in this life, he remained entirely unperturbed, knowing he could return whenever he desired. At that moment, a drone slowly flew overhead, its underbelly adorned with a loudspeaker. "Attention, all survivors. The main military force of Shu Du has entered the city and is fully clearing the main roads within the third ring, as well as the zombies on Shu Du Avenue, striving to ensure these thoroughfares remain accessible. Should you find yourself at a dead end, It may be worth taking a leap of faith and heading towards Luhu via these main roads, where safety awaits. If you're near the riverside, you may also consider boating your way there. We wish you good fortune. Yi Yuan watched as the drone drifted into the distance. Memories of his past life surged forth in his mind, recalling the time he drove a military vehicle, forced to plunge into the Shu River to escape. In reality, the number of surviving soldiers in the military was also quite limited, rendering them incapable of clearing the zombies within the third ring, as countless undead lurked in various neighborhoods, complexes, and buildings. If all were to rush out, it would be akin to a sea of zombies. Many survivors who managed to flee from buildings still met with misfortune, ultimately perishing at the jaws of the undead. However, one must consider that remaining at home merely awaited death. A desperate struggle still offered a glimmer of hope. Su Min was one such individual. Unwilling to sit idly by, she recognized that the military's clearing of the main roads might represent her last chance. She approached the door and peered through the peephole. The zombies that had devoured her neighbor the previous day had vanished. All that remained on the ground was a mangled skeleton, and at that moment, Su Min witnessed a sight that sent chills down her spine. She covered her mouth, her pupils constricting rapidly. An overwhelming dread instantly coursed through her body. Chapter 63. Su Min, go seek Lu Ruyen. After the power outage, the corridor was dimly lit. Yet daylight still illuminated it clearly. Through the peephole, Su Min beheld her neighbor, who had been reduced to a skeleton, crawling across the floor. The stark whiteness of the bones was mottled with remnants of flesh that had not been entirely torn away. This skeletal neighbor aimlessly crawled back and forth in the corridor, its mouth opening and closing, but with only a bit of skin remaining on its neck, it could not produce any sound. This scene shattered Su Min's understanding of reality. If zombies could bite a person and subsequently assimilate them, it could be construed as the corpse poison entering their bloodstream and causing infection. But what was this creature outside her door? Reduced to a skeleton, yet still crawling? Was it human or ghost? Or perhaps a skeletal zombie? With such a monster lurking in the corridor, Su Min dared not open the door to retrieve the dagger and backpack on the floor. She quietly retreated, the image from earlier lingering in her mind. Before the internet blackout, the authorities had sent daily text notifications, and survivors had a fundamental understanding of zombies. Being bitten meant assimilation. Only severe trauma to the brain could ensure a complete kill. The fact that her neighbor, now a skeleton, could still crawl. Was this a case of assimilation, mutation, or merely not fully dead? Su Min felt it impossible that it had not fully died. How could something reduced to a skeleton still be alive? Wait, it wasn't entirely skeletal, perhaps due to the lack of flesh on its head. The zombie had not been thoroughly devoured. Thus, the head was crucial. The brain was protected by the skull, meaning that the skeletal creature outside, while appearing horrendous, likely had an intact brain. The only means of destroying a zombie was to inflict severe damage to the brain. Inlaitament Straxumin. She could now ascertain that the skeletal neighbor outside was indeed a zombie that had undergone assimilation. During the biting, the corpse poison had invaded the brain. Even when reduced to a skeleton, the brain remained unharmed, resulting in it becoming a skeletal zombie. It was no wonder that just days ago, she had seen someone in the neighborhood reduced to a skeleton, only to vanish the next day. Initially, Su Min believed those skeletons might have been dragged away by other zombies. Now she realized that the skeletons had also transformed and had crawled off to some obscure corner. After clarifying her thoughts, her fear only intensified. What was this virus that possessed such power? Was humanity truly devoid of hope? Despair spread within her heart. She was merely a beautiful, ordinary woman, devoid of any grand sense of mission. Yet, the thought of human extinction filled her with terror and helplessness. Su Min sat numbly on the sofa, with Hop Hai resting at her feet and Tai Zi perched on her shoulder, the trio remaining silent. Time passed, and driven by hunger, Su Min had no choice but to rise and retrieve a piece of bread and a bottle of drink from the powerless refrigerator. Glancing at her meager supplies, she noted their dwindling numbers. 8 egg yolk pies and 7 bottles of herbal tea remained, enough to last at most 2 days. Besides that, there were some parrot feeds, hard little grains of millet, 5-color sorghum, and oil sunflower seeds, all difficult to chew. The only other option was dog food. Was she to compete with Hop Hai for food? Su Min managed a bitter smile, consuming the bread and washing it down with a bottle of herbal tea. After some deliberation, she resolved to escape the building in search of survival. She had merely been frightened by the skeletal zombie. Upon reflection, it wasn't so terrifying. The skeletal zombie moved slowly, lacking eyes and a nose, and even its ears had been torn away. It could neither see, hear, nor smell. In essence, it was a useless entity. As long as she did not inadvertently place herself within its jaws, it posed no threat. Her concern lay with the intact zombies. Su Min devised a plan. The priority was to acquire the dagger and backpack. She returned to the door, peering through the peephole to find a skeletal zombie had crawled across to the opposite side. This was an opportune moment. She gently turned the door lock and slowly pushed open the security door, making no sound. The corridor was eerily quiet. Su Min held her breath, stepping over the threshold. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She picked up the dagger and snatched the backpack, retreating. She closed the security door softly. Success. The dagger and backpack were stained with blood, but she could not afford to be squeamish. She carefully wiped the dry blood from the dagger with a tissue. The dagger was dark, its blade gleaming with a lethal sharpness. It was a tactical double-edged knife, renowned for its piercing prowess among its peers. Of course, Su Min was unaware of its significance. When she held it, she merely sensed its formidable presence. Compact and weighty, it gave the illusion of being able to pierce through a security door. She would not actually attempt to stab the door, but she could experiment with her kitchen cutting board, which hung on the wall of the living room. The cutting board was a solid wooden slab, 10 centimeters thick, marked with traces of vegetables and riddled with numerous stab wounds from her training. During this time, Su Min had been devising ways to save herself. The only usable items in her home were a chef's knife and a paring knife. She had tried using the chef's knife against zombies, but it proved ineffective. Piercing power was far superior. Unfortunately, she lacked a good dagger at home. Nevertheless, she had not been idle, hanging the cutting board on the wall to practice stabbing with the paring knife daily, honing her precision and strength. However, the quality of the paring knife was poor, and it had broken just 2 days prior. Now, with a new weapon in hand, Su Min was eager to test it. Gripping the tactical dagger in reverse, she thrust it forcefully into the cutting board, and the sharp blade penetrated 5 to 6 centimeters deep. It took a great deal of effort to pull it out. Su Min sighed in relief. With such a sharp dagger, piercing a zombie's skull should pose no problem. Soon, she would test it against the skeletal zombie outside. Furthermore, the skull's thickness was only 15 centimeters, indicating lesser resistance, making it easier to penetrate the brain and withdraw the dagger with relative ease. Weapons are merely the most rudimentary tools. In Su Min's escape plan, the paramount concern is her protection. However, there is no need to rush. Let's examine the contents of her backpack. Upon opening it, she finds it woefully sparse: a bottle of mineral water, 2 biscuits, and a power bank. The power bank is indeed a valuable item. She promptly charges her phone and, upon activating it, discovers 7 missed calls, all from Hong Jingyi. A flicker of emotion stirs within Su Min. Although her marriage to Hong Jingyi was largely motivated by his wealth and the pressures of power, devoid of genuine affection, he is the only one who still remembers her in this apocalyptic world. Thus, she immediately dials a satellite phone to reach Hong Jingyi. The advantage of satellite phones lies in their ability to function as long as the satellites are operational and there is credit available. Hello, Su Min, are you alright? Jingyi, I'm not well at all. I can barely hold on. I am preparing to escape the building within the next couple of days. If I do not leave soon, I may miss my chance once the military operations conclude. On the other end of the line, Hong Jingyi feels a pang of bitterness. He too wishes he could send someone to rescue Su Min, yet he is unable to procure weapons and ammunition, and Gu Yiming's exorbitant demands complicate matters further. Hong Jingyi understands that this is indeed the optimal moment for escape. If they miss this opportunity, the military will not launch another rescue operation for survivors. However, the perilous nature of sending a woman like Su Min alone weighs heavily on his mind. Suddenly, he recalls the call from Gu Yiming the previous night. Although he is still unclear about Gu Yiming's intentions, it seems safer for Su Min to rendezvous with Lu Ruyan and return together by boat. At least this plan offers a significantly higher chance of survival than her attempting to traverse back to Lu Lake alone. After much inner turmoil, Hong Jingyi finally speaks. Su Min, I think you should meet up with Lu Ruyan. She is located. Su Min feels a twinge of disappointment. Hong Jingyi has not offered to come to her aid, but instead has suggested she seek out a woman named Lu Ruyan. She understands, of course. In times of great peril, self-preservation takes precedence. Were she in Hong Jingyi's position, she would not risk everything for a single woman. Time is of the essence. There are less than 3 days remaining. Cartier Garden City is quite distant from the Lannan community. I must depart immediately. Mom and Dad, please bless me to reach there safely. Su Min has never felt as helpless as she does now. Everything is a gamble, betting on her ability to escape the building, to reach Lannan community, and on Lu Ruyan's willingness to accept her. After all, she does not know Lu Ruyan at all. In this apocalyptic world, even with Hong Jingyi's connections, it is uncertain whether the other party will assist her. However, she only needs to arrive at Building 1, Room 301 of Lannan Community. A boat will come in 3 days. Hong Jingyi has assured her that he will arrange for bodyguards to meet her at the boat. Even if unexpected events occur and the boat cannot arrive, she can use a piece of wood to paddle to Lu Lake, provided she survives the journey to the riverbank. Su Min sets aside her thoughts and begins to prepare for her impending escape. She recalls a Doomsday film she had seen, where the protagonist wrapped books around their arms with duct tape. When zombies attacked, the makeshift armor shielded them from bites. This gives her hope. Zombies do not possess the fangs of beasts. Their teeth resemble those of humans. With something durable to shield her, she believes she can avoid being bitten. She has already selected resilient and thick clothing from her home: jeans, denim jackets, a wool coat, and knee-high leather boots, along with sturdy shopping bags. These paper bags are of excellent quality and possess considerable tensile strength, providing a degree of defense. Su Min's strategy becomes clear. Cut durable fabric into specific shapes. Wrap them around her body with packing tape, and cover them with several layers of shopping bags. She will also wrap several layers of a bath towel around her neck. As long as her protection is thick enough, the zombies will be unable to bite into her flesh, granting her a chance to retaliate. Of course, this plan hinges on not encountering too many zombies. She does not need to flee far. By using the fire escape to enter the underground parking garage, Her Jeep Wrangler awaits her at the entrance, with a full tank of gas. Driving during the military rescue operation, she still has a chance to reach Lannan community. Meanwhile, Hong Jingyi has located Gu Yiming and informed him that Su Min will be heading to Lannan community to find Lu Ruyan. He has also requested an additional 50 tons of supplies and proposed sending 2 bodyguards to accompany her on the boat. The bodyguards' firearms will be provided by Gu Yiming, but they must be returned after the mission is completed, and the ammunition will be limited, even if these individuals do not return the guns. The remaining bullets will be scant. Sending over 100 armed bodyguards to the area ensures compliance. Gu Yiming readily agrees to Hong Jingyi's request, seeing it as an opportunity. If your wife finds my wife, she may be able to shield her from danger. However, Gu Yiming has ulterior motives. After experiencing 4 consecutive failed rescue attempts, it is evident that a mysterious force has been sabotaging their efforts, as if this force is targeting him. He worries that this upcoming operation may also fail, so he intends to have Su Min positioned near Yi Yuan. This will significantly mitigate Lu Ruyan's risk. Whether faced with thugs demanding hostages or Yi Yuan's wife experiencing a crisis, Su Min would serve as the ideal shield. After all, she is an exceptional woman. Lu Ruyan is, after all, Yi Yuan's aunt. In terms of sequence, it would be prudent for Su Min to take the hit first, thus granting more time for rescue. Rest assured, Hong, this operation will have military cooperation, ensuring success. Then, we can reunite with our wives. By the way, you should urge your sister-in-law to get to Lannan community as soon as possible so she can rest well. In 3 days, our rescue operation will require their collaboration, and we must ensure they have ample stamina. This sounds appealing. In truth, Gu Yiming fears that the thugs may find Yi Yuan's hiding place first, so he wants Su Min to reach there quickly. If unforeseen incidents occur, she can serve as a buffer for his own wife. You are absolutely right, Gu. I will call Su Min as soon as I return. Farewell for now. Hold on. Let me give you Yi Yuan's phone number so that Su Min can contact him. What? This is rather unsettling. Do not worry, my brother. Yi Yuan is unaware that we are involved in the incident that led to his parents' demise. He is fixated on Hishumin. So, you can rest assured to let your sister-in-law seek out Yi Yuan. Lu Ruyan and Jiang Xiaofan are there. How could this be? I find it hard to believe in your good intentions. We are all cunning individuals. None of us are particularly virtuous. Why would you be so altruistic? Hong Jingyi remains skeptical, but agrees verbally. After receiving the number, he commits to ensuring Su Min contacts Yi Yuan. Gu, I must take my leave now. Take care. Returning home, Hong Jingyi grows increasingly anxious. Sending Su Min to find Yi Yuan feels akin to leading a sheep into a wolf's den. After all, he is responsible for the death of Yi Yuan's parents. It seems unreasonable to send his wife to seek help from the son of his enemy. However, the rescue operation is indeed scheduled for 3 days from now, and he has arranged for personnel to board the boat. Thus, Su Min must proceed to Lannan community for a coordinated rescue. He must devise a compromise. Suddenly, an idea strikes Hong Jingyi. Su Min has always enjoyed swimming, and they have a swim ring at home. Perhaps it could prove useful. He quickly dials Su Min's number. Su Min, I will be brief. Do not go to Building 1, Room 301 at Lannan community to find Lu Ruyan. I have an uneasy feeling about it. If it is convenient, please take the swim ring with you. Drive directly to Lannan community, break through the guardrails on Bin Hang Road, and plunge into the river. Then float with the swim ring and seek out an abandoned boat to hide. During this time, remember to turn off your phone to conserve battery. On the morning of the day after tomorrow, turn on your device and call me, stating your precise location. I shall arrange for someone to rescue you onto the vessel in advance. This scheme is perilous. Currently, there are few abandoned boats on the Shujiang River. As most have been taken away, those that remain are inoperable, meaning they will drift aimlessly with the current. A moment's inattention could lead to grounding. When the zombies rush aboard, the only option would be to leap into the river, where the zombies would inevitably follow, leaving one to await death. However, Hong Jingyi does not wish for his wife, Yang, to fall into the jaws of danger. He would rather have Su Min take a desperate gamble than see her subjected to the whims of Yi Yuan. Those in positions of power are often the most ruthless. They would rather destroy certain things than allow others to enjoy them. Yi Yuan particularly despises such men. Yet, Su Min holds a different perspective. I understand, Jingyi. We shall take it step by step. My goal is the Lannan community. If there are abandoned boats in the river, I will drive straight into it. If not, we shall figure it out. Unbeknownst to them, the sky darkened. Another day in this apocalyptic world came to a close. Yi Yuan returned with 3 women. And as the signal was restored, he noted 2 missed calls, both from Gu Yiming. He promptly returned the call. Uncle Gu, my phone was on silent. I didn't hear your call. What is the matter? What? Uncle Hong's wife is looking for me? Damn it. Is Su Min really trapped in the city? Could it be the Su Min from Cartier Garden City? At this moment, Yi Yuan remained on the line with Gu Yiming. Uncle Gu, she didn't call me. All right, please send me your number quickly. I will inquire about her whereabouts. Chapter 65. The most ideal survival base. Yi Yuan felt somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why Hong Jingyi's wife would seek him out. Such matters typically require the individual to reach out directly. Yet, the messenger was Gu Yiming. Was there something clandestine between these 2 old foxes? Regardless, Hong Jingyi's wife is stunning, undoubtedly a goddess. Finding her would guarantee a wealth of information. So mean? Could she truly be the one from Cartier Garden City? A simple phone call would clarify. Gu Yiming had already sent Su Min's number, yet when Yi Yuan dialed, The response indicated that the phone was off. What the hell? How could this be? Wasn't she supposed to be coming to me? Yi Yuan took a moment to analyze the situation calmly. According to Gu Yiming, Su Min was supposed to go to Building 1, Room 301 of the Lannan community to find Lu Ruyan. Of course, that address was fictitious. Nanhu Haoding was her true destination, and Yi Yuan could not afford to disclose his residence. If Hong Jingyi's wife was indeed the Su Min from Cartier Garden City, her choice to head to the Lannan community would be a roundabout route, as Nanhu Haoding is much closer, merely 700 to 800 meters away. Yi Yuan considered tunneling directly to find Su Min. However, upon further reflection, this seemed impractical. Any community named after a river would be disproportionately large. How many phases? How many buildings? And which room? He had no idea. Aimlessly searching would only waste time. In retrospect, the drone he had shot down while Su Min sought help was a significant loss. Nevertheless, Yi Yuan had no regrets. Having witnessed countless schemes and tricks in his past life, he knew that seemingly helpless survivors often prefer to stab from behind, as they could not confront him head-on. Thus, even if he misidentified Su Min, he remained convinced that his actions were justified. The current dilemma was how to locate Su Min. Should he call Hong Jingyi to ask for his wife's precise address? Yi Yuan had Hong Jingyi's number, being one of the 3 major shareholders of the company. However, they had rarely communicated, only exchanging pleasantries during corporate gatherings when their parents were alive. Given this relationship, suddenly calling to inquire about his wife's whereabouts would likely raise suspicions. Moreover, Gu Yiming had explicitly stated that Su Min would seek him out. Yet neither Hong Jingyi nor Su Min had called him. It appeared that all 3 parties were distrustful of one another. If you recall now, even if Hong Jingyi revealed his wife's address, it would probably be a false one, further deepening their suspicions. It would be counterproductive. After untangling these complex relationships, Yi Yuan's thoughts gradually became clearer. Ruyan, I have a task for you. Tomorrow, go to Building 1, Room 301 of the Lannan community. Hong Jingyi's wife may come looking for you. At this point, waiting for an opportunity seemed to be the best strategy. Yi Yuan was uncertain whether Su Min would actually arrive, but it was worth a try. He retrieved his phone and located a photo of Su Min, which he had saved during his investigation into Hong Jingyi's background. This was the woman in the photograph. If she comes seeking you, ensure her safety and call me immediately. Tomorrow, Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan would accompany him to continue gathering supplies. Seeking beautiful women would be a matter of chance, but scavenging for resources had clear objectives and was time-sensitive. Given the extensive variety listed, including pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, fish, and various vegetable seeds, the area around Luhu received ample sunlight, allowing for planting and growth. If they could obtain fresh specimens, a single vegetable sample could be replicated infinitely. Yi Yuan's plans were long-term. Revenge was the immediate task, but in the future, he must establish his own base, for humans are social creatures. If everyone perished, what meaning would remain in living alongside a mere handful of servants? He had also contemplated constructing an underground city. With the super digger ability, creating such a city would be a simple endeavor. However, the underground lacked sunlight, and oxygen was scarce. Prolonged habitation in such a gloomy environment could lead to depression. Hence, Luhu remained the most ideal survival base, with ready-made mid to high-end residential communities, vast lakes, and expansive wetland parks that could be transformed into farmland. Additionally, several wind turbines provided a continuous power supply. However, to become the Lord of Luhu, his current capabilities were insufficient. The military and various factions had already taken control of the area, and numerous powerful individuals were forming their private militias. In such a complex situation, asserting control over Luhu would be exceedingly challenging. Eliminating a few leaders might instill fear, but the apocalypse is rife with desperate individuals. Even the mightiest could fall to a single bullet. No matter how many abilities Yi Yuan possessed, he would not dare to face bullets with his flesh. While dodging direct attacks is easier, ambushes are far more treacherous. Therefore, the best course of action is to lay low and develop within the city, scavenging for supplies and seeking beautiful women to extract information, rather than aiming for invincibility. He would wait until he could withstand bullets before returning to Luhu to implement his plans. He could not afford to act recklessly. The reason he was so bold in his past life was that he had nothing to lose. In this life, however, he possessed a golden finger. His life was precious. He could not afford any missteps, for otherwise, rebirth would hold no significance. The aroma of food wafted from a kitchen. Xiao Wan, the glutton, had been helping Ruyan. She could cook and did so exceptionally well. Xiao Fan remained by Yi Yuan's side, pouring tea and lighting cigarettes. Xiao Fan, your weapon needs a barrel replacement. Make sure to switch it out in advance. We have plenty of barrels. It would be best to replace it every day upon returning. All firearms have a lifespan for their barrels, especially powerful weapons like shotguns, which experience more wear due to their multiple projectiles. To ensure all weapons remain in optimal condition, Yi Yuan insisted on replacing barrels daily. Of course, he could also change to a new gun each day. However, older guns become more familiar with use, enabling more instinctive reactions in the face of danger. The concept of man and gun becoming one may sound esoteric, yet it holds truth. Additionally, the capacity of 7 0.000 rounds is substantial. Even if the consumption of inanimate matter replication is low, it is relative, so there is no need to replace firearms daily. Doing so would only hinder his proficiency and waste his mental energy. After replacing the barrels, the meal was still not ready. Thus, Yi Yuan took a moment to assess the day's achievements. Today, he had raided a total of 12 supermarkets, all of which were large establishments. Utilizing his devouring ability to transport goods, he operated with remarkable efficiency. Yi Yuan's level 3 devouring had reached its limit, and he could no longer acquire attribute points through it unless he upgraded his power further. His grounding strength had also advanced 2 levels, now standing at level 11. Altogether, the two powers had accumulated 22 points of free attributes, resulting in Yi Yuan's 4 attributes being Strength 35, Constitution 35, Agility 35, and Spirit 37. With such physical prowess, he could effortlessly dispatch a zombie with a single punch without exerting his full strength. At this moment, dinner was ready. Xiao Fan had also gone to the kitchen to assist in serving the dishes, and soon the table was laden with delectable culinary delights. "It's time to eat," Lu Rian called out. Just then, Yi Yuan's phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. Who could it be? Chapter 66. Digging through the night to deliver hats. Yi Yuan felt a twinge of curiosity. In this apocalypse, few acquaintances remained, and yet a strange number was calling him. He pressed the answer button. "Is this Yi Xianji? I am your Uncle Hong Jingyi." "Damn, so it's you, old man. You actually used a backup number to call me." "Uncle Hong, it's you. I heard from Uncle Gu that Aunt Sue is trapped in the city and intends to find me. However, Aunt Sue hasn't called me. When he tried to reach her, her phone was off." On the other end of the line, Hong Jingyi furrowed his brow, deeply troubled. Before the power outage, Su Min had discussed her escape plan with Hong Jingyi. After analysis, the estimated survival rate was a mere 10%. However, with military action underway, the survival rate could potentially rise to 30%. Thus, Hong Jingyi held a significant amount of hope regarding this matter and deemed it essential to secure another chance for Su Min. If she were fortunate enough to escape to the riverside near the Lannan community, it would be best if there were abandoned boats in the water. But what if there were no boats? That would lead to a dead end. In such a scenario, she would undoubtedly be torn apart by zombies. Hong Jingyi had witnessed the horror of zombies devouring humans. It was too tragic. He could accept the notion of Su Min starving to death, as prolonged hunger would lead to numbness, her body weakening, and consciousness fading until she ultimately succumbed. However, he could not bear the thought of his beloved woman being savagely torn apart by zombies. After much contemplation, he decided to prepare a backup plan and communicate with Yi Yuan. This decision was not made impulsively. Hong Jingyi calculated that Su Min should set out tomorrow, and if all went well, she would reach the vicinity of the Lannan community by noon or afternoon. Even if left with no other options, she would arrive at Yi Yuan's temporary refuge. He could not believe that Yi Yuan would be so inhuman as to take advantage of his wife that very night. That would be unreasonable. After all, Yi Yuan was not lacking in female companions. Besides Isu's girlfriend, there was also a young and beautiful woman, Lu Ruyan. By his side, all were exquisite beauties. Su Min would be in a state of shock and disarray upon her escape. Even if he were a notorious bandit, he would not act so impulsively. Within 2 to 3 days, it was unlikely that he would target his wife. Once the rescue boats arrived, he would have no opportunity to do so. After careful consideration, Hong Jingyi resolved to leave a path of retreat through Yi Yuan. "CNG, Uncle did not wish to trouble you. In this world, everyone is filled with anxiety, and surviving is no easy feat. Who has the energy to concern themselves with the lives of others? However, I cannot bear to watch your Aunt Sue perish. In 3 days, we will dispatch a rescue team by boat to retrieve you all. Your Aunt Sue must reach the riverside before then. I want her to seek refuge with you." Of course, this was merely a courtesy. Hong Jingyi had instructed Su Min that once she reached Binjiang Road, where the Lannan community was located, she should drive into the Shu River and hide on a boat if one was present. Calling Yi Yuan was simply a precautionary measure. If there were no boats in the river, he hoped Yi Yuan would assist Su Min. "When the time comes, I hope you will go out to help Aunt Sue. I know it's dangerous out there, but I assure you, once you return to Luhu, you will not be neglected." "Ha, old man. I trust you as far as I can throw you. However, if your wife arrives, I will certainly assist her and offer her a warm welcome. The problem is, I have no idea what her current situation is. Rest assured, the disaster struck too suddenly, and with loved ones and friends turning into zombies. The fact that we can still communicate in this apocalypse is fate. I will do my utmost. As long as Aunt Sue seeks me, I will protect her with my life. But I cannot reach her. Her phone is off." That was intentional, Hong Jingyi thought to himself with a cold smirk. Seeking refuge with Yi Yuan was merely a secondary plan. He would prefer for there to be a boat in the Shu River, allowing Su Min to drive into the river and board it. That would be the safest option. Thus, he directly instructed Su Min to turn off her phone to prevent Yi Yuan from contacting her. Hong Jingyi was well aware that Su Min was not foolish. When he suspected that Gu Yiming was up to no good, he immediately called Su Min to advise her not to seek out Lu Ruyan. At that time, Su Min had not responded directly, but had implied that they would discuss it later. This was essentially a hint that if there were no boats in the Shu River, she would likely go to Building 1, Room 301 of the Lannan community to find Lu Ruyan, effectively seeking refuge with Yi Yuan. That was why he called Yi Yuan again, ensuring that neither party could establish contact. This matter had to be left for Su Min to decide based on the situation. If there was a boat, she would jump into the river. If not, she would head to building 301 the Lanin community. CNG. Your Aunt Su's phone has run out of battery, and I cannot reach her. She'll come looking for you. On the other end of the line, Yi Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that something was amiss with Hong Jingyi. This old man seemed to be wary of him for some reason, while simultaneously needing his assistance. Given the circumstances, he decided to take a gamble, hoping that your wife had not yet left the Cartier Garden City. As long as he could obtain her precise address, he would dig a tunnel overnight to place this green hat upon you. Uncle Hong, I heard from Uncle Gu that Aunt Su resides in Cartier Garden City, correct? Damn, how could Gu Yiming blabber about everything to Yi Yuan? That rascal certainly has ulterior motives. But Yi Yuan could not read his intentions. It was best if Su Min remained safe, otherwise, he would have a score to settle with Gu Yiming. If not for the dire circumstances, he would not have willingly walked into such a trap. Yes, CNG, your Aunt Su lives in Cartier. Which building does she reside in? And what is her door number? What the hell does that mean? Why are you inquiring about such details? CNG, why are you asking about Aunt Su's door number? Besides, she may have already set off. Set off? At this hour, is Su Min a fool? It's dangerous at night. You think you could deceive me? No way. Uncle Hong, here's the thing. I have a friend in Cartier Garden City who just retired from the army last year. He is also preparing to come and meet me. By the day after tomorrow, he will return to Luhu with me. If Aunt Su is in the same building as my friend, I can discuss with him about bringing Aunt Su along. After all, having just retired, he should possess good skills, and his character is trustworthy. The chances of successfully escaping with Aunt Su would be significantly higher. That is indeed true. Having just retired last year indicates that his ideals have not yet been tarnished by the corrupt society. Such individuals are relatively reliable. Upon hearing Yi Yuan's words, Hong Jingyi lowered his guard. In Longhua, one could distrust anyone, but soldiers were always trustworthy. So your CNG has a friend in Cartier Garden City. That's wonderful. Your Aunt Su lives in Building 9, Room 803. Please inform your friend to take good care of Aunt Su, and when we return to Luhu, I will express my gratitude to your friend. Gratitude my foot. I don't have any friends. I merely want to extract your wife's door number to facilitate my overnight tunnel digging to find her. Rest assured, Uncle Hong, my friend is very righteous and enjoys practicing martial arts. He has bows, crossbows, and cold weapons at home. As long as Aunt Su is in the same building as him, he will definitely assist her. I must hang up now. I need to contact my friend quickly. After ending the call, Hong Jingyu felt a sense of relief, but soon tensed up again. What was I thinking, revealing Su Min's address? I should first inquire about Yi Yuan's friend's exact residence. If it turns out to be in the same building as Su Min, I will ask for his assistance. If not, I need not disclose anything. After all, no one can guarantee that Yi Yuan is telling the truth. What if that rascal is setting me up? Damn, how careless of me. Chapter 67. 1,000 miles to deliver a hat. I graciously accepted. At this moment, Hong Jingyi's feelings were akin to having consumed an insurmountable load of food, lodged painfully in his throat. Whether he swallowed it or not, the discomfort remained. He had already provided Yi Yuan with the address, and it was too late to retract it. To call Yi Yuan now and claim the address was false would only complicate matters further and heighten distrust. What if his friend genuinely resided in Cartier Garden City? He would then have to rely on him to aid Su Min's escape. After much contemplation, this was the only course of action. Damn it, I have been cautious all my life, yet I have slipped up this time. I hope Yi Yuan is not deceiving me. Logically, he should not be lying. While I had a hand in the demise of Yi Jianhua and his wife, Yi Yuan is unaware of my involvement. His wrath is directed towards He Xiaomin, and I, Hong Jingyi, should not be in his crosshairs. Meanwhile, upon receiving Su Min's address, Yi Yuan urged the three women to eat first. Although saving Su Min was paramount, it was late at night. If she had already left, rushing over would yield no results. If she remained at home, arriving later would suffice. After a busy afternoon, everyone was quite famished. Let us eat swiftly. We must head to Cartier Garden City to pick someone up. Cartier Garden City? Lu Ruyan immediately recalled the drone. The previous drone had also originated from Cartier Garden City. Are we going to eliminate that woman named Su Min? The bloodline of the Ruyan Emperor awakened within her. She had become quite formidable herself, ready to resolve disputes without hesitation. Of course, her intentions were also for Yi Yuan's benefit, as her whereabouts had been monitored twice by that drone. Given Yi Yuan's modus operandi, it was likely he intended to confront the individual controlling the drone. However, she was overthinking it this time. Yi Yuan shook his head. I have just learned that Su Min is Hong Jingyi's wife, and he wishes for me to bring her over. When the rescue arrives the day after tomorrow, we will return together to Lu. Lu Rian's expression transformed into one of intrigue. Although Yi Yuan didn't explicitly mention his targets for revenge, Lu Rian had already deduced that Gu Yiming and He Xiaomin were certain to be included. The three major shareholders of the giant group were left with only Hong Jingyi. If one were to claim he was innocent, Lu Ruyan would never believe it. After the death of Yi Yuan's parents, the company as higher-ups swiftly collaborated with the shareholders to seize control of the giant group, with Hong Jingyi being one of the primary beneficiaries. He could not possibly extricate himself from this entanglement, and Yi Yuan must be aware of this. Is this what they call a 1,000-mile delivery of a green hat? Yi Yuan observed Lu Ruyan with a knowing smile. ISN, to your husband the same? That is different. I am here of my own volition. Gu Yiming is a pervert. He would rather see me dead than let me come to you. He is merely forced to let you take care of me now. Whether voluntary or coerced, what comes to my doorstep is mine. All right, let us hasten our meal and then dig a tunnel to Cartier Garden City. On the other side, Su Min was meticulously checking her gear. Although she planned to set off the following morning, the complexity of her armor necessitated early preparation. At this moment, Su Min resembled a large dumpling. Her body and limbs were enveloped in numerous layers of fabric, some thick and others thin, all composed of durable materials. Each layer was securely bound with sealing tape. The cumulative effect provided excellent protection, and the outermost layer was wrapped in tough, oil paper shopping bags, ensuring that no zombie could bite through. Particularly, her left hand was encased in as many as 20 layers of sturdy fabric. The outermost layer consisted of genuine cowhide from thigh-high boots, far more resilient than the oil paper shopping bags. According to her plan, her left hand would serve as a shield. When zombies charged, she would position her left hand in front of her body, deliberately inviting bites, while her right hand would wield a dagger to strike at the zombies' heads. As long as the number of zombies was manageable, her chances of escape remained favorable. Of course, her neck was her most protected area. A bath towel was entirely wrapped around her neck, covered externally with a layer of cowhide cut from the high boots. Zombie teeth are akin to those of humans. Even if they were to penetrate the outer cowhide, they could not breach the thick bath towel within, as their jaws could not open wide enough. Nevertheless, this strategy came with a critical flaw. Her originally graceful and slender figure now appeared quite bulky. Even though her joints were flexible, they still restricted her agility. Moreover, her head and face were unprotected. Wrapping thick fabric around her head would severely diminish her hearing and reaction time, rendering her a mobile target. Even knowing this was a fatal weakness, she had no choice but to leave it exposed. It was summer, and the blood mist obscured the sky, resulting in cooler temperatures. It had still hovered around 27 to 28 degrees at night. Swathed in layer upon layer of fabric, Su Min found it unbearable. To ensure she could fight her way out the next day, she had to endure. Fortunately, when the water supply had not been cut off, she had filled all the containers in her home, and although her food supply had dwindled, she still had water. Tomorrow, she would leave and no longer needed to conserve it. She made her way to the kitchen, scooping a few ladles of water from the barrel to drench herself. Finally feeling a bit more comfortable, she disregarded whether there would be humidity later. Survival was the priority. Su Min retrieved 2 egg yolk pies from the refrigerator, opting to eat one more than usual tonight and save the remaining one for breakfast tomorrow. Then, with a determined spirit, she would break out of the building. While Su Min quietly enjoyed her egg yolk pie, a shadowy figure was stealthily descending onto her balcony. Indeed, it was descending. Living on the 8th floor, Su Min observed as the figure from the 9th floor's balcony slowly slid down the rope. The night, shrouded in blood mist, offered minimal visibility, revealing only a vague silhouette, likely that of a man. His toes touched the balcony railing, and he gripped the rope tightly, gently landing on the inner balcony. The man swiftly concealed himself beside the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing out a kitchen knife from his waist. In his left hand, he pulled out a flashlight from his pocket, but hesitated to turn it on. Instead, he softly whistled twice, a sound so subtle it resembled an animal's hiss. He was testing whether Su Min was asleep. In truth, this man resided on the 11th floor, where his food supply had long been depleted. After careful observation and testing, he discovered that the 10th floor was unoccupied. Thus, he fashioned a rope from bed sheets and curtains, descending from the 11th floor's balcony into the apartment below. He was fortunate to find a bit of food, but it was consumed quickly. He then employed the same method to reach the 9th floor. Unfortunately, there was no food there either. However, he noticed that the 8th floor had an occupant, and she was a strikingly beautiful woman. Most importantly, this woman had a dog. What luck! It had been ages since he had eaten meat. If he could eliminate that dog, he would have a hearty meal. After satiating his hunger, he could then enjoy some time with a beautiful woman from the 8th floor. Even if he were to perish afterward, it would be worth it. The man was young and strong. He felt no fear facing a single unarmed woman on the 8th floor. The dog posed no threat either. That foolish husky. What combat capability could it possibly possess? With a couple kitchen knives, it would be dispatched in no time. The man whistled again, this time louder. The husky, hidden in the bedroom, immediately responded with a low growl of alertness. However, it was confined to the bedroom. Su Min, concerned about the husky being in the living room, had locked it away, fearing it might bark and attract zombies outside. The man lurking on the balcony also heard the husky's low growl. However, the woman had yet to emerge to investigate. Logically, under such circumstances, she should have come out to check. Was she not sharing the same room with the dog? Regardless, it was merely a woman. If provoked, I would take her down first and indulge later. The man switched on his flashlight and stealthily entered the living room. Chapter 68. When a woman turns ruthless, she targets a man's vulnerability. The man illuminated the living room with a piercing white light, revealing all the furnishings. The layout of this apartment was identical to that of the one above. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen. He was quite familiar with it. The low growl of the dog emanated from the master bedroom on the left. Since it was the master bedroom, it must be where the owner resided. If the dog was inside, the woman should also be there. But why had she not come out to investigate? Was it possible she wasn't in the bedroom? Should he search the bedroom first, or the bathroom and kitchen? The man was cautious. He suspected that the woman was already aware of the intruder in her home. Otherwise, she would not be hiding away. Yet, he remained uncertain of her whereabouts. If he searched the bathroom, she might spring from some hidden corner and ambush him, potentially injuring him. In the post-apocalyptic world, injuries could be dire. Minor wounds could heal on their own, but a serious injury leading to infection was essentially a death sentence. Damn, this woman was unpredictable. I deliberately created some noise. Why doesn't she come out to take a look? If only I knew where she was. I wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed. For safety's sake, the man turned off the flashlight and quietly sat on the sofa. As long as he made no noise, the woman hiding would eventually come out to investigate, at which point he could launch a surprise attack. This woman was cunning and highly alert. It seemed he could not afford to play with her. Meanwhile, Su Min was hiding in the kitchen, gripping a dagger tightly in her right hand. She had already confirmed that a marauder had invaded her home. The brightness of the flashlight earlier was too intense to be overlooked. Moreover, Hot Pie was growling continuously in the bedroom. Su Min was now anxious, as Hot Pie's growling could potentially attract zombies outside the front door. Tomorrow's outing would be far more perilous, although the flashlight had now extinguished. Su Min was certain the marauder had not left. She cautiously peeked out. The room was shrouded in darkness, and the solar streetlights of the city were unlit. The military rescue operations had also ceased for the night. Even the explosive firelight was absent. The visibility was exceedingly poor, rendering her nearly blind. The two remained in a standoff, with Hot Pie growling and scratching at the door, while Tai Zi began to whimper restlessly. Their sounds stirred the zombies below, and not just one. They charged towards the door, banging against it furiously. Su Min began to panic. If this continued, it might attract even more zombies to batter the door. No, she had to take the initiative. Su Min fumbled to grab a chopstick and threw it into the living room. Just then, a blinding light shot from the sofa, and upon realizing it was a pair of chopsticks, the flashlight was extinguished once more. She had not left after all. She was sitting on the sofa, waiting for me. Su Min tightened her grip on the dagger, her heartbeat accelerating. Outside, zombies were slamming against the door. Inside, a marauder was poised to strike. She needed to resolve this swiftly. By tossing the chopsticks, she intended to signal the marauder that she was hiding in the kitchen, as chopsticks were typically found there. Once the marauder approached, she could ambush him. 5 minutes later, the extinguished flashlight flickered back to life, casting a beam toward the kitchen door. Su Min hid behind the door, her palms beginning to sweat. Yet she knew she had to eliminate the marauder, or the consequences would be dire. The beam of light began to draw nearer to the kitchen. Suddenly, the man's voice broke the silence. "Hello, is anyone there? I know you are in the kitchen. We are neighbors. I mean no harm. My wife has been infected, and I had no choice but to flee from upstairs. Would you mind revealing yourself? I am unarmed. You must quickly calm your dog. It keeps barking and will attract more zombies." The man's voice grew increasingly closer. Su Min prepared herself. However, she never anticipated that, just as he finished speaking, he would appear at the kitchen door. Damn, a psychological game. The man deliberately spoke to allow Su Min to gauge his proximity to the kitchen, inducing a sense of mental paralysis. Based on his voice, he might reach the kitchen in about 10 seconds, but in the next moment, the marauder charged toward the kitchen door at full speed, catching Su Min completely off guard. At that moment, the beam of the flashlight illuminated Su Min's face, blinding her, and instinctively, she raised her left hand. Just then, before her right hand dagger could strike, she felt a tremendous force against her left forearm. It must have been the marauder's weapon striking her hand. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, raising her hand to block. The 20 layers of resilient fabric combined with the sturdy leather of her knee-high boots, effectively absorbing the marauder's blow. Simultaneously, Su Min thrust her dagger forward. Both parties acted in a flash, devoid of tactical maneuvering, driven solely by instinct to kill. Fortunately, the dagger found its mark. The man groaned, and in her panic, Su Min continued to stab twice more. Perhaps she had struck a vital spot. The man's flashlight fell from his grasp, and he could only emit instinctual cries of agony as he desperately swung his weapon at Su Min. However, the flashlight's glow illuminated a corner of the kitchen. It did not shine directly into Su Min's eyes. Her vision finally cleared somewhat. Despite still feeling disoriented, she could see the man's hacking motions. Su Min raised her hand to block once more. She had never practiced martial arts, relying solely on the formidable defense of her left hand. Instinctively raising it to shield herself, she successfully intercepted the marauder's strike. Su Min's eyes reddened. After the first stab, she no longer felt fear. It had become a reflex. She stabbed fiercely at the marauder. The marauder emitted a drawn-out, frantic wail. He abandoned any pretense of resistance and turned to flee outside the kitchen. But Su Min thrust her dagger into his lower back from behind. This would surely seal his fate. The marauder's body went limp, collapsing against the left door of the kitchen. He had no time for regrets. He merely wished to escape from this terrifying woman. The marauder was familiar with the apartment layout and knew he was facing the entrance door. At that moment, Su Min approached from behind and delivered 2 more stabs to his lower back. Her mind was in disarray. She had forgotten the battle tactics she had previously rehearsed. merely relying on instinct to stab wildly at the marauder. Outside, the zombies seemed to catch the scent of blood and began to slam against the door with renewed fervor. The marauder was in despair. He knew he was finished. Tonight, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Damn woman, let's die together. With his last ounce of strength, the marauder opened the security door, creating a slight gap. Those zombies were mindless. They understood to claw at the opening. Su-min's hair stood on end. She had never imagined that the marauder would open the security door in his dying moments. Moreover, he had managed to create a gap. The light from the flashlight at the kitchen door was bright, revealing bloodied hands reaching in through the opening. The next moment, they would pry open the security door. It was over. It was over. There were at least 5 or 6 zombies outside. If they all came in, I could not possibly fend them off. Chapter 69. A delicate woman may also be a god of death in disguise. As the zombies were on the brink of breaking in, Su-min did not react like an ordinary woman would in a state of panic. Her mind suddenly became remarkably clear. Rarely do individuals awaken to such clarity when facing life and death, as if their bloodlines were awakened, with their bodies and minds driven solely by instinct. At that moment, she harbored no complex thoughts. A powerful will to survive took control of her mind, guiding Su-min's actions. She quickly surged forward. Her slender frame exerted all her strength in an attempt to close the door once more. There were likely 4 or 5 zombies outside, and their strength was overwhelming. Su-min was clearly not a match for her adversaries. After enduring for merely 2 minutes, the gap widened, threatening to allow the door to be breached. Without hesitation, she abandoned her post at the entrance, bent down to retrieve the flashlight from the floor, and swiftly dashed into the dining room. At that moment, the door was finally forced open by the horde of zombies. A cacophony erupted as 5 grotesque figures surged in, lunging towards Su-min. Fortunately, the narrow entryway worked to her advantage. The shoe cabinet on the right occupied part of the space, leaving barely a meter width for the zombies to enter, causing them to collide with one another. One zombie even stumbled and fell, granting Su-min a precious moment. She quickly shoved the dining table against the entryway. Just then, the first zombie barreled through. The table did not completely block the entrance, leaving a half-meter gap, forcing Su-min to abandon the idea of confronting the zombie head-on. She held the flashlight with her left hand, cradled against her chest. The bright, scattered light illuminated the entire entryway, revealing the first zombie to charge through, claws outstretched in a savage attack. Su-min's left arm protected her, ensuring that the zombie's attention was drawn to it. Zombies lacked intelligence. They aimed for the nearest target. As expected, the lunging zombie sank its teeth into Su-min's left forearm. The immense biting force was cushioned by 20 layers of resilient fabric and leather, failing to penetrate or cause her any pain. The thickness of her left arm, swaddled in fabric, rendered the zombie's narrow jaw ineffective, akin to a 2-year-old attempting to bite into a large apple. Su-min felt neither excitement nor joy. She was driven purely by instinct, consumed by a singular thought: eliminate all the zombies. With decisive precision, her tactical knife, sharp as a hellhound's fong, plunged deep into the zombie's forehead, swiftly pulled out, leaving the creature lifeless in an instant. The ravenous zombie that had been gnawing at her moments before was now devoid of life. Those zombies were vicious and tenacious. A severe blow to the brain rendered them as lifeless as a computer that had lost power. Yet there was no time for respite. As the table did not fully obstruct the entry, another zombie squeezed through. She repeated her strategy, left arm shielding, allowing the attacking zombie to bite, while her right hand delivered a fatal blow. At that moment, a zombie ascended the dining table, knocking her to the ground. Fortunately, she had maintained her defensive posture, and as the zombie pressed down on her, it began to gnaw at her wrist. Su-min fought back fiercely, driving her knife into its skull. As she withdrew it, brain matter splattered across her face, even finding its way into her mouth. She spat out the gruesome remnants, with no time to contemplate the implications of such contamination, as 2 more zombies clambered over the table towards her. With a swift kick, she sent the first stumbling back. The second zombie immediately pounced on her, gnawing at her left hand. Another decisive strike to its head ended its threat. She then sat up, noticing the previously kicked zombie fervently gnawing at her calf. Thankfully, her leg was still wrapped in layers of tough fabric, secured by a waterproof shopping bag, rendering the zombie's attempts futile. Su-min raised her knife once more, plunging it into the zombie's head, finally restoring a semblance of calm to the room. However, tranquility was still elusive. Hop-Hai and Tai-Zi, her pets, were in the bedroom, one growling incessantly at the door while the other chirped anxiously. She needed to silence them quickly. Rising to her feet, she opened the bedroom door, confronting the agitated Hop-Hai and Tai-Zi, a flicker of anger igniting within her. If not for their incessant noise, the zombies might not have been attracted, but faced with her beloved companions, she could not bear to unleash her frustration. After calming them down, Su-min hurried back to the living room, intent on securing the front door. She had only dispatched 5 zombies. There were undoubtedly more within the building. Ignoring the corpses in her home for the moment, she rushed to the front door, and as she prepared to close it, she spotted a moving skeleton at the threshold. The skeletal figure crawled slowly, having been devoured to the bone and transformed into a zombie. Su-min couldn't help but reflect. Had she not acquired the knife from her neighbor, She might have met the same fate, yet now she had to use it to grant this neighbor peace. With a swift motion, she dispatched the skeletal figure, then hurriedly stood to close the door. However, it would not budge. Confused, Su-min examined it closely with her flashlight, discovering that the lock mechanism was jammed. No matter how hard she pulled, the door refused to close, likely due to the violent impact from the zombies moments earlier. Such a malfunction was rare. Yet here she was, cursed by misfortune. How could I be so unlucky? She exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration. What should she do now? The outside was shrouded in darkness, and night was an unsuitable time for escape. Staying home until dawn was equally perilous. Should a single zombie find its way inside, its cries would attract more. The wooden bedroom door would easily succumb to a zombie's assault. She had no desire to endure another brutal confrontation. Surviving 5 zombies did not guarantee further luck. Had the entryway not been so narrow, coupled with the table obstructing their advance, she might already be among the dead. She had to devise a plan quickly. A corpse left in her home, even if discarded later, would soon attract zombies with its scent. Time was of the essence. After vanquishing the intruders, instead of feeling a sense of relief, her anxiety only heightened. She dashed into the kitchen, using water from a bucket to wash the zombie blood from her face and mouth, seeking to regain her composure. Should she call Hong Jingyi? The thought was quickly dismissed. If he had the means to rescue her, she wouldn't be in such dire straits. Besides, distant help would not quench her immediate thirst for safety. Just then, a light bulb moment struck her. How did the intruder manage to reach her home? He certainly did not enter through the front door. She vividly recalled the initial beam of light from the flashlight streaming in from the balcony. Did he climb in through the balcony? Hastily, Su-min made her way to the balcony. Chapter 70. Are you a master or a novice? Su-min illuminated the balcony with her flashlight, quickly discerning how the intruder had accessed her residence. A rope dangled from the railing of the 9th floor down to her balcony, which the intruder had used to slide down. Grabbing the rope, she examined it. It was fashioned from bed sheets and curtains, twisted and tied into a sturdy length. Moreover, knots had been strategically placed at intervals to prevent slipping. If the intruder could descend, so could she. It wasn't high, only 3 or 4 meters, and the knots provided ample grip. The intruder had mentioned that his wife had turned into a zombie, a claim Su-min found hard to believe. If that were true, he would not have had the time to tie a rope on the balcony, suggesting that his home was likely safe. Perhaps he was simply seeking food as supplies dwindled. Regardless of his motives, as long as his home offered shelter for the night, it would suffice. But what about Hop Hai and Tai Zi? Leaving them behind would surely lead to their demise at the hands of zombies. Tai Zi, being a parrot, could easily be placed in a backpack, but Hop Hai, being larger, made it impractical to carry while climbing. After nurturing Hop Hai for so many years, Su-min had come to regard it as a cherished companion. She could not bear the thought of it suffering a gruesome fate at the hands of zombies. An idea quickly formed in her mind. The rope was long enough. She could secure Hop Hai to it, ascend to the 9th floor, and then pull it up. It was settled. Su-min swiftly packed the egg yolk pie and 2 Lao Ji in her backpack. She also included some pet food before placing Tai Zi inside. She secured Hop Hai and the pet food together with a rope. Hop Hai, stay still and silent. In a moment, I will pull you up. Be obedient. Although the husky was rather foolish after years of companionship, it had developed a certain understanding. It obediently sat on the balcony. Su-min grasped the rope and began her ascent. Her movements were graceful and well-balanced, and she climbed without any burden, quickly reaching the 9th floor. Grasping the railing, she effortlessly flipped herself inside, exhaling a long breath of relief. The layout of the 9th floor mirrored her own home, and after a swift inspection, she confirmed there was no one around, nor any zombies. It was quite safe. She then hoisted Hop Hai up, feeling a sense of accomplishment. At least she could enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Seated on the sofa, Su-min realized she was utterly exhausted. The earlier confrontation had been intense. As she relaxed, her strength ebbed away like the tide, and she felt disinclined to do anything but lie on the sofa and empty her mind. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan led Xiao Wan, and Lu Ruyin through a tunnel they had excavated, arriving at the underground garage of Cartier Garden City. The garage was teeming with zombies. The commotion caused by the military during the day had attracted some of the undead, but the garage only had one entrance and exit. With navigation, humans could easily get lost, let alone zombies. The noise from the military outside had drawn the zombies away from the entrance, but many remained scattered throughout the garage. With only dim night vision available, and the entire city plunged into darkness, they had yet to discover Su-min. They needed to locate her building and knock on her door. The 4 of them stood at the tunnel's exit, each armed with a machine gun that held a capacity of 30,000 rounds, and began firing at the horde. Soon, the zombies at the tunnel entrance were decimated. However, the sounds of growls echoed throughout the garage, and more zombies were approaching. Yi Yuan remained cautious. It wasn't that they couldn't fight back, but retreating into the tunnel meant certain death for any zombies that followed. The key was to avoid wasting too much time. Yi Yuan found himself at the elevator entrance of a building. He illuminated the area with his flashlight. The sign on the side of the elevator lobby read, Building 9. This was the place. Let us use the fire escape. Lu Ruyin, you lead the way, while Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan follow behind. Pair up, one with a machine gun and the other with a shotgun. Move. Yi Yuan held his machine gun steady, while Lu Ruyin switched to her shotgun. and they entered the fire escape first, with Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan closely behind. They placed heavy stones to block the fire escape, preventing any zombies from the garage from following them. The narrow fire escape was brightly lit by 4 tactical flashlights. The rapid gunfire rang out. Any zombie that dared to show its head was instantly turned into a sieve. If they didn't die immediately, another bullet would finish the job. Yi Yuan accurately navigated to the elevator entrance of Building 9, thanks to the 3D map provided by the excavation shovel, which allowed him to clearly see everything within a 1-kilometer radius, even if the zombies were hiding in rooms. As long as there was space, coordinates existed, and with coordinates, observation was possible. This feature was originally meant to enable precise disposal of excavated soil and rocks, but its applications were numerous: reconnaissance, monitoring, tracking, and even assassination. The group pressed onward to the 8th floor, leaving a trail of carnage behind them. But when they reached the door of apartment 803, Yi Yuan was taken aback. The door stood ajar, and at the entrance lay the skeleton of a deceased male. This was a familiar sight for him, having encountered many such remains in his past life, those bitten by zombies but whose brains remained intact. They were known as skeleton zombies, which transformed at a slower rate. A normal person who had been bitten could turn within 2 to 8 hours, depending on the location of the bite. Skeleton zombies, however, typically took over 12 hours to change, as only the brain was capable of infection. Yi Yuan was not astonished by the skeleton zombie itself, but rather by the dead man at the door and the numerous zombie corpses scattered about. He counted 5 zombies in total. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan quickly checked the apartment for any signs of life. There was none. Yi Yuan furrowed his brow. Upon a cursory examination of the deceased male, he noted over 20 stab wounds, all inflicted by a dagger. Yet all the zombies had been dispatched with a single blow to the head. This was peculiar. If Su Min had indeed done this, she would have to be a formidable fighter. However, the man at the door bore over 20 stab wounds, 1 to the lung, 2 to the chest, 5 to the kidneys, and several more to non-lethal areas. It was evident he had been brutally stabbed in a frenzy, not the behavior of a skilled combatant. If Su Min were truly an expert, she would have aimed for a headshot, or at least the throat or heart. Yi Yuan pondered this as he slowly rose to his feet. Brother Yi, does Su Min really live here? Xiao Wan inquired. Yi Yuan shuddered. Herdufts. Could Hong Jing have misled them with a false address? Could a woman possess such formidable combat skills? Not only had she killed a man, but she had also dispatched 5 zombies with precision, definitely not the actions of a mere flower vase. Let us check the bedroom. There are usually photo albums there. Yi Yuan recalled Su Min's appearance. Indeed, on the bedside table, there lay a picture frame showcasing an artistic photograph of Su Min. This was undeniably her home. Although Yi Yuan could not fathom the stark contrast between the dead man and the zombies, he had a rough idea of what had transpired that night. It seemed that a group of assailants had stormed in, and Su Min had retaliated, possibly accidentally opening the door during the struggle, allowing the zombies to flood in. Yet, it appeared that Su Min had already escaped. One thing puzzled him further. If Su Min intended to flee, she could only have used the fire escape, necessitating her to eliminate the zombies within. However, it was clear that the zombies in the fire escape had been dealt with by them. Prior to that, all the zombies here had been alive. Thus, where had Su Min escaped to? Was it possible she hadn't used the fire escape and was still within the building? Yi Yuan utilized the 3D map once more. With visibility hampered at night, he still found no trace of Su Min. Chapter 71. Digging 3 feet to find you. Following Yi Yuan's analysis, everyone concluded it was highly likely that Su Min remained within the building. To escape, one could either use the elevator or the fire escape. With the power out, the elevator was inoperable, and the zombies in the fire escape had been eliminated by them. Therefore, Su Min had to be somewhere inside. Yi Yuan, let us conduct a thorough search, especially on the 7th and 9th floors, Lu Ruyin suggested. Yi Yuan nodded, agreeing that if Su Min was still in the building, the 7th or 9th floors were most likely hiding spots, given that she resided on the 8th floor. The proximity of the 7th and 9th floors made them ideal places to conceal oneself without disturbing the zombies in the fire escape. Let us proceed with a systematic search. Xiao Fan, you blocked the fire escape, right? Xiao Fan nodded. Rest assured, Brother Yi, I sealed it off when we came up, ensuring no zombies from the garage can ascend. Good. As long as the zombies in the garage are contained, the number of zombies remaining in the building should be minimal. Even though Yi Yuan was formidable now, he had to remain vigilant. It was dark, and even with flashlights, visibility was not as good as during the day. A few zombies were manageable, but they should strive to avoid combat with large groups. Soon, they would create some noise. If there were any stragglers, they would be drawn out by the commotion. With such overwhelming firepower, they need not fear a frontal assault from the zombies. But they had to be wary of any unexpected attacks. Yi Yuan led the 3 out of Su Min's house, starting next door. He struck the door with the butt of his gun twice. Hello, is anyone in there? No response. Yi Yuan knocked on the door twice more, calling out, Is anyone there? If no one responds, I shall breach the door. With a couple of shots fired haphazardly, he intended merely to intimidate. If anyone were present, they would surely make sound. The situation need not have been so complicated. A simple knock would suffice, and if no response came from within, he could have proceeded to force the door open. Yet, Yi Yuan was not a mindless brute. His cold demeanor did not equate to a total lack of humanity. Should there be someone hiding inside, too frightened to speak, he would be culpable for the destruction of their door, potentially endangering their life. Having struggled for survival himself in a previous life for an entire year, he understood the plight of the marginalized survivors. While anyone could become a savage, not everyone desired to embrace that role. Often, circumstances compelled individuals into such actions. Yi Yuan did not wish to resort to violence unless provoked. As long as others refrained from antagonizing him or posing a threat, they could coexist peacefully. After striking the door with the butt of his weapon several times, silence persisted. He then signaled for his companions to step back. Aiming his shotgun at the lock, he fired 2 shots, obliterating it. Cautiously, they entered the premises, only to find no one inside. They proceeded to the next location, employing the same method. After knocking, the unmistakable growls of zombies echoed from within. Su Min, do not feign as a zombie. I am Yi Yuan, sent by Hong Jingyi to rescue you. Yi Yuan remained vigilant, contemplating the possibility that the growls might be a ruse orchestrated by Su Min, who was unaware of his intent to find her. After declaring his identity, the growling continued, eliminating the need for further probing. With 2 shots, he disabled the door lock, then swung open the security door, dispatching the zombie within with a single shot before entering to search the premises. Even if zombies were present, they had to ensure thoroughness. After all, Su Min was exceedingly beautiful. Finding her could yield valuable information, and he would exhaust every effort to locate her. Every suspicious area warranted inspection. The search concluded swiftly, revealing only a solitary zombie and no other individuals. Let's move on, Yi Yuan directed. He continued to knock on the door with the butt of his gun, employing a cautious technique that avoided directly facing the door. After all, there was no guarantee that someone inside wasn't similarly armed and ready to respond. Encountering a jumpy individual could lead to trouble if a shot were fired in their direction. Despite Yi Yuan's array of abilities, he lacked any healing skills. His capacity for local replication merely enlarged existing objects. He could not heal wounds through this method. Thus, caution was prudent. This time, a man's fearful voice emerged from within, exclaiming, "There is someone inside. Please do not shoot. Do not damage my door." Evidently, he had been peering through the peephole moments before. "There are few people inside. I expect your honesty," Yi Yuan probed. "It's just me," the man replied. "All right, now open the door. We are searching for a woman named Su Min. If she is not in your home, we'll take our leave." Yi Yuan paused for a few seconds, awaiting a response from the man inside. The silence indicated hesitation. After all, in this apocalyptic world, law and morality had become obsolete. To voluntarily open the door to a group of armed individuals was tantamount to inviting death. "I will give you 3 seconds. Otherwise, I will breach the door, and you will bear the consequences." "Wait, I'll open it." The security door soon creaked open, and 4 flashlights shone in the man's face, the intense brightness rendering him momentarily blinded. The man appeared to be in his 30s and, understanding the gravity of the situation, raised his hands in submission. Yi Yuan stepped forward, forcefully pressing him to the ground and placing his foot on the man's head. "Do not move if you value your life. You 3, search the rooms." The man lay still, obedient to Yi Yuan's command, though his mouth continued to chatter. "There is no Su Min here. She resides in 803. Tonight, I heard zombies banging against her door, but I couldn't see in 803 from my peephole. I could only gauge the number of zombies by the sounds. Later, I heard Su Min fighting with them, and then it went silent. That is all I know." At this moment, the 3 women finished their search, and Lu Ruyan shook her head, indicating no one else was present. Yi Yuan nodded. "Let us go." The 4 of them slowly exited the room, and Yi Yuan casually tossed 2 buckets of instant noodles from his spatial warehouse. "Your earlier information was somewhat useful to me. Consider this your reward. Close the door behind you and do not emerge. Otherwise, do not blame me for the consequences." He firmly shut the door. If this man dared to peek outside, Yi Yuan would not hesitate to send him on his way. One of the rules of survival in this post-apocalyptic world was to never allow strangers behind you, especially at night. "Where to next?" Xiao Fan inquired. "We have finished searching the 8th floor. We should prioritize the 7th or 9th floors." Yi Yuan pondered the man's information. Su Min had been fighting zombies inside her home, after which there had been no further sounds, and she had not emerged from her residence. Given the circumstances surrounding the search of Su Min's apartment, it was likely she had not taken the stairs. "Let us check the balcony of Su Min's apartment once more." The 4 of them quickly returned to her residence. Yi Yuan stood on the balcony, illuminating the area with a powerful flashlight, the beam revealing the outside clearly. There were no climbable pipes. If she had indeed exited via the balcony, it could only mean one thing. Perhaps she possessed some grappling device, allowing her to scale the rope to 903. She certainly had not gone to 703, as a grappling hook could not be stowed away when descending from the 8th to the 7th floor. The absence of such a device on her balcony indicated she had ascended to the 9th floor and subsequently concealed the grappling hook. Yi Yuan looked up at the balcony of 903 and called out, "Su Min, are you up there?" Chapter 72, Zombie Version of Daenerys Targaryen. "I am here to open the door." The upper floor remained eerily silent, prompting Yi Yuan to call out again. "I am Yi Yuan. Hong Jingyi is my uncle, and he sent me to rescue you. Su Min, are you up there?" Yi Yuan wished to avoid forcibly breaching the door to search for Su Min, as this woman possessed formidable combat skills, having not only slain a brute with a flurry of strikes, but also dispatched 5 zombies with precision. In such a heightened state, She might have become dangerously feral. If she believed herself to be one of the marauders, she could launch an attack the moment the door opened, resulting in an encounter that could lead to casualties. Minor injuries would not be an issue, as the spatial warehouse contained medical supplies. However, a severe injury could prove fatal for Su Min, potentially preventing him from gleaning any useful information before her demise. This was why Yi Yuan chose to call out from below, hoping to coax Su Min into revealing herself. Yet, silence continued to reign. Yi Yuan felt a twinge of despair, even questioning whether Hong Jingyi had indeed deceived him. The effectiveness of the 3D spatial scan diminished at night. Damn it, let us give another try. Yi Yuan unleashed a massive stone and began excavating with a shovel. Instantly, a 3D spatial representation appeared in his mind, revealing the structural layout of the upper floor. The view remained obscured, as the night was shrouded in blood mist, making visibility outdoors nearly impossible and rendering the interiors pitch black. The 3D representation could penetrate the blood mist and possessed a degree of night vision. Tracking vehicles or locating specific buildings at night was feasible with prior positioning on a mobile device. However, discerning the internal scenes of buildings without visible light posed a challenge. Fortunately, the balcony's view was somewhat clearer. Yi Yuan's eyelids twitched. On the balcony of the 9th floor, a shadowy figure had appeared, curled up and cradling something. It could be confirmed that someone occupied the balcony of 903, but their identity remained unknown. Just then, the shadow moved stealthily into the living room, the object it held following closely behind. It resembled a dog. Let us go upstairs, Yi Yuan urged. Regardless of whether the shadow was Su Min or not, they needed to investigate. Be cautious when we open the door. There is someone in 903. If they attack, do not fire. I will respond or subdue them as the situation dictates. Yi Yuan felt a pang of apprehension. If it truly is Su Min, and if she were to be attacked and subsequently shot dead by Xiao Fan and the others, it would be an immense pity. Meanwhile, concealed in room 903, Su Min felt a profound sense of confusion. Yi Yuan? He claims his name is Yi Yuan and that he has come to rescue me? Yet, Jing had informed her that Yi Yuan's temporary refuge was in the lawn and community near Ben Aichi Road, which is quite distant from the Cartier Garden City. How could he possibly traverse such a distance at this late hour to save me? This is clearly illogical. For this reason, Su Min remained silent on the 9th floor. In this apocalyptic world, there are no laws or morals. No one can ascertain whether the other is benevolent or malevolent. Su Min recalled that initially, Hong Jing had instructed her to flee to the lawn and community to seek out Lu Ru Yin and Yi Yuan. Later, he called to advise her against going and explicitly mentioned that room 301 in the lawn and community might pose a danger, urging her instead to jump into the river to find a boat to hide. Hong Jingyi's erratic behavior led Su Min to suspect that there must be uncontrollable factors at play. What they were, she did not know. The only certainty was that these uncontrollable factors were Lu Ru Yin and Yi Yuan. Now, they had come looking for her. To personally travel such a distance at this hour to rescue her undoubtedly concealed some ulterior motive. Upon contemplating this, Su Min instinctively tightened her grip on the dagger. Yi Yuan and his companions were armed. Having journeyed from afar, they must possess ample ammunition and formidable strength. If Yi Yuan were to find her, her chances of survival would be almost non-existent. What should she do? Time was of the essence. With no other options available, she resolved to call Hong Jingyi. Since Hong Jingyi knew Yi Yuan, he would undoubtedly be aware of Yi Yuan's intentions in seeking her out at this late hour. If his intentions were nefarious, perhaps Hong Jingyi could negotiate on her behalf, buying her some time. Su Min promptly powered on her phone and used the satellite dialing feature. Hello, Jingyi. I will be brief. Yi Yuan has come. He is armed and has made his way upstairs. I am currently hiding on the 9th floor and am uncertain of his intentions. I suspect you are concealing something regarding your relationship with him. I do not wish to know what it is, but could you tell me whether Yi Yuan's visit is for good or ill? What should I do? What? Hong Jingyi was taken aback. They had only been in contact with Yi Yuan for just over an hour, and he had already arrived at Cartier Garden City? Unless he had flown in a helicopter. Even then, one would not dare fly at this hour. Wait, he does have a friend at Cartier Garden City. Could it be the retired soldier? Su Min, how do you know that he is Yi Yuan? He said so himself, shouting at me from the 8th floor balcony. He likely doesn't realize that I am hiding on the 9th floor, but I fear he may find me. He said himself. Hong Jingyi was even more bewildered. After all, Yi Yuan did not possess wings. How could he have found Su Min so swiftly? Su Min, I just spoke with Yi Yuan. He mentioned that he has a friend at Cartier Garden City and indicated that he would send his friend to find you. Is it possible that his friend used his name? Could it be? Su Min was uncertain. The information passed along the phone chain was muddled, with some details lost and others distorted, leaving her unsure of what was true and what was false. Su Min, do not be afraid. Consider this. Who would take the risk to find you at such a late hour? Even if they intended to harm you, it would not be at night. Therefore, I suspect this person is Yi Yuan's friend. He is likely here to take you to the lawn and community tomorrow. The rescue boat will arrive the day after, and he will be leaving with us. Once we reach Luhu, Yi Yuan's friend will also seek my assistance. After he finds you, he will surely look after you. So you need not worry. Hong Jingyi felt a wave of emotion. With just one call from Yi Yuan, his friend had rushed over to save Su Min. Those who had served in the military were indeed different. Their bravery and loyalty were unparalleled. Yi Yuan was fortunate to have such a friend. Once this individual returned to Lu Hu, he must find a way to recruit him to his side, as he would undoubtedly be a valuable asset in the future. Individuals with such courage and loyalty to their friends, if completely won over, could even sacrifice themselves for him in critical moments. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Su Min quickly said, "I must hang up. They are knocking at the door. I will call you back shortly." She stowed her phone away, her right hand stealthily gripping the dagger. Regardless of the identity of the person on the other side, whether they came to rescue her or not, she could not afford to let her guard down. She had seen the American series The Walking Dead, with her favorite character being Carol, who was akin to a dragon mother in the zombie realm. From a woman tormented by domestic abuse, she gradually transformed into an almost invincible warrior. While lacking in physical strength and exceptional marksmanship, she was composed, wise, and possessed an inner strength that was formidable. She acted decisively, never shying away from conflict. And most importantly, she always maintained a vigilant heart. Su Min hoped to become like Carol. She struggled to control her emotions, ensuring she did not display panic or evasion. The dagger, held in reverse, was subtly concealed behind her bulky wrist guard. "No need to knock. I am Su Min. I will open the door for you now." Chapter 73. The Beast Tamer. My comrades also have battle companions. Su Min slowly approached the door, her left hand finding the security lock. Halfway through twisting it, she paused and peered through the peephole. The corridor outside was brilliantly illuminated by flashlights, yet no figures were visible. She surmised that the individuals outside were likely hiding to either side. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, and with a click, she unlocked the door and opened it wide. Su Min. In an instant, two blinding beams of light shone upon her face, rendering her unable to open her eyes, yet she did not flinch. This scenario had been anticipated. "Raise your hands." Su Min felt the cold touch of metal against her forehead. It must be a gun, and she felt utterly helpless. She had mentally prepared herself for this moment. If the visitors had ulterior motives, she would resist fiercely, even if it meant risking her life, keeping the dagger hidden behind her wrist guard. At this moment, all her preparations seemed futile. The flashlight's glare was overwhelming, and with a gun pressed to her head, any act of defiance could prompt them to fire. At that moment, she had never felt such an intense desire. If only she had a weapon, she would not be in such a passive position. "Su Min, we meet again. I mean you no harm. However, considering that you have killed so many zombies and even stabbed a thug to death, I must first ascertain your mental stability and ensure that you pose no threat to me. Therefore, I kindly ask you to cooperate by raising your hands and allowing me to see your palms." The voice belonged to a man, deep, steady, and commanding. Su Min exhaled softly, managing a faint smile to mask her internal resignation. She aspired to be a woman like Carol, yet without her allies. She could only accept reality and comply with the orders given. "Let's hope you are indeed here to save me." Despite the flicker of hope within her, Su Min believed it was unlikely. After all, who would risk being devoured by zombies at such an hour to come to the aid of a stranger? Slowly, she raised her hands and opened her palms. Her hellhound tactical dagger, stained with blood, clattered to the floor. "Xiao Wan, take the dagger away. Xiao Fan, search her." Soon, hands began to search her body. Through the thick protective layers, Su Min could not discern whether the individual was male or female. However, judging by their names, they were likely both women. "Brother Yi, the search is complete. There are no weapons." As the words fell, Su Min felt the blinding flashlight shift away from her face. Gradually, she opened her eyes, allowing a few moments for her vision to adjust. Before her stood one man and three women, all fully armed, two wielding shotguns and two with machine guns. No wonder they dared to so recklessly slay zombies. Their firepower was overwhelming. Nevertheless, Su Min was curious. Given their attire, they carried no ammunition boxes. Did they not worry about running out of bullets? Just then, a low growl came from behind her. Su Min harbored concerns that the dog might exhibit extreme behaviors, prompting her to quickly reassure, "Hapai, be quiet. I am fine." Although Hapai possessed a low intelligence quotient, after years of companionship, it demonstrated a remarkable understanding of Su Min's emotions and promptly settled down. At that moment, Su Min's vision was entirely restored, allowing her to see the four individuals before her more clearly. Despite their bulletproof vests, the man stood tall and handsome, while the women were either stunningly beautiful or exuded a pure yet alluring charm. Even with her meticulous grooming, Su Min hesitated to claim superiority in beauty over them. It was hard to fathom that amidst the apocalypse, such striking individuals could exist together. What astonished her further was that she recognized both the man and the woman by his side. They resided in the fortress villa of Nanhu Houting. It was this man who had shot down the drone, explaining his earlier remark, "We meet again." Did he know the drone belonged to her? He introduced himself, saying, "I am Yi Yuan, here to rescue you. However, I must emphasize that this is not at the behest of Hong Jingyi, but rather my own volition." He then requested her phone. Su Min was somewhat bewildered by his words. He had initially claimed to be sent by Jingyi to save her, yet now he stated otherwise. Moreover, this individual was indeed Yi Yuan, despite Jingyi assuring her that it was a friend of Yi Yuan who had come to her aid. The tangled relationships and vast discrepancies in information left her feeling uneasy about the purity of his intentions. Yet for the time being, it was evident that Yi Yuan posed no immediate threat to her. She handed him her phone, still unable to inquire about its intended purpose. To her astonishment, Yi Yuan discarded the device in the fire escape, then took a shotgun from the woman beside him. The deafening blast shattered the phone into fragments. You cannot contact Hong Jingyi for the time being. Rest assured, when the moment is right, I will let you use my phone to reach him. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan began searching the room, while Su Min pondered Yi Yuan's motives for preventing her from making a call. In her vulnerable state, she understood the necessity of feigning greater weakness to disarm her adversaries. Once the room was thoroughly examined, Yi Yuan allowed everyone inside and secured the door once more. Each person found a place to sit. Yi Yuan turned to Su Min. Are you surprised? The last time you sought assistance, I shot down your drone. Yet now I risk coming to your aid. Su Min nodded, unable to comprehend the contradiction between his past refusal to provide her with a dagger and his current willingness to rescue her. Yi Yuan also felt the whims of fate at play. At that time, I was uncertain if you were truly Su Min, and I had no idea you were Hong Jingyi's newlywed wife. Otherwise, I would have rescued you long ago. This revelation hinted at a deeper connection tied to her identity. Why was he so interested in her? Did Jingyi share a complex past with him? Do not overthink it. You will come to understand in due time. Yi Yuan commanded. Xiao Fan, remove her shell. To Yi Yuan, the heavy protection surrounding Su Min resembled a tortoise shell. He finally grasped why this seemingly fragile woman could plunge a knife into an assailant or single-handedly eliminate a horde of zombies. The armor was so substantial that unless struck in the head, ordinary blades could not penetrate it. Su Min was a clever and courageous woman, decisive in her actions. While the phrase a woman's heart is the most venomous may be inappropriate, it aptly describes her ruthless nature. Such a woman, once her mind is set on killing, could become a formidable threat if given the chance. Therefore, before subduing her as a servant, one must exercise extreme caution. Despite the challenges, Su Min was worthy of being tamed, for her attributes were remarkably powerful. Presently, aside from Xiao Fan's 3D printing ability classified as orange and Xiao Wan's excavator skills, along with Lu Rian's nutritionist abilities, all categorized as blue quality, Su Min's primary attribute was purple, specifically as a beast tamer. Su Min's attributes were as follows. 1. Beast tamer, purple. 2. Yoga, green. 3. Driver, white. The superiority of her beast tamer ability was evident. Yi Yuan noted that Su Min not only owned a Siberian husky, but also a Goffin's cockatoo. At that moment, the husky lay quietly at her feet, while the parrot perched obediently on her shoulder. It was unexpected that by caring for pets, she had unlocked such a powerful attribute as a beast tamer, especially one of purple quality. Yi Yuan focused his thoughts on the first attribute and forcefully activated it. In an instant, a mysterious energy surged into him, transforming the beast tamer ability into his own supernatural power. Chapter 74. No males allowed in the team. Not even pets. Yi Yuan, eager to explore the functionalities of his new purple ability, summoned his personal attribute interface. He anticipated what powers the purple ability might bestow. Yi Yuan's attributes: strength, 35 constitution, 35 agility, 35 spirit, 37 supernatural ability, 3D printing, infinite replication, partial integrated replication, living organism replication, excavator master, super excavator, ground strengthening, LV 11. Ground shovel toss nutritionist, devour, LV3, beast tamer pill, click for introduction. The newly acquired supernatural ability unlocked the functionality of the beast tamer pill. Although its specific effects remained unclear, the information had already been absorbed into Yi Yuan's mind. The beast tamer was indeed a purple ability. Despite the restriction of only being able to refine one beast tamer pill per day, once consumed, a battle pet's attributes would immediately rise to 5. This suggested that within 7 days, any animal could potentially reach attributes on par with Yi Yuan's, allowing for the taming of new battle pets. Of course, Yi Yuan's own strength would not stagnate, thus his battle pets would continue to grow alongside him. The potency of the beast tamer pill was astonishing. One pill equated to 20 points of free attributes. The growth rate was remarkable, and with just 2 pills, a battle pet could become utterly loyal, akin to a servant, never betraying him. Yi Yuan couldn't help but revel in this newfound power. Whether it be servants or battle pets, he could trust them implicitly, without fear of betrayal as they grew stronger. However, the fourth note was somewhat frustrating. He could not replicate special items. At that moment, Su Min's attribute card also underwent a transformation. Su Min's attributes: beast tamer, 60 tam ability for secondary extraction, current tam ability 0. Only after extracting the attribute would tam ability be generated. Until then, regardless of Su Min's feelings of awe, admiration, or even submission towards Yi Yuan, these sentiments have been reset to 0. She could only gradually build her tam ability to enable a secondary extraction. Now that the protective layer had been removed from Su Min, her physique was fully revealed, exquisite and graceful, with long, supple legs that were visually captivating. It was no wonder that Hong Jingyi sought every means to rescue her. Such beauty was not something any man would allow to be lost. With tam ability now established, Yi Yuan understood it was time to flaunt his prowess. He intentionally cleared his throat to capture Su Min's attention, then, like a magician, produced a plate of stir-fried beef from his spatial storage. Following that, he presented a bowl of rice, a basin of tomato and egg soup, and finally, a pair of chopsticks, and a soup spoon. Everything was laid out on the table, steaming and fragrant, prompting Su Min to involuntarily swallow. 2 pieces of egg yolk pie each day were merely a means of survival. She was already ravenous. And at that moment, the aroma of beef and rice made her mouth water uncontrollably. Her stomach grumbled in response to the prolonged hunger, and her instinctual desire to eat could not be stifled by sheer willpower. Yet, more than hunger, she was enveloped in confusion. With her beautiful, large eyes, she stared at the dishes before her, filled with bewilderment, even tinged with a hint of fear. Yi Yuan picked up a piece of beef and took a sip of tomato and egg soup. See, it's real, and it's not poisonous. You have 10 minutes to eat. Once you're full, we must hurry back to Nanhu Houting. There was only 10 minutes left, and Yi Yuan had already eaten. It didn't seem matter that he had licked the chopsticks. In this apocalyptic world, there were no trivialities. Su Min sat at the dining table, lifted a piece of beef to her mouth, but hesitated before swallowing. Can you tell me how this food came to be? I'm merely curious about how you could conjure it out of thin air. Yi Yuan did not provide an explanation. Xiao Fan, acting as a spokesperson, immediately chimed in. This is Brother Yi's spatial ability. Brother Yi is an ability user. An ability user? Su Min's expression was one of disbelief. She had indeed seen Yi Yuan produce the food, as if by magic. Was it stored in some otherworldly space and then brought out? This was simply incredible. In an instant, Su Min's tameness level increased by 2. Seeing this number, Yi Yuan was left speechless. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan had initially gained 10 points. Why was it only 2 with Su Min? It was evident that Su Min possessed a strong sense of vigilance and lacked basic self-trust, which was understandable. She truly knew nothing about herself. Although Xiao Wan was also unfamiliar with her own abilities, the intermediary relationship with Xiao Fan made it easy to establish trust. Additionally, she had a somewhat naive disposition, resulting in a very low taming difficulty. It seemed that taming Su Min would require some time. Yi Yuan temporarily set aside his thoughts of Su Min and quietly summoned the mysterious power within him, transforming it into an invisible alchemical furnace. This was the ability of a beast tamer. Next, he needed to refine a beast taming pill, using his body as the furnace and his spirit as the guide. Yi Yuan directed his powerful mental energy into the alchemical furnace and began the silent and formless process of refinement. Within 3 minutes, a green pill floated within the furnace. And upon its successful refinement, Yi Yuan immediately retracted his mental energy, allowing the mysterious power within him to return. With a thought, the beast-taming pill appeared in his hand. It had no particular flavor, yet it excited Hop Hai and Tai Zi. Only animals could perceive its alluring scent. Hop Hai wagged its tail furiously, emitting pleasing sound from its throat. Tai Zi flew from Su Min's shoulder to Yi Yuan's arm, chattering excitedly. This scene left Su Min bewildered. Why did her pets, which she had cared for over the years, suddenly become so affectionate towards Yi Yuan, even going so far as to fawn over him? Hop Hai, Tai Zi, come back. Hop Hai continued to wag its tail, and Tai Zi kept chirping, disregarding their owner's commands. This left Yi Yuan in a predicament. I only have women around me, and the animals must be female as well. After all, being a young person in this new era, he was heavily influenced by online novels where battle pets often transformed in the later stages. What if he turned out to be male years down the line? I am already burdened with one Chao thief. I cannot afford to raise another. I need to check first. Yi Yuan grabbed Hop Hai by the scruff, lifting it to inspect. Fortunately, it was a female dog. How strange. Why did Su Min name her dog Hop Hai? Why such a name for a female dog? He set that thought aside. The dog was fine, but now there was still the parrot to consider. This one was difficult to identify. Both sexes looked the same, bald underneath. How could he discern its gender? He could only ask Su Min, is this parrot male or female? Su Min's jealousy over the bird Su Min watched as Yi Yuan inspected Hop Hai's hind legs, unable to suppress a shiver. Did Yi Yuan have some peculiar fetish? It was hard to say. In peacetime, there were many perverts, and in the current high-pressure apocalypse, such individuals might become more prevalent. If that were the case, she would be quite safe, but poor Hop Hai would suffer. My poor dog. Now Yi Yuan was inquiring about Tai Zi's gender. Was he not going to spare even a bird? Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Currently, they were consuming his food. Su Min could only obediently respond. Tai Zi is a female bird. That is a relief. Yi Yuan felt a sense of ease. It could stay, as it was Su Min's pet. If it had been male, he would have had to forcefully abandon it, for there could be no males in his group other than himself. However, this would inevitably lead to resentment from Su Min, making it even harder to increase her tameness level later. I'm quite curious. They are both female. One named Hop Hai and the other Tai Zi. Are you lacking in creativity for names? Even names like Chui Hua or Bai Lian would sound better than Hop Hai and Tai Zi. Su Min hesitated for a few moments before shyly admitting. My parents named them. They always regretted not having a son. A preference for sons over daughters, I see. No wonder the pets were given such masculine names. Yi Yuan understood. Hurry up and eat. We have 5 minutes left. Once you're full, we must leave. Providing food to Su Min served 2 purposes. One was to increase her tameness level, and the other was to ensure she had the strength to keep up with the group. Yi Yuan shifted his focus. Watching Hop Hai wag its tail excitedly and Tai Zi chatter incessantly, He found himself in a dilemma regarding which one to tame as his battle pet first. While he intended to have more than one battle pet, he needed a primary target for cultivation. Choosing Hop High was not appealing to Yi Yuan. It seemed foolish. And even if it gained intelligence, its silly expression would likely remain unchanged. What if it could transform years later? That would be rather disconcerting. Moreover, considering a beast dameno, even if it could transform, it would likely turn out to be a flower-like creature that he could hardly abide. In theory, the beast-taming pill could be consumed by humans since they too were animals, but the term beast in the name limited it to animal species. Thus, Yi Yuanis Natse Fipte Dokstai Toitsi. This choice aligned perfectly with his desires. A Xianfeng parrot was a prestigious name, at least featuring the character for Phoenix. It possessed a graceful appearance, with pure white feathers exuding purity. The noble elegance of its crown and the charming blush on its cheeks added to its allure. If it could indeed transform, it would likely become a beautiful woman. Furthermore, nurturing an aerial combat pet would greatly benefit Yi Yuan. Perhaps in the future, he could ride it to soar through the skies. That settled it. Yi Yuan fed the beast-taming pill to Tai Zi, and the effects were immediately released, signifying that from that moment forth, Tai Zi had become his battle pet. Above its head appeared an attribute panel visible only to Yi Yuan. Battle pet name, Tai Zi attributes. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Spirit 1 talent. Skills. These attributes were rather unimpressive. However, this was not a concern. With one beast-taming pill daily, it would soon grow. The attribute panel indicated sections for talent and skills, hinting that during its growth, the battle pet would comprehend talents and skills. Its current weakness was merely temporary. Once it acquired talents and skills, it would undoubtedly stand on its own. The panel, however, did not display a name. Since Tai Zi was named by Su Min's parents, as its master, Yi Yuan needed to bestow upon a new name. This was for the best. Continuously calling it Tai Zi was indeed rather unappealing. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yuan conceived a splendid name. With a mere thought, he entered Li Huang in the name column of the Battle Pets attribute table. The character Li denotes crystal clarity, nobility, and purity, resonating with the immaculate feathers of the Xianfeng. The character Huang symbolizes the female identity of the phoenix. In this context, the male is referred to as Feng, while the female is Huang. This name serves as a hope for Yi Yuan, wishing for Li Huang to grow into a divine beast akin to the phoenix. Although it is merely a wish, without hope, what difference is there from being a salted fish? What if it truly comes to fruition? At this moment, Li Huang had completely absorbed the effects of the beast-taming pill, resulting in new changes in the attribute table. Battle pet name, Li Huang loyalty, 50 attributes, strength 6, constitution 6, agility 6, spirit 6 talent, skills. After absorbing the beast-taming pill, Li Huang's loyalty increased by 50, and all attributes rose by 5 points. Presently, Li Huang's overall combat power is equivalent to that of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Especially notable is the increase in agility. Agility affects the movement, reaction, attack speed, jump, and flexibility of terrestrial creatures, and similarly influences avian species, with the difference being that movement translates to flight. The Xianfeng parrot, nicknamed ground chicken, possesses less flying ability than other birds, but now, with a significant boost in agility, its flight capabilities will be exceptional. Had there been better options, Yi Yuan would undoubtedly have tamed a bird with superior flight abilities, such as a peregrine falcon or swift. However, where could he procure such creatures? Moreover, the beauty of the peregrine falcon and swift pales in comparison to that of the Xianfeng. With its striking appearance, it should transform into something even more breathtaking. Crucially, the Xianfeng has the potential to speak. Although it can only articulate simple words now, as its intelligence awakens, it might one day engage in normal conversation. After absorbing the beast-taming pill, Li Huang's intelligence has indeed been activated, showing a remarkable enhancement. It perched upon Yi Yuan's shoulder, gently pecking at his face with its pink beak, exhibiting tender affection. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Li Huang. The little bird chirped away, unable to speak yet, but its actions clearly indicated its fondness for the name. At that moment, Su Min remained unaware of this development. She had finished a plate of stir-fried beef and left no grain of rice in her bowl, now happily sipping on tomato and egg soup. With a full belly, she felt a delightful sense of comfort, all thanks to Yi Yuan. Though she remained somewhat wary of him, this did not impede her genuine feelings of gratitude towards him. Unbeknownst to her, her taming degree increased by 3. While not substantial, it is a positive omen, signifying her gradual relaxation of wariness towards Yi Yuan. At this juncture, Su Min turned to see the Xianfeng affectionately pecking at Yi Yuan's face. What is happening? This is my bird. Moreover, the Xianfeng is usually shy and would not act so intimately upon first meeting. You are a female bird. Could you not exhibit a modicum of decorum? Xianfeng, come back. Can you not hear me? Return. This is quite impolite. Observing that Su Min had finished her meal, Yi Yuan stood up and said, we should leave now. Let's head to your home and pack your personal belongings. By the way, it is no longer called Xianfeng. It is now Li Huang, my pet. What? Is this a joke? Shouldn't a normal man first claim me? What does it mean to claim my pet first? Am I not more charming than a bird? Women are truly mysterious. Su Min is a prime example. Before Yi Yuan entered, she feared being forced to play cards. Now that he has arrived, not only has he not played cards, but he has also taken her pet. She feels a sense of loss, believing she lacks charm. This complex emotion leads her to silently vow to return home and don the most beautiful attire to astonish Yi Yuan, proving that she is more alluring than the parrot. In this thought, her taming degree unexpectedly increased by 10, leaving Yi Yuan completely bewildered. What is happening? I did nothing. Chapter 76. To let you know what a woman's heart can be. Yi Yuan was truly dumbfounded. He merely stated that the parrot belonged to him and renamed it Li Huang, resulting in a 10-point increase in taming degree. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not fathom the reason behind it. Feeding only increased the taming degree by 2, and a full meal raised it by 3. Yi Yuan once believed that Su Min would be difficult to tame, but this sudden surge of 10 made him realize that finding the right approach might not be as challenging as he thought. Su Min, what are your thoughts on my taking your pet? Yi Yuan attempted to glean some key information, but Su Min merely shook her head. I have no opinion. What opinion could I have? Under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. You took my parrot and then asked me for my thoughts. This isn't how one humiliates another. I will dress up beautifully and see if you remain interested in my parrot. After all, she had just endured a fierce battle. Su Min believed that once she tidied herself up, Yi Yuan would be dazzled. The group swiftly arrived at the 8th floor. You have 10 minutes to gather your belongings. Yi Yuan instructed, handing Su minimum a compact wine flask. This is a spatial warehouse, a gift for you. You can store your items in it. Xiao Fan, please teach Su Min how to use it. A spatial warehouse? Earlier, Yi Yuan mentioned his spatial abilities, and at that time, Su Min was only half convinced, even suspecting that he was merely acting alongside several women. However, when she truly received the spatial warehouse and Xiao Fan demonstrated its function, Su Min personally tried it a few times and confirmed that it could indeed hold items. You truly possess spatial abilities? Su Min's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Yi Yuan, realizing just how formidable this man was. He had presented her with a spatial artifact upon their first meeting. Surely he could craft them with ease. Su Min's mind raced with the possibilities of the spatial artifact. Sofas, furniture, bricks, and stones. Anything that could be moved could fill a warehouse. In the event of a zombie siege, she could simply deploy it as a barricade. No wonder Yi Yuan was unafraid to venture out at night. He must have such means. Spatial abilities are nothing. Yi De is a superpower. You will come to learn the extent of his capabilities. Now, hurry and pack your things. This time, Su Min did not doubt Xiao Fan's words any longer. It appeared that Yi Yuan possessed not only spatial abilities, but also other talents. Yet why did he come such a long way to rescue her? Surely he had ulterior motives. I must remain vigilant. I cannot blindly idolize him just because he is powerful. Su Min, do not become a woman who is enamored with strength. Yi Yuan's intentions are surely not pure. You must maintain control over yourself. Unbeknownst to her, Su Min's taming degree increased by another 5. Though she verbally expressed reluctance, her heart was honest. What woman does not admire strength? Even if Su Min's mind remained rational, she could not suppress her instincts. Of course, she was unaware of her shifting mindset or the additional 5 points in her taming degree. In less than 10 minutes, Su Min had packed her belongings. However, she did not rush to exit. Instead, she sat before the vanity, holding a flashlight in one hand while applying makeup with the other. The pale light from the flashlight illuminated her reflection in the mirror, casting her in a somewhat ghostly visage reminiscent of a character from a horror film. After finishing her makeup, Su Min rose from the vanity. Dressed in short shorts and a tank top, she revealed her long legs and perfect figure, with stunning features enhanced by subtle makeup and captivating peach blossom eyes. She exuded an irresistible charm. I refuse to believe that Yi Yuan will not be mesmerized by my appearance now. Su Min strutted into the living room with her long legs, moving like a model on the catwalk. I am ready. Let's depart. In that moment, she brimmed with confidence, slightly raising her chin and naturally striking a flirtatious pose. Her eyes remained fixed on Yi Yuan, as if an electric current passed between them. Indeed, she was beautiful, each possessing their unique allure in comparison to Lu Ruyan. Yet, Yi Yuan was visibly irritated. In the late hours of the evening, adorned with a trivial amount of makeup, all awaited her arrival. With that, Yi Yuan picked up his machine gun and was the first to stride out the door. Su Min stood frozen in place, her mind racing with countless thoughts. She had never before adorned herself solely to please a man. Her makeup was always for her own delight, and Yi Yuan was the first to evoke such feelings. Unexpectedly, he treated her in this manner. How infuriating! She felt a surge of defiance, and her submission level rose by 5. At that moment, noticing the silence behind him, Yi Yuan turned around to find Su Min still rooted to the spot. The card above her head indicated another increase in her submission level. A realization dawned upon him. Was this woman perhaps seeking attention? In the earlier instance, he had taken her parrot, and her submission level had risen again. He had scolded her for her makeup, and yet again, her submission level increased. It appeared Su Min had a tendency towards masochism. One could say she was the type who thrived on conflict. Objectively speaking, she seemed to be inviting trouble. All right, I understand now. I shall deal with you properly from now on. What are you standing there for? Do you wish to remain and feed the zombies? I have no intention of becoming zombie fodder. Su Min hastily followed, her heart seething with thoughts of Yi Yuan, the first man to disregard her beauty. This was far from over. In 2 days, Jing, he would send a boat to fetch her. Within this time frame, she would make him fall in love with her. Once she returned to Luhu, she would sever all ties with him. She would ensure he lived with regret for a lifetime. She would show him the true nature of a woman's heart, which could be as venomous as it is beautiful. Yet, Yi Yuan likely had ulterior motives, after all, who would come to rescue a stranger in the dead of night. Moreover, his relationship with Jing Yi was quite complex, until she uncovered his true intentions. Her heart remained unsettled. If she could make him fall in love with her, perhaps she would uncover his motives. If it benefited her, all the better. If it harmed her, it mattered not. If he loved her, he wouldn't wish her ill. How astute of me. Yi Yuan, you oblivious rogue. Just watch as I toy with you. I must remain low-key, projecting an image of innocence and vulnerability. I must not reveal a hint of my inner thoughts. I shall embody the calm and wise Carol. If Yi Yuan were to discover Su Min's current thoughts, he would surely burst into laughter. Come on, come on. Let us see if I shall heed you. However, he was presently occupied with clearing the boulders. Earlier, during the search of the floors, Xiao Fan had blocked the fire escape with boulders to prevent any mishaps. Now, they needed to be removed in order to return to the underground garage. Yi Yuan wielded his shovel, moving the boulders back into the space warehouse. Xiao Fan, Xiao Wan, and Ru Yin had long grown accustomed to this. They themselves possessed the ability to manipulate the earth. It was Su Min's first encounter with such a scenario, leaving her utterly astonished. Is this another form of supernatural ability? She proudly spoke on behalf of Xiao Fan, of course. Brother Yi has many supernatural powers, and we each possess them too. They were bestowed upon us by him. Huh? Supernatural abilities can be granted to others? If Yi Yuan were to fall in love with me, would he bestow his powers upon me as well? Oh, how I wish to cling to that strong leg. I could even consider divorcing Hong Jing Yi. Unbeknownst to her, Su Min's submission level rose once more. Chapter 77. If you have the ability, fall in love with me. Yi Yuan swiftly cleared the boulders blocking the fire escape, and then turned to signal the others. Let us go. We must not let our guard down on the way down. We cannot guarantee that all the zombies on this floor have been eliminated. Just then, as he spoke, Su Min's submission level increased by 5. Most likely, it was due to Xiao Fan's assertion that her supernatural ability was granted by him. It seemed this display of prowess had an effect on Su Min, akin to a pre-apocalyptic influencer flaunting wealth. I possess an abundance of abilities, and I can even grant them to others. In this world, even the proudest of women could turn into sycophants. However, her submission level only increased by 5, indicating she had not entirely lowered her guard. This woman harbored many inner conflicts, perhaps even a hint of paranoia. Nonetheless, such a character might survive longer in the apocalypse. The group made their way through the fire escape and arrived at the underground parking garage on level B1, where the exit remained firmly barricaded by boulders. This wall, constructed by Xiao Fan using the space warehouse S boulders prior to ascending, had effectively blocked the zombies from the garage. Outside, the commotion of zombies was palpable, their moans echoing, accompanied by the unsettling sound of claws scraping against the stone walls. The usually oblivious Pai immediately tucked its tail and trembled in fear, sensing the looming threat of death. Should the wall be toppled, a tidal wave of zombies would greet them. Su Min stepped back a few paces, realizing everyone was armed except for her, who stood empty-handed. The sound from outside were terrifying. However, Yi Yuan had no intention of slaughtering the zombies outside. Instead, he began to dig a hole with a shovel. It was reminiscent of a groundhog's antics, but to Su Min, it appeared remarkably heroic. The art of survival in the apocalypse. No matter the danger or the number of zombies, he could carve out a hole in mere moments. He would then use the boulders from the space warehouse to seal it up. Even explosives could not breach it. How safe? I must make Yi Yuan fall in love with me, and then have him bestow this skill upon me. I swear it. Unbeknownst to her, Su Min's submission level rose by 3. Soon, Yi Yuan had excavated a tunnel, connecting it to the previous one. For flashlights illuminated the tunnel brilliantly. Once again, Su Min was left in awe. This tunnel was remarkably long. She realized Yi Yuan had directly dug a path to rescue her. Though it was easy for him, she could not help but feel touched. Yi Yuan had genuinely come to save her, proving it through his actions. He was not merely passing through nor speaking empty words. Compared to Hong Jing Yi Yuan, a man with no ties to her, seemed to care for her more. He was a truly reliable man, one worthy of a woman's trust. However, she quickly realized that her growing admiration for Yi Yuan was perilous. Su Min, oh Su Min, how foolish you are. You had vowed to make Yi Yuan fall in love with you. How could you allow your heart to stir first? It simply would not do. She resolutely reminded herself that she must not grow attached. He must love her first. If he did not love her, she would regard him as nothing more than a rock. Oof. Su Min, holding on a hop high, muttered to herself. As she looked up, she noticed Li Huang perched on Yi Yuan's shoulder, occasionally rubbing her pink beak against his cheek. How infuriating. That wretched prince. How could you be so shameless? After 3 years of care, you suddenly grow affectionate with Yi Yuan. Truly a heartless wolf. At that moment, Xiao Fan retrieved an electric bike from a space warehouse. Riding back would indeed be faster. By the way, does Sister Su Min know how to ride? I have several in my space warehouse. I don't know how to ride. Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, we'll walk back. It's only about 700 or 800 meters. He added, I have prepared gifts for you. Upon hearing the word gifts, the three women's faces lit up with anticipation. Yi Yuan's gifts were never trivial. They were either supernatural abilities or powerful weapons. Regardless of which, they were always welcome. Brother Yi, what kind of gifts are they? Please tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up. Earlier, while descending, Yi Yuan had been contemplating. It was unfair for him to be the only one with pets. Since they were all his subordinates, he might as well bestow the beast-taming ability upon them. Each would then have a group of pets, enhancing their combat effectiveness to a remarkable level, even eliminating zombies without lifting a finger. Moreover, the strength of the alchemist would determine the efficacy of the taming potion. Take Rian, for instance. Currently, her attributes totaled 12 points, meaning any taming potion she crafted could raise her combat pet's attributes to a maximum of 12 points. But not beyond her own. Certainly, Yi Yuan will continue to grow, and his servants will undoubtedly evolve as well, with the efficacy of the beast-taming pill also on the rise. However, regardless of these developments, the strength of the master and their battle companions will always remain paramount. Their status symbols unassailable. Listen closely. I have resolved to bestow upon you an additional extraordinary ability. Performing this in front of Su Min will surely create a spectacle, though I am uncertain how much it will enhance the taming degree. This ability is known as Beast Tamer. It enables one to concoct beast-taming pills using both body and spirit, which, when consumed by animals, will transform them into loyal battle companions. Their power will incrementally grow alongside their master. With a battle companion, one can swiftly gain a formidable ally. At this moment, Yi Yuan cast a knowing glance at Su Min. Indeed, I have discreetly fed your parrot a beast-taming pill. Therefore, it will no longer heed your commands. Do not underestimate its small stature. You may find it difficult to overpower it. This is no exaggeration. The base attributes of Li Huang may not compare to Su Min's, but its diminutive size affords it increased agility. Furthermore, one must not overlook this. Given the same strength, a smaller body can yield greater destructive potential, just as a stick is less lethal than a dagger, which can easily deliver a fatal blow due to its concentrated force. Li Huang's claws and beak have hardened significantly with its enhanced physique, and with the strength of humanity, its attack power has experienced a substantial increase. In that moment, Su Min experienced a sudden epiphany. It was not that the prince was being foolish. Rather, he had been under Yi Yuan's influence. This scoundrel, I knew it. With my beauty, how could he remain indifferent? It was all to transform the prince into his battle companion. Yet how I longed for this as well. If Pai were to become a battle companion, it would undoubtedly be a formidable force. Yi Yuan seemed to discern her thoughts, and promptly reminded her. Do not dwell on that for now. We are not well acquainted, as you understand. What? I understand, what do you mean? If you had the ability, why not fall for me first? If you loved me, we would be quite familiar, wouldn't we? At that moment, Yi Yuan gazed at Su Min with a smile that held profound significance. Chapter 78. Duplicating Battle Companions. Passive taming degree increase. Yi Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, a cryptic expression adorning his face as he approached Su Min step by step. What are you doing? This is a tunnel, surrounded by solid stone. Is this really happening? There are others present. Isn't that inappropriate? Su Min's heart raced, instinctively retreating 2 steps, her grip on the dog leash causing her palms to sweat. At that moment, Yi Yuan snatched the leash from her hand and turned to the crowd. Who among you fancies huskies? What is happening? Why this sudden shift? I should be your focus. Why steal my dog? Su Min thought, feeling slighted. Do none of you like huskies? Xiao Wan spoke up, a hint of reluctance in her tone. Brother Yi, I actually adore huskies, but this is Sister Su Min's dog. Implicitly, she acknowledged the impropriety of coveting another's beloved pet. Yi Yuan had made it abundantly clear that he would grant everyone the ability of Beast Tamer, and now he was inquiring who liked huskies, which was obviously an attempt to gift Su Min's husky to someone else. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No matter, since you like huskies. I shall gift one to you later. For now, let us bestow the abilities upon you. Come forth, Xiao Fan, Xiao Wan, Lu Ruyen. The 3 women promptly approached Yi Yuan. Su Min, wishing to join, recognized that Yi Yuan had not called for her. Envy washed over her. They were about to gain new abilities. She wanted to witness how Yi Yuan would bestow these powers upon them. At this juncture, Yi Yuan began to perform his incantation. He placed his hand on Xiao Wan's forehead, feigning the motions of channeling energy, while secretly summoning her attribute sheet. With a thought, a wave of mysterious energy surged into Xiao Wan's body, instantly granting her the ability of Beast Tamer. He proceeded to cast a spell on Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyen. Xiao Wan quickly grasped the functionality of the Beast Tamer ability, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, the Beast Taming pill is incredible. One a day, animals that consume it can become my battle companions, with all attributes at 25 and loyalty at 25. It even unlocks intelligence." As Xiao Wan exclaimed, she began crafting the Beast Taming pill. The effect for servants is halved. However, this is hardly a concern, as 1 pill per day allows for attributes and loyalty to accumulate, especially loyalty. Of course, once an animal becomes a battle companion, it instantly establishes 100 intimacy with its master. However, intimacy does not equate to loyalty. Relationships can be intimate, yet betrayal is common. Loyalty requires the accumulation of beast-taming pills. With 2 of Yi Yuan's pills, loyalty can be maxed out. For Xiao Wan and her companions, it would take 4. At this moment, Xiao Wan had completed her beast-taming pill. She eyed Hop Hai, who was now in Yi Yuan's grasp, eager to try it out. Which startled Su Min. Xiao Wan, you can't do this. I have 2 pets. One has already been taken by Yi Yuan. Must you also covet mine? Xiao Wan playfully stuck out her tongue. I won't, Sister Su Min. I do not wish to take what belongs to others. Just then, Yi Yuan, having completed the casting, turned to Su Min and asked, why are you so anxious? Did I say I would take your dog? I merely intend to duplicate another and gift it to Xiao Wan. The third extraordinary ability of 3D printing allows for the replication of life forms with basic intelligence. Huskies are not battle companions. Their intelligence has not been reawakened, making them suitable for duplication. This was also a chance to impress Su Min, showcasing a technique akin to divine powers, sure to enhance the taming degree. Yet, Su Min appeared skeptical. Duplicate an entirely new Hop Hai? I find that hard to believe. Not only Su Min, but even Xiao Fan, Xiao Wan, and Lu Ruyin shared her disbelief. Hop Hai was a living dog. Even if Yi Yuan could replicate all forms of meat, including freshly slaughtered dog meat, those would be lifeless, devoid of soul. The distinction between dog meat and a living dog is profound. However, as mere servants, they did not challenge Yi Yuan's words. Very well, since none of you believe. Then watch closely. Yi Yuan felt a thrill of anticipation. This was his first attempt at duplicating a life form, and he hoped not to make any errors. He resumed his role as a mystic, placing his hand upon Hop Hai's head, murmuring incantations while subtly channeling his inner mysterious powers, enveloping Hop Hai in an invisible 3D printing field. Then he initiated the replication process. In an instant, Yi Yuan's mental energy rapidly drained. It appeared that duplicating a life form demanded considerable mental exertion, yet the progress suggested he would not be rendered incapacitated. The process continued for about 5 minutes. In the next moment, the space beside Hop Hai began to warp slightly, and suddenly, an identical husky appeared, as if traversing through time. Everyone gasped in unison. No way. Su Min's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to seeing a ghost. Was this a true or false manifestation? Even the leash around its neck was identical. Without having noted Hop Hai's previous position, one could hardly discern which was the original. Yi Yuan performed a gesture to conclude the spell and handed the leash of the replicated husky to Xiao Wan. This dog is now yours. It is a completely new life form, devoid of Hop Hai's memories. You are its master from now on. Feed it the beast-taming pill and give it a name. Xiao Wan happily accepted the leash, quickly administering the beast-taming pill to the husky. I've decided to name it Yuan Bao. As the effects of the pill were swiftly absorbed, Yuan Bao transformed from a previous day's demeanor to one of affection, circling around Xiao Wan and nuzzling against her thigh. Thankfully, it was a female dog, reinforcing Yi Yuan's conviction. No male pet shall be permitted in the group. Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyin, witnessing this scene, became exhilarated, each clamoring for their own battle companions. Yi Yuan, I desire a cat as my battle companion. I share your sentiment, Brother Yi. I too have a fondness for cats. They are indeed delightful creatures. Especially in the apocalyptic world shrouded by blood mist, a cat's sense of smell surpasses that of a dog, and their skills are more diverse. Of course, dogs also serve their purpose. Once all attributes are enhanced, I plan to use steel wire to fashion small round buckles, subsequently employing localized integrated replication abilities to equip the dog with a suit of chainmail. That creature will transform into a formidable warrior, drawing enemy fire. Cats can play the role of assassins, with Li Huang providing aerial support. Even against a massive horde of undead, we could stand our ground. However, finding a cat at night poses a challenge, and it must be a female cat. Yi Yuan resolved to search for one while scavenging the next day, allowing Xiao Fan and Ruyin to concoct beast-taming pills in the meantime. 1 pill per day, after which they become ineffective. They are not mandatory, but they must be produced. Very well, let us return. Yi Yuan signaled the group to prepare for their journey back, only to unexpectedly find Su Min idling. Indeed, she was idling, akin to a player in a private server, her experience points continuously rising. However, Su Min was accruing taming points. Taming degree 31, taming degree 32, taming degree 33. It persisted, her points soaring continuously. Chapter 79. Do not rejoice too soon. Your turn will come. Yi Yuan squinted at Su Min, puzzled. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. In the past, taming degrees would increase in a single leap, unlike the current situation where it rose incrementally, yet persistently. Just then, Su Min suddenly snapped back to reality. Yi Yuan, can you truly replicate a living dog? What is a dog? Yi Yuan casually replied, in theory, if I rendered you an imbecile, I could replicate an identical version of yourself. Let the bravado continue. Any living entity can be replicated. You may interpret it as a supernatural version of cloning. It is no secret to share. Once in my possession, escape is impossible, and contacting anyone is out of the question. When you eventually become a servant, confidentiality will be assured. Of course, should you falter and become a zombie, the secret will remain eternally preserved. Xiao Fan noted Su Min's lingering disbelief and reminded her, Sister Su Min, you just witnessed it. Brother Yi indeed replicated your dog. Was there a question? Despite witnessing Yi Yuan's prowess, Su Min remained skeptical. It was simply too ludicrous. Her worldview had been profoundly shaken. Yet, seeing is believing. Her doubts arose merely for reassurance. Following Xiao Fan's reminder, she finally accepted that Yi Yuan could indeed replicate living beings. This ability was almost divine. In an instant, Su Min's taming degree surged from 40 to 55. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. Now he understood. The previous increments of 1 point likely stemmed from Su Min's astonishment. Hence the gradual increase. Now, fully convinced, her taming degree skyrocketed to 55, reflecting her profound shock. This far exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. He had successfully impressed her. He mused that in future encounters with beautiful women, this tactic could be employed. Su Min's taming degree was just 5 points shy of the next threshold. If all went well, she would likely achieve it by tomorrow, leading to either an upgrade of the beast taming pill or the emergence of new ability, which thrilled Yi Yuan. However, it was late, and they needed to hurry home. Enough dawdling, let us proceed. The group followed Yi Yuan towards the end of the tunnel. On the other side, Hong Jingyi sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed, the ashtray filled to the brim with cigarette butts, each barely smoked. His agitation was palpable. With a sigh, Hong Jingyi exhaled, pacing back and forth, glancing at his phone. 10 minutes have passed. Let me try calling again. He picked up the phone and dialed Yi Yuan's number. Everything seemed normal. It wasn't he turned off, nor was there an indication of being out of service. Yet, no one answered. After a prolonged silence, the call automatically disconnected. What is going on? Is that rascal Yi Yuan deliberately ignoring me? Ever since Su Min had hung up an hour ago, Hong Jingyi had been awaiting her call. However, she had not reached out. He attempted to call her, only to find the phone indicating it was switched off. Hong Jingyi quickly realized something was amiss. Su Min typically charged her phone with a power bank and kept it off to conserve battery. Under such circumstances, she would never turn it off, especially knowing he was waiting for her call. Thus, he immediately dialed Yi Yuan, as he was the closest ally to those rescuing Su Min, and he needed to inquire about the situation. To his dismay, Yi Yuan did not pick up. After making several more attempts without success, Hong Jingyi found himself helpless, resorting to chain smoking to alleviate his frustration. By the time he finished a pack, his lips were chapped. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan had returned to the villa with the group. After an hour of exertion, drenched in sweat, he decided to take a shower first. Ru Yan, please prepare the bath. Su Min, bring your dog and follow me. There are plenty of vacant rooms in the house. Yi Yuan assigned Su Min a room, ensuring that Ha Pai accompanied her to prevent any altercations with Yuan Bao, who was Xiao Wan's battle companion. Although Yuan Bao's loyalty currently stood at a mere 25, it would still heed Xiao Wan's commands unless faced with dangerous orders. Uppy, on the other hand, was a simple-minded pet prone to destructive behavior, thus necessitating her presence with Su Min. Yi Yuan reflected on his fortune. If Ha Pai had been a male dog, both he and Hong Jingyi would have been subject to ridicule. As it stood, Hong Jingyi bore the brunt of it while he escaped unscathed. After arranging for Su Min, Yi Yuan returned to his bedroom to disrobe and prepare for a bath, casually noticing a message notification on his phone. Upon inspection, he was startled to find a plethora of missed calls, over a dozen from Hong Jingyi. Earlier, he had intentionally left his phone at home. Once he ventured too far from Nanhu Haoding, he would lose network signal. Gu Yiming and He Su were organizing a team for a rescue mission. If they were unable to contact him, they might abandon their plans. Thus, he opted to leave his phone behind, rationalizing that it was acceptable not to answer during the apocalypse. Who would keep their ringer on? Why didn't he answer? Perhaps I simply did not hear it. He made excuses to himself. However, he pondered why Hong Jingyi had called so many times. Was he foreseeing impending betrayal? As Yi Yuan mused, he returned the call. The other end picked up almost instantly. Nephew, where have you been? I called you over a dozen times. My apologies. Uncle Hong, my phone was set to silent, and I did not hear it. Did you not notice the dozen calls? It's late. You have no other matters to attend to. Are you not sleeping so early? Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Lu Ru Yen stood at the threshold, beckoning Yi Yuan with her finger. Yi Yuan, the water is ready. You can take your bath now. Oh dear, Yi Yuan thought, if you could resist her allure. He turned back and said, I am busy. I will come shortly. He then addressed the phone. Uncle Hong, I sincerely apologize for missing your calls. What is the matter at this late hour? On the other end, Hong Jingyi's face was a portrait of shock. What? I just heard someone's voice. That Lu Ru Yen. She had been married to Gu Yiming for 5 years and lived in Lu Hu for the same duration. He recognized her voice all too well, sweet and enchanting, unmistakable. What had Lu Ru Yen said? Yi Yuan, the water is ready. You can take your bath now. My heavens, Yi Yuan has already put a hat on Gu Yiming. Hong Jingyi chuckled to himself. Gu Yiming, you scoundrel, you've swindled me of so many supplies. And yet you still seek to rescue your wife. Look at her. She seems quite happy with Yi Yuan. No wonder he ignored my calls. It appears they are busy plotting how to craft a beautiful hat for Gu Yiming. Understanding dawned upon him. Gu Yiming was reveling in the moment until suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait a minute, damn it. Yi Yuan, this scoundrel, is a villain akin to Chao, with Lu Ru Yen and Jiang Xiao Fan serving as prime examples. If Su Min were to go to him, it would be disastrous. Hey, Uncle Hong, why have you fallen silent? What is the purpose of your late night call? What else can I do? Yi Yuan retorted. Tell me honestly, did your friend rescue Su Min? Where is she now? Chapter 80, Refining Beast sous le pile, Combat Paix Evolution Talent. Even through the phone, Yi Yuan could sense Hong Jingyi's anxiety. The more anxious he became, the more amused Yi Yuan felt. Uncle Hong, I truly don't know where Aunt Sue is. Please clarify what has happened. Yi Yuan could not admit that Su Min was at his home, as he had consistently claimed to the people of Lu Hu that he was at the Lawn and Community on Ben He Road, which was quite far away. It was night, and regardless of who had rescued Su Min, it would be impossible to transport her from Cartier Garden City to Lawn and Community in just over an hour without superhuman abilities. Therefore, he must keep this under wraps for tonight. To toy with Hong Jingyi, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Over the phone, Hong Jingyi recounted the events leading up to the current situation, and Yi Yuan immediately stated he would inquire about the situation from his friends. A minute later, Yi Yuan called back. Uncle Hong, my friend's phone is also unreachable. It is likely he rescued Aunt Sue. He must have encountered zombies during the rescue, and I suspect his phone was damaged in the process. But do not worry. My friend assured me he would come to find me tomorrow, and as long as Aunt Sue is with him, she will certainly arrive safely. This excuse was quite reasonable. The damage to the phone prevented Hong Jingyi from verifying the information directly, leaving him to wait passively for news. As for when news would arrive, it depended entirely on Yi Yuan's mood. The next day, after Yi Yuan awoke, breakfast was already laid out on the table. Xiao Huan eagerly pulled Yi Yuan outside, exclaiming, "Big brother Yi, come with me. Li Huang and Yuan Bao have changed." Xiao Huan tugged Yi Yuan towards the villa's exterior. Last night, Li Huang and Yuan Bao had kept watch outside, allowing for a more peaceful night as sleep. Upon reaching the courtyard, Yi Yuan immediately noticed something unusual. Both combat pets had grown significantly. Last night, Li Huang was barely larger than a chick, but now it resembled an adult red-bellied pheasant. Its tail had become longer, and its pristine white feathers shimmered brilliantly, exuding an air of nobility akin to that of avian aristocracy. Its pink beak and claws gleamed with a metallic sheen. Turning to Yuan Bao, he observed that it had also grown considerably, now comparable in size to an adult Caucasian shepherd. Its fur was smoother and tighter, with well-defined muscles that conveyed a sense of power, a true warrior's physique. Yi Yuan was astonished at the effects of the beast-taming pill overnight. The combat pets had matured significantly. However, regardless of their transformation, Yuan Bao still bore that silly expression, perhaps a testament to the charm of huskies. Some people simply adore their goofiness. As a combat pet, Yuan Bao had awakened its intelligence, and its silly gaze did not imply genuine foolishness. Woof, woof, woof. Yuan Bao affectionately greeted Xiao Wan, while Li Huang flew onto Yi Yuan's shoulder. Master, master. Goodness. Yi Yuan turned to look at Li Huang. Master, master. Astonishingly, it could speak. Only a rare few Xianfeng could articulate words, and their pronunciation was often vague. Li Huang had never been able to speak before, but with its newfound intelligence, it was now able to articulate clearly. It seemed that it could currently only express simple vocabulary. With a few more beast-taming pills, it would likely grasp human language rapidly. Xiao Fan, Lu Ruyen, and Su Min stood at the door, their eyes filled with envy. Especially Su Min, who could not help but feel jealous as she observed Li Huang, which had been an ordinary parrot, undergo such a transformation so swiftly while following Yi Yuan. And what of the women by Yi Yuan's side? They were all ordinary individuals. Yet now they were all endowed with extraordinary abilities simply because they could repair a shield tunneling machine. I can do that too. Su Min Pandiv. What am I thinking? You shameless flirt. I promised myself I would make Yi Yuan fall for me. She huffed to herself. I'm not like those three women. I cannot allow myself to develop feelings for Yi Yuan. Sauntering over to Yi Yuan, Su Min reached out to touch Li Huang and naturally leaned closer to Yi Yuan, feigning nonchalance as she remarked, "Wow, the prince has suddenly become so beautiful." Li Huang quickly reacted, evading her touch. "I'm not called prince. My master has given me a lovely name. Yi Am Li Huang. Yi Am Li Huan." Yi Yuan wrinkled his nose slightly. "What perfume did you spray? It smells dreadful." This was quite awkward. She attempted to touch his parrot, yet was denied. In an attempt to entice Yi Yuan, she had applied perfume, only for him to find it unpleasant. "I am a beauty. Can't you show me a bit of respect, you smelly man, lacking in romance? I hate you." Unbeknownst to her, Su Min's taming level had jumped from 55 to 60. Yi Yuan revealed a barely perceptible wicked smile. Was this not fortuitous? Engaging in conflict could indeed increase taming levels. She was truly self-deprecating. With a taming level of 60, he met the conditions for a second strong strip. Based on past experiences, reaching 60 was relatively easy, while the subsequent 35 would be more challenging. But that was a matter for another day. I shall take my leave respectfully. Yi Yuan disregarded the embarrassed Su Min and, focusing his mind, initiated the taming process. In an instant, a surge of mysterious power coursed through him. Success. He quickly exhaled to check his attribute panel. The beast taming pill ability had not leveled up, but a new capability appeared on the panel. Beast Soul Pill, using the body as a furnace and the spirit as a guide. Refine the Beast Soul Pill, which when consumed by combat pets, has a chance to evolve growth talents. Continuous consumption can upgrade talents. Limit. Only one can be refined per day. Was this not a stroke of luck? Su Min, I thank you. Please continue your antics, and I shall persist in increasing my taming level. Now it was time to refine the Beast Soul Pill. Alright everyone, Let's go eat. After we finish, we must continue our sweep. Dining does not interfere with pill refining. As Yi Yuan sipped warm milk, he summoned the mysterious power within him to transform into a pill furnace, channeling his mental energy into the furnace, activating the ability to refine pills. Soon, a pill appeared in his hand. Upon catching the scent, Li Huang immediately flew to Yi Yuan's shoulder. Master, feed me. Master, feed me. Yuan Bao wagged its tail, drooling uncontrollably. How disgusting. Thankfully, he had not chosen to cultivate the husky as a primary combat pet. The thought of it drooling upon refining a pill made it hard to swallow, even if it transformed into a beauty. Yi Yuan did not rush to feed Li Huang. He refined another beast-taming pill, knowing that once midnight passed, he could refresh the limit for pill refining. He fed both pills to Li Huang. This time, the absorption took a bit longer, and 5 minutes later, Li Huang's attribute panel updated. Combat bait name, Li Feng. Loyalty, 100. Attributes, Strength 11, Body 11, Agility 11. Spirit 11. Talent, Wind Shadow LV1, Speed 10, Experience, 0. After consuming the second beast-taming pill, Li Huang's loyalty reached 100 and all attributes skyrocketed to 11 points. What surprised Yi Yuan the most was that the first Beast-Soul pill had allowed Li Huang to evolve a talent, and it was an agility talent. Agility affects flying speed, flexibility, and attack speed. Though May 10th not seem like much, talents can be upgraded, and as basic attributes accumulate, growth potential increases significantly. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, Xiaowan also refined her second Beast-Soul pill, and, after feeding it to Yuan Bao, its loyalty increased to 50, with all attributes reaching 9 points. Yuan Bao, being a dog, had a base of 4 points before becoming a combat pet, which was considerably higher than Li Huang. Even if Xiao Wan's beast-taming pill had half the effect, consuming both would bring Yuan Bao's attributes close to Li Huang's. However, this was only temporary. Li Huang would soon widen the gap. Yi Yuan contemplated that after breakfast, he would replicate a suit of chainmail for Yuan Bao, and today it could join the battle. As for Li Huang, despite its small size, its claws were exceptionally sharp, making it easy to extract the brains of zombies. Soon, everyone finished their breakfast. At that moment, a sudden explosion reverberated outside the villa. Chapter 81. Why are you staring at me? Do you want some too? The violent sound of an explosion startled several women, who exchanged glances filled with concern. Fear not, it is merely a military rescue operation. Our villa is situated in the center of the community, and it is too far to be affected by the blasts. However, there's a possibility that buildings along the streets may suffer collateral damage. Nevertheless, the villa is fortified with a 3-meter-thick stone wall, which can withstand even the mightiest of tank shells. Despite this, Yi Yuan felt compelled to ascertain the situation outside. He released a large stone and wielded a shovel, as a vivid 3D representation of a 1-kilometer radius materialized in his mind. The daylight provided clarity. He observed that 2 infantry fighting vehicles were slowly advancing along the road outside the community, while a horde of zombies surged nearby. The 2 vehicles opened fire simultaneously, with their 25mm cannons and 7.62mm machine guns ruthlessly decimating the undead. Yi Yuan noted that the tailgates of the vehicles had been modified to include openings from which grenades could be tossed, targeting the zombies trailing behind them. The earlier explosion was indeed the result of a grenade's detonation. He then stored the stone back in his spatial repository, feeling somewhat disillusioned, having witnessed countless such scenes in his previous life. Although the presence of armored vehicles, helicopters, and even tanks in the city could provide some level of assistance, the situation was not as optimistic as one might hope. Otherwise, he would not have been forced to jump into the river in his past life. Firstly, the number of soldiers available was limited, with many having succumbed to infection. Few could operate the heavy weaponry, and training new personnel would take time, while also necessitating the selection of those possessing antibodies. This explained the delay in the military's rescue efforts. Secondly, whether they were infantry fighting vehicles or tanks, their ammunition supply was finite. They would need to return to Luhuk for resupply before depleting their resources or risk being stranded. These heavy mechanical weapons were not omnipotent. Even tanks could become immobilized amidst an overwhelming tide of zombies and the urban environment's complexities. Therefore, they had to maintain constant movement, engaging the enemy while simultaneously providing rescue operations. The challenges were immense, and the efficiency of rescue efforts was dismally low. Despite this, many survivors risked their lives to escape from the buildings, believing that fleeing offered a glimmer of hope, while remaining behind meant certain death. Yi Yuan gathered his thoughts. It was time for them to set out. Before that, however, he needed to replicate a suit of chainmail for Yuan Bao. This craftsmanship was familiar to him. In his previous life, all the defenders of Luhuk who ventured out typically donned chainmail, which often sustained damage. Without a repairman, they had no choice but to fix it themselves, and over time, he had learned the craft. Chainmail was straightforward, made entirely from interlinked circular rings. The smaller the rings, the greater the density and protective capability. Even if zombies evolve sharp claws, it will be challenging for them to penetrate the gaps. However, this only applied to ordinary zombies. Truly evolved zombies possess strength and attack methods that could not be thwarted by chainmail. Of course, that was a concern for 3 months into the apocalypse. At this stage, High-density chainmail was nearly invincible against zombies. In addition to Yuan Bao, Yi Yuan intended to replicate a set of chainmail for everyone. He had been contemplating this plan for several days. However, their daily excursions through the underground passages to raid supermarkets had been selective, targeting only those with intact doors and windows. There was no risk of encountering zombies in these supermarkets, and with ample weapons and ammunition, they faced little threat. This was secondary. The primary concern was that everyone's attributes were not particularly high. A full suit of chainmail weighed approximately 30 pounds, which could be exhausting for those with low base attributes. Currently, Yi Yuan's attributes had reached 35 points, allowing him to ignore the weight of 30 pounds. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan had attributes of 13 points each, while Lu Ruyan had 12 points. Even with their superior athleticism, wearing the chainmail would impart a sense of burden, yet would not significantly hinder their movements. As the military's rescue operations commenced, both zombies and survivors began to mobilize. Many supermarket doors were forcibly breached. Some were blown open by explosives, while others were pried open by survivors, inadvertently luring zombies inside. Thus, the upcoming raids could present certain dangers, necessitating enhanced defensive capabilities. Yi Yuan retrieved a length of wire from his spatial repository and fashioned several small rings, striving to minimize the size of the links to maximize defensive performance. He then used a 3D printer to begin localized, integrated replication. Before long, a piece of chainmail, roughly the size of a palm, was created as a prototype. Yi Yuan replicated several more pieces, selecting one to place atop Lu Ruyan's head. "You go first. I have a gift for you." He placed the palm-sized piece on her head and activated his powers, enveloping Lu Ruyan in a shimmering aura. Naturally, Lu Ruyan could not be replicated. Yi Yuan aimed to replicate the chainmail piece resting on her head. As his abilities activated, the small piece of chainmail expanded, enveloping her head, neck, shoulders, and eventually her entire body. The metallic material, being inorganic, replicated swiftly. In under 2 minutes, Lu Ruyan was fully clad in chainmail, which accentuated her graceful and alluring figure while also conveying a sense of strength. Yi Yuan was quite pleased with the result. Standing before the mirror, Lu Ruyan admired her gleaming appearance, feeling quite satisfied. She then donned a bulletproof vest for added protection. Xiao Fan and Xiao Wan looked on enviously, clamoring for their own suits. Yi Yuan employed the same method to replicate sets for them, before placing a piece of chainmail atop his own head and allowing the 3D printer to cover his body. Although he could not see himself, the printer scanning function effectively acted as his eyes, enabling him to replicate his own armor seamlessly. Soon enough, Yi Yuan was adorned in a full suit of chainmail. The 30-pound weight was hardly perceptible to him. Finally, he devoted another minute to replicating a suit for Yuan Bao, completing the task at hand. It was time to depart. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed Su Min gazing at him with fervent admiration, her obedience level having increased by 5. "What is this about?" he inquired. "Do you desire some too?" Of course, she nodded. With the outside teeming with zombies, who wouldn't he want chainmail? Yi Yuan shook his head. "No, this suit weighs 30 pounds, and your strength and constitution are insufficient. Wearing it would impede our progress." Naturally, he could leave Su Min behind, but he felt uneasy about that option. What if she ran away or found a phone to secretly contact Hong Jingyi? Although the likelihood was minimal, he could not afford to be careless. Until she became a subordinate, she could not privately contact Hong Jingyi, thus she must accompany the group. "However, I can return your dagger. The situation outside is chaotic, and having a dagger can help prevent unforeseen events." He was hesitant to provide her with a firearm. Su Min was no ordinary woman, despite her currently docile demeanor. She had demonstrated lethal prowess by dispatching a thug and taking down 5 zombies on her own the previous night. A woman with such a fierce spirit required caution, and had Yi Yuan not been armored in chainmail, he would not have entrusted her even with a dagger. "Let's be on our way."